Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Chapter 1. A/N. Before you read anything, check the chapter comment. Please. Seems. I awoke to cold water running down my face, the soft pitter-patter of seasonal rain and a headache so bad I immediately clutched my head and keeled over with a grunt. Seems, those edibles were the shit after all. Lying in some alleyway in a pool of what was presumably my own blood with the mother of all headaches was not how I had imagined my day going at all. And no edibles could be so potent they would make it seem like I had somehow managed to have 2 days in one. It made no sense at all. On the same Monday morning, I was William Hart. I had been idly drinking my tea, yes, tea, not that swole the local Starbucks called coffee, when I came across the scene of two men in cosplay wailing on each other in the snow, one dressed as Spider-Man and the other as Batman. As any hale and hearty man, I stood to watch, maybe even point and laugh, until Spider-Man pulled out a knife. The next thing I knew, however, was that some man dressed as Santa dropkicked Spider-Man and that the same knife had been shoved into my gut. So, on a snowy morning on the streets of New York, I lost my life. At the same time, on that same morning, I had been Henry Smith, a Brit. Some poor adolescent heading home after a night's shift at a library when I was cornered by a couple of wannabe roadmen looking to make a quick buck. That situation had, again, ended with me stabbed, in a dirty alleyway this time. That was where I was now. Only, my wound was gone, even if the shabby brown coat that had seen far too much use still had a puncture from where the pointy end of a knife had made sweet love to my guts, rearranging them in the process. As I tried to put my thoughts in order, I noted that the overlap went back farther than just the previous day. No, it went back too far. Henry was from a poor household, and worked to support his single mother who was mostly absent, trying to make ends meet. He had spent most of his life caring for his younger sister while secretly admiring a girl living one flat over. William, on the other hand, I was a humble programmer with an estranged family who spent most of his time sleeping or casually dabbling in a number of inane hobbies, or watching gore videos on Reddit. A benefit of being skilled enough that my workplace allowed me to work remotely, so long as I did. The question was I William? Was I Henry? I decided I was both and neither. It came easily enough, at the expense of being stabbed to death twice. Life was too fleeting to be mulling over such things. I was forced to have that little epiphany. I had also died alone, on both accounts. I had not seen anything at all past my little bubble, on both accounts. Admittedly, poor Henry was a victim of circumstance where I was just a lazy shit. Well. No more. Things would be different now. I had seen too much anime and read too many novels to not know what happened. The next question was, what to do about the pair of dickheads currently losing their minds over what they presumed was my corpse. It's gonna be alright. We should just leave. Wannabe idiots that they were, they hadn't even thought to remove the weapon. It made sense, I figured. My fingers slowly crept across the handle of the little pocket knife still slick with my own blood. The two fellas with their puffy little jackets and their kitty balaclavas had apparently been too busy losing their shit to even look at me. That was annoying. They'd just wasted me. Unluckily for them, only Henry was a pacifist. I was vindictive enough to sleep with my bully's mother. Oi cunt. I started, cracking one in the throat with my fist before abruptly throwing my weight against the other. I tackled him to the dirty ground, knife at the ready as his friend stumbled back with his hands on his throat. I had heard a nasty crunch, but I didn't care all that much for someone who had just killed me. I cared more about the men under me. I pressed the knife to his neck. What's your fucking name? I am sorry. I didn't even want to do this. I promise. His bro dash. They said you'd be an easy mark. Oh. I clocked him across the cheek with the blunt end of my knife. I ain't asking again. Noah. It's Noah. He put his arms up against the ground in surrender. Noah, you know what I'm going to do tonight, son? I saw confused fear in his eyes. A better man would have hesitated. A better man, I was not. Actions always had consequences. I clocked him again. No. No. I'm going to fuck your mother, Noah. His eyes widened, then abruptly went numb when I gave him a beautification surgery with my elbow. Actions had consequences, but killing these gutter rats was more trouble than it was worth. Sure, I had no qualms and all the justification, but we lived in a modern society. My wholly justified actions would have me bent over the table by Johnny Law faster than I could say, "Don't fuck me in the ass." And besides, death was an end. They needed to suffer a bit more. I groped along Noah's pockets till I found his flip phone and all his cash. I did the same for the other unidentified idiot. Quickly dialing 999, I shoved the knife into my jacket and speeded away. "What's your emergency, sir?" "Two kids just took a nasty fall. One ain't breathing normal and the other's out cold. They wouldn't say shit to the authorities," Henry knew. It would make them seem weak or something. The local cops didn't care enough to investigate past that. "Can you please identify where you are, sir?" "I don't know." "Look around, sir." "What do you see?" I saw old cars, passers-by with their heads ducked low under umbrellas for the rain. A passing car splashed water onto my dirty jeans. Past the multi-story buildings, I saw a large tower extending to the sky, with a clock on its dash. Big Ben. I saw Big Ben. Huh. "What, sir?" "Big Ben." I heard a groan from the other side. With a small chuckle, I stopped an elderly gentleman walking past and handed him the phone before promptly making my escape. The day had left my wallet a few bills heavier, in exchange for dying twice, breaking one jaw and someone's throat. Still, I was looking forward to what came next. As I made my way past the unknown yet intimately familiar streets of West London, I began to notice strange things. Things not even Henry had known were there. "There it is," I grinned to myself. Ephemeral wisps and trails of red and blue and green and colors I could not name floated idly along the way. They phased through people, through cars, through lamps, through the very ground and through walls. No one seemed to notice them. Or if they did, they didn't care. Henry had no such recollection of such things, so I leaned towards the former. Some latched, no, some seemed to linger on people as though they were a part of them. I noticed that these people observed me with gazes far more detached than any other. I shoved my hands into my pockets and did my best to evade them. A few of them even gave me knowing nods. I let my eyes wander as I followed these curious wisps. Then at a certain point, I saw them coalesce in the distance in a sort of storm. Some gathered towards this strange phenomenon, others came off it. I couldn't make much more of it. Except that there seemed to be another, somewhat smaller, Big Ben where they coalesced. Tilting my head, I realized that I could see far better than ever before. In vivid detail even, for miles and kilometers. I could see the chafe and weather in brick and paint, the minute details, the crinkles and the line on the face of each and every person. This was to a point where I felt my brain hurt from the influx of information. "What the fuck is a kilometer?" I whispered to myself with a chuckle. Neither of us had the best vision, certainly not this good. Then, I became aware of the strange gazes of the people around me. Gazes of entranced wonder, curiosity, and even jealousy. Henry was a good enough looking kid, but nah, this was weird. Hurriedly, I stepped to a car parked against the sidewalk, using its mirror to observe my features. A youth with messy brown hair and a thin, if not gaunt, face stared back at me. I traced a finger along my jaw, in curiosity. Not as handsome. Needs more meat. What he did have though, was the prettiest pair of eyes I had ever seen. Both on the internet, and in real life. A blue so clear it seemed to shimmer. It was as if I was staring at a clear sky. I'm not wearing no band over my eyes. So far, the day had been shit. Something I would not recommend. But this changed everything. Stop grinning at yourself, you bloody weirdo. We get it. You got pretty eyes, fucking faggot. Yep, that's London. Nut job. Okay, you wanna throw hands? I turned to look at the person berating me. Fuck you, mate. I was just giving you a compliment. Ungrateful dickhead. I put my hands together and inhaled deeply. This made me have another critical realization. Wait a second. I don't see any cursed spirits. Wasn't the rest of the world supposed to just not have them? But then who were the people that had been giving me those weird looks and nods? Huh. I wandered around, curious and largely clueless in the city I was somehow intimately familiar with, and yet not. Hope you enjoyed. Share your thoughts and ideas please. No, I haven't just dropped the other one. This idea was getting so in front of my thoughts that I couldn't put pen to paper on anything else till I did it. Chapter 2, Chapter 2. 6 eyes, anyone could put 2 and 2 together when faced with these eyes. When the adrenaline and excitement wore down to a certain degree, I noticed a stinging pain in my eye that certainly was not caused by exposure to the smoke from cars or the fog seeping into the city. Of course there would be pain, I couldn't even put the detail I could see into words. It was worse when it came to involuntarily analyzing that energy to completion whenever I glanced at it. My eyes burnt, but I was still not willing to walk around with a blindfold around my eyes. Besides looking stupid, it drew too much attention, doubtless, it drew the wrong kind too. So I settled for the next easiest option. Coughing, I eyed my fellow pedestrians for one with shades on him. Some people back home carried them around for no reason at all. This wasn't any different in London. It was easy enough to bump into some idling adolescent waiting for the stop sign and grab his shades in the process. Next, I quickly shoved a few of the bills I'd acquired from the roadman and went on my merry way. Contrary to what I'd been led to believe, I didn't get a full slideshow or movie of Henry's life up till now. Instead, it was the same as when anyone tried to recall something. I only needed to focus, and his, or mine, it seemed, memories would rush up to fill in any gaps. Instead of concrete information, however, I was given tidbits and slight visions. This made sense, I realized. No one could definitively describe even the previous day. How could I expect a complete recollection of years past? Reminiscing, or rather, recollecting, I wandered into Peckham, where old Henry Boy had lived for most of his life. A demure, somewhat shoddy maze of residential flats lined by greenery, small-time businesses, and of course roadmen going by the wholly original and imaginative name of Peckham Boys. It was easy enough to get to Henry's flat, and I was even greeted by his acquaintances along the way. All they got in response was small waves. I was too excited not to jumble my words if I replied. Who wouldn't be? Even knowing the prospects and potential dangers, not many would be capable of holding themselves back from shouting, "Leroy Jenkins," and rushing that massive swathe of swirling energy I could see even now if I took my shades off and looked up. But enough, I was home. Henry lived in a small one-bedroom flat directly above a small fast food place with the words "fish and chips" in bold red on a board hammered over the entrance. The smell of fried food lingered for long after it closed down, and even now, I could peer in through the windows to see the old owner arguing with a youth over something. I shook my head with a sigh and rounded the building, quickly jumping over the stairs to see that the quaint, chipped doorway hung open as if his mother had known he'd be home. As was every morning, Miss Smith came storming out of the flat on squeaky heels, with a beaten olive bag hung from her shoulder as she hastily buttoned up her washed green sweater. Louise Smith, a short woman that barely reached the crook of my shoulder. Her brown hair, streaked with gray from age and overwork, was done up in a bun. She hurried over, and I leaned down involuntarily for her to pull me down further and plant a kiss on my forehead. "I cooked your fava dash." "What happened, Hal?" She tilted her head. I saw wrinkles across what Henry remembered as a beautiful face. "Was work hard today?" "And?" She gripped my sleeves and tugged at them. "You look like someone roughed you up." "Who was it? Tell me right now, young man." How had she even noticed that? I was left in complete disbelief. Henry expected this, he was used to it. My mother had been quick enough to forget I existed when I didn't meet her expectations. "You're going to tell me all about it," she ordered, hands on her hips. "Why dash, you have work," I managed to stammer. "I can manage the day off." "Now, out with it, or do I have to ask Mr. James about it?" "James? Oh right, the librarian." What was I doing? With a deep breath, I knocked myself out of my pathetic stupor. "I took a fall, ma'am." She backed off with that but narrowed her eyes in a way as if to tell me that the conversation wasn't over just yet before stepping out of the door. "Breakfast's on the table. It's pancakes. Wake Josie up, will you? She's a bit under the weather so she can take the day off." I nodded dumbly as she disappeared down the stairs. When she was finally gone, I put a hand over my chest and let out a deep sigh. What the fuck was that? Was that how parents were supposed to be like? If so, I could fully understand Henry's need to work so hard and take on jobs at such an age. I would too. Hell, that had been one interaction and I too wanted her to never need to work again. Quietly, I stumbled over to the weathered old couch sitting in the drawing room and collapsed onto it. There was only one bedroom, and it was shared by Henry's mother and his little sister while he slept on the couch in the living room, right beside the balcony. For a busy family, the flat was clean enough to eat off of, and nothing was just lying around. The cheap papered brown walls had smears though, courtesy of our neighbors, and I could still smell fried fish and chicken from downstairs. Not like they dash. "We have much," I mumbled to myself, putting my legs over the small table in front of the couch. Part of me wanted to own up, and do something for the family first. The year was 2003. It would be easy enough to put together something like Flappy Bird for a quick and easy buck. Even though it would be equal to unleashing hell on earth in a way. Oh well. I was still going to do it. Internet cafe, it is, I decided. But first, those pancakes smell heavenly and I am a hungry boy. Hee hee. Hal's gone mad. Cheeky brat. I replied, out of complete instinct, then promptly sprayed my milk all over breakfast when I noticed the small girl standing near the bedroom door. With some effort, she managed to wobble over to the table and climb up to sit beside me on the couch. What manner of creature was this? I'd never seen anything half as adorable. She had her powdery pink hair, from the father, I assumed, hanging down to her little shoulders, and was rubbing her eyes with precious, chubby hands, the kind you'd only find on a child. She looked up at me with big brown eyes, before opening her mouth wide and pointing at the food on the table. "Give, please." "Aw. That British accent too." Henry was a lucky young man. I spent my morning feeding the little creature and, admittedly, I may have swooned a bit when she made her little pleased squeaks and giggles. I was going to take this thing with me. "Hal, are you going to sleep now?" "Don't worry. I can take care of myself." I cocked my head curiously, then realized that Henry slept through much of the day because of his late job. Well, I wasn't tired at all. No, I was raring to go at this new world. Wherein came a small dilemma: I couldn't leave her at home alone. Or maybe, I could. Henry seemed to do it often enough, and this was for her future. Sometimes emotions just weren't worth it. I'd learnt that early on, even if Henry hadn't. It would only take a couple hours at best to do what I needed to. "All right, Ellie, I'll be back in a few. You have your phone with you?" She nodded her head up and down. "You keep the door locked until me or your mum call, okay? If anybody else comes, pretend the house is empty. She's your mum too, silly." She jumped and giggled. "True enough. And why are you wearing glasses?" "It's morning." She innocently reached for my glasses, but I quickly evaded her hand. That was a discussion I needed time to prepare for, or avoid entirely. She pouted at that, puffing up her cheeks much like a chipmunk. But, in a testament to my superb willpower, I did not give in and managed to stumble out, locking the door behind me. After a few hours of walking around though, it became evident enough that Henry didn't care enough to know about internet cafes, and my directional sense wasn't to be relied upon at all. In my defense, I was curious enough about this new world to just pick a random direction and start walking. Even if the buildings all had that ugly square design. It seemed like my own, except the date was all wrong, and that I could see energy with my bare eyes. But, that particular trait appeared to be rare enough. At some point, after evading cars and pedestrians all too eager to get into a scuffle, I managed to somewhere in the vicinity of the swirl of magical energy. No one could blame me. I entered a library. There was a slight, invisible push and a sudden desire to go somewhere else as soon as I opened the door, but when had that ever stopped me? The fat receptionist raised a sharp brow, giving me a once-over. Ever confident, I flashed her my best grin and leaned onto the table. Unfortunately, it creaked and almost gave in, so my attempt at charming her was completely ruined. Coughing into my hand, I started again. "You folk got any computers?" She grunted and moved her head to the side. "Thanks a bunch, boy, or girl." "I can't tell." "I'm sorry, person of ambiguous gender." He did not enjoy my enthusiasm. The library was full of, well, what anyone would expect from one really. Tall shelves with thick and dusty tomes lined up and down. There was a clearing a ways to the side, where rows of tables were set up for different computers. Strangely enough, however, that particular place seemed strangely abandoned. Fair enough, I wandered off to a computer and plopped down. It was an ancient system. The keyboard was slick with some kind of disgusting grime, and the sensitivity was all the way down for some reason. People were weird about things. I even found a piece of gum under the monitor. Not to toot my own horn, but I was skilled at what I did. I would have quit long ago if I wasn't. From scratch, I managed to boil it to barely 100 lines of code on Python, which had come out just a few years prior and wasn't as popular but was still freely available to those who deigned to give it a look. Well now, this is odd. I was of the thought that your kind weren't allowed in here. You certainly do not look the part of any of our students. I suppose it can happen every once in a while. My what now? My kind. What? I cast a quiet glance at my skin. I'm innocent. Look. And what have you got there, boy? The 6 eyes were a visual cheat code, but they were only a visual cheat code. Their original user had a degree of other abilities to make up for the rest. I had none, and no practice with manipulating the energy I could see. Maybe it was time to start. Wasn't it supposed to be real easy? Why had I not tried yet? I slowly glanced past my shoulder. An old lady was standing right behind me, with a black veil over her gray hair, and a green dress that fell down to her ankles. She held a fan to her face with one hand, with the other folded under her chest, lightly gripping a strange bag. That seemed quaint but no cause for concern, up until I noticed her wide amber eyes looking at me like I was some kind of naked animal at a zoo. It was wholly unnerving to the point where it barely veered off the edge of terrifying. Like a particularly rusty swivel, I slowly turned my head back to look at her. Noting only then that even the few library goers I had spotted earlier had completely disappeared. The receptionist turned the other way, leaving us in deathly silence. Then there was the downright absurd quantity of that mystery energy moving about in her body along a network of nerves, latent but ready and poised to flush out. A game. I just made it even. You want to give it a try? Certainly. What manner of game is this? This is modern technology, yes. On a PC. And I shall be the first to sample it. My, I seem to have lucked out. What sort of payment do you require? $1 million will do. I joked awkwardly. Something told me smashing the keyboard over her head wasn't the best of ideas. I was willing to listen to that something. That's all. Well, do you take checks? Yes, I also know how to use those. It's caused quite the stir among my peers. What? I am Inurai Valualetta Atrahome. It is always a pleasure to meet young talent. I imagine it is the same for you. Now be a dear and lend me your phone so that I may arrange the transfer. Why did she look so proud of herself? I hope you're sufficiently entertained. Drop a comment, or a review. Well, it's too early, but I likes M and I wants M. Now we can do this the easy way, or I can hold the next chapter hostage. Chapter 3. This meeting with a seemingly nice, if not a little quaint, old woman had been something of a humbling experience. In a simple exchange of words, my intentions for this life had been reduced to a bravado, the sort I'd expect from a sudden 3 a.m. burst of motivation. Then, that bravado had been thoroughly disassembled, leaving me entirely lost for words. What happened, boy? Inurai cocked her head with a faint smirk. You seem a bit lost. It wasn't a challenge. I knew it wasn't. It sure as hell felt like one though. It annoyed me. It made me restless and angry. How could it not? In a single moment, all I had going was stomped on by my own instincts. I was mad at myself, I realized. Then, I made a decision I wouldn't call wise at all. Fuck instincts. I was going to live without inhibitions this time. I died twice already for fuck's sake. All these people with the strange energy appeared extremely eccentric anyway. I'd fit right in. What's that? Nothing, I shook my head before whirling around on my chair to really face her. $1 million's a bit far-fetched. I'm just happy to have someone to test it for me. I decided desperation would never guide my actions. Be it for wealth or whatever else. Mama didn't raise no con man. With a curious hum, Inurai took the dusty chair I offered her and began fiddling with the keyboard as I listed out the basics. When it looked like she'd be able to play by herself, I stomped over to the fat librarian, still ignoring we existed. I'm going to fucking strangle you, traitor. What was I supposed to do? He half whispered, half shouted, that's one of the 12 lords. Do you want me to disappear? I have too much to do in life. I looked him up and down. Then to the left and the right. Clearly. He narrowed his eyes, a gloved hand over his beer belly. The dick's double chin looked like he was part man, part frog. You look like your whole wardrobe came from the discarded pile in a junkyard. I've seen homeless people with better clothes. He quipped back with a huff, I need the credit, you know. This was my father's. I murmured. Well, it belonged to Henry's father. That explains a lot. Quietly, I glanced over my shoulder to see Inurai was still busy with my iteration of Flappy Bird. Then I pointed at his belly, at least, I don't look like I ate my father. He didn't deign to respond, just huffed and turned his head aside. Only then did I remember my real intentions for coming to him, so, like a gentleman, I cleared my throat to draw his attention. Okay, I think we got off to a bad start. You think? I took a deep breath and leaned on the table between us, putting on a sickeningly sweet smile. You said she was one of the 12 lords. That's Lord Valualetta, you know. The head of the Department of Creation. I thought you were one of hers with those eyes. He talked like it was obvious for everyone to know what that was. All I was able to put together though was that I was in some weird version of Harry Potter. The department thing really drove my thoughts home. If that was the case, then that energy I was analyzing was magical in nature. I was just going to go with mana then. Still, there were a little too many unanswered questions for me to have any reasonable and complete assumption of my new surroundings. How was I supposed to find out more? Is there some kind of book about this stuff? What stuff? Magic. I mumbled out quickly. I wish. Would make my life a lot easier. He laughed like I'd said something funny. You're one of us new Agers then. Why didn't you just say so? What the fuck was this man saying? What were all these terms? It suddenly became necessary to approach this with an even more open mind. Yeah, I'm definitely that, I nodded as wisely as I could. He narrowed his eyes again, then sighed, they have the real things all locked up so you'll have to do with. He tilted his head in thought. Well, we have some manuscripts from the Aurora Aurii. That's Ordo Hermeticus Aurora Aurii, in case you didn't know. The Golden Dawn. And let me see. I definitely understood every word that came out of his mouth. I can sneak you a bit of something from the Liber Elvel Legis. Other than that you might like some of Helena Blavatsky's stuff. She made it simple enough. In that moment, my expression could not have been more deader. I did not know the words, but I knew he was naming books. I loathed reading more than anything. Practical experience was way better. But then again, exceptions could be made. Like when real magic was part of the equation. Again though, practical experience would trump it. I needed to get someone to show me something magical. I was willing to wager these eyes of mine would help a lot in that situation. Ooh, trying to get some extra knowledge in. I barely stopped myself from lynching the old woman who kept sneaking up on me randomly and gave a begrudging nod, lowering my clenched fists. The librarian was quick enough to abandon me for the oh-so-interesting wall again. Yes. Always a pleasure to see. Might I suggest enrolling in Lord Elmeloy II's class? His approach is curious but always produces excellent results. She peered over my shoulder with her creepy eyes. I don't know how to. You need not worry about that, she smiled. I quite enjoyed that little game of yours. And since you refuse payment, I will personally have the arrangements made. All you need to do is go to the London Museum. I'll have someone wait for you there. It appeared not conning people had its merits. Thanks. Whether or not this was a good thing was still up in the air, but damn was it exciting. Oh, it's nothing, Henry. I expect great things of you. I watched in frozen silence as the old woman floated out of the library, humming a strange tune all the way. Once she was gone, I slowly turned to look at the librarian. How the fuck did she know my name? That was one of the 12 lords. He just repeated his earlier words like they explained everything. Did 12 lords mean 12 departments of study? And all those terms sounded an awful lot like things from my university days. The separate research material only served to reinforce the notion. Had I just unknowingly signed up for school? I don't get your dash. I was slapped over the head with a folded newspaper by Ellie, Henner dash, my adorable little sister. No bad words in front of children. She complained with one cheek puffed before returning to her homework. So it's okay if there's no children. No, but it's MMM. She searched for the words, narrowing her little eyes. It's batter. Batter isn't a word. Is too. After the strange encounter at the library, I'd all but bolted home with a few books in my hands. Since then, all I'd done till now was read the thick tomes over and over again. Well, single pages multiple times on account of understanding nothing at all. Somewhere along the way, Ellie had asked permission for something, and a little while later, she'd come waddling out of the bedroom with a little baggie in tow claiming that we were going to do our homework together. I didn't have the heart to tell her I had no homework, or that her constant questions were distracting me. In the end, it mattered little. I had read through the transcripts of the Liber Elvel Legis, the Book of Law, written by one Aleister Crowley in the early 20th century. Some mook who claimed an angel had conversed with him and declared himself a prophet. His work was supposed to be a way of interacting with the material and the immaterial. It seemed like a load of baloney, but discrediting it would be stupid if magic was real. Maybe an angel had really appeared to him if this world was fully supernatural. Helena Blavatsky's works were a tad easier to understand, and I was even able to link them together to some degree after miserably wallowing over how stupid it all read well into the night. It was hard to take it seriously, but, in a way, with the notes that came with. If I were to take all that was written to be true and put them through my eyes, then I could liken them to programming languages, to some extent at least. Then spells could be programs, and the languages could be the code for writing them. The programs would then be a way to interface with the system, the actual world, and the fuel would be magical energy. Complex commands would require more lines, and expertise and experience would determine how every individual approached these programs. Similarly, the greater the effect, the more energy required to accomplish and sustain it. The different systems of magic, the Kabbalah, Taiji, alchemy, etc., were then just different coding languages, each with their own pros and cons, suited for one spell or the other. There was no real other way for me to see this and ground it in reality. There were some bits and pieces of needing to hypnotize oneself to fully believe and actualize what was written, but I imagined I didn't need that part when I could literally see and analyze mana and how it interacted with the world around me. Being able to see it was more than half the basis behind my current theories. Admittedly, this train of thought and understanding was wildly radical in nature if the nature of the notes was anything to go by. An average magician had nothing to confirm their spell would take hold where I did. Or maybe these eyes of mine were a regular occurrence and all my theories and conclusions were self-possessed narcissistic attempts at seeing myself as superior. Again, I'd need to see to know for sure. That needed to be soon. My profound thoughts were brought to an abrupt halt when Ellie put her head on my knee and started snoring. I had an important day tomorrow. How was I supposed to get any sleep? Give her a sec. She needs to get up for dinner anyway. Henry's mother spoke from the adjoined kitchen, an amused smile on her tired old face. Okay. I mumbled quietly. And a how? You're a bright boy. Don't let those books get to your head, she warned, eyeing the cuckoo books spread all over the table. It's not real. Unfortunately, the wisps of mana waiting off her being begged to differ. She had none of her own, but there was some residue of a dark red substance. I had no way of knowing what that meant. Hope you're sufficiently entertained. How's the writing so far? Sorry for the sudden break, I had to change my whole routine to accommodate for fasting and university. Chapter 4. Standing under a bus stop to avoid getting my clothes wet really reminded me of my discreet lack of wealth. Maybe I could have afforded an umbrella, or even visited a charity shop if I hadn't left all I'd pried off those thugs on the table for Mama Smith to find before I left home. Instead, here I was, at 10 in the morning, getting weird stares from people on account of the threads the fish and chips owner had lent me. A black turtleneck sweater that was a size too big and the only clean blue pair of jeans I'd found lying under my sofa. The weird stares were probably because of the heavy shades on a bleak, gray morning accompanied by soft rain. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait long. A fair lady was standing at the bottom of the steps, an umbrella held over her by the most stereotypical shady bodyguard ever, black suit and all. Her golden blonde hair was done in ringlets and swept over her shoulder, held together by a navy ribbon. She wore a blue satin dress that clung to her generous body and was slit just below the waist to reveal black stockings finished off my blue heels. She had a blue, how surprising, cloak slung over the other shoulder. Passers-by avoided her like the plague, almost afraid. I couldn't really blame them. She practically screamed royalty and her amber eyes were unsettling in the same way as Inurai, just to a much lesser degree. Nobody wanted to shoot their shot there. But I wasn't Knob Dash. No, the only reason I was drawn to her in the first place was because her bodyguard was holding a whiteboard with my name written on it. That and the fact that droves of mana roiled and coiled within her body, swarming to her arm, or rather a symbol etched onto it. A closer look quickly revealed that that symbol had mana of its own. And that it was loaded to the brim with all sorts of sequences or programs, some I recognized from my books, most I couldn't place. Manipulating my own mana to mimic them seemed a distinct possibility. Only I had none to work with. My instincts told me it was possible. Taking a deep breath to hide the surge of excitement, I resolved myself and crossed the road to approach her. Her bodyguard put out a thick arm to stop me in place as soon as I stepped close. He began to push me away. Shoo. This isn't a place for Y-. Wait. The young lady cut in. She narrowed her eyes then huffed, tossing her ringlets with a hand. Let none say that the Edelfelts do not care for their lessers. Here you go, young man. Now, shoo. I have pressing matters to tend to. She pulled a ruby from somewhere and tossed it my way. Did she think I was a beggar? Well, that was an unexpected hit. I did quickly pocket the ruby though. Then, I pointed to the card in her bodyguard's hand. That's my name. Oh ho ho. She cackled like a hyena. Of course it is. Bitch. It really is my name. And I am the director of the clock tower. She cackled louder, shooing me with a hand. A good few minutes passed before realization finally dawned her. A bit later, and I would have thrown her bodyguard into oncoming traffic without regard for the consequences. Oh dear, it is you, isn't it? She pursed her lips and cocked her head. So I was disturbed to fetch a mere pauper. I came here from Finland, you know. I expected something grander from Lord Valuoletta, not a regular patron of the local soup kitchen, not that there's anything wrong there. Fuck it, I guessed. Well, I'm sorry. Her chest swelled with pride as I started. You really should be. To waste my Tim dash. I'm so sorry my whole sense of self-esteem doesn't come from others thinking I'm better. I know I am. What dash? Clearly, that isn't the case for you. I'm sorry you're so fragile. Her guard moved to presumably throttle me. What he didn't know was that good old William Hart had an insane number of inane hobbies. A good number of them were martial arts practices. That was what tended to happen when money wasn't a problem. I stepped aside, grabbed his oncoming hand and used his own weight against him to throw him over my shoulder onto the concrete. He gasped for air and reached for his back. Quickly, I kicked his head from the side to knock him out. There was no pettier bitch than I, and if this world wanted to be my problem, I was going to myself its problem. Of course, the world seemed to take my thoughts as a challenge because the next thing I knew, the lady from before had her hands wrapped around my belly. What the foo dash? MMMPH. She suplexed me. She actually suplexed me. When I finally managed to get up, I barely saw the mana rushing to coat her arm before she landed a right hook straight from the depths of Satan's domains on my cheek. On all things holy, I actually spun before landing on the ground. I guess. I really hurt your feelings. October 10th. Would do it again. A woman that could hand my ass to me on a silver platter was the best kind of woman. Those eyes, I heard her mumble to herself, it really is him. I woke up to the soft hum of an unfamiliar car engine, seated beside the Edelfelt lady. She was sipping on some champagne as her bodyguard sat across from us, massaged his head with an ice pack. Oh. You're up. She tilted her head innocently, as if she hadn't just knocked me the fuck out and thrown me in some car headed to God knew where. Allow me to apologize. We got off on the wrong foot. I groaned, rubbing my bruised cheek, you think. With a small giggle, she put a hand over her chest, I am Luviajlita Edelfelt. And, I suppose I see now why you would attract the attention of one of the 12 lords. Luviajlita turned to her bodyguard and snapped her fingers before holding out an open hand. The burly bodyguard quickly retrieved a small black case from his coat. These are a gift. That is what I was told. She said, opening the case to reveal a pair of slick aviators, lined with gold and dark as the night. Mystic eye killers. They will help your predicament. Even if it is a shame you have to use them. Those eyes are quite fetching. But to go on, try them. There was something poetic to be said about receiving a gift from someone who kidnapped me. Unfortunately, my vocabulary was quite limited on account of a piercing headache. Quietly nodding, I put them on. In a flash, my vision was reduced to that of a normal person's. The detail with which I could see everything was gone, but that wasn't important. I couldn't see mana anymore, even faintly. It was a strange sensation, strange enough that I quickly took off the glasses. And I was told to do this as well. Pardon the intrusion. In a blink, she had grabbed a hold of my hand, and before I could say a word, a burning sensation, like a sudden discharge of electricity, took hold of my whole body. It felt as though I'd plunged my hand into a socket, barefoot. I imagine you'll want to thank me now. I wanted to punch her in the fucking face as hard as I could. That was before a massive amount of the mana around us rushed to fill my body. It coursed through a network of nerves etched all over my body. My eyes allowed me to process and parse the occurrence in real time. I was taking in mana, converting it into usable energy, and then producing my own as well. My own stores were swelling with each moment. Then came the sudden feeling of being able to do anything. Like a hit of acid. I could suddenly, naturally, manipulate the energy on a subatomic level. I willed it to my arm, then to my eyes, my heart. These nerves. They weren't a part of my body. No, they seemed metaphysical in nature. My soul then. Perhaps the greatest realization that came that day, however, was the fact I could replicate what I had seen Luviajlita do with her arm to a T, no, even better. Because I had fully analyzed the phenomenon, I could edit it as need be. Moreover, the nerves. It felt as though, through them, I had connected to something that wasn't quite real. Those are magic circuits, Luviajlita interrupted my thoughts. They are what make a magus. If you have the talent or the ethic, you will learn much. If you don't, well, there are examples enough of squandered potential. Do you think you can pinpoint how many you have? Magic circuits, that term was vaguely familiar. 30. I replied. That's a lie. She crossed her arms under her breasts with an amused smirk. Well done. A magus must be naturally cautious, and supremely doubtful of his peers. Trust no one. Being killed for what you have will be a lucky outcome if you do. I expect this will be truer than usual for you who have caught the attention of the 12 lords. Wasn't it just the one? I murmured absently, poking and prodding at the circuits with mana. There were over 100, and I was still counting. Did Luviajlita know the real number? She cackled again, like I'd made the funniest joke, before sighing deeply and turning to look out the window at buildings passing by. My aggression at her behavior had waned completely by now. How could it not? She'd just given me magic. Bartholomew. Trembilio. Valualetta. Meluisti. Elmeloi. Animosphere. Brishison. Archelet. Euliphies. Gaius Link. Jigmary. Salonia. She spoke with reverence. The 12 lords are the absolute monarchs of the clock tower. Equal to none, superior to all. By extension, they command the Mages Association at large, and as such, the entirety of the magical world. She looked my way with a grin. You think they wouldn't keep tabs on each other? Spies, and saboteurs, and politics galore. They have no peers in what they are willing to do either. Sounded like I needed to keep a low profile. But I had already made my decision as to how I was going to live. No amount of danger would change that. Miss Luviajlita. I copied what she had done, and reinforced myself with mana to the utmost. Respectfully, get off that dick dash. The car shook violently. I feel the need to clarify that what you read about magecraft here is through Henry's perception and might not necessarily be objectively factual for Fate, even if it is so for him. That's cause each magus in the series has his own perception of magecraft save for a few concrete concepts such as the metaphysical weight of things or the principles of the various thaumaturgical foundations. This is to the point where every magi has a different way of performing the same spell. And I feel I deserve some power stones on account of all the research I have to do for this. Chapter 5. Luvia Gelida's escort dropped us off on the strangest street ever. The left side looked like it had leapt through time from the age of kings and knights and decided to plop down on the outskirts of London. All the buildings were all dusky or white brick with pitched roofs that were a lot larger than I'd have expected and leaned on each other like a couple of crooked drunks or into themselves. But there were lights in the slanted windows, so there were definitely people living there. The right side was a wholly different world. The residencies and dorms and other amenities were all modern, built with the distinct lack of taste of artistic flair you'd expect from minimalist modern designs that prioritized convenient living space and all those beautiful things that made life worth living. One feature the whole street shared though, was that it was all decidedly cheap in its make and had fallen into a state of disrepair. The paint had worn out in places, I could see junk lying around and the cobbled road leading in had a number of potholes, vines grew through the sidewalk, and plants were littered in different places, like the inside of some wall or a rooftop. It felt like I had walked into some slum. Luvia Gelida was more displeased than I was. I think this place has gotten worse since the last time I was here. You would think the department would have more funding by now. She clicked her tongue, arms crossed under breasts in that way of hers. Welcome to Slur. What? Slur? Yes, Slur. A rather imaginative name, don't you think? I fully understand if you wish to leave. Not really, I shrugged. I'd sit in a junkyard if it meant I'd get to learn magic. Magecraft. She corrected, observing the passers-by with narrowed eyes like they were about to attack her. Remember the distinction if you don't want to look like a fool. And don't leave my side, at least for today. What if I need to go number 2 or 1? Luvia Gelida tilted her head, confused. So, like a gentleman, I made a pissing gesture with my hand. I could see the gears turning in her head as she put 2 and 2 together before she abruptly spun around and stomped off. Lord Valuoletta asked me to give you another message. She looks forward to what will become of you, and hopes that you will join us after your studies. It was my turn to be dubious of her now. I could tell that some of what Luvia Gelida had told me was simply in her nature, but she'd also told me that there was a power struggle underway in the so-called clock tower. Consequently, there had to be factions as well. The 12 were either the leaders, or had to have aligned themselves to one. That meant they would always be on the lookout for new talent to join them. It was Magic Fantasy World 101. All of this wouldn't concern me in the slightest, if Inurai hadn't already created a sort of debt between us by now. It was stupid to think she didn't want some kind of payback for all her help, and if Magi really were as fucked as Luvia Gelida was trying to tell me, it meant she'd have her payback no matter what. The real question was, what was it going to be? I didn't mind doing something for her, but there were limits to that. Unfortunately, I had no real way of knowing, so there was no point in mulling over this anymore. I just needed to learn enough that no one would be able to force me into anything. Magi dash. Magecraft changed everything. Luvia Gelida led me through tall iron gates that looked like they'd start creaking if someone pushed them to a sort of hall where numerous students were either studying or conversing amongst themselves, then down an eerily empty hallway with tall windows and aged floorboards. This place was not as impressive as I'd imagined. The Department of Modern Magecraft Theory is sorely lacking in funds. Luvia Gelida seemed to read my mind as we walked. Most Magi do not agree with advancing forward and believe that their old studies are what will lead them to their goals. You'll find this is one of the few departments that even uses electricity. Magi highly disagree with the word modern. That sounded kind of stupid unless it was one of those deals where magic was stronger in the past than it was now. Why back in my day, looking? I chuckled to myself. Indeed, she stopped in front of a door. Brace yourself now. Some of your new classmates don't take to strangers well. Apparently that had been an understatement. The moment we stepped inside, a chair flew at my head, one Luvia Gelida grabbed out of the air with one hand and tossed right back. I heard a loud crack, then a groan of pain. Wow. Luvia. Your grip's impressive as always. An excited blonde practically screeched at the top of his lungs, jumping over his table and running up to us. I asked Luchien to be nice, but he said he smelled danger. This Luchien person had my respect for his balls. I would respect him more if he could survive my oncoming vengeance. And you must be our new permanent classmate. Welcome. Welcome. He got up in face and kept shouting. You have cool-looking eyes, don't you? How'd you get them? What was this shonen main character behavior? It checked out too. Unruly blonde hair, blue eyes, the typical lean build, and the excitement and smiles. His shirt was only half tucked in and his collars were up. I covered my ears. Why do you feel the need to beg the world for the attention your parents never gave you? That made him quiet down. Only for him to burst out laughing even louder a moment later and slap my back. That's good. That's a good one. I like you. What's your name, newbie? Mine's Flat. Flat Escardos. So you're named after the depth of your character? I asked curiously. No. At least I don't think so. Maybe. I'll have to check back on that. If only my parents talked to me. Ah. Family issues too. He really was the main character. I was probably the side character whose loving family would get murdered for his development. Wait, what? I really wonder why that's the case. I deadpanned. He laughed again, wrapping his hand around my shoulder and dragged me away against my will. Luvijlita mouthed a quiet, good luck, when I looked to her for help. Flat pointed to a brown-haired nerd, glasses and neat uniform and all, sitting on the second row. I could see him clearly because the lecture room was slanted, as most of them were. That's Calls. He's really into computers and stuff, so be sure to ask him if you need help. Calls' sweat dropped and nervously waved a hand in greeting before Flat quickly skipped over him to point at someone sitting a row under Calls. And that's Lucian. It's Svin. Svin Glassgite, you ape. Svin was a blonde pretty boy with curly hair and bright blue, almost emerald eyes, and a veritable treasure trove. Unlike the other students, who merely had mana inside them, Svin seemed like a container for some ready spell. Needless to say, I analyzed and stored it instantly without even knowing what it was before quickly hiding my eyes so as not to be overloaded. Everyone had mana. I didn't need to know what it would do to replicate, only to edit, since it was a tad more complicated than Luviagelita's reinforcement. If Flat was bright, then Svin looked dark. They were even dressed the same, just in lighter and darker tones. He's also the one that threw the chair at you. I gave Flat a grateful nod, locking eyes with the new victim. Svin growled back like some kind of mutt. Down, boy. I smiled. He shot to his feet. That was all he did. Luvijlita smacked him over the head with a tome as thick as his head. Down, boy. She laughed as he begrudgingly sat down. Flat was about to open his mouth again, but before he could, I noticed a hand plant itself on his head like a claw and lift him into the air as he squeaked. P-profess, ag. This isn't your job, Flat. How many times have I told you not to disturb the class? New student, take a seat next to Yvette. A man needed to respect his teacher. Yes, sir. Who's Yvette? Here. Here. Newbie. That's me. I wanted to apologize to Flat for calling him a weirdo after seeing Yvette. She was outrageous. That was the only word that came to mind after looking at her. Who in their right mind dressed like a Lolita? I'd rather die than wear a frilly purple frock. That wasn't all though. Her hair was pink, and the tips were a dark purple. Then there was the star-shaped eye patch on her eyes. A brief glance without my shades revealed mana coalescing under it. She even had a small top hat. With a sigh, I climbed the staircase to her table and sat down next to her. Luvijlita sat down on the other side. Hello, hello. Do you have mystic eyes too? I gave a small nod. Yvette squealed, then it must be fate that we sit together. No, it was the professor. You heard him too. I raised my hand and looked down at the professor. A man in his late 20s with long dark hair. He wore a maroon long coat over a black dress shirt and pants. A very dark aesthetic, if I did say so myself. Can I change seats? No. Damn it. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Yvette locked her hands together and squirmed. Don't you want to sit with a cutie like me? I also want to be sane afterwards. I explained, resting on the joined table. She did the same, staring right into my eyes. We're all sane here. If anything, you're the weirdo. Come on, come on. I'll even let you touch. Wait, that changed things. Before we could negotiate, a piece of chalk struck her on the forehead. Oh, we. Pay attention. You can do what you want after I'm done. The professor sighed before turning to face the blackboard and presumably writing his name. Lord Elmeloy 2, Wavervell dash, what the fuck? Hope you enjoyed. Hand over them power stones if you want more chapters faster. I deserve them, you know. Chapter 6, Chapter 6. I couldn't believe I'd managed to completely mess up my guess as to where I was. Magic circuits. Magecraft. The clock tower. The warning against psycho mages all too keen on cutting things open. The distinct lack of any emotion on certain faces. It all made sense now. According to my colleagues, jumping to conclusions was a weakness of mine. I'd never really understood them before, but now I could see some of where they were coming from. Well, the situation wasn't all bad just yet. I hadn't made any critical mistakes just yet, none that I was aware of, at least. The stakes were just a lot higher than I'd previously imagined. To some extent, that made things much more interesting. I'd know how interesting once I managed to put together just which version of the crazy franchise I'd found myself in. The hot servants and certain mildly eroge-based parts of this world had some interesting prospects, the the very real existence of various deities, myths, and threats to the whole of the world, past, present and future, was even more exciting. If this world was going to be a big problem for me, I was going to be an even bigger problem for it. What's the worst it could do? Kill me. Perhaps it was a good idea to let myself process this realization before jumping to any conclusions. Most of my awareness regarding the danger came from internet forums read in passing, but typically, the more chance there was of getting bent over the table by forces beyond your imagination, the more chance there was of getting some extremely absurd and illogical abilities too. It was also very exciting. Has Lord Mollustia finally let go of the fossil you people call a spy network? I heard Luviagelita scoff, glancing at Yvette from the corner of her eye. She had one hand under her chin and the other under her breasts. Admittedly, I'd be liking her so-called faction more if she was making offers like Yvette. I was quite certain it would take you a good decade to figure out something was happening in your own backyard. Just like the last 10 times. Yvette gave me a sly grin before smiling innocently. I didn't know he was so interesting. Okay, so the offer was just out of plain weirdness. It made sense when I saw her eye patch again. He's off limits. You're not going to outbid us. Getting treated like an object was a curious feeling. It almost made me consider just ducking both of their factions for another just to see the look on their faces. Although, getting tied up with clock tower politics seemed a one-way ticket to put myself in danger, maybe after I'd secured Henry's family. Won't you be a good mindless brute and spill more sensitive information I can report back to Lord Meluesti? Yvette cocked her head just slightly. She quickly latched onto my hand. Come on, won't it be fun to be with someone like me rather than her? I'll make you cake. I eyed Luviagelita, pointing fingers at the one offering me free cake. She seemed to consider something for a moment before huffing, I'll buy out the best bakery in London. EW. English food. Free English food though. Still EW. Paris. I countered. Very well. Satisfied, I pried Yvette off my hand with some effort. The pinkett puffed her cheeks and grumbled. Bourgeois party poopers. You're also one of them. I pointed out curiously. Luviagelita snorted, she wishes. The poor thing couldn't afford the plate I eat from. Silence in the classroom. If your private discussion is that interesting, you don't need to be here. Please leave. I'd almost forgotten he even existed. This waver velvet seemed a far cry from the one I was accustomed to coming across. But then again, he was also older than what I'd seen. With age came wisdom and all that. I caught Flat snorting at us as Yvette ducked and Luviagelita turned away with another huff. She did that a lot. I just bowed my head in apology, feeling like I was back in college all of a sudden. So, where was I? He continued with a sigh. Right, yes. The need for self-hypnosis when casting a spell. Oh. I couldn't help but lean in. As you all know, the modern world is rapidly deciphering the so-called secrets of the world and defining them in its own terms. Science. Last time, we discussed how the possibility of numerous possible explanations but lack of singular and definitive reasoning in a principle enhances the potency of magecraft pertaining to it or including it. The mystery, as you would have it. Modern progress has neutered this aspect such that a famed magus from today would be but a run-of-the-mill layman just a century ago. This is directly related to today's lesson. Public college had taught me it was better to just nod along like you understood everything even when you didn't if you didn't want to risk the wrath of a teacher who didn't have their morning coffee the way they didn't like it. By the way Luviagelita snorted, it seemed like it was basic information too. The other students, the not-so-eccentric ones, were as interested as I was. Now, in today's environment, it has become impossible not to interact with science as we grow. You will come across, and be forced to understand the way things work as they are. Humans have never liked outliers. The last thing a magus wants to do is look a fool. Can't you just isolate yourself? I blurted out without thinking. A good point, Waver pointed his chalk my way before whirling around and writing truth on the board. Isolation, however, does not affect what is true for the world at large. You simply thinking it is so does not make it so. And deep down, the human psyche is wired to parse information in a certain way at this point. To attempt to willfully modify this is not worth the effort. Some necessary societal interaction would render all your efforts null. No, magecraft must always coexist with science. He made a show of snapping his fingers. In a way, magecraft is a science. An alternative, if you would. Back to where we were though, self-hypnosis is a major component of any spell, and a rather difficult one to master as well. It's why most of us need chants. We don't talk to the world with them, we convince ourselves of a certain truth. This is because unlike modern. This is boring. Flat complained, magecraft is all like. Boom. Wah. And pow. He raised his hands as I raised my aviators. Magical energy danced along the edge of his fingertips, rushing to heed some command of his before coalescing and exploding in a display of lights that reminded me of mini fireworks. His shonen protagonist behavior was promptly met with the blunt end of Waver's duster. Simmer down. I'll deal with you later. Curious, I tried to mimic what he had done. In Flat's case, the latent magical energy in the air had obeyed him. When I attempted to recreate the same thing, the mana flowing through my body had burst forth instead but ultimately moved the same way I wanted it to and did as Flat had done. That's fucking awesome. It was amazing. I wanted to test every bit of magecraft my eyes had burned to memory thus far. I regretted not having done it sooner. When I was done with my little tantrum, I noticed Yvette staring at me with a big, beady eye as her hand reached for her eye patch. Luviajlita seemed oddly surprised and... Waver. Well, it seemed Waver had raised his duster again out of habit but then realized what had happened and now his jaw hung low. It was fine. I wasn't all too keen on hiding anyway. Yeah. It was just like that. Flat's screeching cut through the silence. I tilted my head. Your parents abandoned you on a 4th of July. Another one. Waver jumped, flailing his hands like he'd gone crazy. Why not me then? Why is talent always with brats who just want to play? Why indeed? Have you considered just not being? I looked him up and down. You. What's wrong with me? You teach at a university. You. Maybe not jump at every little thing you see. Luviajlita suggested kindly. I can see your shaking hand, you know. I pointed out with a smile. Don't act like you're not in the same boat as him. That seemed to do it for her. It's not my fault. You activated your magic circuits less than an hour ago. I wasn't told about this. How did you? Akamoni dash. She quickly forced herself quiet with her palm. Unfortunately, the damage had already been done. What? Even the Nadash calls was surprised now. His glasses were suddenly all out of place. Before any commotion could take place, Waver slammed his hands on the table. Yvette. Stop drooling. Hot and a once-in-a-century find. How can you blame poor old me for being excited? Even a hag would jump his bones just for the seed. The weird Lolita wiped her mouth. Her choice of words made me feel very uncomfortable. I knew I was a hot bitch but, damn. Just out of curiosity, is the same true for MILF dash, oof. This time, I was the one hit by the duster and was forced to abandon my noble line of questioning to rub my forehead. Where was he getting that many anyway? You. Meet me after class. No. What? I said, no. It's for your own good. I went quiet. This seemed to give him some sort of false hope as he let out a relieved sigh. As a gentleman, I had to deliver him from the lies, delusion, and tell him the truth. No. Why? Because he will be going with me. Luviajlita put her foot down. He's the reason I'm being forced to take this class for simpletons. I don't know what Lord Valuoletta was even thinking. I nodded slowly, definitely, going with her. Did she want to jump my bones too? I was beginning to like this new world a whole lot more. Unfortunately, William was not a man to be forced into anything. I stayed silent seeing as her declaration had made Waver back down if only for a moment. Still, it really felt like he was going to show up at my home with no reasonable explanation whatsoever and force my own good down my throat without asking for any form of consent. I spent the next hour listening to Waver detail just why there was Dojin Logi dash, self-hypnosis was absolutely necessary for the purposes of any magi. It was because science was deeply ingrained into our subconscious by way of upbringing and environment and one needed to be absolutely sure in one's logic to achieve any desired outcome with a spell. It was why different magi had different chants for the same spell at times. They needed to convince themselves in their own way. This made me relate the human soul to a terminal for interacting with the larger world. One's magic circuits were hardware, the mind was the software and spells were programs that realized results by borrowing what humans lacked from a higher power still unknown to me. Then, the same way a GPU or RAM could accelerate a certain process, magic circuits could do the same for the brain's processing capacity with their quality and quantity. Luviajlita's earlier statements assured me that I had some top-of-the-line stuff in me. And the same way a computer enthusiast was ready to perform a hit for better hardware, magi would be highly enthusiastic about taking what I had. Fortunately, they didn't seem all that dangerous when I could quite literally see their spells forming and replicate the process a lot faster. I had tried with the one Flat showed me. By cutting out excess and adding it elsewhere, I'd managed to reduce the casting time to less than a quarter of what he needed, improve the firepower, and minimize the mana expenditure. Unfortunately, the shonen asshole copied my new spell as soon as he saw me test it in the classroom. You need to be better with your words. Someone as talented as yourself should not be as uncouth. Swearing doesn't make you cool. Luvijlita advised as we walked through the corridor. I was enjoying the hushed conversations taking place around us. It seemeth the nutrients meant for thine brain went elsewhere. The size doth mocketh sense. This one finds no issue with their destination, however, he is an admirer even. I also just noticeth that we have been walking on faith groundeth floor. What? Nice tits. Chow. I gave her a thumbs up before jumping out of the window and speeding away. She proved to me that I wasn't getting away that easy by jumping out right after me and running. She was running faster than me. Oh, shit. I was going to get knocked out again, wasn't I? Hope you were sufficiently entertained. Do give some power stones if you want an extra chapter. 100 shouldn't be a massive ask, right? Chapter 7. After half a mile of evading cars and dodging passers-by while continuously augmenting Luvijlita's own reinforcement spell to affect my running speed, it became rather evident that she hadn't accounted for me doing that very thing. At the same time, I hadn't accounted for vaulting over a fence, leaping onto a balcony and drop-kicking me in the back of the head, well, not entirely at least. I accepted that I would be hit no matter what I did, so I had ducked with my hands over my head at the last moment. From there, it was as simple as editing Flat's spell to design an impromptu flashbang and bolting off into roadman territory. She was either too surprised to follow, or simply realized that I would be forced to attend class the next day anyway and cut her losses. Possibly the latter. So, with a massive confidence boost that would make King Gilgamesh proud because of Yvette, I sauntered back home, hands shoved in my jeans, all dashy-like. My ass was hot, and now I knew it. Something everyone would come to regret. A light drizzle had started somewhere along the way, and people started giving me odd stink eyes on account of the black aviators. Unfortunately, my ego was way too high to care about what some muggles thought. Won't someone make a dubious offer for a drink that definitely won't be drugged? I joked as I made my way up the stairs to our tired, old flat, a few hours later. I needed to urgently do something about new living arrangements. Flappy Bird was a good idea, but it lacked forethought. Having corporate eyes locked on me because of it wasn't all that feasible, especially now that I knew that this was a world where supernatural elements melded with common society. Besides, there was most certainly a way to make money through magecraft. That was a much more exciting prospect. When I opened the door, I found. How did I not see this coming? I mumbled to myself, wait, I did. Waver Velvet sat in the living room, cigar in hand, one leg crossed over the other. Surprisingly, the patched walls and the stench of my oily sofa didn't seem to perturb him in the slightest. His lips parted, and he exhaled a small cloud of smoke. An oddly familiar girl stood by the window, hand on the pane as she turned to stare at me cautiously. True to form for Magi, she wore a hooded gray cloak under a black mantle with white fur-lined collars that went to her gloved hands. The gray cloak itself extended to just below her stocking-covered knees, and was parted only slightly to reveal a pair of green eyes and gray hair. She quickly pulled down her cloak as soon as she saw me, as if trying to hide her face. Ignoring her for the moment, I scanned the flat to find Henry's dash, my mother humming in the attached kitchen. Ellie was soundly asleep. I didn't do anything to them, if that's what you're wondering. Narrowing my eyes, I briefly raised my aviators. Bullshit. How did you dash? A wave of my hand, and half a dozen of Flat's little fireworks shot out like bullets. Waver's assistant shot between us and punched down on my spell. The bullets exploded against the fabric of her cloak, and the distinct smell of burnt leather rushed into my nostrils. Next time they're not going to explode without blowing through you. Although, I'd prefer not to do that. The girl's eyes widened and she pulled away her cloak to reveal a brass cage in her left hand. A strange rectangular ornament sat within, designed to look like some kind of face with a beak. A bird then. Something told me looking directly at it wasn't going to be good for me. Gray, stand down. Gray. Yes. Of course, Professor. There was a tinge of Welsh to her accent. Never thought I'd regret not being a sheep. Excuse me. You're Welsh, aren't you? How does that? She quickly turned away, hiding her face in her cloak. With a chuckle, I turned to face Waver. He hadn't even budged an inch. He exhaled some more smoke before sighing. I'll apologize. You have all the right to be upset. Being with Magi all day tends to make you forget that bonds like these are important to people. My spell is just a harmless mental suggestion. I imagine you don't wish to bother your family, or expose them to any unnecessary danger just for knowing something. I eyed my mother once again, make it quick. If he was trying to help me, breaking into my home and hypnotizing my mother didn't exactly create the best impression. Waver looked around at my poor living situation with some pity in his eyes. Moved to slur. This place isn't exactly safe anyway, even without magi. As Lord Elmeloy too, I'll sponsor your education. It's about time this title did something other than be a constant headache for me. I opened my mouth, but he already knew what I was going to say. I'll throw my weight around some, get your family to move in with you. He glanced at Gray's burnt cloak. You cast a spell without even activating your magic circuits. If you're anything like Flat. He sighed again, if you're anything like him, you'll be in danger too. You have a good mother, his own family was trying to kill him when I found him. My sponsorship should stop most people from even considering something. I couldn't trust his words fully, not when there was a distinct possibility he was trying to lull me into some false sense of security. Besides, free security would stink like a 3-day-old corpse coming from a normie, he was a magus. Still, if he was telling the truth. Now I felt bad about just attacking him on sight. Don't. Your actions were justified. Most magi only concern themselves with themselves. There was a definite chance I was here to use them to blackmail you or something worse. It is intriguing though. He rested his chin on locked hands. If the Edelfelt heiress was telling the truth, you know essentially nothing. How did you notice? Mystic eyes. But, you used the same spell as Flat to devastating EF-. No, you changed it. That quickly. It hasn't been. He removed the Mystic Eye killers last time too. I seem crucial. He started mumbling to himself like some of William's colleagues. A moment later, his cigar dropped from his fingers and his eyes widened like they were about to pop out of their sockets. You're processing spells in real time. He murmured, looking lost. I leaned against the doorway, that's one fancy way of saying I can see mana. I never did like when people used big words to appear smarter or wiser. Even when used unironically, they seemed more like pompous wordplay than actual parts of a conversation. Right, you can dash. What? Does God hate me? Is that it? What have I ever done that's so wrong? I even apologized for hypnotizing that old couple. Professor. Your spell is waning. Gray pointed out quietly, still avoiding my gaze. I chuckled, it's like that sometimes. Try meeting a 14-year-old that created a real-time multitasking operating system on a weekend just because he was bored. It had me consider giving up programming altogether, the first time. Some people were just different. Evidently, I was one of those people this time around. This information cannot leave this room. He said grimly, clenching his fists. Do you have any idea what this means for us? Someone that can see and analyze how mana works. I mean, it's probably happened BEF-. Never in recorded history. No one to my knowledge. A magus that can design and augment new spells as needed on the fly is like the second coming of Leonardo da Vinci. No, even solo dash, maybe not that. But, perfect analysis means. Wait, you can manipulate it directly. That's why you haven't activated your magic circuits. You should be able to mix and match the different thaumaturgical foundations to make your spells. Do you know how spellcasting works? Enlighten me. I was mighty curious about this. Perhaps it would reveal the final missing piece that was stopping me from doing exactly what he'd said. The so-called higher power I was unaware of so far. Fundamentally, mana carries a command to a thaumaturgical foundation to activate something, a spell, that was already engraved into it. Different thaumaturgies, different systems have their own way of communication, their own rites and rituals, the likes of which you see in movies sometimes. A new spell means engraving something new onto such a foundation. It's rarely achievable now, but only 2 centuries ago, Helena Blavatsky designed a foundation of her own by piecing together others. The base of modern occultism. But, the amount of power that can be drawn from a foundation at any given time is limited. It was limited further by progress. We discussed this today in class. It's why the induction of new magi is frowned upon. Instead of working to an alternative, the lords want to desperately cradle what they have already. I remembered that, the bit about mystery. You should be able to achieve the same, with greater ease than even Madame Helena, who was an absurd mutation in her own right, so long as you have the necessary basic knowledge. You could be the answer to modern problems. Now do you see why this must absolutely not leave the room? He glared at me like I'd done some great wrong, but it felt like he was just very worried. I nodded. I guess someone might want the solution for themselves, or be the one to figure it out. Yes, so move, please. It's important. Do it immediately, if possible. What's to say you don't want the same? Is it because I'm not asking for anything in exchange? Waver quickly surmised, rising to his feet. Because it's not free. I'll teach you, yes. But, you'll have to do the occasional odd task under my name if I'm otherwise occupied. The Elmeloi aren't so cheap, I can say that from experience. I'll even pay yo dash. Professor. Gray spoke up again, but Waver held up a hand to silence her. But dash. I'll pay you on my own dime, while of course, subtracting your living costs from your pay. But you won't need it soon enough, patent a convenient spell or two and you shouldn't want for money at all. Like I said, it's a new engraving. You're not obligated to share yours without getting paid. That sounded fine, actually. It would allow me to be much closer to magecraft, and while, admittedly, some part of me was still cautious of him just on principle, I would always regret letting this kind of chance go. The patent thing sounded really neat too. This will also give you a lot of practical experience. Do I have your consent? He held out a hand that trembled ever so slightly with each step I took towards it. Fine, but you'll have to help convince my mum. That's all right. No spells. I wouldn't think of it. I took his hand and gave it a firm shake. Right then. Waver snapped his fingers as Gray quickly retreated behind him. Slowly, my mother came out of whatever stupor had taken over her before tilting her head in a confused daze. She looked down at the tea boiling on her stove, at the cups laid out beside it, and then faced us to be even more confused. Hal, you didn't tell me we were having guests, she stuttered over her words, taking in Waver's choice in fashion before furrowing her brows in worry. Did he do something, sir? No, ma'am. Waver bowed politely, a hand over his heart and an awkward smile on his face. I'm a teacher at a university near here. I was wondering if I could get your permission to hire him as my assistant. Naturally, she was just as suspicious as I was. She was a lot better at hiding it, however, and smiled politely in return. Where did you meet? I discreetly elbowed Waver in his liver, mouthing library. At the library, I couldn't help but be in awe of the knowledge he possesses at such a young age. I wanted to sponsor his education. He refused to move out without his family, unfortunately, and conveniently enough, we do have some lodgings available at our academic town. With your permission, I could make the arrangements before the day is done. At this, she narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms. She eyed me questioningly, and I could only try to shake my head obliviously as I elbowed Waver again and again. He grunted, shooting me a glare that promised pain. I couldn't bear the thought of such talent going to waste because of. He left the rest unsaid, but we all knew what he meant. He had just called me broke. Hope you were sufficiently entertained. Do drop a comment, and some power stones so we can get some more exposure. I also wanted to talk about something. You know how the average chapter on this website is around 1.2 to 1.5k words, right? Well, I've tried to conform to this for a long while, but it's creating some serious trouble at this point. It's damn near impossible to create a proper narrative and tell a good story with a chapter limited to that number of words. Now you might wonder why this is a problem. This is because my chapters are at least 8 pages long with the way I write them, and they need to be that long to tell the story. I often have to leave things halfway or less and feel bad the rest of the day for it. This is especially true for my Assoy of stories. It'll have no effect on me posting regularly, since 3.5 to 4k words barely take an hour to write, 2 at the most. What do you think? P.S. What do we think about the beta reader thing? Chapter 8. It turned out the prospect of a properly paying job, a good education, free lodgings, and a university professor's sponsorship was too exciting for a single mother of 2 barely supporting her family to ignore, even if she tried. By the time Professor Waver was done listing the pros of coming under his tutelage, I was quite certain that my mother would have forced me to accept his offer even if my wishes were to the contrary, not that they were. Being broke turned out to be quite the boon in this case. We didn't have much to pack up for the move, and by the next morning, we were well on our way to the dorms. Ellie rode atop my shoulders, and her negligible weight made me again and again forget that she was even there. That problem was resolved when she started letting out the occasional ooh and ah while tugging my hair to steer. What was she? Some kind of Italian rat obsessed with cooking. The Slur student dormitory was a considerable upgrade from our old home. The walls were a clean, slick white, the tiled floor was well kept, and the corridor was rife with the hustle and bustle of students all too busy or sleep-deprived to even bat an eye at us, as most often were in university. An overly excited, burly, Indian man met us halfway into the compound and practically wrenched my 2 suitcases from my hands with a massive grin. He spoke too loud, and his skin was only an inch lighter from one of the wannabe roadmen I'd hospitalized. Why's your skin like that? You're not black. I looked up at Ellie with pursed lips, and a newfound respect for her baby balls in my heart. Damn girly. It's because I'm from a faraway land, Krishna offered a good-natured smile, not the least bit bothered. No need to apologize, madam. He stopped my mother before she could speak. You can't blame a child for being curious. You know there's something to be said about an Indian man serving someone like Waver. It's not coming to min-umph. My mother knocked me over the head with a fist before I could finish my words. What? He said he didn't mind, I complained, rubbing my bruise. I didn't raise you to be like this. There's no need to be disrespectful for no reason. Krishna's smile widened at her words and without even slowing his walk, he added, It's fine, madam. Rudeness is how our youth compensate with the harsh fact that they're incapable of doing much. Damn, Krishna. I was duly humbled by the men and walked the rest of the way in silence as my mother told me off some more. All the way to our new lodgings, I wondered if I could get the man to teach me his ways. He had just fried me without even saying one crude word. An elevator ride later, we arrived on the 3rd floor, to a room unceremoniously labeled 5308. Krishna opened the dark, furnished door with a set of 2 keys that he handed off to my mother right the next moment before walking in and carefully placing our cases on the wooden floor. Welcome to your dorm, Henry. Miss Louise. We don't typically have such cases, but we do sometimes get students who want their servants to move in with them. I hope you don't mind, I had one such apartment refurbished to accommodate you as soon as I was notified. It's no trouble at all. Th. Thank you. Mama Smith was understandably overwhelmed. I tilted my head, that was yesterday though. I don't see how that's a cause for concern. I guessed magecraft made such things easier to accomplish. Well, I'll leave you to it then. He gave a small nod, I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, and food is readily available in the cafeteria should you feel a bit peckish. If you have certain tastes or any allergies, be sure to tell me. And lastly, I'm quite the cook if I do say so myself. With a final bow, he disappeared into the corridor, leaving us to our own devices. I had every single intention of exploring the new apartment then leaping on the bed right after for a good rest without the smell of fries and fish for the first time in my life, but, of course, how could that be? I hope you'll apologize to that nice man for your earlier remarks. Mama Smith said from beside me, giving free rein to the serpentine creature that had neared us in the meantime to spit her venom and ruin my life. I wonder what she'd have to say if she knew what you did to me yesterday. Luvia smirked, a hand under her breasts and the other hovering next to her cheeks in that rich lady way of hers. She'd changed into a different dress, a simpler one without shoulders accented by odd golden, floral patterns down to her ankles. It was still blue though, for some reason. I mechanically turned to face her. I thought light was poison to Demo Dash. What did he do? My mother cut me off. He really was quite rough yesterday when he had his way. Luvia smirked in a way that told me she knew exactly what she was saying. That dress of mine is all but ruined. I certainly hope you'll reprimand him for his actions. Ah, so that was why she changed cloth dash, oh no. You big dash. My mother dragged me indoors and slammed the door shut behind her. My, I hope you've learned to respect ladies more. Half an hour later, I sat on a bench outside the dormitory nursing a new bruise on my head that I had only because Luvia Edelfelt was a big snitch. She was laughing at me even now, standing right beside the armrest. You're misunderstanding something, I explained. I already respect ladies. Then dash. The last time I checked, banshees weren't classified as ladies, more as soul-sucking monsters. She raised a clenched fist but I'd already backed away to the far corner of the bench and ready to spell to blast her with again before she could, 2 fingers pulled back like I was about to throw some gang signs and summon a fireball, which I was. Suddenly, the blonde witch started giggling. It's almost refreshing to meet someone who doesn't care for my standing, or his own safety. Way to be the cliché rich girl. I kept my mouth shut this time however, not too keen on having her prattle to my mother again. Fine, I'll concede this time. Come on, let's head to class. I'd been looking forward to the lecture so I ended up conceding too. But only for the sake of learning cool magecraft. Unfortunately, my hopes for new learning were thoroughly dashed when Waver spent the whole lecture expounding on why magecraft needed to be kept a secret from the larger world, basing the necessity on the fact that it was not freely utilizable but parsing it was a possibility all the same. If the mechanisms were deciphered, it would lose its power and they most certainly would. It made magi look idiotic, in my opinion, at least. So while humanity learned to harness the power of the stars, you people sit around happy you don't need a match to light a fire but have to run complex programs for it instead. And somehow they're your lessers. A dreadful silence fell over the class. I knew they could understand my point. Most of my classmates, the normal ones, were new magi like myself. Their exposure to human science was far greater, and far more insuppressible. It's why they needed hypnosis to cast spells in the first place. How? That's one of those things you just don't say. You naughty boy. Yvette lightly hit my shoulder. I wonder how naughty you'd be in. Let's go find out right now. I quickly agreed. Whoever had warned against not sticking it in crazy was just gatekeeping. You're not going anywhere. Luvia threw cold water over my sudden neuron activation. The class isn't over and we have to go enroll you in general fundamentals after. Oh. Oh. Are you guys hanging out after class? Sounds fun. Count me in. Flat, as always, jumped in with his shonen protagonist behavior. Nobody asked you. I deadpanned. Shush now Henry, we need to be nice to the mentally challenged. Luviajlita giggled into her palm. I wasn't as reserved as her though, so I just snickered out loud. Waver groaned again. He gathered up his documents in a neat stack and picked them up. Well, that's an interesting way to conclude the lecture. I'll explain Henry's remarks next time. Try to do some of your own research in the meantime, they do hold some merit. As if he was both used to, and done with this shit, he sauntered off without addressing us. Just before he actually left however, he stopped with his hand on the door. Actually, come here, Henry. With those words, he left the lecture room. Not too interested in explaining why my comment was justified, I bolted after him and caught him all of 2 steps away from class. That was quick. He noted. Yeah well, everyone wants to get in my pants and I'm not really interested in finding out how different people will do that. Sure. He gave an unamused side-eye before mumbling about something to himself. A cafe in the neighborhood's been having some issues with electricity. I suspect foul play involving magecraft, so go check that out. I'd do it myself but something came up. I opened my mouth to say something but he cut me off too. People were doing that a lot today and I was an inch away from doing something incredibly petty because of it. If you want something more refined, go see if you can find some mercenary work with the policies department. I'm sure Flat or Calls will be happy to show you the way. Stick to low-risk jobs though, it's not just you that's going to be in trouble if something happens to you. Right, my family. Cafe it is, I guess. I conceded, and I saw something of a smile on the professor's face as he hurried away, to whatever it was he had to do, I didn't know. Hope you enjoyed. Leave a comment, and some PS. If we get like 100 or so, I'll start posting regularly again. Join and I will give you head. Chapter 9, Chapter 9. A/N, as promised. I didn't mind that Waver had given me an errand to run before even my first day under him ended, on the contrary, I was quite pleased with the development. It helped me cope with the fact that he was helping me on his own dime for no particular reason other than his desire to see my talents bear fruit. It was an odd feeling, to say the very least. I wasn't very used to receiving support like this, and was used to scrounging up whatever I could with my own 2 hands, more so as William than Henry. It made me feel terribly inadequate whenever I really thought about it. The man had arbitrarily decided to help me and my family. It didn't matter that he was probably in a position to do so. I decided I owed him one immediately. No matter how much he tried to frame it that way, our transaction was not in any way fair or equal. I just hoped that I'd get a proper chance. Don't worry about it. A slap hit my back, nearly knocking me off balance and I didn't even need to turn to know who it was. That's just how the prof is, trust me. Better to just try to be a good student. At least, that's what Lu Chien tells me. Don't forget to have fun though. That's important too. Flat, you should be in a psych ward. Doctors would kill to study the whole spectrum all in one person. Agreed, Luviajlita agreed, huffing. It grates on my nerves to know that someone like this is one of the most talented people in our generation. He'd definitely enter a van with a stranger for some candy. Of course I would. That sounds like a fun adventure. He cocked his head, poking his chin in his over-the-top way before shrugging and putting both hands behind his head. That was when the realization hit me. This son of a bitch really was a shonen protagonist, maybe from one of the fate routes I wasn't acquainted with. He was even getting weird stares from the passers-by on the street. Passers-by that were most certainly magi considering our proximity to the clock tower. It explained how he was recreating my edited spells the moment he saw them in use. It wasn't a copy, because his process was wholly different than mine, but that only just made me look like a bum. I could finally manipulate mana too, at least my own, so that lessened the blow somewhat. Well then, you should be glad to have me. I reassured Luviajlita. She tossed her hair, and jabbed a thumb Flat's way. That's quite presumptuous for someone who can use only variations of one spell so far. Do you think I'm as stupid as he is? Yes, what gave it away? I learnt that in one day, I deadpanned. If it's such a casual thing, why haven't you done it already? 2, put me in my place. Should have been easy for someone so great. Point and laugh, Flat. Because she can't. Haha. Flat pointed and laughed. Good do dash. Good boy. I would have patted his head, but he wasn't an anime girl, doing that to a dude would just be plain weird. Stop manipulating the simpleton to your dastardly means. So you're saying I should leave the manipulation to the real creatures of the night, like a banshee such as yourself? Point taken. I agreed as we rounded the corner onto an oddly well-built street. Even the road was made with paved stone, and the poor lamppost Luvia ended up punching when I suddenly ducked my head seemed a tad too vintage for this place. The crowd of students from earlier thin to bare stragglers, hurrying to their destinations. Parkour. Q's Muntajan. So, while the rich lady coddled her red fingers and screeched curses in Finnish of all languages, I turned to the laughing flat. Sniff it out, boy. You smell something weird. Unlike me, he didn't even need the eyes to sniff out mana, he noticed it by instinct and manipulated his own into complex sequences as easy as breathing, as an instinct. My talents were a bit more on the technical side. I need to know the core components first and then I could decipher spells as programs written in a certain code. I'd long realized that the best way to utilize my eyes to their complete potential was to actually pay attention to my studies. While deciphering visuals in real time would be exponentially faster, Waver had told me it was downright impossible to witness the higher rung spellcasting unless it was some sort of special case. If you wanted someone to be a dog, we could have asked Lucienne. Guy threw a chair at me before even saying hello. He'll be too busy cleaning out that stink bomb I drenched his clothes with. Sven Glascheit would rue the day he made an enemy of me. How did you dash? We live in the same building now. Flat fisted his palm in realization. You shoulda asked me to join. Aren't we friends? No. Boo. How's a meanie? Luvia, help me. Where were all these people getting off thinking they could use my mum's nickname for me? There's the cafe, Luvia interrupted us, gesturing to a not-so-auspicious cafe built into the first floor of an apartment building. Nothing really looked out of place at first glance. 2 large panes of clear glass provided a view into a rustic establishment with only a scarce few customers scattered about oddly on the dark wooden tables. An older, casually dressed man stood behind the furnished counter, wiping a ceramic cup with a navy cloth. When we entered, a woman with dirty blonde hair done up in a ponytail greeted us with a smile, but I could spot the dark circles under her eyes even without lifting my aviators. She managed a weak smile and bowed her head. Welcome to Dash. I tuned her out, leaving Luvia to steer the conversation, and this time, actually did lift my aviators, if only briefly. I immediately caught faint traces of mana, those same wisps and flickering trails that were left as the residue of some spell being cast. They felt distinctly electric in nature this time around, and even seemed to buzz. The professor did say he would take a look, but are you sure you children are up for it? I'm 18, I narrowed my eyes at the rude woman. Luvia gently cocked her head, a hand on her hip, the very same. I'm here to make sure this fool isn't a wasted investment. We come in place of Lord Elmeloy too. Ah. The waitress seemed stumped for a moment, of course. You can look around, if you want. Please tell us if you find something of issue, the electricity bill will run us into the ground. Had Waver sent me as some kind of magical handyman? Flat raised a hand with a big smile. I'll have some coffee in the meantime. All this investigation stuff is very boring. Come get me if you find something, K. Contrary to what one would expect, I let out a relieved sigh as he bolted to the counter. It would leave me a precious few moments of peace to actually do something productive. The moment she gave me leave, I floated over to the back and entered the storage where I found my answer. I was right, there was some spell working, specifically on the main electric panel on the far end of the room. Doing a once-over to make sure no one was in the room, I pocketed the mystic eye killers and gave my eyes free rein. In real time, the spell was parsed, down to its atomic structure, the make was discerned, and the process was disassembled. I then assigned its various base components names and burned them to memory for later use, probably not in this particular order. The spell had been siphoning electricity from the main circuit to something past a door just beside it. That explained the electricity bill, and breaking it was as simple as inserting a chaos agent into the written spell. A programmer's worst nightmare, a single wrong character could cause the whole program to malfunction, or just straight up crash. Inserting one was easy for an outsider, as simple as pressing a key. Finding what was inserted on the other hand, was not so straightforward. I entered 24 in under a second. With a snap of my fingers, the spell crumbled in on itself. As I've said before, those eyes really are quite the sight. Luvia said with a smile, crossing her arms under her breasts. Was she trying to get me to look? Was that it? She did that way too much. Like damn, I knew I was a hot catch cause of Yvette, but damn. If you're trying to get in my pants, it's working. I'm going to complain to my mom. That provoked a slight blush, but I was willing to bet it was more out of embarrassment than anything. She averted her gaze. I was merely stating a fact. I hid my beautiful body with my hands. Stop violating me with those hungry eyes, you degenerate. Unfortunately, instead of getting embarrassed more, she just laughed at me. So, what did you find? You'd think the one with years of experience would be the one to find something. I guess your education's about as meaningful as Flat's character development. Very funny. Now, out with it. Boo. It's some kind of siphoning spell, I think. Sounds like something I'd do honestly, but I didn't expect for magi to commit electricity theft. Again, the humans could just add a hidden wire instead of running complex codes for it. I scratched the back of my head, eyeing the odd wooden door beside us. The hinges were rusty, and the design was undeniably vintage. The door actually seemed about the oldest thing in the whole establishment. I didn't expect you to actuate a dash. Ugh, another flat. She rubbed her forehead. I feel her reaction would have been a lot more pronounced if Flat's shonen protagonist wasn't part of my class. This sucked. I needed my ego fed more. No amount of glazing would ever be enough. Let's go find our electricity thief. Any bets this one's also IND dash. I was cut off by a loud crash from beyond the door. Hope you enjoyed. Drop a comment or some PS. Preferably both. 200 for bonus chap. I know. I'm being cheeky. Chapter 10, Chapter 10. I feel there's something poetic to be said here, but the words elude me. I pointed at the distinctly human bones piled near the dusty wall. They looked chafed and shattered like some large creature had bitten into them. It had to be the work of some creature, because there was running water all but 5 steps over, and anyone with a thought process not that of a toddler's would definitely dump those in there, to hide traces and whatnot. The ominous door just hid a stairway that led down to the district's old sewer system, as pointed out by the rude waitress, and the government had never really gotten around to repairing or blocking it off for some reason. Said reason was probably magi and their obsession with old things, something about mystery and whatnot. Admittedly, the cavernous sewer stretching out to either side was incredibly mysterious, even if only for the old brick walls and the fact that I couldn't see my own hand if I stretched it out with my aviators on, as well as the grating noise of running water. Strangely enough, it didn't really stink at all, just smelled musty and old, like some decrepit attic in an elderly person's home. Huh, Luvijlita curiously cocked her head. I thought you'd be far less receptive to human bones. Actually, I thought you'd be the one to squeal and jump into my arms like a maiden. I chuckled, ducking down to poke at the bones. They didn't seem all that old, but then again I had no real way of knowing past what I'd read in passing when bored. Programming didn't really have a lot of venues for live exposure to such things. All she gave me for my provocation was a smirk. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I took my loss like a man. Anyway, if you think this is creepy, you definitely have no idea what gets passed around online by the cartels. She didn't deign to answer, just held out her hand. I raised a bone questioningly, confused. Did she want me to hand it over? What was wrong with this chick? I slowly brought a bone closer to her. EW. No. What would a lady do with that? I'm telling you to get up. We need to investigate this now. Loathsome as it is, the clock tower usually turns a blind eye to these things, but it's not going to happen when the incident is this close. If a magus is involved, we need to find out. Lady. I raised a brow. By find out you mean report it to the concerned authorities. Something tells me you aren't all too interested in doing that. She correctly guessed, looking around with her arms crossed. How'd you dash? Simpletons are rather easy to understand. I wasn't a simpleton though. Being naturally curious about the world was a good thing, and I wasn't the one who suplexed people for pissing me off. Why was she so good at wrestling anyway? She insisted on being a refined lady. Fortunately for you, I happen to be fond of simpletons, she interrupted my musings with a faint smile. Now get up, I do still have other things to do. As I'd found out in the prior few days, there was no real way to convince Luvijlita against something that didn't involve grievous bodily harm for me or her. With how genuine she typically was, I wasn't so sure about the latter anymore, so I quietly relented and rose to my feet. Before she could be smug about her victory, however, my phone started ringing. It was one of those expensive ones, courtesy of those wannabe gangsters that had shanked Henry. It was an unknown number, but it had to be someone I knew considering the SIM card was my own. A swipe later, Waver's tired voice came through and I put him on speaker. I was worried, so I had calls look into the area. If you went in alone, leave immediately, and if you aren't, you need to be extremely careful. There's been a string of disappearances and murders around there, and if Magecraft is involved then you might be no, you are in a lot of danger. That explained the bones at least. And the residual traces of that same electrifying mana all over the place, even on the ceiling. I cast a discreet glance at the bones and found something else entirely standing in their place. You couldn't be more right, Professor. The sound of the phone probably even drew it to us. Or it was the electrical signal or something. Regardless, I cut the call instantly. A monstrous bipedal creature with blood-red eyes towered over the both of us. It had 2 massive fangs protruding from its gaping maw and electricity coursing through its white fur. Saliva dripped from its mouth. It had a strange mane on its chest on top of the thick fur. A closer look told me that it wasn't bipedal, just momentarily balancing itself on 2 short hind legs, shorter than even its ears. Isn't that just a big rabbit? The rabbit has lightning on it. Luvia added. Thanks, Sherlock. I couldn't tell. It pressed down on the bones with its foot, easily grounding them into dust. I inhaled deeply, reinforced myself and deeply contemplated my extremely fine knowledge of magecraft and its working thus far before, spinning on my heel and bolting off. Luvia was smart enough to follow suit moments before the lumbering creature set off after us at a pace that defied both biology and physics. Bolts of lightning shot off its massive form, blowing through the walls and kicking up clouds of dust. How had it even snuck up on us? I thought you said these things didn't exist anymore. I shouted over its screeching and clicking as I tried to pick up the pace. They do not. Not here at least. That has to be a familiar of some sort. I ducked under a bolt of lightning, hands over my head. Familiars are supposed to be weak. Since when? This thing probably belongs to some old dash. Luvia halted abruptly, skidding to a stop. Why are we even running? It's just a familiar. Naturally, I stopped too. Because that thing wants to make rough love dash. Luvia spun and smashed her heel into the creature's eye, tossing it into a wall with nothing but raw, reinforced strength. I took the time to parse the creature's lightning mechanism, since that also seemed to work on mana somehow, while she retrieved a glittering sapphire from her sleeve and flipped it into the air. Ergander. Her magic circuits hummed to life. She waved a hand and a literal purple laser shot out of the gem, faster than a bullet, piercing through the creature's head. A spell I stole instantly. With a final, defiant groan, the giant rabbit's form crumbled away into wisps of mana that lingered for only a few moments before dispersing. That was cool. I admitted. Indeed. You are free to shower me with your meaningless praise. She smiled happily, pointing a gloved finger at my face. I ignored her for her hubris. The spell itself was weak, but you supercharged it using the metaphysical way dash. Suddenly, her entire demeanor shifted. She pushed me up against the wall, an elbow to my throat as she glared at me. She really needed to stop doing that. I was just about at the end of my patience for her senseless violence, no matter how much I enjoyed her antics. Stop doing that, you oaf. What? I had my suspicions, but you're not like Flat. You don't just make magecraft as it suits you, you understand its fundamentals at a glance. Do you have any idea how much danger you're in if this gets out? Do you? Do you think Magi will take kindly to someone who can understand generations of work as easily as breathing? Flat's own family has tried to kill him. Your situation will be much worse. She shouted in my face, pushing harder. Why was everyone being so weird about this? These people were strangers. Not even my own family seemed to mind when I took up horse riding and nearly broke my neck, or when I actually did break it with acrobatics. But now, suddenly, everyone seemed to give a shit. It was very weird. Why did they even care if I put myself in danger? What do you think is going to happen when they realize they'll never be able to recruit you, someone who can steal their patented work right from under their nose and make it better? Explaining the mechanism diminishes the mystery. Luvia continued. There will most certainly be people who will not care for our thoughts, or Lord Elmeloitus. Despite his merits, he's pitifully unaware and weak compared to his peers. Poor Waver had shade thrown at him even when he wasn't here. You'll get a ceiling designation, or just die. Don't you see that? You think your mother and sister will be left alone after? I promise you they will not. Be more careful, words matter a lot in our world. I couldn't even be annoyed anymore. I'm sorry. I raised my hands in surrender. There's only two of us here. Thought I could trust you. Clearly, your orders matter more. My, what? Inorai Valuelita's orders. That seemed to throw her a loop for some reason. Her strength faded away and her pale features flushed as she backed away, almost stepping into the water behind us. I quickly grabbed her hand to stop that unfortunate occurrence. Yes. Those. I have a job to do. She said slowly, pulling away her hand. She began fixing her dress. So don't make me look as simple as you. Why did she use the word simple so much? What even were her orders anyway? To look after me. She was my babysitter. It explained a lot. Just keep to yourself and work hard as you always have. Stop putting yourself in needless danger just for excitement. As I always have. I murmured, confused. You guys ran a background check. Thanks for respecting my privacy so much. Shut up. She grumbled, head turned aside. If we hadn't, I wouldn't be able to keep us dash. It doesn't matter. Keep walking, I can feel we're close to a workshop. What's a workshop? Luvia did me the courtesy of explaining as we made our way through the pseudo-sewer tunnel. I felt it was more to distract herself from the sudden awkwardness she'd created than anything else. A workshop was, exactly what it sounded like. A workshop where a magus conducted most of his or her research, except it also doubled back as a veritable fortress in the event of any danger. They were usually fitted with all sorts of defensive measures such as familiars, debilitating effects, magical traps, and other tricks and whatnot, typically marked by a bounded field. I, of course, had no idea what a bounded field was either, so she explained that as well. It was a simple space separated from everything else with a boundary drawn using mana. A variety of effects, depending on the caster's skill, were then applied, ranging from misdirection, memory tampering, weather tampering, etc. The only downside was, they couldn't be moved. It raised a rather interesting possibility for me. Could a bounded field mess with distance? Make 1 meter seem like 100? Or a centimeter a meter? It should be possible. Luviajlita answered easily, narrowing her gaze at a wall of mana standing out down the tunnel. Something told me she wasn't seeing but rather, sensing, its presence. I've heard of bounded fields that tampered with the laws of physics, but I doubt you can easily come across that level of understanding. You'll have to ask Lord Trembilio. She giggled at the end, but I didn't know why just yet. This seemed like the kind of thing Flat would have some interesting insight about. Wait. Flat. We forgot Flat. You did. Luviajlita looked back at me with her head tilted. I thought you left that loudmouth ape up there on purpose. I shrugged. All's well that ends well, I guess. Hope you enjoyed. Leave like 150 or so power stones and I'll definitely post another one. Already got it written anyway. Also some reviews. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. There was a bounded field hidden by a piece of illusory wall that gave way when I made like a Dark Souls protagonist and rolled into it headfirst, leaving Luviajlita flabbergasted. That was par for the course considering her definitive lack of intelligence. Are you thinking something rude again? How'd she know? I can see the grin on your face, she sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. I hammered my palm in epiphany. Oh yeah, banshees can see in the dark. Sorry, I forgot. Perkeel. She groaned, but still led through the newly revealed cavern in the old sewer systems. Every once in a while, we would pass a few discarded human bones, some pieces of fur, and the trace of burns on the decrepit walls. It was rather easy to get used to seeing them considering my expectations for this world and my copious hours surfing the internet as a bored man. What? Everyone got blasted with unwanted gore every once in a while. There it is, Luviajlita pulled me from my thoughts, nodding to a strange barrier. HM. Do you have any doubt regarding my ability now? No. I eyed it curiously, benevolently withholding the fact that I would have certainly found it earlier than her, definitely. A closer look revealed that this barrier held certain characters from the earlier siphoning spell. Specifically, the characters regarding electricity itself. Reinforcing my arm, I tore a small chunk of stone from the wall beside us and lopped it at the barrier. As expected, lightning tore it to shreds the moment it made contact, leaving nothing but a small cloud of rapidly dissipating dust. Luviajlita kept quiet as I treaded up to the barrier. It was good that she'd come to understand that I was taking the lead whether she liked it or not. The next part was easier than even walking up. It was a stationary, constant spell, always active. The same as the one running Waver's favorite cafe into the ground, in essence, even if it had different effects. Then, like before, breaking it, or at least, causing a momentary lapse in its action was as easy as introducing chaos via random characters. To my surprise, however, the spell slowly began knitting itself together again, reorienting based on the data in the areas I didn't mess with. That's interesting, but slow. I unceremoniously stepped through, beckoning Luviajlita to follow. We've entered another Magus workshop. Be on guard. She warned, striking that weird pose with her 2 fingers against her forehead she did whenever she was excited. I just threw up my hands. Man, this workshop ain't sure . The reality of it bent me over a table and shoved its massive cock . I was silenced long before I could even finish my words. This workshop was the shit after all. The moment we exited the tunnel, we came into a massive hall with a tiled floor. Massive thick pillars reminiscent of the Parthenon in Athens stood erect to either side, rising into the darkness of a gabled ceiling. Immense mana pulsed through every part of the structure, coalescing at a massive statue standing at the head of this Parthenon knockoff. Thick arms, a massive chest covered by a sash, long hair, and a majestic beard. It was obvious this was supposed to be Zeus. I knew how symbolism could influence magecraft because of Waver's lessons, so this grandeur stood to reason. Little more could be further steeped in ancient mystery and meaning than a picture of Zeus himself, one of the most well-known deities in the modern world. I'll admit this looked incredible, I smiled. If we weren't 3 steps away from a sewer. Please. This is a Portman . You have some guts barging your way into my workshop and then insulting it. A man interrupted her. I could make out the distinct clack of wood against tile as he made his way over in the dark. Yeah, Luviajlita, you don't enter someone's home and call it poor. Even if it looks like an outhouse, I wouldn't tell my worst enemy to shit in. Silence. The stranger slammed the butt of his staff against the floor. I will not suffer insults from a pair of upstart runts that were never taught to respect their seniors. You speak to Gerdoa Davenant. This isn't a wuxia, is it? I couldn't help but ask. No. Respect is earned, not begged for with a childish tantrum. Luviajlita dropped some wisdom on the angry boomer. Expectedly, he immediately took the piss, got offended, and slammed his staff on the floor again. This time, the whole workshop lit up in answer, revealing him in his, well, it wasn't glory, and I had no other words for it. Lightning danced around the statue and arched into the air, crashing around us and ripping into his own floor. The man was wearing a shoddy, hooded cloak and no shirt but a pair of suit pants. Honestly, he looked like a roadside pervert, especially with that braided beard hanging just below his belly button. I'll give you reason then. Around us, from the darkness of the pillars, emerged dozens more of those lightning rabbit familiars, for standing on end, eyes beaming a bloody red. But by then, my initial surprise had waned. I couldn't help but see them for what they were. Lightning using rabbits, where had I seen that before? Well, I knew why the guy from Pokemon was eternally 12 or something now. I ignored my William and channeled my inner Londoner, Henry, goddamn Ash Ketchum fell off. I knew playing around with animals all day wouldn't pan out well as he aged, but damn, I did not think it would turn out this bad. Fam bro is living in an actual sewer. Unreal. A snort echoed in the hall, and it wasn't from the unknown Magus, Gerdoa. He looked about ready to pop a vein. It was from Luviajlita. She immediately turned her head to the side and covered it with a hand. But then, she couldn't hold it anymore and started full-on laughing at him, all red-faced and pointy. Bwahahaha. Needless to say, I joined in. I did not think she could get any hotter, but Luviajlita knew Pokemon. It tugged at Mandem's heartstrings. Jokes aside, the situation didn't really look all that great. We were surrounded by lightning rabbits. One was easy enough to destroy, but there were dozens here. Not to mention the lightning Gerdoa was channeling through the statue. I sincerely doubted even Luviajlita could handle it all alone. He looked retarded, but the guy was probably double our ages combined, and just as experienced. I was abruptly ripped from my thoughts when lightning formed into a ball near the statue's shoulder. I reacted before it could shoot out, and did a totally unnecessary backflip to dodge it. It ripped into the floor underneath me, blowing the tiles to shrapnel. I wasn't expecting that to work honestly. As William, I could manage dozens easily, that was one of my hobbies, but Henry was a lanky youth that didn't have the luxury of doing what he wanted. His body didn't have the strength or flexibility. If Spider-Man gets to do it, I do too. Luviajlita was less than amused. Spider-Man got tossed into a wall for that unnecessary backflip. I gasped. She knew Spider-Man too. Really, I'd thought she'd be too high and mighty for such commoner things as watching shows and movies. You should have used the Iron Claw, although I doubt you could reproduce the elegance of Fritz von Erich. She shrugged her hands idly before turning to Gerdoa. Are you willing to explain the abductions and murders of people not related to our world? What does it matter if some nobodies die to fulfill our goal of reaching the root? He declared, shooting off more lightning. This time, at her. At that moment, I was forced to reveal a card I wanted to hide for a moment longer for dramatic effect. I grabbed the lightning headed her way with my hand by holding it out between them, then, unceremoniously shoved it into my mouth. Yes, I ate the lightning. It threw a wrench into the little conflict. Both Luviajlita and Gerdoa seemed too shocked to do anything. I understood Gerdoa's surprise, but Luviajlita should have seen it coming. If I could copy flat, I could certainly imitate and augment Gerdoa's lightning spells to my leisure just as easily. That was the reason I wasn't so desperately worried about what could come my way so long as magi were concerned. Of course. Luviajlita groaned a moment later, finally gleaning the nature of what just occurred. Of course you can steal his spells too. Mere luck. Let's see how you deal with this. Gerdoa, on the other hand, seemed to discredit what happened as a fluke. Two of his beasts charged me openly. I only opened my hands. Reinforcement broke the beast's momentum once they struck my palms, and then Gerdoa's augmented siphoning spell ripped the electricity sustaining their existence from their core in haphazard waves that coalesced into a thin, black storage strip under my eye. In the few moments leading up to the confrontation, I'd stolen and augmented every spell he'd shown thus far, improving them and making my own body the siphon and the storage unit for what was siphoned. What? What did you just do? I just stole your life's work. It was easy as hell, so get off that high horse already. Impossible. He shouted like a seasonal villain that added nothing to a story. You deciphered my spells. How long have you been working to sabotage me? Who sent you? Luviajlita looked like she sympathized with him on that one, the traitor. Fam, I didn't know you existed until 10 or so minutes ago. But that's, what? How? For your crimes, and your violation of the policies enforced by the clock tower, surrender. Luviajlita spoke seriously, crossing her arms under her chest. Sacrificing civilians is taboo, you know this. You've risked revealing our world with your recklessness as well. Do I murder him? I inquired politely. The guy was sacrificing people and stealing electricity from poor folks, he deserved it. Unfortunately, Luviajlita put a hand on my shoulder and shook her head in denial. But then, she smirked. Lord Bartholomeo's policies department will have worse in store. Come on. Gerdoa, is it? You're not just going to give in, right? I shamelessly encouraged him. You're a great magus that's going to put us in our places, aren't you? Come on, make me pay for stealing your spell. I needed to steal more shit off him. And, I was having so much fun. He eyed me cautiously, measured his options, and then his shoulders lost their strength. His staff clacked onto the floor, and the beast surrounding us faded away along with all the lightning in the workshop. I surrender. God damn it. What was this, live to fight another day, bullshit? Since when were magi so smart? Wait, won't he tattle about what I can do? I tried to plead with Luviajlita. The bitch just giggled. Certainly, but will anyone believe him? They'll just think he's a sore loser trying to cope with the fact that he got outdone by his juniors. Why was everything so reasonable? Hope you were sufficiently entertained. Comment what you thought about the chapter, and hand over them power stones. Chapter 12. By the time we came out, the sun had set, darkness crept into the aged district and old buildings made it look like I had stepped into some witch's domain with the way they leaned on one another and the overhead street lamp blinked periodically. It was time to clock in for the day, and what an exciting day it had been. So you fought Pokemon and you didn't even invite me. I thought we were friends. Flat complained incessantly, shaking me by the collars while Luviajlita tried to pay the bill he'd racked up by guzzling down copious amounts of tea and cakes while we were gone. We aren't. Ah, you don't need to be shy. He shoved his friendship down my throat. I forgive you. Take me next time though. Calm down, Naruto. I'm not a villain for you to reform. Naruto. He cocked his head, visibly confused. Sounds like a good person. I smiled dryly. I bet. Before he could start yapping again, Luviajlita stepped out of the cafe. She cast a withering glare at Flat that made him fold instantly. He stepped back, and bowed his head in apology multiple times before she waved him off. Go home. What? No. Not fair. You had an adventure. I want mine too. Another glare, a raised fist, and the blonde shonen MC bolted down the street, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Her ability to deal with him so easily was almost admirable, except she didn't do anything I hadn't already tried, yet, it worked for her somehow and not for me. I trust you'll find your way without getting into trouble, yes. Definitely. You're going to wander around looking for hapless victims for sustenance, yes. She opened her mouth to bite back but decided against it for some reason and simmered down. Instead, Luviajlita gripped the edges of her navy dress and looked down. She chewed on her lip. Thank you for protecting me. I didn't need it, but still, thank you. It would be unbecoming to not express my gratitude. But only because you saved me the trouble. Nothing else. You understand. I was stupefied for a moment but couldn't help a smile. Whoa, that must have been hard. Don't push it. I nodded, accepting her gratitude. Well, I'd feel bad if you got hurt, so, no problem. She halted again for a moment, but then a soft smile crept onto her face. I would feel bad if you were hurt too. Jesus fucking Christ. Get a bloody room if you want to shag. Don't make me feel more miserable than I already am. Fucking faggot. I turned to eye the one who interrupted my moment with the hot rich lady with big tid dash. It was the same average London experience motherfucker who called me a faggot for admiring my eyes a few days back. Okay, you wanna fight? I raised my fists, again. What the fuck, you ungrateful dick. I was just saying yous two looked cute together. Fuck me for giving someone a compliment. People are so bloody sensitive nowadays. He shrugged his thick, burgundy overcoat and stomped off, leaving both of us too flabbergasted to hunt him down. In the end, I couldn't help but laugh it off and bid her adieu. In gentlemanly conduct, I offered to escort Luviajlita home, but she strongly insisted otherwise. The woman gave a lot of mixed signals sometimes, if I was being honest. The walk back to Slur was uneventful. There was a distinct lack of roadmen in this district as compared to Ole Henry's previous living quarters, possibly something to do with the fact that it was used by individuals capable of ending them at a moment's notice if even slightly inconvenienced. The full aviators drew some attention from passers-by, but they were quick to write that off too. One annoying thing did happen though. Imagine we got attacked by a wyvern or something just now. It turned out Flat had just hidden in some alley that he popped out of like an annoying side quest the moment I rounded the first corner, because he knew we both lived in the same building. Seriously, the guy would not quit talking. At some point, I even found myself thinking it was good. Then, I promptly slapped myself in the face for that thought. Death to Shonen MCS. I whispered under my breath. But they're cool when they go all pow and wow and stuff. I bet. I smiled dryly. I had nothing against him, to be fair. His type were legit and respectable. It was just that he was way too loud and up in my face about it. Still, I held no doubts he'd stop if I told him to, but I didn't have the heart for it. Wait. My eyes widened. His shonen wiles were working. See you in class, flat. I waved him goodbye. We have tomorrow off. Should we go to an amusement park or something? It'll be fun. I'll even invite Lucian. It's very funny when you throw water on him, trust me. He refused to let the elevator door close on him, stopping it by sticking his head in it. Maybe next time, I have some work to do tomorrow. Ah shucks. Well, okay. But next time's a promise. I'll drag you if I have to. You won't need to do that, man. Even I don't have the heart to say no when you're being like this. Satisfied, he backed off and I let out a relieved sigh, humming and bobbing my head to the elevator music until the doors opened with a ding to reveal an empty corridor. Understandable. The clock tower was a place of study. Most of my fellow students would probably be too busy with their research. Still, I was in no way jealous of them. Sinking my head in books was not something I was very keen on doing, and being acknowledged by psycho magi wasn't really going to get me off in any meaningful way, unless they were willing to jump my bones for my circuits and eyes right. That was an interesting thought. But anyway, practical experience was far more helpful in furthering my abilities than books due to my unique circumstances. Gerdoa Davenant spells followed a different system as compared to flat spell or Luvia Gelidus curses, and by considering different spellcasting systems to be different coding languages. I had added a lot to my arsenal by breaking the individual spells into the characters of their specific languages. Now, I just wanted more spells to complete the different alphabets so I could mix, match and even design my own spells, or like Waver insisted, a new thaumaturgical system, language, entirely. For now though, I needed some sleep. It was with these thoughts in my head that I wandered into my apartment. Any tiredness I'd been feeling disappeared in the blink of an eye as I leapt over the couch and picked up little Ellie. She was watching some cartoons on the TV. Hal. You're back. Yes, you adorable little thing. I spun her around and she beamed, giggling with a small, red nose. As the days passed, the distinction between Henry and William became more and more flimsy. That made sense seeing as I was both. But, that also meant that my adoration for the adorable little creature in my hands was twofold. Did you have a good day? She nodded. Krishna's food is so good and your friend is so nice too. My friend. Yes. Calls. He has fun games on his PC. Her little accent was so cute too. Calls. Oh, the nerd from Waver's class. Had Ellie harassed him until he let her play games on his computer? I was so proud I almost shed a tear. For how they lived till now and with how hard Mother worked, Louise and Ellie deserved the world. I would try to give it to them by succeeding the one way you were guaranteed to no matter who you were. Stealing others' war dash. Stealing the life work of various magi and patenting it. I felt not an inch of shame or guilt for my plan. With how fucked up they were normally, they honestly deserved anything bad that came their way. Seeing Gerdoa just completely disregard the people he killed as not even footnotes sort of cemented that notion. He wasn't guilty because he was murdering uninvolved, innocent people, he was guilty because he'd been caught doing it. My mother smiled from the kitchen. I'll have your dinner ready in a bit. Yes, ma'am. I pursed my lips, considering my options, but then decided to just speak what was on my mind. Do you think you'd stop working if it wasn't necessary? Her eyes grew a bit distant, but then she gave me a tired smile. Yep. I get tired too. The easy words threw me for a loop. I thought she'd be harder to convince, what with how parents usually were with their pride. But, she just accepted my words. That easy. Yep. She nodded. But even if you can't, I'm proud of you still, Hal. I thank God for giving me a hard-working boy like you. Damn. That was the first time I'd heard those words as William. Nothing was ever enough for my stuck-up mother before. I'd come home with a trophy once, and been told to quiet down because I was being annoying. I gave nothing like that to Louise Smith, and she was still proud of me. My heart drummed in my chest. It made mans want to cry for real. And I didn't even understand why mere words affected me so much. Little Ellie gave me a hug, resting her little head on my shoulder. Hope you enjoyed. Gimme dem power stones if you want regular chapters. For those of you that were asking, there are extra chapters for this on my P-word page. But I was gonna wait to plug it till I had like 8 to 10 chapters ahead. It has 4 right now. Honestly, I'd have them all considering I wrote 11k words between today and yesterday, but I didn't want to break the flow up. Anyway, if you're still interested, it's https://piatre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 13, Chapter 13. A/N, I'm on some fucking demon time with how I'm pumping out chapters, and I'm also pretty sure I snorted some of that good shit. Check out the pick in chapter comments after you're done reading. The next day passed idly. I listened to Waver's boring lecture about the relativity of names to the baser nature of things and the weight of words that could be perceived as something else entirely in the context of spellcasting relative to their meaning in the world of the normal folks. Like, pyrite carrying a flame element solely because of the pyr in the name despite its real-world application having nothing to do with fire. That was proven when Flat used it in place of something else and his ritual ended up exploding in his face. Basically, the highlight of my day was seeing him get chewed out by Waver while doing an involuntary black face. That and Sven Glascheit coming in looking like a corpse, reeking like one too. The stink bomb I'd left for him clearly did its job and made Daddy proud. Since Luviajlita wasn't there to bother for some reason, I dipped the second class ended and made my way to the policies department situated through the London Museum. I didn't understand the workings honestly. One moment, I'd gone underground, the next I was in some old money-looking building with empty corridors. A light drizzle gently pattered against the closed windows, and the grayed, cloudy sky outside was a pleasant sight. Still, it made me stand out a bit more with the fully black aviators I was wearing, in rain. I felt like some kind of schizo but then I realized I didn't ask and didn't care what some weirdos thought. The corridor opened into a hall resembling a bank, with the tellers and all included, just not the people. It seemed kind of sparse for the sort of place it was supposed to be. Eventually, I wandered over to a nervous-looking man sitting behind a counter, leaned on the crisp counter and planted my chin on my palm before beginning my harassment. It turned out Magi gave out mercenary contracts for a good bit of cash. I needed to get my hands on one of those. The best bet then was trying my luck with the policies department responsible for designing and enforcing, policies. Sir, I can't just dash. Oh come on, aren't we buddies I scanned his navy vest for a name tag but failed to find one. James. His pale eyes widened in some surprise and I realized that the generic S name was actually the right guess. Well, he looked like a James with his boring linen dress shirt and his suit pants and the vest. Fam, the man had brown hair combed to the side. I don't even know who you are, sir. He tried to explain, nervously motioning with his hands by flailing them around like a beheaded chicken. Yeah, he was definitely a James. I can't just hand out a dash. It'll be my head on the line if you mess it up somehow. Then give me an easy one, I said dryly. It's not like I'm asking for a mission to find the Holy Grail or something. He laughed nervously again. You're not Regis Dash. I wouldn't even know what would be Rye Dash. But you could give one to me, couldn't you? Pretty pleased with a cherry on top. That wasn't me. It was the resident horny whackjob of the El Meloy classroom. Yvette L. Lehrman. She locked her hands together and wiggled in place, making weird eyes. The frills of her Lolita frock wiggled with her. I spoke my mind, the hell are you doing here? She spun my way with that overly flamboyant way of hers, making AV against her one eye with her fingers. Then, she smiled triumphantly like she'd done some big thing everyone was supposed to know about. I saw that stupid gorilla wasn't around so I followed you here. You stalked me. She beamed, Yes, that's it. Do you think you're falling for my persistence? I just shook my head. I thought boys like that. It doesn't matter. I'll definitely win some brownie points with this contract. Ooh, do you think it'll be exciting? Mercenary work, I mean. I've never done this kind of thing before. Papa doesn't let me. But even he thinks your eyes might be worth something so. Yay. Let's go. Holy yap. But, she'd make the job more amusing if nothing else. Her insane comments were also massive ego boosts and I wasn't one to turn down free glazing. Gimme one with ghosts. Yes. As she harassed James, I quietly wondered just how in the world that little top hat resting on her pink hair even stayed in place with all the moving around she did. James folded immediately. With sweat on his brow, he stamped something on a paper and held it out to her. It'll be your responsibility dash. We were gone before he finished his words, and I saw him sigh from the corner of my eye as we exited the hall. Yvette eyed the paper curiously but then scrunched it up and tossed it into a bin before I could utter a word. Shamelessly, she leapt onto me, locking elbows. Unfortunately, she didn't have much to press against me. See? I'm way better than Luviajlita. Bah. That sounds like cope, I muttered. Beating her's going to be hard with how cultured she is. She's always like those things for commoners. Yvette accepted with a nod. But she's fat and gorilla-ish. Surely you prefer a nicer girl. You're really not making this any better for yourself by insulting her. True. True. Let's forget about her and have an adventure. First, to calls. We found Call sitting at a local cafe, fiddling with a sleek black laptop. Occasionally, he took a sip from the steaming cup of tea lying beside him. He looked like one of those serious, detached protagonists with the way he was sitting by his lonesome under the shade of a see-through parasol. About half a dozen books were stacked on the other side. Hey, Calls. Let that boring laptop be for a bit and help us out. According to Yvette, he was big on tech, and subsequently, good at gathering all sorts of information if prompted. For a magus, Calls looked rather normal. His light brown hair fell just to his ears, and he wore a pair of glasses, not like mine. His were the sort that were for vision, with a thick black frame. He wore a simple white shirt over loose navy jeans. When he saw me, he gave me a sympathetic look, cocking his head towards Yvette. I wasn't expecting to see you here. He started politely, but, I know you wouldn't come for me if you didn't have something you wanted. Can't I just come see a friend? Why do you assume I have a hidden agenda? Yvette pouted, puffing her cheeks and leaning close to him to the point where he raised his hands in surrender and leaned his chair back. Hey Calls, thanks for playing along with my sister. I took the chair across from him. Hope she didn't bother you too much. He smiled at that, no problem. She's adorable. Right. He nodded again. You have a sister and you didn't tell me. Yvette gasped dramatically, a hand over her heart. She put the other over her forehead and tipped back on her heels. My heart can't handle this betrayal. I deadpanned. I don't know you, lady. Magi appeared to be quite the eccentric bunch, with no care for how they were perceived. The few customers around us were starting to take notice, but Yvette didn't seem to care for that at all. It was almost as if she was into being a wacko and bothering others. Wait, that could actually be the case. That's an easily fixed problem, silly. She straightened up and gave a small salute. I'm the adorable Yvette L. Lerman. My family is the leading authority about the research into mystic eyes. We can make artificial ones too. And I have successfully tinkered with my brain to be able to switch out multiple ones. So you tinkered with your brain? Yes. She nodded excitedly. Oh wow. What a surprise. Calls turned his head to the side and let out a snort. Yvette completely ignored his little outburst and raised the eye patch covering her right eye to reveal a violet gemstone. Iolite, I recalled. This is how I know you have potent eyes behind those mystic eye killers. Well, this explained her fixation on the genes. It was par for the course for these psychos to do completely outrageous things to get their hands on the object of their research, and mine were a mighty fine pair of eyes, if I did say so myself. But, this also meant there was a decent chance I'd wake up missing organs or some such if we ever shaboinked. Oh please, I won't take your eyes that way. Our babies can have them. My eyes widened. Calls physically recoiled. Then, as though he was fed up, he cleared his throat and gently knocked his fist against the table before fixing his glasses like a typical smart character. What did you both want from me again? Oh yes, I need you to look into this manse just outside the city. Apparently, it's haunted or something. That place isn't haunted. Calls answered like a Redditor getting ready to type out a 6-page essay about some piece of obscure lore nobody gave a flying shit about. It's a workshop of some recently deceased count. I heard the defensive mechanisms kicked in and killed the heir too when he moved in. Well, it might be haunted too now that I think on it. This might be a bit dangerous for you. Make sure you have all you'll need for the cleansing ritual if you plan on clearing it out. Maybe take a necromancer along. One word came to my mind after hearing him. Nerd. But I kept quiet, I wasn't that big a dick. Unfortunately, my silence didn't extend to Yvette. You're a real nerd, aren't you, Calls? You asked. He said indignantly, pursing his lips right after. Hope you enjoyed. Be sure to give some feedback, and don't forget to stone me. I'm posting regularly so I deserve them. You find a few chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep, should be 9 to 10 in a couple days. Chapter 14. The first thing I noticed when we arrived at our destination was that the place looked dilapidated and abandoned. The sort of place you'd look at once and decide to avoid forever for fear of it being either haunted, or more likely, a crack house, which was arguably worse depending on where you were. It was a 2-story mansion, built in an old-fashioned way with high pillars connected to a sloped roof lined with tall trees, except vines coiled around the pillars too from lack of management. The windows were cracked but the security bars were still intact, and thickets of bramble possessively covered the walls. Weather and time had washed away the paints, and ivy sprouted through the cracks in the structure. I was confident I could run headfirst at any point in the wall and it would collapse under my weight. A thin brick wall enclosed the compound, and the only entrance was a rusted gate that kept creaking with the wind. It'd probably give me some disease if I touched it. It needs a bit of a touch-up, but I think someone could live here. Yvette poked her chin. I wasn't so inclined to agree. To either side of us was empty countryside, and the city was a distant dream on the horizon. Countryside meant copious amounts of bugs. I would rather not wake up with a spider in my pants. Opening my phone revealed that cell service quality was pretty dubious too. I can see Sven liking this place, I said, considering my options. Ooh, definitely. Broody and away from people, he'd love it. The job's details were that the self-defense mechanisms of the workshop had gone haywire and killed the owner as well as his heir. After that, everyone else decided that it just wasn't worth the resources and no other magus outside the family could stake a claim on the property. The payment was also modest, but modest meant a lot if you were dead broke like I was at the moment. Unceremoniously, I walked up to the gate and kicked it. The kick tore it off at the hinges and sent it flying into a crumbling fountain. The moment we stepped past the property's threshold, the air shifted. It felt different somehow, but I couldn't place just what it was. Yvette seemed to notice too. She squirmed uncomfortably and let her one eye wander. I just realized it shouldn't look like this at all, she murmured. Not this old. Her words clicked instantly. Yeah. The incident wasn't dash. Couldn't be old enough to cause this level of decay to the estate. Certainly, we'd stepped past some kind of bounded field and its exact mechanisms would be easy enough to decipher once I removed my aviators. Still, it left one to wonder just what exactly had transpired here. Shadows crept in the corner of my eyes, disappearing when I turned to face them. The wind from earlier had come to an abrupt still and the chirping of birds was fully gone. It was incredibly ominous, and that was so terribly exciting. Reinforcing my fists, I whirled around to find that the gate I'd kicked over was back in place. The damage to the fountain it caused was gone as well. When I tried to push it open again, it refused to budge even under the strength of a not-so-insignificant reinforcement spell. I even inserted chaos, which I knew to disturb bounded fields for a certainty, but it simply fixed itself faster than I could ever hope to move. A temporal dislocation is out of the question. No one should be able to do that, Yvette said again, trying to parse the situation. I wouldn't be so sure. I'd watched Fate/Zero and could most definitely recall a magus whose whole shtick had to do with speeding up or slowing down time, albeit at a smaller level. But it was completely improbable that he had a role to play here, in this backwater place. What else, then? I removed my glasses and cast another glance at our surroundings. Much like Gerdoa's workshop, mana coursed through every inch of the place, supplied by something under the ground that I couldn't see. My eyes didn't exactly give me X-ray vision. The bounded field all over the estate did exactly what I presumed. A repulsion spell to drive away lesser minds, and one that made time flow faster inside. It was absurd and raised a few alarms. The bounded field didn't explain how the gate fixed itself, or why I wasn't able to push it open. There was no extra spell on it. Well, let's dive deeper, I guess. I shrugged my hands. No point in standing around. Yvette nodded, closing the distance between us slightly. Curious and somewhat off-put, we rounded the path around the crumbling fountain. I saw a veranda where the wood had rotted and collapsed onto itself. Still, there was nothing to be found there, so we pressed on. The next change happened when we entered the mansion itself. The entrance was grand, as expected of rich folk. 2 rounding stairways led to the upper floor with dark double doors at their feet. There were 2 more, smaller doors on either side of us as well. And one under the right staircase. A massive chandelier hung loose from 3 thick wire, leaning on one side. The shift in the air was subtle this time, but carried with it a distant ever-present from like the pulse of a living creature. Something growled and Yvette leapt to the side with a squeak, practically ripping off her eye patch. Like a fucking Uchiha, she pulled the eye-light gemstone from her eye with her bare fingers and shoved a ruby, from her pocket, into the empty socket, smiling all the way. This girl was creepy as shit sometimes, honestly. My mind didn't linger on her for long though. Some disgusting black sludge dripped onto my shoulder, marring my cardigan. Admittedly, I shivered and jumped away long before I ever looked up and found the whole ceiling boiling with the rotting stuff. Before I could even comment, Yvette tugged on my shirt, pointing at something. I followed her gaze without a word. There was some sort of shadow walking down the stairs, or well, it had been walking. Now, it was looking at us with 2 beady red eyes that seemed to gleam in the dim lighting. A thin line formed under the eyes, then curved into a jagged smile of sorts before it screeched. All hell broke loose then. The doors swung open with a loud thud and dozens of similar spirits came screeching down the hallways. They didn't seem like Gerdoa's phantasmal familiars, no, they felt more real in a way. More grounded. And much more sinister. Those had been animals. These were more deliberate. I couldn't help but recall Waver's lesson on the reinforcement spell as they rushed at us with hands that were too big. It did what it said, but what it also did was tack on a metaphysical weight to the object under it at the higher levels. This metaphysical weight allowed said object to then interact with things of similar nature, aka spirits. I hoped it would work as I ripped off a bar from the window behind me, reinforcing it to the utmost, far beyond what even Luviajlita had shown me. With my asshole puckered and my lips pressed, I stepped forward in front of Yvette and smashed the first spirit that came near across its cheek. The creature howled and dissipated into the air. I changed the direction of the bar mid-swing and brought it back, blowing through another. Fucking bitch. Unfortunately, I couldn't stop the third from dragging its hand across my chest. I backed off quickly enough, but the glancing blow tore my clothes and left a small gash on my tits like some kind of angry raccoon. Warm blood trickled down across my belly, and the cuts burned something nasty. Burn. A fourth would have gotten me too, if not for Yvette glaring at them and setting almost half a dozen aflame almost immediately. Her ruby eye shimmered as more and more caught fire, and I was forced to realize the difference between generations of research and 2 weeks. Yeah, I didn't feel all that bad about being outdone considering that particular bit of context. Still, there were hordes of the damn things. They showed no real sign of slowing down either. It was time to make like Joestar and run the fuck out a dash, or make a bit of tactical retreat. Grabbing Yvette's arm, I channeled Gerdoa's spells. The lightning stored under my eye came dancing down my shoulder before I willed it to the tip of my 2 fingers. It shot forth, but not at the spirits or whatever the hell they were. No, it arched out and struck the massive chandelier hanging loose, specifically, the wires. The chandelier came tumbling through the air, momentarily halting the onslaught. I didn't wait to see if it did any actual damage and ran away with Yvette in tow. I rushed through the door to the right and slammed it shut behind me. They didn't follow, and that would have to be enough. Just as a precaution, however, I cast a lightning barrier on the doorway. That was exciting. I whispered to myself. It really was. This is turning out to be quite the adventure. Admittedly, I didn't expect her to agree, but I should have. She was a total wacko. The girl held her dainty fingers to my injuries. She stopped just shy of actually making contact and gave a pitiful look. This is not very fun, though. I'm sorry for dragging you into something like this. Her words were earnest, and her eyes avoided mine. Maybe you'd not be hurt if I didn't insist on following you. I craned my neck, scratching the back of it. I really wasn't good at this sappy stuff, as William or Henry. I tended to avoid it like the plague. All I could offer her was an unapologetic grin and a hand that ruffled her hair. Well, if you didn't burn a bunch of those things, maybe I'd be worse off. Besides, your crazy shit kind of mellows out just how dreary this place is. She mumbled something inaudible, looking around bashfully before she gave me a big smile. Yeah. I'm definitely a blessing. Okay, let's not go that far. But you said you like me being around. Most people don't find me as endearing as I am, you see. I sighed. I definitely see. Hopefully, this wasn't going to be some weird attachment BS. Hope you enjoyed. Comment your thoughts on the chap. You can find a couple chapters ahead at patter0n/com/bleep. They're chonky blah, but I recommend waiting till I have a few more than right now. Chapter 15, Chapter 15. A/N, it's Chapter 15, fork over some reviews if you want MO, chapters boyos. It's time to channel my WN author now that I've returned to my usual pace. Get this to 250 power stones and I'll drop the next chapter early. What was that spell you used back there? We walked down a rotting corridor, eyes moving from door to fallen door just in case those things decided to come back out of nowhere. I'd have discarded my mystic eye killers entirely if not for their strain in such a mana-rich environment. It was unfortunate, but I couldn't really complain. Yvette feigned a dramatic gasp. You don't ask a lady her secret so bluntly, you know. But, since it's you, I'll tell. She put a finger against her ruby eye. This is what is known as an artificial mystic eye. I told you before, my family specializes in making them. Like other mystic eyes, these are single-action spells too. Why? Are you enthralled? She reached into the pocket of her Lolita frock and pulled half a dozen more gemstones of all colors. Then, calm and playful as ever, she suggested something completely outrageous. I have a lot of them. You want one? But you'll have to give me an eye too. I'd rather not. Shucks. She deflated, arms hanging limp. But, suddenly piped back up. Now that I've told you what mine do, you share too. I couldn't help but narrow my eyes at that. Not even Luviajlita knew the precise details of that. Nobody did, except Professor Waver of course, and I was inclined to heed his advice regarding this. So, as naturally as I breathed. They helped me process information faster. I lied. She tilted her head at that. So it's basically like that one spell alchemists use. I see how that could be useful. Then, she picked up a blue stone and twirled it in her fingers. Coincidentally, this is iolite. You want to know what it does? Eyeing the wall like it's slowly rotting wood was the most interesting thing in the world, I sighed. Sure. It lets me detect and sense magical energy, to a degree, it lets me see it. She dropped that bomb in the sweetest voice possible. I was using this when you first came to class. I was so startled. Well, I was also watering at the mouth, but those are small details. Bitch. I snorted dryly. She'd caught the lie long before my stupid ass even spouted it. But, I didn't feel too bad. There was no way for me to have seen this coming. Except, she was from a family obsessed with this type of stuff. The modus operandi of a typical magus didn't inspire much confidence. For a moment, I considered blowing her head off right there. Yua, don't give me that scary look, I'll get we dash. She squirmed with her hands locked together. But, I don't blame you. I am a spy sent by Lord Meluisti after all, for the El Meloy classroom. My lord was quite interested, now he's even more interested because of how much interest those filthy Democrats are taking in you. We came up against another set of double doors just as she finished her words. 2 display cases stood on either side. In one, there was a life-size depiction of an angel holding balanced scales in one hand and a flaming sword in the other. The gray stone was cracked and worn like much of the mansion, and a glance revealed there was nothing special about the statue. The display case opposite it was simply missing, the dais was cracked and splotched with that disgusting goo from before all over. What the hell is this Dark Souls bullshit? I couldn't help but speak my mind. For a moment, I even forgot about the stuff Yvette was spouting earlier. Cautiously, I reinforced my fists, and my chest, just in case. Be not afraid. I jumped. Then realized it was Yvette and almost clocked her. The one-eyed witch giggled into her palm, I closed. We'll talk about the foreboding stuff you were saying when we're out of here. For now, I'll have your back, you have mine. Sir, yes, sir. She saluted excitedly. Might I interest you in the word of our Lord? Shut. Yvette giggled more. Evidently, she didn't think much of the situation despite the fact those shades alone would have overwhelmed us. If we followed a typical plot, then what awaited behind these doors would be far worse. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and put my hands against the wood. It was itchy, chafed and crumbled slightly when touched. With a push, the doors creaked open, one even fell. What I saw inside was both ideal and ominous. It was an empty hall. There was a raised circular platform right in the center under a skylight designed to cast the shadow of 6 unfurled wings on a tiled floor that shared the pattern in black stone. There were 11 pillars surrounding us, 2 on one side, 7 on another, then the last 2 at the front and the back, 1 each. They held up a second floor lined with rows and rows of dusty shelves stuffed with thick tomes. Each of the 11 pillars bore an odd symbol in a language I couldn't place. I raised my aviators and only saw lingering mana on the verge of fading completely, nothing that spelt active. Cautiously, I stepped to the central platform and saw a pressure plate. This is a fucking boss room. I shouted indignantly. Yvette strolled into the hall, humming. Stop saying silly things. This is why Luviaj Lita is better than you. I shot back. She definitely would have gotten that reference. I was willing to bet good money on that fact. Yvette grumbled harmlessly, eyeing the rest of the hall with a strange glint in her eye. There was a ritual here. Quite the astute observation, my dear Watson. Hee hee. I try. She shamelessly scratched the back of her head. Anyway, you remember the professor's lesson on how being widely believed stabilizes mysteries, right? I nodded my head. Grinning, she spun around. Well, what's one of the greatest mysteries alive in the 21st century? Ah. Yes, my dear Sherlock. It is Christianity. The holy word. We magi have little use for such things as religion, but the power of belief is undeniable. So, expectedly, stuff like this is pretty trendy among magi now. It does carry a lot of power. I glanced back at the hall, the wings, the 11 pillars, and then back at the pressure plate in front of me. So, he tried to make a miracle. I realized. The greatest of blasphemies. But, nothing for a magus. She echoed. That still doesn't explain what went wrong here though. With a smirk, Yvette put a hand on her hips and pointed the other at the words engraved all over the balcony railings. That's Hebrew. It says Gavriel. Gabriel. I murmured. 6 wings. Archangel. 2 pillars to denote his rank. 11 to denote his number, in a roundabout way. I don't get the 7 though. She hummed, head tilted. Honestly, having to think this hard was not why I signed up for this. But, there was no active spell here, so my eyes were effectively useless for deciphering this. With no other option left, I racked my brain for the countless hours spent trolling people on the internet, searching up the most useless of bits and pieces about literally everything. Thousands of Reddit threads flashed in my mind. 1,000 pictures of gore. 1,000,000 rage baits. Don't think too hard, you'll hurt your head. Fuck you. Finally, after a good few minutes of thought, I came up on it. From an argument I read between two extremist religious nutjobs on Reddit. Gabriel can denote passage. The unfolding of God's plans. The end of an era and the beginning of another. That would explain the time dilation in place. It was still well within the realm of magecraft because it was realistically possible to make something age faster within an engineered environment. Yvette clapped her hands, cheering. I narrowed my eyes and continued, so, he tried to invoke the miracle of an archangel for passage. Passage 2. Suddenly, it clicked. Yvette realized it too by the way her eye lit up. The root. The end goal of all magi research, a passage to the root, the literal root of all creation. It seemed like a stupid goal if you thought about how it ripped everyone to shit if interacted with, but I wasn't going to kink shame. What went wrong then? I murmured. Well, I doubt doing something like that was easy, and it wasn't guaranteed to work either. I eyed the writing on the rails again, raising my aviators, and immediately noticed that half the circle was written literally in reverse. So, it was really blasphemy. The very essence of black magic. Distorting the power of the holy word. What was the opposite of an angel? A demon. A demon. Yvette followed. Resolving myself, I stepped on the pressure plate. Flames swirled around my arms, ready to shoot out at a moment's notice, and lightning danced on my fingertips. That proved to be unnecessary. All the pressure plate did was make some gears move under the floor. Then, rusted cages with thick bars rose from the tiled floor, each one directly in front of a pillar. Inside them, decaying corpses that didn't distinctly lack the pungent stench that should have been there. Bony fingers gripped at the rusted iron, as if trying to break free. Honestly, this was way more ominous than whatever the fuck Gordoa was up to. Those are adults. Yvette noted, stumbling back just a bit. She quickly reoriented herself and put up a strong front, or well tried to. I could tell she was somewhat startled. A sacrifice ritual then. Both of us knew full well that it being a sacrifice-based ritual did not explain in any way how it went wrong. Or, if it even worked to begin with. This place was clearly mingling with greater forces no lone magus should have been capable of interacting with to begin with. Maybe we'll find the explanation in one of the books up there. Yvette pointed a thumb at the second floor. Honestly. I was inclined to agree, even if it would be the most boring thing ever. With a groan, I started making my way over to the stairs leading up. Kay, found it. Here's his research journal. What the fuck? What the fuck? It was just lying on the floor near the stairs. I mean, it's pretty obvious he wasn't planning for this considering he, died. Most magi keep one. Quietly, I accepted the circumstances and took it from her hands, careful so as not to damage it. The pale cover had withered away and almost broke when I turned the first page. With even more care, I scanned the pages, turning them over as Yvette wandered down the stairs, back to my side. Our suspicions were mostly confirmed. He spoke about the zodiac Cancer in a side note, but I didn't have the information to decipher the correlation. The answer towards the ritual going haywire came next, and I did not like it one bit. He got his hands on some church research, somehow. I shared. Yvette perked up immediately but came no closer, waiting for me to speed along. Those people. He tampered with them mentally and tortured them to make them experience intense desires that he engineered. In this mana-rich environment, propped up by half a dozen mana batteries underground, that gave birth to something. Something that apparently typically came into being based on the desires of humans. He engineered a demon, then tried to assign it the nature of Gabriel's miracle of passage by nature of birth. I inhaled deeply. So, the demon was supposed to carry him to the root, or open a path. Suddenly, all the pieces clicked. Holy shit, could humans be stupid? It was stupid to think that something like that could be controlled. To invoke Gabriel with it was just straight asking to get fucked raw by horse dick. The demon born from his captives, instead of passage, latched onto the end of eras, or rather, the passage of time. With nothing else to know, it sped up everything in its area of influence. Oh well, shit. We were in a fucking domain expansion. I turned to Yvette. We need to Leah. My words caught in my throat. Why would that happen, you wonder? Well. I knew now why that second statue was missing. Behind Yvette stood a sullen statue, made out of white stone and with not a singular stain on it, nor crack. A young man in a flowing robe. Except, its eyes were pitch black. The massive wings behind it shimmered, but its body stood still. Well, that was until its head tilted abnormally to the side, and black goo spilled from its open mouth. Bruh. Yvette, Ah, darling, don't move. Yvette looked at me with a teary eye. Why do you think I've been quiet all this time? She cried in a whisper. Hope you enjoyed. The research for this was downright exhausting. My head is spinning. The least you can do is give some feedback. Pretty please. You can find a couple chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 16, Chapter 16. A/N, not even 250 horsepower. I'm washed fr. Should quit writing. Waver took a deep whiff from his cigar, lying against the armrest of his stained sofa with brows furrowed. Gray stood in a corner of the room, hooded as ever, trying to make herself as small as possible as she stacked the books strewn about his messy apartment into neat piles. He didn't blame her. He too wished to dig up a grave or something and bury himself alive if it meant avoiding the demon sitting across from him. No, to say it was a demon in the form of an angel would be more appropriate. Rhaenys Elmeloy Arcasort. His so-called little sister. The leader of the extended Elmeloy family. The person responsible for unilaterally shoving the title of Elmeloy to, she'd called it adoption, on him after the death of his teacher, Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald in the previous Holy Grail War. The title brought more trouble than it was worth. She knew it. He knew it. Their rivals had stripped them of everything following the death of Kenneth, and all that Waver obtained from the prestigious title was an astronomical debt, and well the title itself. As ever, her pale doll-like skin was without blemish, her brilliant golden hair seemed to shimmer, and her fiery eyes still burned with ambition and determination that would give any pause. With lithe fingers, she sipped tea from a porcelain cup, wearing her thin, ever-amused smile unbefitting one who looked so young and frail. Yes, she seemed perfect indeed. But Waver knew well that she would drive him mad the moment she finished with her tea. He took another whiff, afraid to speak, and cast a glance at Gray. His apprentice had finished stacking her books. Now, she was stealing shy looks at Trimo, the silver-skinned and human mate standing behind Rhaenys with eyes closed. He knew that creature could kill him before he could even blink. It was, after all, the leading design in the field of automata, designed by Rhaenys from Kenneth's leftover research. Finally, accepting his fate, Waver spoke cautiously. How? How can I help you today, my lady? We're finally talking, are we? Rhaenys tilted her head just so slightly, holding her cup to the side. Then, she took another slow sip before finally putting it down on the tray. Of course, she deliberately made him wait. Some power play, no doubt. It did make him feel inadequate. She gave him a ridiculing smile. Well, it's nothing. A little bird told me my dearest elder brother had employed a disciple, on his own dime. Why, I wasn't aware you had that kind of money just lying around. I pay him from my wages. She made the motion of spilling sand from her empty palm. So, not only do you seek to empty a desert handful by handful. You also want to be stingy with the handful. Waver didn't have the words to refute her. It was true that he'd tacked on a downright ridiculous debt to acquire the capital necessary for taking hold of the Department of Modern Magecraft. Still, if asked, he'd never say he regretted taking on his mentor's legacy. He owed him that much. He measured his words. I believe him to be worth the trouble. Oh. She smiled. He must be quite the person for you to feel so strongly. If what I know is the actual truth. Then, yes. Waver put his hands on his knees. Rhaenys seemed to consider something a moment. She pursed her lips together and fixed her hat. If you're not willing to explain, then it really must be quite something. Quite brave, dearest elder brother. My lady, if you were to replace me with him, he could no doubt rebuild your legacy in a week dash, no, a day even. His placation wasn't enough. Waver shivered when Rhaenys smiled. He knew that smile. That sweet smile that promised a world of headaches. The worst part was, she genuinely enjoyed it too. Always. Rhaenys ignored him. She held a hand out to Trimo instead. The automaton made with bubbling silver hair passed her a sealed envelope. Wordlessly, Rhaenys ripped it open and tossed the contents onto the low table between them. It was Henry, with Luviajlita Edelfelt of all people. That fierce magus from Finland. If he were to face her, not even Grey could save him. Can I inquire as to how those hyenas sniffed him out? What is the Edelfelt head doing with your disciple? Even I cannot believe that you would let something slip to her that you would not even share with your cute little sister. Waver shook his head. He didn't know. In fact, it was Lord Valualetta who'd initially shoved Henry on him long before Waver even knew of his particular disposition. The youth wasn't the type to be open with his abilities either, so how? I don't know. He confessed. It was Lord Inari who made me take him in my class. The extent of what they know is beyond me. Rhaenys bit her finger, brows furrowed ever so slightly. That lord, huh? She's always been troublesome, doing whatever she wants. Somehow, she didn't see the irony in those words. Waver didn't have the guts to point it out. Then that Edelfelt girl is playing the lure, trying to take him to their side. Waver put the cigar to his lips. I wouldn't worry about that, my lady. Why do you think that, pray tell? It's just a feeling. Might I know the reason for this confidence? Faced with her real question, and the reason she was likely here to begin with, Waver exhaled a small cloud of smoke and spoke his mind. There was no point in hiding from Rhaenys. I would not be so presumptuous as to say that he can change the whole world. But I believe that he is the beginning of a new era in our world. It was ironic, and hilarious too. A ritual invoking Gabriel's miracle, giving birth to a demon sharing the archangel's visage. But, I didn't have that luxury right now, or the luxury for jokes. It was time locking lest I get a train ran on me. Small bolts of azure flame shot at the demon, leaving a smoldering trail. They carried the velocity of a bullet and the explosive force of an artillery round. It wasn't enough. I didn't need to look to know that. I moved with them, reinforcing my legs as best I could. But, the metaphysical weight wasn't a weapon. I lunged at Yvette instead, sling her over my shoulder before turning heel and running the fuck away. I didn't know how demons worked in Fate. But I knew we were in a domain expansion, and that damn thing carried the name of an archangel. With how mystery was structured, the name alone spelt death for both of us. My blood rushed, and my heart drummed against my chest. This was the most exciting thing I had ever experienced. But, I wasn't even halfway down the main corridor when I took a turn and found that thing staring at us. A malformed grin split its stony lips, reaching its ears. The pale wings shimmered again. Why'd we stop? Fine, fucker. I didn't take the right path. I held Yvette close and reinforced my arms, turning to the wall. With a heave, the rotting walls gave way. I blew through them like motherfucking juggernaut, halting only when I rushed into the collapsed veranda overlooking a rotted garden littered with dead flowers and trees. Burn that shit to the ground. Yes, sir. Yvette glared at the building, and the distinct smell of burning wood reached my nostrils along with a liquoring heat. I stole a glance backward, and found a great fire slowly crawling over the mansion, blanketing it. But again, in the second I took to glance back, that thing was in front of me again. You're one creepy motherfucker, aren't you? I didn't know what happened next. The soil under gave away, sucking in my leg. I ripped it free without ceremony and let Yvette go. The demon just stood there. Why was it just waiting and not actually doing anything? Suddenly, it rasped in garbled words that confused me even more. The soil suddenly became liquid. It took the shape of a spike and shot forth. I barely managed to throw Yvette aside before it pierced right through my shoulder, lifting me with it. With a grunt, I brought down my elbow and snapped the strange solid in two. There was no magecraft involved in whatever happened. The angel had spoken and the world around us answered it. Right, domain expansion. Its grin stretched further. I swung my hand and shot a flurry of flames at it, faster, deadlier than before. They died and sputtered out long before they ever neared it, fading away. This time the air was abruptly sucked from my lungs. All while Gabriel just stood there. The ground became searing hot, and liquid again. My soles melted away before I realized it, and I ran when I felt the heat on my feet. How the fuck are we supposed to beat this? It dawned on me that I'd bit off a bit more than I could chew realistically. But well. I didn't feel bad. In fact. Nah, I'd win. Yvette, this is a domain expansion dash. I ducked under a stream of flames. I still don't know what that means. She shouted back, worriedly. Gabriel's wings shimmered. It still didn't move. This time I was struck by nothing but raw force, or something invisible with enough momentum to toss me like a sack so hard I got dragged against the soil like a third-rate seasonal villain. My back burned. I hissed. What? I mean is. This is that thing's world. Doesn't that mean we're screwed? Nah. Buy me some time. Do you know a church sacrament? That's the only thing that can get rid of a demon. I was feeling like him. All the pain was making me feel excited. The rushing adrenaline. Oh, boy. Henry was cautious. William was downright suicidal in his search for excitement. I channeled my inner American this time. If this was the thing's world, then I was going to make it mine. A question. I addressed the angel. Is there oil here? It was Yvette who answered, it can definitely make oil if its ability is to make things age faster. Suddenly, I heard the call of an eagle. The spirits of my ancestors. It was time to take some indigenous land from its real owners. If it was making this world through some kind of spell, no, through mana, all I had to do was reverse engineer that, but that meant rewriting the very fabric this domain was woven on. I can do it. I'm not a combatant so, I don't know how long I can do this for. That'll be enough. I needed seconds to process everything. Then seconds to re-engineer it. Yvette glared at the grinning creature, flames began to sprout on its form as I pushed my brain and eyes to their utmost. Bit by bit, character by character, I processed this field within which this thing was God. It was woven in foreign script, but that didn't mean I couldn't decipher those letters. It didn't mean I couldn't flip them on their heads. Those precious seconds cost Yvette. When next I looked her way, Gabriel had pushed a finger through her ruby eye, blood rolled down her eye, but the girl didn't so much as squeak. She only grinned at the monstrous figure seconds away from ending her life. But they were enough. With a massive grin, I addressed the angel who heralded the end of eras and the beginning. Oi, Gabriel. It turned my way. That was the first time I'd seen it move. I realized then it was toying with us. But it was too late now. It had fucked up. You're not needed, cunt. I shouted indignantly, readying the spells I'd torn from its world. The opposite of evil and blasphemy. The light of scripture. Only a cheap knockoff considering I'd engineered it by reversing a demon's existence, but I prayed it'd be enough. The world doesn't need you to herald the end of this era. You're obsolete. It screeched, like it understood my words. I knew it didn't, it couldn't. My words were grander than necessary. This bitch would definitely get fucked by the church if I hadn't come along to end it first. With a shit-eating grin, I pointed a thumb at my chest. God already made me. With a snap of my fingers, the domain was reversed. Light exploded. Instead of moving forward, everything moved back. But no, this wasn't so great as reversing time. It was simply ending the effects of what the demon had done. When the light faded away, the estate was still dead, but the demon was gone. I'd simply reversed what it had forwarded. But I didn't kill it. I couldn't kill it. The means were beyond me. This wasn't time manipulation. Instead of the man's, I isolated my spell to the demon alone. It was still in that mansion. Waiting. And probably, mad as hell. Mine was a mere imitation in a controlled environment. Something science could already do, just not so freely. Instead of the man's, I isolated my spell to the demon alone. It was still in that mansion. Waiting. And probably, mad as hell. I couldn't either. The simple act sapped away all the mana in the atmosphere, and the OD I held in my magic circuits as well. My head spun, my feet lost their strength and I stumbled down to my ass. But it was enough. I'd won. God, I fucking love this world. Hope you enjoyed. Goddamn, I loved writing this chapter. Please comment something. You can find 5 chaps ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 17. When next I came to, my head was resting on something soft, and I had a clear unobstructed view of the moody grey London sky. It looked as though it would start raining again at a moment's notice. My throat felt dry, like I hadn't had anything to drink the whole day, and a quick mental once-over revealed that my magic circuits felt somewhat singed. I didn't know that was even a possibility. But, well, it stood to reason. I deciphered a domain expansion, rewritten it in terms of magecraft, then reversed it into another spell all in the span of seconds with a demon raining down hell all the way, hell. At the same time, it also made me feel somewhat inadequate. That thing, Gabriel, was influencing a whole part of the world. I'd burnt myself out to the point of passing out isolating what it did to a singular creature. My thoughts were interrupted when a certain someone obstructed my view. Or rather, a certain someone's head. Yvette beamed down at me, and I felt her hands on either side of my head. One of her eyes was marred by dried blood that spilled down to her cheek, it also had a shattered ruby inside it, or rather, crumbling bits and pieces of it. Honestly, I felt pretty bad. That was my fault. Yvette had entertained my whims and gotten pretty roughed up for it. How are you feeling, Hal? If she was shaken, she didn't let it show, and I supposed she deserved the closeness of a nickname after putting her neck on the line like that. Or hey, you feeling old? Old? She seemed to notice the confusion on my face. You didn't expect it to not try something, right? That'd be stupid. I'm pretty sure if you were a bit slower with what you did, it'd have made you an old man. I think. Or a skeleton, maybe. Hey, now that I think about it. That seems more its style. The time dilation thing. My eyes widened. I shot up and ran over to a puddle by the road. You should thank me for dragging you outside. She put her hands on her hips and puffed out her non-existent chest, still sitting on the pavement. And, for the lap pillow too. You cold man. Is this how our marriage is going to be like? What would the children think? I ignored her antics, staring at my reflection instead. My hair was longer, down to my neck, and I had something of a beard too. Gay. I raised my hand to look at them and saw that my nails had grown out of proportion and that Henry's brokey coat was even more shabbier than before. Boil it down and I could confidently declare I looked like a homeless man that may or may not be a crackhead. But, I didn't look like I'd aged all that much. Yvette giggled again. I didn't think boys were so attentive about these things. Bitch, don't hate me 'cause I'm beautiful. I quipped back thoughtlessly, running a hand through my hair. I could do something with this, maybe tie it half up in a man bun and go full pre-JJK Hitler-era ghetto or something, without those zesty-looking earrings of course. I put a hand on my chin and earnestly considered the thought. Done with deliberations, I decided, he just made me look more fabulous. You would have looked about as fabulous as Patry if that thing was smart enough to realize you could actually do something to it. Yvette snorted into her hand. Evidently, it was some inside joke. So. I killed it and shot the corpse. What's a Patry? Ah. She threw her hands up in protest with a big pout. It's not funny if you start breaking it down. It's the mummy in the Louvre. The one in Paris. Sorry, I have a life outside looking at dead people all day. Just say you don't have the money. Mechanically, I turned my neck to eyeball the nutjob who'd just called me broke. She realized her great folly when I raised a clenched fist and started flailing her hands about in apology. Unfortunately for her, her fate was set in stone now. Ah, wait, no. My eyes damaged. Please. Mercy. I was forced to halt my righteous quest, responding to insults with violence like a man-baby, when the rusted iron doors of the mansion beside us creaked. That was when I realized we hadn't actually managed to accomplish anything. All I'd done was force Gabriel back inside momentarily. Just enough that we were able to get out with damage beyond what we'd already suffered. Another truth also became glaringly apparent. We couldn't do shit to it even if we wanted to. You're not thinking about going back in, are you? Yvette asked faintly. If I was some shonen MC then I'd probably spout some shit about not wanting it to hurt anyone else and attempt suicide via Archangel, but I wasn't. Ah, hell nah. It was time to cut my losses and tackle something more my league. The chances of finding said thing were dubious, however, since this was supposed to be a simple haunting or a security system gone haywire type deal that ended with me facing something that invoked a miracle from Gabriel of all things. Yvette let out a relieved sigh. With a loud cough, she cleared her throat and pointed a finger at me. You're out of my league if you have those kind of spells. I'm gonna find out whose bastard you are one day, though. Bastard? What? Something told me that wasn't meant as an insult but instead that she very well thought I was the bastard child of some noble magus. That wasn't really out of the question either, what with old boy Henry's father being gone for milk. You know what? I'm not going to try to be your wife anymore. I should have been relieved but I felt insulted. I quickly pushed that part down and settled on relief. It meant I wouldn't have to worry about waking up with missing organs anymore. Then, she said something so utterly out of left field that even I was left reeling. This girl was hell-bent on giving me Gojo levels of narcissi self-confidence with the shit she so casually spouted. I'm going to be your concubine. Yvette declared with complete confidence, a finger pointed at my chest and a hand on her hips. She looked so proud of herself too. I opened my mouth to retort but she shamelessly cut me off. Unless you can pay me back for the ruby. Wait, no, I insisted on coming along. Forget I said that. Doesn't matter. The whole clock tower will know of your feelings for me by tomorrow. With a triumphant laugh, the crazy girl bolted off. I could do nothing except plop down on the roadside, put my head in my hands, and let out a loud groan. Damn magi wackos. Why was she so insistent to begin with? The eyes. She couldn't have been sure about what they did, until now, at least. Now, she'd definitely gleaned something important considering the subject of her family's obsessive research. Then, had she been messing around? Was she still messing around? Why did I need to think about all this political stuff? Man. I just wanted to have cool spells, fight awesome battles and fuck some bitch. I didn't even get to finish my thoughts before a sedan came barreling down the road. It did a braking drift and stopped right in front of me. The door flung open and the driver was of course Yvette. Get in. Get in. I saw someone from the church heading over. We need to be out of here yesterday. The semi-open conflict between the Catholic Church and the Mages Association was no secret. It was a brutal and bloody affair that was supposedly on hold after both sides incurred massive damages last time, but no one really believed that bullshit cover-up. I wordlessly jumped into the car, and my concubine floored it like a madwoman. Honestly, all she needed was a chainsaw and she'd click all the right buttons. As we drove past empty fields and weird passers-by, I couldn't help but ask. How much is the ruby going to set you back? A couple hundred. She answered without pulling her eyes from the road. Maybe a little over 8 considering I'd have to convert the ruby too. A couple hundred what? You already know. That was some crazy-ass moan. I'm just going to steal one of Lovia Gelida's dresses. She shrugged casually. You could probably buy a small town with that. Excuse me, one dress. MMHM. That gorilla has very expensive tastes. Hadn't I burnt one of her dresses? Damn. How are y'all liking this so far? Chapter 18. A/N, sorry for the late chapter guys. I was out hanging with my boys and it got a bit out of hand once someone decided to hit the hookah. Anyway, you think we could do 250 horsepower for extra? P.S. Y'all mofos really like Lovia Gelida, huh? It was a quiet morning on Slur. I sat on the balcony, idly sipping on a cup of sugary tea as I watched the students and pedestrians go about starting their day. Fools. They had no idea that a god among men was watching forget that. The London sky was moody as ever, and I could occasionally hear the faint clanking of the kitchen behind me. Past the leaning and tired buildings of Slur, I could discreetly make out the faux Big Ben, the clock tower, that lorded over all things supernatural, or at least claimed to. I wanted to question the nature of that particular claim after I handed in my report about the demon we'd encountered. The representative just threw his hands up and decreed that demons were the territory of the Catholic Church so we could go fuck ourselves. He even skimped out on my pay and handed out a quarter because I'd apparently done nothing except scout it, which was true, but fuck that guy anyway. No, the stink bomb I'd thrown in before locking the door to his office was not enough. Daddy needed his green. I rubbed my chin, musing the whole, stealing others' work. Maybe after class. The pane door slid open, and I scrambled for my aviators, putting them on just in time for my mother to come floating out. With a hum, she put down a ceramic tray with bits of cake and a cup of coffee for herself. The woman completely ignored my presence up until she took a seat beside me and crossed one foot over the other like some kind of hoodlum gangster. Well. She may as well have been a real tough guy for raising two kids all on her own with none of the patheticness that often came with such criminal elements who were only tough until someone with a bigger dick came along. Calmly, Louise Smith sipped her coffee, then downed some of the cake and finished it off with another gulp, a bigger one this time. I could only quietly eye the wrinkles on my mother's face, the slight gaps in her tough act like her slightly slouched shoulders or her strained gaze. How's that university? She asked without looking my way. Interesting if nothing else, can't say I don't appreciate the paycheck or the work hours either. It was certainly better compared to working the night shift at a library where there was a decent chance of getting shanked by roadmen while balancing studies and whatnot. I'm sorry. Don't be. I'm having fun, and is it really living life if it doesn't kick your shit in every once in a while? You need to keep some for yourself. She said, and her tone told me that I was better off not questioning her. I still did. What makes you think I haven't already? Well. I hadn't. But she didn't need to know that. She more than deserved all the green I'd been given for that demon. I could get more, and besides, with the sort of life I was leading now, there was no need for money beyond what I could eat. Not when I could learn magic, shit on assholes, and fight awesome creatures. She just sighed at my words before biting into her cake. What about you? Did you find a better job, or are you still going to that old place? Hers was a dead-end customer service job at some firm where the hours made no sense for the pay, but poor mooks like her had no choice but to work anyway. That was followed by another evening job working at a grocer's or something. Honestly, it pissed me off to even consider it. I didn't like that, and I was going to do something about it if it was the last thing I did. Today. My mother only offered me a tired smile. I shook my head and stood up. I have classes. Before you go. She stopped me midway, making me sit down with her hand on my shoulder. When were you going to tell me about those eyes? Everything came to a halt. The world seemed to go quiet for a singular moment, but then everything came rushing back in. All I could do was sigh and sink back into my chair. It was folly to think something this huge could escape a proper mother's eyes. What? Did you really think I wouldn't notice something was different about my boy? Contacts. I offered weakly, and got shut down with a motherly pout. Puberty. This time, Louise Smith crossed her arms. I dash. Optical illusion from the sunlight coming into contact with my eyes at a certain angle through the lens of these aviators. She turned to look at the gray sky, then back at me. I looked down, ashamed. For her own good, I couldn't spill the beans. Not when it came to this. Not with the sort of society that accompanied this particular bit of knowledge. I had no other excuse to give her either. Suddenly, I was hit with the realization that there had to be some kind of illusion spell. If there was, I needed to get my hands on it as soon as possible. Finally, she let out a sigh. Is it dangerous? Not really. Oh, it absolutely was. Her look told me she didn't believe my words at all, but she relented all the same. Slowly, she unfolded her arms and eased her narrowed eyes. I quietly considered leaping off the railing right there and then. It would be better than having the coming conversation. When you feel comfortable. I turned her away, astounded. What manner of mother was this? Oh, I love you so much, woman. I grabbed her by the arms and gave her a loud peck on the cheeks. Then, I bolted off before she could recover from the sudden display of affection from her normally aloof son. Slamming the door shut behind me, I ran past Flat and Calls discussing something. Somehow, I didn't see it coming that Flat would grab the poor nerd and bolt off after me screeching like a demon unleashed from the very depths of hell. What are we running from? Your moth dash. Waver's lecture on age and mystery, belief-stabilizing mystery and a simple projection spell that gave shape to an object based on the caster's mental image passed quickly enough. It was boring as hell past the spell part and he had the gall to say it was an inconvenient spell too. Okay, maybe it was, what with the object requiring a complete understanding of it to make as well as the fact that the world inherently rejected it like all spells. Actually, to any normal magus, it wasn't worth the trouble with the mana costs to maintain it. For me however, I could get up to some nasty shit if I coupled it with structural analysis, the second spell Waver displayed. Demonstration number 1 being the reason I was currently sitting in a corner of the room away from all my classmates while Sven Glaschite looked at me like he wanted to tear open my throat. Why? Well, I'd projected a paper and lopped it at his head after crumpling it up. This was nothing. He shrugged it off. I followed up with a projected eraser. A small branch. A glass. Finally, when he refused to give me a reaction, a brick. Yes. Flat sat right beside me by the way. He'd fallen over cackling when Sven launched himself across the class right at me, murder in his eyes. Professor Waver groaned and dragged his hand over his face, looking like he was done with life. Now I was resting my head on my palm with righteous protest on my lips. Death to the bourgeois. Waver facepalmed. What bourgeois? You're there because you attacked your classmate. In my defense, he was being a mangy cunt. I was just sitting there. And you threw a brick at me. A brick. Sven snarled. Calm down there buddy boy, don't unleash your inner beast on me. You threw a chair first. That's true. I was there. Yvette jumped up, flailing about a hand. Yvette. Simmer down. Why are you even interfering? Waver shouted back. It is a concubine step dash. I did not consent to this. But you said you liked having me around. I put a hand on my chin, looking most profound, as though the spirit of a sage had suddenly come and possessed my sacred flesh. Wait, that's true. Finally, Waver blew his top. He let out a furious roar, he just groaned, and pointed a finger at the door, his crimson scarf snapping with the movement. Get out. I raised my hands in surrender and stood up. Without a word, I shuffled out of the classroom. But, I would have the last laugh. Before I closed the door, I uttered some enlightened wisdom. There's 3 minutes left till class ends. It seemed my day would not go about as I'd planned however. The moment I stepped into the corridor, a creature of the night greeted me, possibly intent on claiming my soul. Oh hey, Luviajlita, haven't seen you in a bit. How many souls did you steal dash? With not a word, the Edelfelt head, one of the brightest magi of our generation, stepped up to me and shoved me against the wall. Then, she slammed a hand on the wall behind me with a loud bang in a perfect Kabadan. Shamelessly, I put my hands on my cheeks like a real man and... Kaya dash. You little dash. Luviajlita put a hand over my mouth. I licked it and seized the moment afforded to me by her reeling it in disgust. At that same moment, the class doors opened and students came piling out in a swarm. So, in the deep voice of a Londoner in his late teens, I shouted. Help. She's rap dash. Penny for your thoughts on this book. Chapter 19, Chapter 19. A/N, top 30 is crazy work. Thanks, you lovely crazies. According to Yvette, Luviajlita Edelfelt, the Edelfelt princess, was most like her family in almost every aspect. A hyena looking for the next treasure to feed her greed with. That I was nothing but just another tool to her either. That she was a spy too, with far worse motives. It would make sense. That was how magi were supposed to be like. But, she'd never given me that kind of feeling. She was headstrong and somewhat vain but never really mean. In her own way, Luviajlita had shown nothing but concern. Maybe I was just being blind to the facts because of how beautiful she was, but really, I found Yvette's claim hard to believe. I did, however, know that the only reason she'd come into contact with me was as a favor to that old lord. Something I considered as Luviajlita tattled on, leading me through the overtly flamboyant corridors of the Department of Creation. Every magi I'd seen thus far looked completely nuts, like a bunch of folks from some anime convention or something. One even had 2 silver arms, another a third eye, and some wacko with a suit made to look like it was on fire. As I was saying, you must be on guard at all times. Be very measured with your words. You are about to meet one of the 12 lords. The glazing is insane as ever I see. I whistled idly, eyeing a woman with a big witch hat. Lita gave me a sharp look, then tossed her blonde ringlets with a loud huff. There is no winning with you, is there? Take heed, Henry. These are not the kind of people you want to upset or even attract the attention of. Her losing interest is the best-case scenario for you. Don't you work for her? I mumbled confusedly. This advice was completely counterproductive for someone sent to keep an eye on me as a person of interest. It was like a hitman turning around and sabotaging their employer to save the person they were hired to kill. It made no sense. I rubbed my hands together, trying to make sense of her words. Please. I need not work for anyone. This was merely a favor for an ally. She stopped in front of a white door lined with gold. With a gentle push, it floated aside and Lita backed away, gesturing at me to go inside. It was apparent she didn't intend to follow when she closed the door behind me. I could only shrug and take in the so-called office. Numerous paintings depicting truth and fiction hung from every wall, under them were dais holding up intricately carved marble figures of men and beasts. The carpet over the wooden floor was a bright green and the windows were closed shut, draped with green curtains. Right in front of them was a big wooden table, a couple of neatly stacked books lying on one side, and a granite tea set on the other. The room was deeply unsettling for some reason I couldn't place, but not nearly as unsettling as the person sitting behind the table. Been a while. I greeted. Inorai Valualetta Atrahome looked no different than that time I'd seen her in the library. The green dress, the flowing robe, only her veil was missing and there was a tablet computer sitting in front of her. She eyed me neutrally, fingers steepled. Indeed, boy. A thin smile crossed her aged face. I hear you've been up to quite some trouble. Lita tells me you're becoming an exceptional magus. I admit. I did not expect this level of growth. It makes me proud all the same. It was all I could do to not look suspicious. Yvette's words about Lita being a spy rang in my head. Had she tattled? You've learnt the basics to a degree most frightening for those who believe merit lies with blood. She didn't move, but her smile widened. But of course, we are happy with your development. It is my belief that talent warrants respect, not blood. Frankly, that sounded like a load of bullshit. The way the world of magi was structured, there was no way to be exceptional without having an ancient lineage. That was how magic circuits and magic crests worked. An older lineage would always be more capable than some random mook who only just learnt magecraft. Circuit quality was enhanced as it was passed down generations, and crests had more formulae put in them by each generation as well. I can tell you do not believe me. But, you stand there as a living affirmation of my stance. I shamelessly took a seat across from her, that's because I'm built different. Perhaps, tea. She didn't wait for my answer, and poured it in the cups before pushing one my way. Have you put any thought to what will happen should someone wish to adopt you into their family? That won't happen. She raised a brow at my denial. It will. I only hope you will make the right choice as to who it will be. All I could do in defiance was push back her cup of tea with a smile. What I do know is, I'd prefer someone who doesn't give me ultimatums. Fair. Misled, but fair. What do you think will happen when your circumstance becomes public? She offered with closed eyes, taking a sip from her cup. I grinned. Join us or we snitch, eh? Don't threaten me with a good time, lady. She was willfully unaware of the fact that when blackmailed, old boy William would deliberately join up with her ops just to spite her. If it came down to it, I'd sign up with the enforcers of the Department of Law under the aristocrats long before someone forced me into something. Maybe even throw in my lot with Yvette's PEOP-. An idea popped in my head. Lord Meluisti has already made an offer. There was no change in her countenance, but I knew full well she'd not been expecting that. It was only half true too. Yvette had shared that she worked for someone called Meluisti. I didn't even know the dude's full name. I did however know that they were supposed to be on opposing sides. So you would rather join the fence-sitters than do something to help people in your own situation? Inorai finally opened her eyes. Every hair on my body stood on end, beads of sweat formed on my brow, and it was all I could do to stop myself from trembling in front of her. What I felt now made the demon I'd encountered seem like a toddler with a balloon. What the fuck was going on? There was no spell at play here. I do not believe you would be so unwise. As suddenly as it came, the oppression and dread was gone. How do you know? I still blabbered. 77 magic circuits of considerable quality, mostly centered around your eyes. You've learned what would take beginners a year in what barely amounts to half a month. That necessitates a functioning mind at the very least. You would have the most advantage with us if this information sees the light of day. Others would have you a stallion to rejuvenate stagnating bloodlines. I could kiss Luviajlita right now. She'd given away absolutely fucking nothing of importance to her own boss, for some reason. Even the number of magic circuits was completely wrong, and most importantly, she'd said nothing about the nature of my eyes. A fact that would have definitely put my life in danger. Why? It didn't matter. She was the best. Well, think on my proposition. Join us and I promise safety, resources as well as a suitable replacement for that Yvette girl Lord Meluisti offered as a concubine. What in the foo? I only nodded. With that matter resolved, let us discuss more pleasant things. Like this letter from the Catholic Church. She pulled a sealed envelope from her sleeve and laid it on the table between us before returning to her tea. I do wonder why an executor would request your company. Probably cause of the demon I fought with Yvette. You dash. What? She almost spit the contents of her mouth back into the cup. Yeah, the demon. Thing was modeled after Gabriel of all things. All I could do was shove it back for a bit so we could run. That is, most impressive. So you learnt baptism rites as well. Why, I believe I must insist on my proposition now, and urge caution as well. No doubt, the Department of Policy knows this too. We were in her limousine, headed to some nearby church when I spoke to Luviajlita again. She was idly staring out a half-open window, looking distant and wishful like some princess with fantasies that didn't match her station in life. Luviajlita. She eyed me curiously. Marry me. That threw her for a loop. She froze like a picture in a frame, then her skin flushed a deep red. Her pale skin only made it all the more clear. What the hell are you saying? I cackled. She coughed into her hand like an old woman with asthma before snarling and huffing. The red from her face thinned, but it was still there and we both knew it. You lied to inner eye for me. You can't tell me there's nothing there. There isn't. She blurted, fiddling with a lock of blonde hair. I merely owed you one is all. From before, yes. From before, with Gerdoa. It's nothing else. Believe me. Nothing on earth could stop the shit-eating grin that formed on my face then. You just didn't want to get me in trouble. Admit it. She pursed her lips bashfully, turning up her head and looking everywhere but at me. Well. I do happen to be just slightly fond of your nature. Just slightly though. Don't take it any other way. Okay. I owe her nothing. We simply happen to share beliefs. Why would I put you in jeopardy? God, this woman was so hot. I sunk back into my seat, satisfied. No one could blame her. I was just that charmy dash. The car came to a sudden halt and I found myself on the floor, on her heeled feet. That suits you. Humph. She turned away, fighting back a smile. Truthfully, I was tempted to lick Dash. Just to see her reaction. Nothing else. Okay, maybe I did do it. Just a little bit though. Eat Dash. She squealed for some other reason that was not my earlier impulsive thoughts. No, I definitely did not do what I was thinking. Luviajlita would say otherwise, but a magi's words weren't trustworthy at all. They were all filthy liars. You Dash. Oh wow, she looked like a tomato. Hope you enjoyed. I beg for feedback. Chapter 20. The church was wholly normal. Nothing like I'd been expecting from how foreboding Inner Eye was when she handed me the letter. It became clear the moment I passed the double doors that it had been emptied out for the meeting. Past rows of pews, a man in a priest's cassock was conversing with a youth in a white suit wearing a faceless expression. The priest was old, clean-shaven. He had a thin pencil mustache peppered with gray strands, and wore a dark flat cap and a monocle on his left eye. The youth didn't seem very church-like. No, if anything, he reminded me of a magus. His white suit was of expensive make, there was a navy tissue in his breast pocket the color of his eyes. His blonde hair seemed to softly shimmer under the distorted light coming through the stained glass depicting the Virgin Mary above them. They were so enthused with another they didn't even notice me enter. So, naturally, I made the declaration myself. Hark! I am no little boy nor is my name Timmy. Yet, I have been summoned all the same. I brought an adult so don't get any ideas. The older priest snorted uncharacteristically. No priest would want you in their basement. Rest assured, child. I was left at a loss for words. My impression was instantly changed into a favorable one as he fixed his monocle and trained his eyes on me. His companion only gave me an unamused look. I will not leave you wondering. The older man continued. I am Father Mark. He laid a hand on the shoulder of his young partner. You should be familiar with him. I shook my head and introduced myself while eyeing Blondie. Nope. But, Henry. Good evening. The guy really looked like a magus and not at all like someone from the church, but looks could be deceiving and besides, I'd no basis for the assumption either. This was my first interaction with the Catholic Church. Ah well, it's of no consequence. Father Mark waved his hand in dismissal. We called you to accompany us back to the lair of that demon you encountered. It would be most favorable to have someone with an understanding of it to help us cleanse it. So. I barely got out the first time and they wanted me to jump right back into it. Hell nah. In the first place, that whole shtick was their fault. Someone on their side was the one to leak the nature of a demon's birth to the one responsible for the ritual. You have a traitor among you. He was dealt with, the answer came easy. We dealt with his disciples as well, just to be certain there was no chance of it happening again. He tilted his head, a curious glint in his pale eyes, but, this means you are indeed intimately aware of the nature of the ritual. This was the problem with dealing with these types, they gleaned a little too much from almost nothing. Well, it seemed interesting enough, but, there was no way in hell I was heading back in there as I was now. Not without some way to combat that thing myself. With a sigh, I ran a hand through my hair. Nah. I'm good. If you're worried about safety, don't be. We have no intention of putting you at risk. I intend to be more than prepared after all. This young man is Sir Heine Astari. He was one of our brightest but now he aligns himself with your kind. My, what? Don't be so chummy with me. Heine pushed the priest's hand away with a slighted glare. See. Sir Knight likes you over me. So, the guy left the church to become a magus. No, he was a magus to begin with. From quite a renowned lineage too. He joined us out of distaste for his kind. When he left us too, we were less than enthused. Mark adjusted his flat cap and continued with an empty laugh. Unfortunately, he killed over half a dozen executors when we tried to express our disapproval, so there was no choice but to act like his departure was mutually agreed upon. This is simply an old favor. Don't air out people's lives so casually. Heine shot him another glare, fists clenched. It felt like he wanted to punch the priest. Well, I would too if those words were truth. I considered my options quietly. If I went along, there was a decent chance I'd get murdered. But there was a decent chance that the same could happen in a random alley. It did happen. This was fucking London, stab central of the world. On the other hand, if that didn't happen, I could steal some so-called baptism rites and glean the magecraft of an individual that could force the Holy Church to back off through sheer violence. Yeah, the choice was obvious. My inhibitions about going to abandoned places with an old priest aside, when do you want me? In a week's time, I must gather my things and prepare for the rituals. I look forward to jolly cooperation. Giving him a small nod, I turned on my heel and left. Once outside, I was about to make my way down the stairs to join Luviagelida in her car but was stopped by Heine grabbing my arm. As before, his pretty boy face was completely expressionless. He offered only a few words before disappearing down the sidewalk. Don't trust anything that comes out of that man's mouth. I didn't even get the time to tell him those words were unnecessary. Who in their right mind would trust a guy like that in a world like this? It was the evening on the next day, after the lecture exploring the applications of structural analysis and projection magecraft, that I approached my professor in his study. It was a quaint room not befitting a man who was supposed to be a member of the 12 Lords. He was idly sprawled on a couch, a book over his eyes and a lit cigar in his mouth while his apprentice, Gray, wandered about the room, occasionally looking between me and her master before trying to put on a scary face which just ended with her looking like a chipmunk. Pretty cute. I was even jealous. Anyway, back to the reason I was here. It was only right to run a certain idea of mine through Waver considering his genuine nature and the admirable nature of his knowledge about this particular world and its workings, both mystical and political. I want to patent other people's work. The professor let out a loud groan and tossed the book on his face across the room. It hit the wall behind his table before finally tumbling to the floor. Gray moved to pick it up immediately. I saw this coming. The tip of his cigar burned brighter as he inhaled deeply, turning his face aside to exhale. That is not a good idea at all. Quietly, I waited for his lesson. In the first place, any particular magecraft is reserved only for those within a certain family, past a few spells. The family will have focused on this research for as long as they have been around. This helps to maintain the mystery that powers it, and limits the access to the limited pool of resources from which to draw. I covered this before. He did. A thaumaturgical foundation was like a pool of water, so there was a limited amount of water to draw. The more people that could, the less that was available for each individual person. It made sense then to hoard this all for oneself, especially for magi who let their greed and their lust for knowledge rule above all else. So, the complete research of one magus is largely useless to another. If we go about it logically. What correlation does illusory magecraft have with, say, jewel magecraft? None. Then, there is the centuries, perhaps, millennia of research into a certain path. The notion that this can be parsed, understood, and replicated by someone at but a glance is simply too absurd for any magi to even entertain. Indeed, it was. But, they should know better than anyone that in that type of world, there would be nothing such as too absurd. Because to assign that nature to something was to say that it was not achievable. It was to surrender. The whole point of magi was to struggle. It was counterproductive. That's not right. It isn't. But it is true. Waver exhaled thick plumes of white smoke. But, when they realize it is indeed possible for this to happen, you will be put down in the best of scenarios. Then, they'll bid on your body, and on your blood. My mother and sister. You don't need me to tell you what comes next then. It would be impossible for even the kindest magus to pass up the chance. Yeah, this was why I ran my idea through him to begin with. I'd had my suspicions about this but he'd confirmed it. Maybe I could invest some of my time into alchemy and make gold or some such to fix the issue with wealth. That was a safer, and stabler option. But, it raised another question. Why not you? The air stood still, and the room became silent. Then, abruptly, Waver threw up a hand before lying back on the sofa, turning to the side to bury his face in the cushioning. My professor raised a hand and waved it in dismissal. Too troublesome. I couldn't help but laugh at that reasoning, even Gray smiled. It was a pretty smile. Fair enough, teach. I trusted his words. I trusted him. And, I would repay his kindness. I was not the kind of man to deny someone who'd done me good. That was when I realized my heart wouldn't allow me to join any faction other than Luvia Gelida's when it came to it. I owed Inurai this. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 5 chapter ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. There are a total of 10 to 12k words, so equal to about 10 of what usually passes for a chapter on this site. But, I'm not satisfied with the number, so I'll be doubling it before next week. Chapter 21, Chapter A/N, Power Stones. You scratch my back. I scratch yours. Same as before, 250. Also, YT keeps shoving a soy of content in my face. It is cruel of you to show my master such miracles. Those were the unfair words Gray left to me before shuffling down the stairs in that awkward way of hers, hood pulled close and head hung low as if the world around her was terrifying for some reason. I was, honestly, lost for words. I didn't get it. What miracles? What cruelty? Her master was Waver, I knew that. What had I done that warranted such a cryptic scolding? My trance was only broken when a blonde doll-like teen whisked past, but not before eyeing me with a grin that said, I know your secret. She was followed by a bubbling maid made of mercury who paid me no heed as they slipped into the El Meloy classroom. I shook my head, and looked to follow Gray, but by then she was gone too. I realized then I didn't know where she lived. It wasn't like she was keen on sharing anything. She just sat in a corner of the class, quiet, until the lectures were over before just leaving. What did Gray say that's got you so stumped? My concentration broke again, this time from Flat's over-the-top voice and the slap he planted on my back. Idiot, my dear Gray would never say something bad to anyone. Svin cut in, arms crossed. I narrowed my eyes, specifically at his fluffy blonde hair. Shut up, candy floss. This isn't Reddit, filthy simp. The mutt that he was, the cunt to everyone but Gray. Simp snarled at my words like he was about to unleash the beast inside and began folding his sleeves with murder in his eyes. I met his provocation with a grin. I had a good few spells to test out. Namely, the applications of Gabriel's reversed miracle, projection, and structural analysis, even the constant spell he was getting ready to release now. But, before the willing guinea pig could lunge at me, Flat came between us. He separated us forcefully by brooding his way in. No. Lucien, Sky Eyes, no fighting your friends. I recoiled. What the fuck is a Sky Eyes? Stop calling people dogs. Svin lunged for him instead, but Flat just leapt onto the well-polished railings of the stairway, laughing. He expertly stood up on one hand, and even jumped when Svin swiped at him with the strength in that one hand. Sky Eyes isn't good. He hummed with a hand on his chin. How about Mr. Reverse? No, nicknames sucked. Specifically, Flat's nicknames sucked. Lucien, his name for Svin, quite literally translated to the dog in French. I dreaded to think of what he could come up with for me if given free rein. Hal. It's Hal. That was what my little sister came up with, and it was infinitely superior to everything else for that very fact. Oh, can I call you that? Flat leapt onto the nearby chandelier to avoid Svin's swipes, and the massive thing heaved and croaked in the air under his weight as he balanced himself along the thick wires propping it up. You've been calling me that, without my permis dash. But we're friends, so it makes sense. Gay. With how insistent he was with that, it was probably some shonen MC abandonment issues from birth type deal or whatever. I wasn't keen on opening that particular can of worms lest I solidify my position as the side character that loses his family for his development. Did your dad try to kill you or something? I couldn't help it. Yeah, he did. How'd you know? Well, my mother did too. They really sent a lot of people to get rid of me before the professor found me. I deadpanned, ah geez. I wonder why. He just gave an embarrassed laugh and scratched the back of his head. It's because I was an embarrassment or something. Or was it them being jealous? You're an embarrassment to the whole of the human race. So, that can't be it. I noted, considering the new information. I'd heard that magi possessed a rather nasty habit of getting jealous enough of their own children to hire assassins and the likes when outdone. Weirdos. Flat laughed again before leaping off the chandelier. He spun twice midair and landed on his feet to give a curt bow, one hand held to the side. By then, Sven calmed down enough to not jump him the second he could. Instead, Candyfloss Hair just groaned as he made his way down to join him. Hail. Before I could too, a high-pitched squeal drew my attention. I didn't need to look to know it was Yvette, so I just ducked. Unfortunately, it turned out that she'd jumped at me. She went flying off the stairs. This ended in her having an intense make-out session with the tiled floor of the Department of Modern Magecraft's entrance. To absolutely no one's surprise, she got up like it didn't even happen. Ow 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 ow. You mean it? Just because I'm a concubine doesn't mean you get to be a domestic abuser. She sat up and began rubbing her bruised nose with one hand, pointing at me with the other. Wait, I kind of like it. Hey darling. Slap me once. Come on. I put my hands together and took a deep breath, thanking God from the bottom of my heart for the fact that this crazy nutjob hadn't met my mother. I dreaded to think of what she would do, and how I would suffer for it. By then, the other no-name students were beginning to notice, exchanging glances and hushed remarks. Some were laughing, not at me, at her. That wasn't right at all. Only I got to shit on these people that called me friend, or otherwise. A wordless glare with active magic circuits proved sufficient for staving off that particular distasteful bit of attention. As I made my way down the steps, they began going wherever they meant to instead of lounging around. AKA, they began minding their own fucking business. Yvette squealed again and leapt onto me. She was short enough that with her knees folded, she literally just hung off my neck like some kind of koala. She was, unexpectedly light. Kaya. How intense. I love it. Even Sven begrudgingly gave his approval in the form of a thunder-like nod. I belched. Ugh. Don't do that again. I'm on my knees. Fuck you. He stomped off. Let's get some pizza. Yay. Flat unceremoniously dragged him back by his nape. Munching on cheap pizza with too much cheese and bread so thin you'd probably have a heart attack if you ate too, I lied on my back, staring up at a cloud that was distinctly shaped like someone giving me a middle finger. Life is good. I said to myself. It was dangerous, there was a distinct chance I'd wake up in some fucked up lab or in a containment unit, or get kidnapped by a vampire or have some alien deity pop in or something. But, I liked it. Hell, I loved it. It was exciting. The constant rush. The knowledge. All the things which were supposed to be impossible. Henry did serve as a cautionary rein, and gave me forethought, but even he I was some poor kid that had never had the chance to have crazy fun in life. And William, possibly an adrenaline junkie cast out by a mellow society that couldn't stomach someone so exceptional but with such an odd way of being. This world gave me all I'd ever wanted. How could I possibly be afraid or hold myself back? Even if I died again, I'd die satisfied knowing I was never held down. That was my earnest belief. Life was short, it was best to live it to the fullest than pathetically cling to it. Few could know this as intimately as I did. See, I knew you understood me. Flat hollered, leaning far enough on the railings along the River Thames that he was definitely going to fall in a few seconds. Yvette had excused herself, spouting something about beauty sleep, Sven too. So, I was left with the clingy guy that had practically no life outside bothering others to play with him. Truth be told, he was growing on me. For one, I didn't have the heart anymore to mock him. He was just too earnest. Like me and Sven, you're an irregular too. Flat hummed. But, people like you a lot less. Do you know how many proposals Sven's gotten? He's just stuck on Gray. The one girl that avoids him. Ha ha ha. I can't blame him. She is pretty. I shrugged, sitting up to stare at the sunset past Flat. Maybe he'd have better chances as a sheep. She does happen to be Welsh. Flat paused a moment, I could see him slowly connecting the dots. That's mean. I shrugged again, reaching for another slice of my cheap pizza. As for people not liking me, it's what happened before. My parents didn't like me, and my peers didn't either. I spoke as William. It's 'cause I'm him. When someone's too good, people start seeing them as an outsider. Admiration turns to jealousy, and when that inevitably fails, fear rears its head. At some point, you find yourself just not caring either and distract yourself with whatever seems interesting. I guess, I can understand. Flat nodded his head. That's not too different from. Indeed, Flat and I weren't too different. We were just different in how we faced the world. I simply understood that I owed it nothing. And that it could do nothing to me if I didn't let it. If, truly, it was my problem, then I was going to repay that, twice over, but because it was just exciting being annoying, not for some kind of revenge. Whoa. Whoa. How? Help dash. My thoughts were interrupted when, as expected, Flat lost his balance, slipping into the murky waters of the River Thames with a loud splash. I sighed and rose to my feet, then went to fish him out. As I pulled the overly excited blonde from the water, he just tripped me inside. You foo dash. Ha 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 ha. You can find 7 chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep, 15k words. Also hop on the server. Chapter 22, Chapter. Of all the places I expected to be dragged off to by Luvijlita, like an R-rated dungeon or the very depths of hell itself, Karnak was most certainly not one of them. Those were my earnest thoughts as I curiously stared up at the large sea etched inside a golden sunburst above me. It was supposed to be this incredibly lavish mall or some such, stacked with high-end stores that offered everything from clothes to jewelry to cosmetics or whatever else was supposed to be expensive. Pursing my lips, I fished out my leather wallet and cautiously pried it open, not expecting much. A fly flew out. How the hell is that even possible? Now, I wasn't dead broke, far from it. I had a good bit from the last job, but I left all of that for my mother and sister. Wait, no, that wasn't right. I'd most definitely kept a few bills for myself. They should still have been there. It wasn't like I was a big spender or something either. A relieved sigh escaped my lips when my hands eventually felt something in my back pockets. 5 bills of 50 each, not much, but this was still 2003. It should be worth something, right? Comparing myself to Luvijlita would be the height of stupidity. Hers was the kind of wealth that redefined the words old money, and it was all hers and hers alone to do with as she pleased. In that aspect, I even felt a bit inadequate. Before I could mull over that thought, a black sedan pulled over right next to me. I didn't need to wait for the door to open to know who it was, so I just resolved myself and opened one myself. My, it seems you do have some manners after all. Quite a pleasing development, indeed. Well. I offered her my hand with a grin. Some people do have fragile egos, so you have to be a bit nicer to them. I'd been trailing the dormitory manager, Krishna, in my free time, learning his most sacred ways to shit on others using politer words. I hope to be on the same level as him one day. I would be. Very funny, she deadpanned, stepping out. Her golden hair shimmered softly in the faint sunlight and dropped in those vain ringlets to cover her exposed back. The rich fabric of her navy, how surprising, dress clung desperately to her body but failed at hiding the less than moderate curves of her body. It was slit just below her thighs, exposing pale skin under fishnet stockings. Honestly, it was whack that this was supposed to be a year my younger. In contrast, I was just wearing a baggy tee over a pair of blue jeans. Enthralled. She smirked. Unfortunately, she still underestimated the true depths of my shamelessness. Yeah. I put on my most serious face and borrowed Yuji's words. I'm not lying or trying to deny it. She immediately folded and turned her head aside, stepping past me as she tossed her hair over her shoulder. Well, it is to be expected. It is me, after all. We entered the mall after she took a good moment to collect herself, and I was immediately humbled by the reality of the situation. What the fuck kind of mall even was this? Sculptures on marble daïses, fine murals all along the walls lined by well-kept shrubbery. There were even precious gemstones etched into Egyptian-style decorations like sphinxes and whatnot that would most certainly be stolen if not were the tall, stocky security standing on every corner, with CCTV cameras and all that jazz. There was not 1, not 2, but 3 golden chandeliers hanging over just the entrance. The people were, well, they were dressed so well I felt like a true brokey for a moment before I remembered I didn't really care. Luvijlita seemed pleased with herself seeing my reaction. How do you like it? Way too over the top. What kind of money went into building this? Damn, is that actual gold? She just nodded to herself and took my arm. Well, let's explore, shall we? In a way, it was rather cliché, and in a way, wholly unexpected that my companion was so unbelievably rich yet enjoyed inexpensive things so much. We'd found an arcade, in typical fashion, I'd won a bear she was eyeing. She'd all but wrenched the damn thing from my hands once I made the offer and was now cradling it like it was the most expensive thing ever. What was even stranger was that she agreed to eat at a fast food place instead of some rich restaurant where you'd need to sell one kidney to get into and then the other to eat the most inexpensive item on the menu. It was the single most hottest thing ever that she was eating a burger with Coke and genuinely enjoying it, while occasionally checking on her bear to make sure she didn't spill anything on it. Damn. It made me consider certain things that were just never possible. Utopia was of ancient lineage, from a great house, and magi considered partnerships as transactions over anything else, to produce better heirs or to secure assets. I had nothing to really offer except my eyes, and while they were exceptional, I knew well enough that she wasn't the type to bank on something like that. She'd looked after me since day one, lied to her allies for my safety, and even went along with my whims with not a word of real complaint. Ah, damn it. For a moment, I earnestly considered shooting through the ranks of magi nobility just to be on equal standing. When she slightly tilted her head with a tiny splotch of ketchup on her cheek, then smiled. I decided to do just that. I'll be your equal one day, or better. Where did that come from? She said curiously. Or rather, why does that need to be the case to begin with? Why did you lie to In or I told you already. Then that's my reason too. I grinned. Also cause I'm him. She lowered her head and averted her gaze, her ears reddening. I still don't quite understand what that means. It was evening when we finally left Karnak. All in all, it wasn't nearly as exciting as fighting a demon, but I cherish the memory all the same, for very different reasons. I was about to say something to break the silence when she interrupted me. Did you like the place? Bit too flashy for my taste, but yeah. That will have to do then. She nodded to herself before reaching inside her sleeve and retrieving a sealed envelope. What was with magi and pulling things out of their sleeves? How had she even managed to keep it in there all this time? Curiously, I took it from her. What's this? Karnak was owned by Lord Gerdoa Davenant. She said, clutching her bear. After we turned him in, I planned on acquiring it for myself. It certainly does deserve an owner such as I, does it not? I couldn't help but snort. Careful there, any higher and your head might hit the ceiling. But, it was only fair that I share, seeing as you did help in the acquisition and with getting rid of the previous owner. He did that himself. I chuckled again, Ash Ketchum with hair loss and unpaid bills looking dash. He used it to fund his research and the place is worth upwards of £500 million. I turned her way with wide eyes. I could acquire it for much less. Thanks to Gerdoa's indulgences and you, of course, for exposing him. That's good. Still don't get how it concerns me. You simpleton. She sighed with a hand on her forehead. What I'm saying is, I managed to convince the Department of Policy that you deserved a reward for exposing Gerdoa. The rest, I bought out at a greatly decreased price. Utopia pointed a finger at the envelope in my hands. That there is a deed for 16% of Karnak. The rest is owned by me. Congratulations. What? Suddenly, she snorted. So you just paid at stores you owned. PFT dash. Utopia started laughing, hands holding her sides. I was still too stumped with the sudden information to even react. Unprompted, she'd made me rich, just out of fairness, and a bit of favoritism. Damn. Ha 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 ha. Is that the call of a banshee I hear? Shut up. It was funny. She keeled over. You were hesitating over prices. Ahaha dash. I deadpanned, reaching for her teddy. Give me the bear back. I disrespectfully refuse. She floated back, giggling and laughing. Damn you for playing with a young man's heart like that. I cursed her. People will hear you. Was I just a toy to yo dash? She threw one of her bags at me. How'd you like it? You can find 6 chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. 13k words. Chapter 23, Chapter. I met up with the ex-church lackey and the weird priest in the early morning, when the sun was barely up and casting long shadows that seemed to coil and twist just out of sight. Looking at the manse where I'd first faced something so utterly out of my league didn't really bring up any fear within me though, even knowing how close I came to losing my life. No, it was just exciting. I was struggling to hide my enthusiasm. Pissing off someone way above you was the greatest feeling ever. Much of the structure had collapsed in on itself after Yvette set it on fire, the veranda was in tatters, the soil was marked with deep scars and much of the dead vegetation was simply gone. A deathly stillness hung about the dilapidated place. Something told me things weren't going to be quite the same as last time. I turned to Heine, who was gripping his necktie pin embedded with different precious stones, and shared the profound thought that entered my head the second I laid eyes on him. You. I narrowed my eyes. You're a Siskin, aren't you? For a moment, his composed countenance faltered before he instantly recollected himself. Then, he gave me a small nod of affirmation. I know 'cause I'm also one. I gave him a thumbs up. He just ignored me and faced the rusted gate. I shrugged. He could be like that if he wanted. But I knew what I saw there. My instincts told me he was kindred, and I trusted them. The priest accompanying us chuckled into the back of his hand. You got busted so quickly, Sir Knight. Perhaps this one's intelligence is due more credit than I thought. Intriguing. This guy thought he was slick, didn't he? Still, I decided to be the bigger man and not respond to the insult. Most certainly not because I couldn't come up with a proper comeback for the way he called me an idiot. Instead, I focused on the matter at hand. I wanted to ask something. The priest, Mark, craned his neck curiously, hands behind his back. It didn't follow us when I pushed it back the first time. It didn't throw everything it had either. Why? To even attempt to understand the mind of a heretical creature not of this world is a fool's errand. He smiled, speaking in a perverse tone. Well, this is a newborn, isn't it? How much logic or understanding do you expect from a toddler? You know, it becomes a lot less cooler if you say we're fighting a baby. Oh. Then you won't like it when I tell you this is like a late abortion. An abortion after the fact, even. Isn't that just murder? I sighed. No, it is cleansing because I happen to be a representative of the church. Whoa. That was wild. He seemed to realize it too, judging by the fact that he started chuckling again. Our little discussion was interrupted when Heine stoically threw cold water over Mark's odd humor. You cannot assign nature to something that isn't natural to begin with. Unlike you two, I don't have the time to sit around either. So, let us begin before I grow tired. What, you want to get to your sister that bad? Hit the nail right on the head there, young Henry. Say, won't you become my apprentice? Surely eternal bliss beats out anything the magi have to offer. I opened my mouth to answer, but Heine, the boar he was, wrenched the doors of the manse apart and stepped inside. With a sigh, I pocketed my aviators and followed him in, immediately faced with an alien world. One I could understand far better this time around, for I'd already deciphered it fully last time. I also noticed something else. Heine's white suit was a mystic code too, with a latent spell under it. Even his skin had a latent spell to it, same with that necktie pin he kept fiddling with. Something to do with stone. The Lord is my refuge. No harm shall overtake me, no disaster will come near my tent. Mark stepped in while professing those words. It was some prayer, from the Bible I assumed. But, with each word he uttered, magical energy shifted, his circuits hummed and pulsed. That wasn't a prayer. It's a fucking spell chant. He was connecting to that something that enacted all spells, a thaumaturgical foundation, one far grander than any I'd seen to this day. For he commands his angels to guard me in all my ways. They will lift me so that I strike not stone. A defensive spell. I will tread on the lion and the cobra. I will trample the great lion and the serpent. He finished his chant, and the spell came into effect. Not on just him, on all three of us. A defensive spell, and a strengthening one as well, combined into one. It did something else too. Bar the influence of that which was decreed evil. So these were the baptism rites of the Holy Church, stabilized and given strength by the belief of the masses, activated through mana. It was an incredible occurrence. One I documented long before he even finished, and I didn't need that chant either. I could connect to the system and make that command objectively. I didn't need to convince myself of what I could literally see through a spell. I didn't get to ponder upon those thoughts. The instant he finished, I was wrenched by my nape and thrown against the wall. A hand clenched around my throat. I choked. But I grinned too. Looks like somebody's angry. It was that thing that bore the name of Gabriel. Blasphemer. Mark called out. I denounce you and call you evil. Know this well, you who would bend the word of our Lord, it is beyond you. So I declare. So it is. The third part of his spell came into effect. I punched it with a reinforced fist, to no avail. When I opened my palm, a burst of flame exploded onto its face. This time, the stone of its flesh was nicked. My eyes widened in realization. There was something around it that was stopping everything. That something wasn't affecting what was already in contact with it. That something was a world that came from it, but was not a part of its own form. Heine Astari uttered a single word. Convert. The soil under us hardened and ruptured in spikes that meant to bury the demon. It didn't work. The spikes shattered into nothing long before they ever made contact. Its wings shimmered. The spikes turned back on Heine. He didn't even seem surprised. Convert. This time, it was his own body that converted. Liquid stone spilled out from under his skin and enveloped his body. It formed gauntlets on his hands, plate on his chest, pauldrons on his shoulders, and greaves on his legs. Finally, a helm of stone clicked around his head, or rather, his very skin morphed into it, with only a thin line that revealed shimmering blue eyes underneath. He looked like a knight straight out of a high fantasy novel. It was alchemy, I instantly deciphered. He was finally manipulating stone embedded in his own body as part of his magecraft and converting his own flesh into it as well. Liquefying and hardening it at his leisure. Truly, alchemy in its purest form. The transmutation of matter from one form to the other. His was just solely focused on that living stone. Getting choked out by a demon was worth it already solely for the Astari family's magecraft. Wait, if it involved manipulating stone, and this demon's flesh mimicked that then. A coiled spear formed in Heine's hands as he rushed at the angel with greater speed than his bulky form should have allowed. He jammed it in its throat and dragged it back with him. I took that moment to free myself with a curious application of Heine's magecraft. The fingers around my throat melted away and I fell to the dead soil. You too, help Sir Knight. I will cleanse this blasphemous fiend. Mark appeared behind me, a hand on my shoulder. Disregard your worries. This one has no power over us. Hold it while I rid us of it permanently. The demon seemed to latch onto those words. It dissolved into nothing in the second Heine took to heed Mark's words. The world shifted near us. It stepped out, wings shimmering, one eye white and one eye obsidian. A black sludge spilled from pores in its wings. The bastard was holding a mean fucking grudge from last time with how hard it was on my ass. The earth between us wilted away as Mark was flung aside like a useless side character with a stony spear pierced through his shoulder, but Heine was on it before it could reach me. This time, I was more alert. More ready. I waved my hand and dozens of flaming bullets shot out. I raised my other hand just as they neared it and brought it down. Lightning rippled down from the sky. It struck hard and true, as my flames embraced Heine's coiled spear. If this is an artificial fucking newborn, what the hell can real ones do? It was a dreadful thought. It was an exciting thought. Again, one I didn't get to ponder when a stone hand slapped me across the face. It didn't hurt. It was just extremely fucking disrespectful. Then my skin started oozing that same disgusting goo and I almost screeched like a little bitch as I backed away. My cheek was rotting. Necrosis. I buried the pain under my excitement. Hark, heathen. You carry the name and form. Thus you submit to his laws. The priest addressed the name of the demon. Its angelic visage. The priest threw a key-shaped sword onto its forehead, then two at his wrists and one more at its feet. Be admonished, ye who think yourself judge. Serve thine Lord with fear. Rejoice with trembling as you are righteously cast down. The demon faltered. It truly trembled. The stone of its form cracked and gave away, slowly falling to the ground. No, you are not just. No, you are not to be. Begone from this plane. I command thee in the name of the Lord of all creatures, the Lord of thine name. You who are twisted. Submit to him, he gives you rest. His is your solace. He was, turning its own birth and nature against it. A cleansing right to banish creatures of evil, tampered to suit this particular case. I doubted I would have much use for such a spell, but deciphering and storing it wasn't something I had a choice about. It was near instinctual. Its wings shimmered again, the cracking arms moved to Heine's armored throat as bright light erupted from within them. Begone, and in death, have eternal life. Kyrie eleison. It exploded in a blinding light and crumbled apart. The alien world went with it. A light that was pulled to the cloudy skies above us. I had to pinch myself to see if it was even real. This had been nothing like my first encounter with this thing. In fact, it was too easy. I eyed the old priest bleeding from his shoulder. What kind of maniacs were these people that such a thing was routine for them? I was envious. Still, scripture as spells, huh? Heine stepped up to me as his armor disappeared back into his flesh, calm and collected, not the least bit bothered. He dusted off his shoulder before putting a hand to my rotting chin. He was used to this, it didn't take a genius to tell that even if I was one. But I will restore you to health and heal your wounds, declares the Lord. A soft warmth caressed my rotting flesh. When it faded, the pain faded with it and I was left better than ever. Unfortunately for Heine, he didn't realize that his good intentions had just given me a healing spell. And in doing so, casually granted me new heights to which I could elevate my eyes. Sir Knight is honorable as ever. Mark observed as he joined us, fixing his monocle like his shoulder wasn't even wounded. Harmlessly, smiling, he neared me. Harmlessly, smiling, he pulled a key-shaped blade from his cassock and buried it in my neck. Comment your thoughts. You can find 6 chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. It'd be 8, but the latest chapter was extra chonky and I didn't really want to break it up. It'd mess up the flow. Chapter 24, Chapter. Oh wow, a guy from an organization that hates magi betrayed me. This has to be the plot twist of the century. I spoke with a deadpan. My heart seriously can't handle this level of shock. Mark seemed oddly surprised when his sword barely went half an inch deep before it struck something hard. I honestly wondered why. It'd take a great idiot to think I wouldn't have countermeasures against a shady man from an even shadier group. Admittedly, this was not my original plan, just a highly controlled application of Heine's alchemy that turned everything in the blade's trajectory into stone. But still. Tisk. It was not, however, within my expectations that Heine would move too. I expected him to help the priest. He didn't. The knighted magus struck Mark instead, fist wrapped in a gauntlet of stone, and sent the old man tumbling away. His coiled spear took shape in that hand long before the priest even stopped. Must you make me an accomplice to such an underhanded farce? Heine cast a dry glare at his companion, a hand over his heart and a lance held out to the side. I told you I did not approve of this. Are you all right, Henry? You're a magus, right? I couldn't help but ask. No magi alive would choose to butt heads with a priest over someone that was barely even an acquaintance. It was counterproductive, and certainly not worth the scrutiny of the Holy Church. He offered a bare-bones smile, still focused on Mark. They've tried to take me down already. And they have failed. If they try once more, they will fail again. You really knocked the air out of me there. The priest heaved, taking long haggard breaths. I'll admit, I wasn't expecting you to intervene. I rubbed my neck and felt the blood on my fingers before rising to my feet. By then, the small wound was already healed. Really, I truly believed that Heine would come to regret his decision to heal me, if he wasn't doing so already by the hint of surprise that flashed through his eyes. I'm not mad, you know. I turned to Mark. With how much shit I give people, it'd be weird if I was quick to anger, even though you did stab me in the neck right there. Still, this situation isn't really looking all that good for you. I'd already processed Heine's living stone alchemy, even Mark's own rights, and broken them down to do with as I pleased. Then, there was the fact that Heine himself was more than willing to help me. Yeah, it really didn't look too optimistic for the good old priest. Am I about to look like a Japanese woman in one of those videos? I snorted. You're about to get juju jumped, lil bro. It was then that Mark betrayed my expectations. He just slumped down against the wall Heine had thrown him at and raised his hands. Welp, I surrender. I tried my hardest but the heretic overpowered me and made his escape. Truly, there was nothing I could do. A man of the cloth wouldn't dare lie, and anyone who says otherwise is a dirty blasphemer. Ah. So, that was your intention from the very start? Heine murmured. He shook his head and the armor dissipated away. Mark grinned, and shrugged his raised hands. If I were more of an honorable man, it would be stupid of my superiors to tell me to murder someone whose aid we enlisted. That'd be the act of a coward. Maybe I'd miss my killing blow purposefully, and act like I lost when in truth, I surrendered. Maybe I knew Sir Knight would strike me. But, alas. I work for the church, I wouldn't dare betray my commands. Why, fie upon you for even considering it. Honestly, I respected that. Bold of you to assume you could have killed me if you tried. I smiled, dusting off my clothes. Magi do tend to think so highly of themselves. He made a gun with his fingers, and pointed it past my shoulder. Curious, I cast a glance behind me. There were half a dozen of those key-like swords buried in the ground, in the shape of a cross. The priest flicked his wrist and they shot past me, back into his grip. I bet you missed me tossing those out. Well, I did it while fighting the demon. He kept his perverse grin as he spoke. Why, you even dash. You mean I missed the swords you buried underground? I held up my thumb, and the one hanging there in the air as well as the spell formation under me. Oh yeah, I definitely missed all of it. Who did he think I was? So long as I didn't wear my mystic eye killers, there was nothing these eyes of mine could possibly miss even if I wanted to. William was suicidal in his search of excitement, not stupid. Attentiveness could never be bad for you. He went silent at that. Truly, you must join us. Think on it. He gave a respectful but overly theatrical bow before turning to leave. I felt his magic circuits turn off. I really had no intention of giving chase, but it would leave a bad taste in my mouth to get stabbed and give nothing for it. I was a petty bitch like that. In the same way, he made a gun with his hand, I did too. Cast off explosiveness and size for piercing power and speed. A tiny line of fire shot out, at a speed that far exceeded any projectile I'd ever used. To his credit, Mark did react, just not fast enough. It burnt through his ear, turning the skin charred and black and disgusting. Now, we're even. As though he'd heard me, he didn't even turn around, just waved his hand and kept walking. Aside from the fact that I wasn't a damn murder hobo, killing him was going to be far more trouble than it was worth when the only upside was just satiating my ego. My decision was an easy one. When he was well and gone, I looked to Heine, who was still standing beside me. Thanks for the help. I left the church for my little sister. He started without looking my way, still staring off into the sky, hands behind his back. When I abandoned my family, they implanted the crest onto her. I wanted to say, who asked, but evidently, this wasn't the time. The reaction was adverse. It began draining her of her life force. So, I betrayed my comrades and returned. To save her. I stroked my chin, considering his words. To my knowledge, magic crests were a kind of extra organ made by all magi at some point in their life with their own circuits. The important bit here was the extra organ part. Since it was a part of one's body, it stood to reason that only members of the family could have it transplanted into them without issue, but, like with kidneys and whatnot, there were the rare issues where the implanted organ reacted adversely. That was apparently what happened here. I don't see where this is going. I confessed. You mentioned your adoration for your younger sister. Heine smiled faintly. If yours adores you half as much as mine does me, I could not find it within me to let her experience that kind of loss. So, you saved me cause you're a massive siskin and it'd feel bad if a fellow siskin died. Perhaps. I respect that. I held out a hand. He gave it a firm shake. Be wary, Henry. The church is sure to send someone else. Incantations of general use spells are pre-established, they are part of a process. So, they are generally the same. Waver lectured calmly, the words thaumaturgy written across the board behind him. However, as I taught last time, incantations are a form of self-hypnosis, for effective manipulation of one's magic circuits. This is why even though a spell's effects are the same, the chance will differ between magi. For personal magecraft, the chance and effects are wholly different. The effectiveness is largely dictated by the meaning of the words themselves and how cleanly a magus can manipulate his circuits to achieve an effect using those words. For us practitioners of modern magecraft, who splice bits from all thaumaturgies, personal chants are integral towards a proper spell. This whole lecture was completely useless to me because of my unique proclivity towards all things related to mana. I cleared my throat and raised my hand. What, Henry? Professor, chants are corny as hell. Why can't everyone just be like M-? The motherfucker hit me square in the forehead with a duster, splattering chalk dust all over my hair. Flat keeled over laughing and even calls averted his gaze, trying to hide his mouth. I know where you live. I threatened. I'd walked straight from a fight with a literal demon to class just so I could be a perfect A student, and this was the respect I was given. It was totally unfair. Totally unfair. This is tyranny. Down with the tyrant. Not everyone is talented like you are. Waver shouted indignantly. Whoa, way to encourage your students. Professor. Professor. I don't need chance either. Flat shouted at the top of his lungs, flailing his hand in the air as he leaned forward on his desk. Quiet now. Both of you. Or I'll make you clean up the dining area. Tyrant dash. He threw a duster at me again. This time, I ducked. It hit Yvette behind me instead. She'd just been sighing and groaning while resting her head on the desk, bored out of her mind, but the hit seemed to flip her on the switch. He hit me. How? Defend your concubine's honor. Only you get to do it. Oh my God. Every single time one of you opens your mouth. Waver cried like a little bitch, burying his face in his hands. Why must talent always lie with fools? You know, maybe you don't have it cause you're boring. Out. Hope you enjoyed. The chapters following this are extra chunky, boys. Hop over to piatre0n.com/bleepy if you want to read a couple chapters ahead. Chapter 25, Chapter A/N. As of the latest chapter, they're officially a thing. Anyway, same deal, 250 horsepower. A few days later, I was having pancakes for breakfast and just generally enjoying the beginning of my day when Ellie climbed onto the chair across from me. The little one was glaring at me for some reason. What happened? Admittedly, most of my narcissist confidence went up in smoke when it came to dealing with family. My bravado withered away under her gaze and a strange nervousness settled in its place. I didn't know what I did, but I knew I was in the wrong. We don't go out anymore, humph. She huffed, crossing her little arms as she turned her head aside with closed eyes. You don't love me anymore. Oh. My heart couldn't take this. Oh come on, don't say that, I pleaded, a smile on my face. There's no one I love more. It was true that I was spending most of my time running around chasing various kinds of magecraft and other creatures pertaining to it, but could anyone really blame me? And even then, a significant portion of my motivation came from the very fact that I had to provide for them. Okay, that wasn't totally true. I loved all the adventures a lot too. Liar. No, it's true. I promise. She opened one eye. Really? Yes, really. That's fine then. But, you have to take me out, okay? I want to go to a park. I want to go shopping. I want new clothes for Sir Thomas. Sir Thomas. Oh wait, right, that was the bunny doll she dragged along everywhere. I didn't even know that thing could change clothes to begin with. Ellie, don't bother your brother. My mother called from the attached kitchen, walking out with a plate for herself and Ellie. Once she was settled in, she addressed me, are you heading out to that university of yours? I couldn't face her. With my shares in Karnak, it was no longer necessary for her to keep working. I'd been skirting around that particular bit of information for a good while now, because I didn't have any plausible explanation for the acquisition that wouldn't get me grilled by her. No one could possibly not question that kind of wealth, certainly not her. She had no reason to trust Luvijlita like I did either. Are you thinking about that foreign girl? Hal. Those kind of folks. They don't. My mother softly rubbed my hand with her palm, a sad smile on her lips. That kind of thing only happens in fairy tales, Hal. I don't want to see you get hurt like me. Money like that it. They were sound words, completely reasonable. But, in this one case, they were wrong. Where were they even coming from anyway? Did she think I was depressed or infatuated or something? She's . Before I could even begin, Ellie cut in. Hal, you have a white hair. I have what? Immediately dropping the heart-to-heart conversation with the woman who sired me, I bolted off to the bathroom for confirmation regarding those outrageous words. What's got you so down? You're usually very chipper around this time of day. Luvijlita found me sitting at a cafe near Slur, the same rustic cafe we'd found Gordoa under, with my head down, and steaming cup of bitter black coffee on my side. I depressedly stared up at her. She curiously stared down at me. I cried for an hour. The Edelfelt princess tilted her head, visibly confused. Then, she slowly took the seat next to me before softly placing a hand on my shoulder. What happened? Can I help? Did someone bother you? I can have them on their knees. No, I shall remove their knees for such an affront. I need only a name. That was an unexpectedly brutal kind of reassurance. Can you beat depression? She tilted her head again, sipping coffee. My coffee, like it was the most natural thing in the world. This is so bitter and cheap. I thought you enjoyed tea like a man of taste. She spit it out to the side. Depressed bums only get shitty instant coffee. And, that's not very ladylike. I don't have to be, her pale cheeks grew red, around you. Regardless, why are you depressed? I thought buffoons were always joyous. And I thought demonic banshees couldn't be nice, but we're all proving stereotypes wrong today, aren't we? I sighed, turning my head the other way to stare at a fat woman hulking down the road with a pink tee a few sizes too short and a small backpack. Oh, her hair was in a bowl cut. Dora the Explorer Diabetes Edition. Luvijlita snorted. Dora the Explorer and the struggle against stairs. Dora the Exploring for food. That's not very nice. She punched my shoulder, struggling to hold her laughter. Dora the Explorer, the treasure in the food aisle. I offered a silent thank you to the valiant stranger who'd cured my depression. She would never know the sacrifice she made that day. Bloody hell, that's a fucking whale. The hell did they feed that goddamn creature? Keep it down or she'll chase us, cause a fucking earthquake when she trips. Londoners were not very reserved with their words, I knew that. But I was drawn to the one who said those words all the same. Mostly because it wasn't no stranger that said them. It was. Hey Luvijlita, isn't that? Indeed, it is. Did you two shag yet? Or are you still skirting round it like a bunch of pussies? Maybe you really are a faggot, mate. It was that same motherfucker that cock-blocked me last time, and called me a faggot when I was admiring my eyes. I will murder you. Fuck me for giving someone some elderly advice. He shoved his hands in that thick trenchcoat of his and fucked off into some alleyway. I wasn't really interested in giving chase though, my depression was back. Now, one might wonder how someone as calm and collected as myself could ever get depression. Well, Ellie's words were true. I had white hairs. Not one, but a whole bunch of them, like a proper bloody patch. A proper prominent streak in my luscious dark man bun. I was 19 or something, goddammit. How'd that even happen? Stress was the farthest darn thing from my mind ever since I woke up here. Well, the foreigner's proclivity towards food consumption aside, might I know what's got you so down? I pinched the streak of gray with a groan. Look at this. I'm becoming an old man. It's unfair. That's all. Luvijlita tilted her head, arms crossed under her generous breasts in a way that seemed to push them up. Even I could see that she was genuinely confused by my words. Quickly, she hid her mouth behind her hand. I've been noticing that coming for quite some time now. I thought you knew. Oi, don't laugh at people's misery, you crazy witch. Well. You shouldn't feel too bad. She twirled a lock of hair with her finger, raising her gaze as if that was somehow going to hide her tinted cheeks. It makes you look more gentlemanly. I think. I turned her way again, considering her words earnestly. Truly, no man could ever say that a hot chick complimenting you did nothing for your self-confidence. I stared past her, at my faint reflection in the cafe's window pane. It was true. It made me stand out with a sort of refined grace, and God willing I was a massive attention-whore dash. I enjoyed attention, whatever form it came in. You pay a lot of attention. Naturally. She huffed. I deadpanned. How's that supposed to be natural? You don't need to know, buffoon. A buffoon managed to learn your family's signature magecraft at a glance. What does that make you, and your family? It was true. She knew it. I knew it. If anything, I was rather surprised that Utopia had not had more of an adverse reaction to that particular discovery. Well, it was also true that she could still beat my ass for a good bit in most situations. That's just because you're abnormal. Nothing else. She sighed. A magus must always accept that there will always be abnormalities. Besides, it's not as if someone like yourself comes along every day. So, she'd accepted that this particular case was out of anybody's hand and the best she could do was maneuver it in a way that suited her. That was, a lot smarter than. That's a lot smarter than what I'd expect from a blonde with TI dash. What's that supposed to mean? She protested abashedly, raising a fist. Domestic abuse. This is domestic abuse. Shut up. An awkward sort of silence settled in after that. Well, awkward for her, I was deriving a great deal of amusement from the varied reactions of the people around us. Some smiled helplessly, others expressed annoyance while a good few just didn't care. So, why'd you come for me this early? Usually, she'd come find me after classes when it was important, or late into the evenings just to hang or something but never in the morning. She was the head of a prominent family after all, even though I didn't really know what that entailed past enjoying conflict and finding treasures for the Edelfelts. You're aware of how my family rose to its current status, yes? I shook my head. That is unfortunate then. Allow me to enlighten you. She leaned back in her chair, a small smirk playing on her lips. It was during the Renaissance. We picked certain conflicts that were unrelated to us, intervening, and making off with what was most profitable with none the wiser. You could say we rose as adventure dash. Thieves. You dash. Adventurers. Not thieves. We explored tombs and ruins, gathered the greatest of treasures and magecraft, as adventurers. Picking our battles was elegant and smart, not cowardly. I grinned. That sounds like something a coward would say. If I were a coward, you would be in a basement dash. In your sex dungeon. Her face froze for an instant, then she raised her hands as if she wanted to strangle me but managed to hold herself back. You wish. In a lab. Regardless. This way of being has not changed, even in this age. She relaxed back into her chair before retrieving an opened envelope from her small purse. I received this not too long ago. It had the picture of an angel. Not the kind you saw in modern fiction or even the statues I'd encountered before. No, this thing was ugly and disturbing to look at. It was one of those biblically accurate depictions. A fiery creature shrouded in wings, with countless eyes on its form that seemed to almost move even in this picture. That brings up bad memories. I confessed, scratching the back of my head. The last time I encountered something called an angel, I almost died. This has nothing to do with angels past the name. Yeah, that definitely wasn't a flag. It is an invitation to the inheritance of the late Lord Ashbourne. Naturally, I would like to have it for myself. It is of much value. How do I come in, exactly? I believe your unique abilities will be quite helpful in whatever challenge I might face. I could go myself and succeed, it is me after all. But I thought you would like such a chance. Utopia closed one eye, and stared me down with the other. I pursed my lips. I think I've had enough of angels for now. Clearly, that wasn't the answer she was expecting. Her eye widened, and she even trembled with a slight eep. I could practically see the question marks forming atop her head. Well, it was a request from her. I supposed I could push down my distaste for that. I know you're not one to do things out of the goodness of your heart, so. I'll pay, she conceded suddenly. What do you wish for? Of course, the richest magus resorted to bribing me for my help. But honestly, I felt I'd be less of a man if I was greedy here after all she'd done for me. I want. She leaned in. A cane sword. Well, I am a magus, right? I have to look spry and mysterious. I'm gonna couple with a fresh suit. Oh yeah, give it an eagle head with red eyes. I geeked out. For some reason, Luviajlita Edel felt facepalmed so hard she left a red mark on her own face. It's you. I wasn't going to say no. And you know why. Her face reddened, she averted her gaze. You can find 8 chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 26, Chapter A/N, 250. So close, yet so far for one so utterly washed. I loved magic. I loved magecraft. Those were my persistent and earnest feelings from the very moment I learnt of its existence. It was to the point where someone as scatterbrained and easily distracted as myself took 2 hours from every day simply mixing and matching whatever I'd learnt. Bisecting code, placing it in another place, the practice usually blew up in my face, but that was expected. Occasionally though, I'd come across some incredible combinations that I could use to further decipher these uniquely magnificent languages in which spells were woven together. The act of enacting something upon the world by manifesting it through their internal world, and then passing it through a higher system, was as incredible as it was incredulous. An act that manifested the supernatural by deceiving the very world. Could anyone really blame me for being as enthralled as I was? I stared up at the grey London sky from atop the main building of the Department of Modern Magecraft Theory, sitting on the roof with my feet dangling off the edge. I counted the seconds until the clock struck 4 and Big Ben tolled loud, for all to hear. Moments later, droves of students came spilling from the doors, headed to their homes or their workshops, whichever suited them best. Most were like me, new agers that were just stepping into this world for whatever reasons and didn't know much but were eager to learn. The other departments looked down on them, us. You never really saw any old lineages here, not really. It was obvious why once I noticed that for magi who were incredibly devoted to their own specific branches of research, classes must have been nothing but a formality, a way to foster alliances, scout talent and whatnot. Conceited, but fair. My suspicions were confirmed when I learnt that a number of families were eyeing Svin or Flat for adoption or marriage. They steered clear of me solely because of the Democratic faction's apparent interest, as well as the neutral factions if you counted Yvette's crazy ass. Done with my musings, I returned to the latest object of fascination for me. Bounded fields. Using Gerdoa's principles and Waver's lessons, I easily could set up a basic bounded field. It was, after all, just an area with a spell woven into the separate space previously designated. But, therein lay the issue, the area was fixed. I could find no way to augment this without the field falling apart. It couldn't be mobile, or at least, I couldn't make it mobile. It went against the very basis of a bounded field. I'd succeeded in limiting it to the area of an object, but again, the object wasn't the anchor. The area itself was, so it didn't really move with the object. I was interrupted by someone clearing their throat. Why you hiding behind Gray, Professor? You look like you forgot to take a shit or something. I eyed Waver from the corner of my eye. He was standing behind Gray, his apprentice, sweat on his brow. When my words registered, he cleared his throat again. Well. You blasted Flat with an artillery-type spell when he interrupted Dash. It's nothing. He suddenly shook his head. I wanted to ask for your help. I raised a curious brow. He needed only ask, and I would do just about anything. The Castle of Separation. Lord Ashbourne's legacy Dash. ET2. Your eyes would be Dash, wait, what do you mean by me too? He tilted his head, confusion playing across his entire face. Someone else approached you. Or, did you receive a letter as well? That second one's impossible, man. I'm a nobody. Is that so? Something told me he didn't really believe those words. Noting his silence, I continued, turning my eyes back to the sky. It was Luviajlita. Already gave her my word. I guess I can tell her no if you want. Don't. Whatever she can give you is beyond anything the Elmeloi can offer at the moment. He sighed into his hands. I was hoping I could enlist your help, but it is what it is. I only request that you let me off easy if Dash. No, when it comes to a fight. Gray gave me a strange look. Was she trying to be scary again? Don't give me that look, Gray. I would never hurt the professor. Well, unless he hit my mother or something. But, you can understand why I'd be in the right there. Wait, no, he doesn't have the balls for that. Waver narrowed his eyes, as if he wanted to rebuke me for something. You're right. I know. I grinned. Anyway, Professor, help me out, will you? You got anything about mobile bounded fields? Waver stroked his chin, earnestly considering the notion like I expected him to. The guy was as enthusiastic about magecraft as I was, if not more. Wouldn't being mobile defeat the whole purpose of, wait, no. There was a member of the church, an executor belonging to some secret order or some such. He was executed though. So you just jumped through several hoops there for nothing. I was just trying to help. The professor protested with a raised fist. But you didn't. It's the thought that counts. Tell that to dead people who could have been saved. I want to be spoiled more. Ellie declared suddenly as I led her by her little hand. Hal. Do you hear me? We just left the candy store. We went to the park before that. Aren't you being a bit too unreasonable, my dear sister? She huffed, puffed up her little red cheeks, and turned aside again, still clutching the bag of chocolates I just bought her while acting like I didn't. The adorable little creature even had the gall to pull away her hand and run down the street. What happened next was, honestly, something I should have expected. No, she didn't get ice-guyed after she fought her brother by means of speeding Lori. No, instead, a white van pulled up the second she stopped by the curb. The door slid open. Unfortunately for her and the would-be kidnappers, I was not about to let this be some cheap-as cliché character development arc. To hell with you, foul creature. Before the would-be kidnapper number 1 could even grab her by the arm, I drop-kicked him back into the back of his van with reinforced feet. I definitely felt a crunch too. He tumbled back inside with a loud boom. The other one thought to avenge his comrade and jumped out of the door, brandishing a long dagger. Without hesitation, he swiped at me. Without hesitation, I stepped back and planted a roundhouse kick directly onto his cheek, shoving him against the van, no, not against, into the van so hard the motherfucker left a proper print. You won't be blowing your boyfriend in there for a good few months. Too bad. He moaned in pain as he slid down onto the hard concrete road. Dusting off my hands even though there was no need to, I turned back to Ellie, kneeling down on one knee. You all right there? I won't mind if you give me a standing ovation. Contrary to expectations, she looked at me with big bubbly eyes with tears welling in them. That was scary. Oh, or I'd be fine with being called the coolest older brother. She just started wailing, snot and the waterworks all. The little brat even rubbed her nose on my sweatpants like they were some kind of napkin. With no remorse, even. She wrapped herself around the leg. I won't argue, run away again. I could only awkwardly pat her head with no real idea of what to do. With a sigh, I channeled my inner Henry and took her in my arms, putting her against my shoulder as I softly stroked the back of her head. There. Nothing happened. You're all right. She wailed harder. Oh my fucking go. Way to go, Calls. In the end, rushing to the dormitory and shoving her on Calls seemed to be the best option. She'd taken something of a liking to his games and honestly, I was proud as hell to be the brother of a gamer even though she would never attain the heights I myself had. Ah. COD lobbies, how I loved you. A single tear rolled down my cheek. Calls, who'd been delegated to reading books instead of nerding out on his own gaming PC, wasn't really that upset for some reason. He just sat on his bed with one leg crossed over the other, watching Ellie play with a smile. You. I narrowed my eyes. You wouldn't happen to be some kind of lolico dash. Where'd that even come from? He shouted, red-faced. I just thought she looked adorable. That's what a lolicon would say dash. Leave. Okay. I'm sorry. Damn. Just poking fun, you drama queen. How am I a drama queen in this situation? You can find 8 chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 27, Chapter A/N, so we hit 250. 250 more for another. After such a grand invitation, and that over-the-top build-up to it, I was expecting something refined, majestic not this. Why are there so many damn insects? As we treaded up the dirt path, my impotent protest was carried away by the cool September wind, echoing through the hauntingly empty forests of rotting oak and ash trees around us to be lost among the chitter of insects and small animals. The only thing pleasant about this whole trip was the scent of wild flowers, the wet earth and the moldy smell of thick sap. It didn't matter that we'd come here in a first-class train, the trip took almost 10 hours. 10 hours of just sitting on my ass. It didn't matter that Luvijlita had arranged private transport to the foot of the path curling up the side of the hill. I had been assaulted by insects the whole damn way. Don't complain so much. It doesn't fit a man. Luvijlita chided softly, walking beside me. I thought you'd feel at home here, the caveman that you are. Now you listen here. I grumbled. You might be used to prowling the dark depths among muck and shit in search for lost souls to feed on, but I'm a proper civilized person. Huh. I would never have guessed. You're enjoying this, aren't you? My, I would never. She giggled, not looking the least bit winded even though we'd been walking uphill for a good few hours, navigating tattered paths surrounded by nothing but trees and shitty beetles that kept knocking themselves into my face for some blasted reason. You. I was promised an adventure. A mystery. A treasure quest. Not a glorified walk in the middle of nowhere. The Edelfelt princess innocently poked her cheek. Much of treasure hunting is walking, were you not aware of this? It's rather common knowledge. But then, I should expect as such from a Barbaria dash. Fuck you. She laughed again. I'm going to toss all your stuff. You wouldn't dare. Honestly, she should have known full well that that was the absolute wrong choice of words when it came to dealing with me. Henry, no. Wait. I hoisted her case, one of 3, and unceremoniously flung it down the side of the hill all as she watched with wide eyes. I grinned as it tumbled down in a perfect roll-up until it hit a tree, spilling dresses onto the muck-covered forest floor. Then, I hoisted the second. Luviajlita grabbed onto my arms. No wait, that one is important. I'll apologize. I'll apologize. I accept. Was that so hard? I grabbed the remaining 2 cases again and once again started our trek up the hill. She had no choice but to follow with clenched fists and red cheeks. You're a real bastard. What kind of helper does this to their lady? Oh, so you're my girl now. That's not what I said. Someone like me wouldn't say something so uncouth. And certainly not for you dash. Even if dash, ugh. Her eyes turned glassy and she tripped over her own words. The trip here was cumbersome, the insects were annoying, and being in the middle of nowhere brought up bad camping memories from when I was attacked by a moose and had to climb a tree as William, but it was almost worth it because of her being there with me, almost. Well, my idle complaints about the locale aside, I couldn't say I wasn't looking forward to the residence of this so-called Lord Ashbourne. For people of Luviajlita and Waver's caliber to seek out my help, it had to be something considerable. Maybe his magecraft was something like saying arise and just aura farming while your friends died around you. You know, this thing stinks now that I think about it. I commented idly and no, I was not talking about the carcass of a mole lying beside the path. Luviajlita gave a curious hum, not slowing her pace. This lord of yours was a fairly established magus, right? I find it hard to believe that someone like that would just put up all he had for grabs. Lord Gerion Ashbourne has no heir. With him, the lineage dies, leaving any and all to plunder what he leaves behind. Even those damn members of the policies department. It stands to reason that he might want to leave it to someone who fits his own criteria. That made sense, but still, something was fishy about this whole setup. What did he have that's so important anyway? He was a renowned tuner, capable of restoring greatly damaged magic crests to perfection. She explained calmly, straightening the edges of her dress. He could do what would take others generations in less than 1/10 of that time. Surely he'll have saved quite some treasure and wealth. Even then, the knowledge of his work itself is worth more than you could ever know. Tuners. Tuners. I narrowed my eyes, racking my brain for an explanation. It clicked a moment later. Waver had given a lecture about this. Tuners were magi specialized in maintaining and restoring magic crests. They were necessary because magic crests weren't perfect in their design. They were external organs, artificially made. They eroded with time, so they needed maintenance every once in a while. Or, much like organs, they could get damaged or malfunction or some such. Most tuner families were terribly wealthy for the very fact that those crests, which had generations of research and circuits in them, were, beyond a doubt, a lineage's most prized possession. Then, beyond a doubt, they would be willing to pay fortunes to maintain them. I must have it in my collection. Luviajlita, your real nature is showing. I don't care to hide it. Unlike you. I'm the most genuine person you'll ever meet. A bona fide saint. Even after we climbed the hill, it took a good hour of trekking through a forest until we finally arrived before a clearing. What I saw then really drove home the sort of wealth these old families possessed. Walls of white marble reached to the sky, with ramparts dominated by statues of humanoid angels standing vigil, staring down at would-be guests or intruders with a judging gaze. It wasn't magnificent. No, I was certain that these were built specifically to be unsettling through misdirection or some other trick on the human psyche. A rugged drawbridge led to the massive open main gate, which opened into a spacious garden that was bare bones. The assortment of roses and lilies and other flowers had no order to it, even if the garden was well kept. Even there, statues of angels were scattered atop high marble pedestals, brandishing scales and swords, some hooded, others youthful, all unnerving. If each and every single one of these were to manifest as a demon. I shuddered at the thought, not with fear, but with excitement. The main castle itself was a double-floor building curled to look a kind of sea with a sloped roof, made of white marble that shimmered gently in the soft sunlight. Even here, atop the curled spires and the warped ramparts, stood angels with great wings spread. They watched the empty forests around the castle with white eyes. Since the castle was built against the back wall, it even looked like the surrounding walls were unfurled wings. Opposite the main entrance was a tall tower, carrying, you guessed it, another angel with crossed arms. This one was much larger than all the others, and cast a somber gaze that seemed to lock onto me. Adra Castle. The Castle of Separation. The legacy of the late Gerian Ashbourne. Luvieglita, I think this guy liked angels. She let out a small chuckle as I raised my aviators. As expected, there was a spell on each and every single one of them. A monitoring one. Someone was watching us through them, though I couldn't tell just who. Maybe if I hijack Dash, later. I don't know, we could be mistaken. Maybe he doesn't like them. We'll find out inside, won't we? Before we could continue, however, a distinct sound cut through the air. One I recognized. The sound of helicopter rotors, not one but two. I all but spun around like a princess to see where it was coming from and... Is that a fucking Chinook? Indeed. Luvieglita crossed her arms with a smirk. A tandem-rotor heavy-duty cargo helicopter capable of carrying 10,000 kilograms of cargo belonging to the US of A. It wasn't mounted with any weaponry, but really, who the hell did that belong to Dash? Wait. I eyed Luvieglita suspiciously. That smirk. Don't tell me Dash. Indeed. That one is mine. I told them to bring over the rest of my luggage. Honestly, impressive. Impressive, but... You mean we could have just flown here instead of walking? You shitty employer. Walking is good for you. She rebuked with a casual wave of her hand. And why did you need me to carry these? Exercise. You need more muscle if you are to learn wrestling. I have enough. I don't want to be a gorilla like you. Who are you calling a gorilla? She punched me. I dodged. I punched her back. These hands are rated E for everyone. I grinned. Air, milady. The pilot spoke over the comms, still hovering in the air. Do we just? In a flash, servants carried out a dozen travel cases while Luvieglita rubbed her shoulder, and then, after a polite bow, they were gone as quickly as they'd come in, leaving us standing outside. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, Luvieglita turned around and pointed at the elderly butler with the impressive mustache who'd opened the door in the meantime. You. Have these carried inside? Quietly, I wondered just what awaited us in this weird castle that promised too much for nothing. I wondered why Waver was interested, and if we'd butt heads. After all, it was well known that Luvieglita Edelfelt did not get along with the second Lord Elmeloy. She'd called him a talentless hack many times while we were out and about, and that was about the politest words she'd used. Thus begins the Adra Castle arc. I hope you enjoyed, and be sure to leave a comment, please. I can't know it's going well if I get no feedback. You can find 7 chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Need 5 more members or I might be cooked. Chapter 28, Chapter. I wasn't expecting to hit 500 so soon, lol. But, a promise is a promise, so here. The main lobby was, muddling, cluttered with statues of unrecognizable angels thrown in with no particular care for placement. From cherubs, thrones, to seraphim, to even Cupid with the little arrows, there were statues of everything that could even remotely be related to the word angel. They were strewn about all around us, watching, waiting. You couldn't even avoid them by looking down because the marble was so clean it reflected their twisted visages fully. There was a spiral staircase just to our side, leading up to a second-floor balcony with polished golden railings looking down on the whole lobby. And, we weren't alone there either. Waver stood a few steps ahead of us, a lit cigar in his mouth, conversing animatedly with a shriveled-up fossil of man in a sleek, steel wheelchair. He had a balding scalp with long, gray, side hair neatly swept down to his neck and wore a black suit. A creepy, beady-eyed kid in shorts and a blue vest stood behind him, clenching the handles of his wheelchair. There was even someone unexpectedly familiar standing near one of the pillars. Haina Istari. The knight. A little girl barely older than Ellie clutched the cuffs of his white suit. Her shiny blonde hair, clear blue eyes and white, frilly dress told me she was probably that sister he mentioned. He was standing between her and a Shinto priest-looking youth, white flowing monk robes and all. I knew at first glance he was a crazy motherfucker because he also wore an eye patch, like a certain magus that had forced her familiarity upon me. He raised his head and his one eye twitched to Luvieglita. The next moment, he was standing in front of us, locked hands hidden under droopy sleeves. He tilted his head curiously. Might I know your name, fine lady? Coincidentally, mine's Taketo Jiruba Sagan. You can call me Sagan, only you. He spoke in heavily accented English, a toothy grin plastered on his face. Unfortunately for him, his movement technique was a derivative of some magecraft. Expecting something like this, I'd made sure to lower my mystic eye killers just enough before entering. I put a hand to my chin. A near-instantaneous movement spell. No, a levitation and movement spell. That was a fine addition to my arsenal. Wasteful and unrefined as his technique was, the speed alone far exceeded anything I currently knew. I could also refine it and cut out excess, later. Oh. Are you familiar with it? I will admit I did not expect as such from a magus with how you see us monks as backwards. But well, I don't care for you. You're neither a pretty boy, nor a fine lady. Now that I look at her, this woman is also too old. Those boobs will sag any dash. I glanced at Lita. Contrary to my expectations, it seemed her incredible tolerance for bullshit only extended to me. She raised a hand and the magic crest on her arm came to life with a proper roar, releasing an oppressive air that made the Japanese dude stumble back, visibly startled. That spell, it was a gander shot. Wait. I'm sorry. I'll apologize. He brought his hands together and did a perfect bow. Please forgive me for my insolence. His words fell on deaf ears. A purplish bolt shot past his ear, singing some of his hair. Let that be a warning for the next time insulting one such as I crosses your idiot brain, you barbarian. Damn. I coughed. You gonna take that, lil bro? Now me personally, I wouldn't let that slide. Lita lightly shoved her elbow into my ribs. You're supposed to react adversely when someone acts towards myself in such a manner. That was true, but then again, why did she think I hadn't reacted? Oh ye of such little faith. I scratched the back of my head and idly pointed a finger at the ground. Precisely, at the spell formation hover a few centimeters above the ground. One more step, and Sagan over yonder would have experienced around 500 volts. He'd feel like Susanoo himself bitch slapped him across the fucking face. Whoa. Why is everyone here so keen on brutally injuring each other at a moment's notice? Jirubu protested, stumbling back further. Let's all be friends, yeah. At those words, a slow, raspy laugh proliferated the lobby. I realized instantly it was coming from that weird-looking fossil in a wheelchair. Lita glared at the men with a hostile familiarity. I just looked between them, confused. You sure have some gall for saying that after attacking Heine over there. The blotted, sickly skin stretched thin over his skull molded into a malformed grin as he brought a hand to hairless, wrinkled chin. I suppose I will agree in this one case. This filthy mongrel deserves every insult. It appeared they'd already had a conflict before we even entered the premises. I supposed it was only par for the course when such eccentric magi were gathered in one place. Lita tossed a lock of hair aside. Orlok, you old bag of bones. It's truly nothing short of a miracle that you still draw breath. Maybe leave magecraft for a career in gravekeeping with that face. Holy, what was this insane shade all of a sudden? An excited grin crept across my face, one I made no effort to hide. There was no need to. Magi truly were amusing. Funny you mention gravekeeping, Edelfeltnat. The old man spat with an unsettling chuckle. If it means I get to slap you upstart runts from robbing them, maybe I will. You corpse fisher. Have you come to stake a claim on my old friend's legacy? Don't project your own failing mental capacities upon me, you moldy fossil. Your failing crest makes it paramount you acquire Ashbourne's restoration techniques. I merely wish to grant that knowledge the honor of being among the lowest ranked treasure in my collection. Thief. Lita stared at me, expectation in her eyes. That's some wild-ass shit to say for a paraplegic within punting distance. You think I won't hit a cripple? I craned my neck, 'cause I will. You kiss your mother with that mouth. Orlok bit back, betraying his apparent weakness. Behind him, Waver desperately shook his head and made an X with arms, probably trying to stop me from messing with someone way above my league. Truly, I envied his reasonable mind. Instead of taking the professor's totally valid advice, I channeled the lessons I'd learned by ghosting Krishna. Immediately, the words came to mind. No, but your sudden deflection to a lack of maternal presence in an unrelated conversation hints to a critical shortage of such a thing in your own life. I looked him up and down, scanning him from head to toe. Which explains why your ego is so fragile as to be hurt by the words of someone that's like a baby compared to your advanced age. With not a single rude word, I had called him a motherless old fuck with self-esteem issues. Truly, Krishna was the true treasure of the Department of Modern Magecraft. There was no changing my mind on this anymore. Orlok gave me a befuddled look. Lita did the same. Even Jirubu. Did I go too far? Quietly, I stepped to the side and wandered off to join Heine. I could still feel their stupefied gazes on my back with each step. They were shamelessly ignored. When I neared, Heine's sister let out a small whimper and hid behind her older brother. The girl looked like doll, with pale skin and bright navy eyes like her brother's. You were right. She's adorable. Heine nodded in satisfaction before holding a hand out in greeting. It's pleasant to see a familiar face. Rosalind, you don't need to be scared of him. I gave it a firm shake. Yeah, I also have one just like you back home. Your brother helped me out a while back so I wouldn't even think of harming you. Like that, the number of people in this incident I absolutely could not touch became 4. The Lord Elmeloy too. Luviage Lita et Elfelt. The Astari siblings. Beyond a doubt, the hostility mulling in the air would explode. It was as if this place was designed to bring it out. Slowly, the young girl nervously peeked out from behind her brother, both curious and cautious. With a gentle nudge from Heine, she stepped out of his shadow, tugging at her white dress as she gave me a bow, the sort you'd expect in a medieval society. Pleasure to meet ya. I can see why your brother adores you enough to do what he did. Elle likewise. She answered embarrassedly. By then, the open hostility between Luviage Lita and Orlok ceased. They were still glaring at each other, but from separate corners of the lobby this time. Waver stood with Grey. And Jerubu slowly wandered to us, an annoyed expression on his face. So he gets to flirt with her, but you try to kill me when I do. I mechanically turned to look at him, failing to believe the absolutely vile shit that my ears seemed to have caught. Flirt. My smile froze. You flirted. I had a sister that age too. That was the first thought to cross my mind. Heine acted faster than I did. He tapped the pin on his neck. A marble sword shot from the wall next to us, aimed right at his head. Jerubu easily dodged it by leaning off to the side, hands still locked together. What he could not dodge was the absolutely demonic hook I planted on his face after using his own technique to appear next to him. His eye patch made sure he didn't even see it coming. The Japanese youth properly flew, tumbling into a wall as the servants in the way hurriedly moved aside to avoid becoming collateral damage. Ow. 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 I think my jaw is cracked. He miserably rubbed his bruised face. You. I hope you don't expect me to take that lying down, yeah. I felt zero remorse for my actions. Pedophile, die. Eat shit and die a horrible death. Have you heard of something called, a joke? He clenched his fist, and the next I saw of him, he was standing upside down on the ceiling right above me, arms crossed. Luviage Lita moved a hand to her chest. Before the situation could devolve any further, however, a woman's voice, graceful but harsh, cut into the tense, sticky air hanging about the lobby. Let us not stray from our purpose in coming here with trivialities and emotional dalliances. Now, her, I did recognize. It was hard to forget someone that looked that eccentric. I'd seen her floating about the policies department before. Dragging that excessively long jet black hair behind her everywhere, it was longer than her own body for fuck's sake. Then there was the overly bright and colorful long-sleeved kimono, decorated with flowers. I didn't know her name though. But, in her own way, she was far more unsettling than the openly sinister-seeming Orlok in that she seemed perfect in all ways, smiling cordially, polite and gentle of speaking, with a sort of beauty that didn't quite seem natural. TSK. So your lot are here too. Orlok was the first to express his dissatisfaction, quickly followed by Luviage Lita. Apostate. Call me what you will. But I have no interest in what you all seek. I am here solely to make certain that Lord Gerion Ashbourne's will is enacted fairly and fully. Who are you fooling with that? Luviage Lita spat, arms crossed under her chest. If the will wasn't in place, your department would have torn this place to the ground under one claim or the other. No one really held any affinity for the Department of Policies within the clock tower despite their pow dash. No, it was because of their power that they were so despised. In a world where everyone was obsessed with their own research, their path to the root. These so-called apostates chose to openly abandon that goal, instead taking up the mantle of lawmakers and enforcers. To ensure that the ebb and flow of their world wasn't disturbed. Naturally, magi, who would discard everything for their goal, would hate such people who applied to them rules and enforced lines that were not to be crossed. The woman ignored their protests and fixed the black glasses framing her eyes with a dainty, pale finger. For those of you unfamiliar with me, I am Hishiria das Hino. I represent the interests of the Department of Policy. Hereby, I declare the complete contents of Lord Gerion Ashbourne's will. You can find 7 chonky chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 29, Chapter A/N. With this chapter, we've hit about 60k words. Hand over those reviews if you want me to keep posting as frequently. I reasonably expect proper reviews at this point, not spam. I will delete spam even if it's 5 stars. Ask for the angels' names. Those who are asked and unable to answer shall, in all cases, be torn apart by angels. Those who can take hold of the angels will be granted my inheritance. These were the words Hishiria das Hino left to the people gathered in the lobby. To me, the words were cryptic to the point where they were nonsensical. No doubt, the original master of this castle had left behind some great troublesome puzzle that wouldn't be solved without severe harm. In the first place, if you took the words literally, it was easy to realize that we were supposed to go on a search for the names. One couldn't interact with them in any form, so asking them directly would mean beginning the questioning part of the puzzle and end with said person torn to shreds. Evidently, this puzzle had not accounted for someone like myself. Specifically, the clause stipulating that the will in its entirety would go to the one who managed to take hold of the angels. Normally, as the game was structured, this meant naming them. But, if the control was woven into the place itself then, there was no need for me to play the game in the first place. I moved a hand to my face, trying to mask my excited smile. It seemed Professor Waver instantly came to that realization as well, no, maybe even before I did. His dark eyes shot to me, widening ever so slightly from the realization. Luviajlita was excited too, largely because this entire situation directly appealed to the baser ideals of her lineage's nature. A literal treasure hunt, is it? She tossed her hair aside, very well. Is that all? Hishiri tilted her head in a particularly reptilian way. I believe so, Lady Edelfelt. Additionally, one hint has been given to each of you. If you would look at your invitations, please. Waver was the first to raise his letter. Even from a distance, I could easily make out the golden letters that formed on the crisp white paper. Mihail. My first thought was a misspelled Michael. My second was that I was stupid as hell because no magus could ever make that mistake. I just wasn't familiar with the name. My eyes wandered to Luviajlita. Maybe she knew. A room has been assigned to each of you under these angelic names. Please confirm them yourselves through the plates fixed outside each one. And, for anything you might need, do not hesitate to ask the Ashbourne family servants, they are at your beck and call. All right. Jirobu let out a small cheer. I wonder if they have some nice sake or something. I turned to him. Drink chocolate milk like a real man, you bitch. Can he say that to me? He can't say that to me, can he? When no one made a move to reprimand me, he just threw his hands up in surrender and wandered off. Haina, how's about we have that tea left promised? I'm your fallback. The knight said softly, considering something before nodding his head. Might as well. Come along now, Rosalind. Lord Elmeloy, let's have a drink, you and I. Orlok spoke out after the youths left. Two old men on a bar date. I chuckled at the image. Us old men should get along. I'm not that old. Waver looked to me for confirmation. I just turned my head aside, whistling obliviously as my eyes wandered across a mural depicting the Archangel Michael casting down a serpent with the flaming sword. I'm really not that old. I even play video games. Orlok dragged him off all the same. Who is that fossil anyway? I asked Luviajlita, watching the little boy push Orlok along as he mumbled something to Waver. Orlok Caesarmund. A brand. Damn. Brand was the second highest rank amongst the clock tower, and coincidentally, the rank Inari was at 2. Admittedly, this didn't speak much to their combat prowess, seeing as the clock tower was primarily an educational institute, but sure as hell, there was cause for concern when the only higher rank, Grand, was supposed to be able to topple a fucking nation by themselves. That old man could probably whoop my ass 6 ways from Sunday, probably. Antagonizing him was so worth it even though I didn't have a rank where he was the second highest. The Caesarmund family specializes in Papilio magecraft. Papilio. Butterfly. That old man sits around playing with butterflies. My shoulders drooped instantly, all my hopes dashed. Even if strong, butterflies could never be cool, damn it. The rule of cool was the most important thing when it came to magic. To be concise, it interferes with the process of transformation, basing it on the difference between a butterfly's different life cycles. That is all I know. Boring. Agreed. Startled, I jumped with a squeak. Okay, no, I didn't squeak. Luviajlita would tell you otherwise, but as I said before, magi were all filthy liars and none of them could be trusted. Still, I don't think antagonizing him was a good idea, even if it does look to be plenty fun. The speaker let out a thick, booming laugh that echoed in the lobby. It was a muscle maniac. A man with a body you couldn't possibly achieve without tampering. He was tall as Waver, but so thick he looked like he'd eaten 3 or 4 Wavers and then gone on to become a professional bodybuilder. He wore nomadic clothes, a white turban and even a tattered cloak. Even his tan skin was so caked with dirt and ash I'd believe he'd been rolling around in the dirt for a good few hours. He moved a thick hand to scratch the dark beard framing his chin, a toothy grin on his face. Mister. Where'd you come from? I've been here the whole time. You were doing something pretty interesting, so I kept quiet. Hee hee. He pointed a finger at the spiraling staircase. Back there. Not hiding. No. Are you a terrorist? Where'd that come from? Is Bin Laden one of your distant cousins? I don't know a person by that name. If it looks like one, talks like one, then dash. Before I could go on, Luviajlita stepped between us. She gave him a withering glare that made the man stumble a step back with his hands held up. I was certain his shirt would burst at the seams from how thick they were. Whoa, I didn't mean any harm. I know better than to antagonize you, Lady Edelfelt. I caught a brief glimpse of over half a dozen daggers hanging from the brown leather belt fastened around his waist. Very well then. Master Slayer Pfluger. I suggest you keep your distance. Whoa, that there was a very interesting adage to the name. That name, huh? He sighed, scratching the back of his head. Then, a shit-eating grin crossed his lips. Say, would you like me to read your fortune? See if you end up with this young man dash. Luviajlita folded immediately, flushing a deep red. Where'd that come from? I don't dash. Well. I didn't even need a spell for that one. You've been stealing glances and, looking out. 4. Gradually, his words slowed and became something I'd barely even call a whisper. Probably because of the big fuck you beam Luviajlita started charging up the second he opened his dirty mouth. Her nerves became magic circuits. Gems floated in the air. I'm sorry. Please don't. I have children. Honestly, it was hot that she immediately resorted to grievous bodily harm faster than Jamal pulled out the 9, but it wasn't the best idea to be the first person to murder someone here, yet. The best way to calm a woman down was to distract her, right? So, I slapped her ass. Yeah, I did it. I wasn't even gonna deny it. It seemed like a good idea at the time and it worked too. The Edelfelt princess was so shocked her concentration straight up shattered and the spell sputtered out into bits of light. Her head whipped around to stare at me with wide eyes. We both spoke at the same time. I'm not going to apologize. And not in public, yet. Have more decency. What? Thank you, young man. Pfluger shouted at me, dashing past the lobby doors faster than lightning. But, his words fell on mostly deaf ears. What in the fuck did she just say? Pfluger poked his head out of the doorway. I don't have children, by the way. Yeah, with that face, I didn't think so. What? Girls think I look good. Your mother doesn't count. I shouted back. What about my grandmother? He belly laughed. Ugh. Lord Ashbourne is rather lacking in taste. Not lacking, I don't think he even knew the damn word. I nodded sagely in agreement, one hand stroking my imaginary beard and the other behind my back. It's like I'm in an otaku's room. Hey, do you think he jerked off in front of these? I'd call you moronic, but I cannot discount the possibility. The room was easy enough to find, it was one of many all along the curving corridor right past the lobby, right before the end, and was easy to find on account of the marble plate with the name held up by an angel. Michael. Luviajlita's given angelic name was Michael. Who is like God. To absolutely no one's surprise, the room was filled to the brim with angel statues. It'd even look like a literal storeroom than an actual room if not for the lavish king-sized bed lying between two tall stained glass windows and the large fireplace burning to the side. See. This is why I had furniture brought here by my servants. Who uses a chinook for furniture? Her answer was simple, accompanied by a tiny smirk. I do. Any issues? I didn't answer. Instead, I took off my aviators and pocketed them before rubbing my hand over my stomach as I looked around. There was that same observation spell I'd seen when we first arrived at the castle. Someone was watching us. Pervert. You can find 7 chonky chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. These will be 10 by tomorrow or the day after, give or take. Chapter 30, Chapter A/N. It's been a long time coming and I really hope I did it well. Around 60k words LOL. It isn't grand or with much flair. But I think it's what best matches the way they are and the nature of their relation. It's sudden, simple explosiveness. P.S. I'm about to either get 1-star review bombed and absolutely shit on for ruining the story, or praised. A bit nervous, honestly. No, scratch that, completely terrified. I put my aviators back on. There were 2 ways to go about dealing with the unwanted attention. One option, the smarter option, was to hijack the spell. I'd already reverse-engineered it, but that ran the risk of alarming its current caster even if it gave me access to constant surveillance over everything. The other option was the one I decided on the second the thought crossed my mind. Casually, I wandered up to one of the angels, a hooded creature with wings holding a lantern aloft, making sure to clack my steps on the marble floor. For all intents and purposes, I was certain it looked like I was merely curious, but, the second I neared it, I turned my back to it, hid its eyes before gesturing to the one beside me with my head. Luviajlita blinked. Then, she did the same, mouthing a simple "why" as she walked. I just raised my hand, manipulating my flame-based spell to write floating letters against my palm. Watching us, through them. If she was surprised, she certainly didn't show it. With a typical grace she stomped to the middle of the room and spun with a flourish, hand held out. How unsightly. Truly, how unsightly. Such utter lack of any taste or beauty. I am well and truly insulted. Truth be told, I wasn't sure if she was just acting. That was just how she was after all. Noble. But then there was the fact that one of her briefcases were reserved solely for the cheap teddy I'd won her at the random crane claw game. A weird girl, but hopefully, my weird girl someday. Ah. Henry. I perked up. Would you be a dear and toss them out for me? Out of the window, if you will. Since this place will be mine, I don't think anyone should mind. So, we weren't just having the servants move them. Oh, she knew me so well. I grinned, reinforcing my arm strength, and gave a pronounced bow, hand held to the side and all. Of course, my dear lady. When I was done tossing them out the window, the sun had set. There were just that many of the damn things in the room. Hey, I wasn't complaining, it was fun tossing out the expensive things knowing whoever was on the other end had to be molding. Luvieglita sat comfortably on the bed, watching me work with a strange expression. By the end, it looked habitable, if not a bit empty because of the suddenly glaring lack of furniture other than a fireplace, a study table and the aforementioned king-sized bed. I reached for the white wooden door, the poor Londoner in me wallowing in disgust at the sort of wealth these codgers were hoarding. Seriously, who made doors lined with gold? I guess I'll take my leave then. See if the servants will give me a room. Night. You can stay. Luvieglita yelped, her face uncertain, as if even she didn't know where that came from. Look, Luvieglita. I sighed. I know I joke about it, but saying that with that face really might give a poor ass like me some wrong ideas. After all you've said to me, you can't just dash. She cut herself off, her gaze downcast and her pale skin so tinted it looked like she was about to burst. Why, you're a simpleton. She said that a lot. I craned my neck, I don't think that's a compliment. At that, she just exploded. You like cheap food. You wear cheap things. You don't shut up. You don't have any tact or delicacy. Saying whatever you want all the time. You hit me like I'm some commoner. You're terribly petty. This really was not an explanation at all. If anything, she was just listing off the traits that made me something of an asshole. You see me as just a woman, even though I should be someone who by nature looks down on you as a commoner. She should be what now? You, don't lie. You should hate me for being an aristocrat, but you don't. You have the courage to live the life you want. And you chose to defend me, someone you knew to be a spy. She clenched a handful of her dress in her fists, crumpling the expensive cloth around you. I can't be a noble dash. I can't be who I should be as an Edelfelt. As one of high birth. I'm forced to be myself. She looked up at me, and her eyes seemed to shimmer, a thin, defeated smile betrayed her. But I don't dislike that. I love it. I love being around you. I love cheap remarks. Irrational competition. Cheap food. The simple way of being. I want to live like that, with you. In typical noble fashion, she'd latched onto the one thing that made the burden of her responsibilities as one disappear if only for a moment. I could understand it. It wasn't my intention. I just thought I was a muse, but this was. So, you like me 'cause I'm an asshole? Her eyes went wide in shock. An awkward quiet fell in the room. Then, suddenly, a soft giggle broke through the silence as she wiped her watery eyes. You're such an ass. Making up my mind, I stepped over to her, plopping down beside her. I wanted to say I was nonchalant but my hands were trembling and I was having a lot of trouble finding the right words for such a fierce expression of emotion. But, it was so like her to clam up and then randomly explode that I couldn't help but smile. With a deep breath, I took her hand in both of mine. Look. Your station is way beyond mine. Realistically, there's no way for me to answer without causing problems. For a moment, she looked crestfallen and tried to get up. But I wasn't about to let this turn into a misunderstanding. I grabbed her hand and pulled her back down. That ended with her falling on me, pushing me down on my back instead with her on top, all red-faced and stuttering. Now, Luvieglita wasn't just hot in her way of being, she had an insane body too. The sort that made a young man like myself have all sorts of strange reactions. I regathered myself, and spoke earnestly, but I will reach that height, if you can be patient. A height where you'd be proud to declare it to the world. 'Cause I can't imagine a day without you chiding me or laughing with me either. In my 2 concurrent lives, I'd never found a person like this, never a connection at this level. And I didn't want to let it go even if it was selfish or wanton or whatever. I was a man who'd long decided to live by my desires. I don't need you to. She whispered. What was that? I don't need you to. I don't care for opinions. You should know this. But you said you'd marry someone of high class. A gentleman. I'm neither. I don't care anymore. I love the stupid Londoner. Everyone needs to deal with it. Why you showed me this? Her eyes glazed over. And slowly, she closed the distance between us until her Waver burst through the fucking door, Gray at his heel. His face went red seeing us and he immediately raised his hands to block his eyes. Oh my fucking god, he cock-blocked me. For your queen. A gander shot burst through the air. He fell back on his ass just in time to narrowly avoiding having his head blown through. It shattered much of the wall instead. Scorch and sunder. Then he rolled to the side to avoid the spiral of red-hot flames that melted stone. Those came from me. Even Gray didn't think to interfere this time, too stumped to move. Wait dash, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But this is my room. What in the world are you talking about? Luviajlita shouted back at him, firing another 2 gander shots at him. He quickly groped along his coat to retrieve his invitation letter, pointing a trembling finger at the golden letters. Michael. C. That says me hail you dumb cun dash. I conned myself with a deep breath. Wait what? He flipped the letter with disbelieving eyes. Dread overtook his features as he realized his mistake. Then even more dread when lightning rumbled in the room, specifically, along my arms. It appears I have made a continuous and severe lapse in my judgment. I would like to offer my sincerest apology dash. Gray was the smart one in that partnership. She grabbed her master by the shoulder and leapt out of the room in a flash, slamming the door behind her. The petty bitch that I was definitely going to make him suffer for this cock-blocking of immense proportions, but not right now. Right now, I had more important matters to attend to. Such as the incredibly beautiful woman fiddling with a lock of her golden blonde hair beside me, squirming with her eyes averted and her face flushed. I guess it's true, assholes do get the girls. Shut you dash. When she turned to reprimand me, I held her by the chin and took her soft red lips. There was the faint taste of strawberries to them. A brief surprise flashed through her eyes before she leaned in as my other hand crept around her, pulling her closer. Shamelessness did have its uses, didn't it? I love you too. Compared to her, my words were direct, but she smiled brightly, because she knew that was just who I was. Please share your thoughts on this chapter. I need to know I did it right, please. The goal is 500 this time, since you guys keep easily violating the 251. I expect this to be significantly harder. Chapter 31, Chapter A/N. Honestly, I was expecting the last chapter to be poorly received, afraid that I didn't do it well. Thank you for the praise though, I love you guys. I woke up really early the next day, at the very break of dawn even, when the first wisps of warm morning sunlight broke through the window, inviting in the cool September air that carried with it the scent of roses and lilies from the castle's garden. Luviajlita was softly snoring then, still asleep, clutching her cheap teddy bear that I'd painstakingly replaced myself with. So after properly covering her and washing up, I started wandering the castle's eerie halls. They were deathly quiet at this time, and the few servants paid little attention to me past a polite bow before they returned to rushing about their duties. How could anyone live here? I wondered earnestly. Yes, rich people had exotic tastes, I knew this. Rich magi too. But, weren't the statues a bit too much? Then there were the murals, the sculptures. All with eyes that I knew followed my every movement. I don't think I'd ever get used to such a creepy place. I uneasily tightened and loosened my fists, a bit too high in energy for this early in the morning. This was truly strange. I was the sort of person to sleep until I was so hungry I hated everything about the world and got up. Wait, bodily fluids carried magical energy. If this had something to do with that, then I could definitely understand the sudden burst. After all, there was certainly an exchange of such fluids late into the night. I pushed down those thoughts as I stepped into the dining hall. It was built in one of those typical rich people styles, with a long dining table made of dark wood lined with candle holders and expensive tableware. The head chair sat directly in front of a large fireplace with a massive painting of a throne, a great blazing wheel lined with eyes wide open. Creepy as motherfew dash. I rubbed my nose with a sigh. Jirubu was already there, leaned far back into his chair in a way that he'd slide right off with the slightest movement, arms crossed and one eye closed. There was a white ceramic bottle lying next to him and a small cup half full of some clear liquid that I knew was definitely not water. After telling a dark-haired maid to bring me my breakfast, I took the seat right across from him. Then, suddenly, for a reason I couldn't hope to place, the whole of last night's events flashed through my head again, in great detail. It was as if the reality of my actions done while high or something was settling in on the next morning. She loved me, damn. My heart picked up, hammering against my chest as I downed a glass of water. So, I have a girlfriend now. Is that the right word? I murmured to myself. It was a strange experience to be sure. There had never really been anyone I couldn't see myself without, no one I really desperately wanted to stay with me. But, she was so cool, so nice, and so incredibly hot with how she lived. There was no way to fault myself even if I wanted to. Who in my position would have done something dissimilar? She adored fast food while having enough wealth to buy out 5-star restaurants. She liked anime and stuff, man. Even games and simple shit like a walk in the park where she could have easily been a haughty bitch from the lifestyle her wealth afforded her. More importantly, Luviajlita Edel felt deeply cared for a person so starved for it that he forgot he even needed it. I put a hand over my head. Man. But the clarity also brought with it another realization. There was no need to worry about standing. I could analyze spells in real time, break them down, tamper with them, make entirely new ones by piecing together bits of their code at a subatomic level. If I truly tried, ascending through the ranks of the clock tower would be easy, but not without backing. And there was only one faction willing to back me. I'll see about it when we get back, I nodded to myself. What's got you so giddy in the morning? Jirubu groaned suddenly. He stretched his arms and arched his back before wiping his face with a hand. Did a hot lady wander into your bedroom or something? I gave him a subtle nod. The Japanese you've paused for a moment, you, don't tell me. That hot blonde dash. Another nod. He practically leapt onto the table, I wide. It shook under the sudden force. Ya serious? Goddamn. I only got tea with that night guy. Unfair. Totally unfair. Okay, not to stereotype but, was this guy a Japanese Eki Shounen protagonist or something? He definitely had the extremely eccentric looks of one, what with the eye patch and the long white robes and the jagged black high dash. Yeah, he was definitely one. I wonder if one of the maids fancies my handsome face, preferably a younger one. The maid putting down my breakfast trembled in disgust and quickly excused herself with a bow. I ignored the dude and eyed my food. 4 pieces of fried bacon, 2 sausages, and 3 toasts. All cheap stuff. I could go for exotic foods but this was what I was honestly craving. Say. I started, biting into my bacon, you wouldn't happen to be the sole survivor of some incident that killed your family, yeah? Surprised flickered in his one eye as he perked up, how'd you know? I could only deadpan at that. Well, it's not an incident per se you see. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. My old man slept around a bunch and popped out like a ton of us. But, he was a magus, and you know how magi have only one heir right? True. The other children were often either backups and political chips in the best scenario, that spoke a lot to the worser of the possibilities. It was mostly because a magi's children were less people and more property up till a certain point in their life. So, most often ended up horribly neglected or worse except the heir. It was strange. Why did these supposedly intelligent people not realize how hard that could bite them in the ass? So yeah, the rest of the kids got jealous cause he focused on my older brother. You remind me of him. His tone grew more and more somber. Then, one day, they decided it was enough, they all banded up to rebel against my father and brother. There was the bite in the ass I was talking about. Magi were human too. Although, this case was a little too extreme. How could they do anything though? Even in numbers, they barely knew anything. My father was a magus. He slaughtered them all, but he got injured too. They managed to set fire to the temple he was in. Sheesh, a father murdering his children was crazy work. I pursed my lips, and pushed down the shitty joke I was about to make to cope with the sudden turn of conversation. Instead, I asked a genuine question. Where were you? Jirubu trembled at that, his gaze downcast. I was scared so I didn't join M. I hid. And, I loved my older brother. He was like you even. The type to genuinely like learning this crazy stuff with proper joy. He used to look so happy, even though I always thought it wasn't worth the trouble. I wanted to save him. But by the time I got there, my father was dead, my brother was on his last, burned alive, along with the crest. He shoved it on me and told me to carry on. The dick. He chuckled, wiping his one eye. So yeah, I gotta restore this. No matter what I have to do for it. For my NII-san. For your Nissan. I quipped. He chortled. You bastard. For my brother. That was some heavy-ass shit to tell me over breakfast. That didn't mean I'd stop eating though. In fact, I was shamelessly downing my last sausage by the time he finished dumping his story on a total stranger. You sure you wanted to tell me all that? I asked after a moment of silence. Heine seems to trust you. Was trust a thing so easily given? Sides, he tapped a finger against his bottle. I'm drunk as hell. This is some fine stuff they've got over here. It came as a real surprise that the guy with something that heavy weighing on him was drunk so early in the morning. Yes, because drinking away your troubles is just great for your health. I swiped his drink from across the table and tossed it into the fireplace. Sober up, so we can go about fixing that crest of yours. Oi. Maybe it was because of Luvijlita softening me, but his story worked. If I could, I wanted to help this seemingly horny idiot who liked making pedo jokes. He reminded me of one of my lost friends with that sense of humor. He made to throw his cup at me, but before he could, an overly dramatic scream broke the silence of the castle. The sort that you'd find used in a cheap D-list horror flick with underpaid grads instead of actual actors. But, well, it didn't matter. It did its job. Before long, all of us had gathered where the scream came from, the main lobby where the details of the will were revealed. Orlok and Waver stood side by side and Heine covered little Rosalind's eyes, hiding her behind him. Fluger hovered near me, and Jerubu too. All that was missing was Luvijlita, but I could understand why she'd missed the screech after last Nig dash. Ehem, the Edelfelt princess wandered into the lobby too, refined as ever, with grace befitting only royalty. She cast a shy, unsure glance my way, before once again donning that distant guarded expression nobility wore. Now, there was only one person missing. Hishiria das Hino. And she wasn't really missing either, considering she was the reason for the scream that gathered all of us here. The overseer from the Department of Policy was impaled on the sword of an angel that had been moved to the center of the lobby in spectacularly brutal fashion. A pool of congealed blood gathered on the white marble floor under her, her jaw hung open and most glaringly, both of her eyes had been gouged out, rather clumsily at that, so the reptilian woman's face looked unrecognizable to the point it'd be impossible to recognize her if she wasn't wearing that flowery, long-sleeved kimono of hers. I sighed, of course there were going to be casualties. This was a renowned magus we were talking about here. There was no way it was going to be a simple puzzle. I just didn't expect the first one to be the one responsible for ensuring fairness. Nothing past that, I didn't know Hishiri to any extent, her death meant fuck all to me past its consequences towards our goal. Contrary to my expectations however, the highly talented magi gathered did not think even for a second that it was something the master of the castle could be responsible for. No, they immediately directed their hostility towards each other instead. In the blink of an eye, the cordial air from yesterday vanished fully. I could see it in the way Fluger uneasily shifted, how Heine's hand subconsciously neared his neck, how Orlok glared at Luvijlita and how she glared right back. Waver lit his cigar, and pulled deeply, a hand in his coat pocket. It begins, huh? Honestly, I just wanted to spend the day hanging with my girl, but well, there was going to be plenty of time for that. Hope you enjoyed. Feel free to comment any thoughts and suggestions or whatnot. I appreciate them a lot. No, I thrive on audience interaction. Chapter 32, Chapter. So, it would seem we crossed 500 by a fair bit. Y'all can be seriously insane sometimes. Unfortunately, I was asleep when we did cross, so a little late, but here's your extra chapter. Without a word, I stepped up to the impaled corpse and gently prodded one of her hands. They were stiff and rigid, fixed in place. That certainly was not supposed to be the case for someone recently killed. Then there was the congealed blood staining the sword and floor. Rigor mortis already set in, this corpse isn't fresh. That statement should have been a repeat of an obvious truth, but for some godforsaken reason, it wasn't. One learnt a lot when they spent copious amounts of time online to alleviate boredom. Of course the information was typically the sort that'd never come in handy for such a person, but there were always the exceptions. Like, right now, for instance. It seemed the professor had a similar idea as mine regarding the culprit. He retrieved a number of different vials from his black suit, and knelt down on the floor next to me, brows creased. "You here to interrupt again?" I questioned with a small grin. The dusty red that shaded his cheeks really didn't look right on a man of his advanced age. Wiping his face, he murmured a weak apology. It was an honest mistake. "It was you, wasn't it?" Orlok's raspy words cut through the air. He pointedly eyed Luvijlita as his caretaker rotated the wheelchair to face the Edelfelt princess. "I wouldn't put it past you filthy cretins." Luvijlita tossed her hair, meeting his accusation with faint annoyance. "Please, as if. If anything, this sort of underhanded activity is exactly what I'd expect from an old bag of bones with nothing in the way of honor like you. What's your proof?" For a moment, it looked like they'd attack each other. Gray stiffened beside Waver, her hand involuntarily clutching at her hood. She tended to do that a lot in these types of situations, I noticed. Almost as if there was some kind of hidden safety measure, or a weapon. Shaking my head, I pushed the thought away. My classmates' eccentricities could be explored at a better time. Instead, I considered this situation through the eyes of these nobles, through the eyes of people who live to sabotage, put down, cut corners and do anything to gain the upper hand against their competitors. Suddenly, their suspicion made sense. If someone intended to forcibly take the workshop that was the Adra castle through less than savory means, then ideally, they'd target the person responsible for maintaining order and law before anyone else, to have free rein in their activities. I was drinking with Lord Elmeloy well into the night. Orlok Caesarmund nodded at Waver, he can confirm this. I. For a brief moment, Livia Gelita's face faltered and reddened, but she was quick to gather herself. I was with Henry. I was looking after Lil Rosalind. Jeruba waved his hand with a steady grin. The younger of the Astari siblings nodded shyly at his words. Then, he cast a strange glance at Heine before continuing. Heine was with us too. I saw no need to intrude. Hell, I saw this whole alibi thing as a waste of time. This was a world of the supernatural, and my mind refused to accept that this was a simple murder. So, I lowered my aviators and eyed the body. The mana of every magus had a unique wavelength to it, even a normal magi could sense this given the proper education. To my eyes, the difference between each might as well have been the difference between the ground and sky with the detail I could directly observe each of these wavelengths in. In the literal blink of an eye, the truth of the matter became clear. Perhaps, I'd given away something on my face with the way the professor immediately turned to me with narrowed eyes, still crouched. Did you notice something? Nah. I lied as easily as I breathed, rubbing my nose. Truth be told, I felt bad for lying to the dude, but for this one matter alone, my allegiances were in direct conflict with helping him. Hey, I'd even counted towards what he owed me for his cock-blocking last night. It was as I figured, the gathered magi were so wrong in blaming one another that it was terribly hilarious. With an amused smile, I looked at the silent Pfluger. The mercenary sipping tea from a cup that was comically small compared to his thick, muscle-heavy stature. His dirty fingers gripped it with a delicacy you really wouldn't expect from him. What's your explanation, big guy? I was asleep. He said embarrassedly. Okay, no I wasn't, I was drinking. Sometimes a man's gotta do it, you know. It's been a while since I've been in a place this nice. Livia Gelita regarded the mercenary with unveiled scrutiny, arms crossed under her breasts. Boy, they were really nice. Especially now that I'd seen Dash. Ahem, sorry, this wasn't the time to be distracted. Your reputation and that flimsy excuse don't quite mesh well. You must realize this, yes. I don't know what to tell you. It's the truth. I snorted, you want my help with that grave you're digging for yourself right now? If the truth leads me to death then so be it. He said seriously, then he laughed, wouldn't it be cool if I said something like that? But no, you can ask one of the butlers that poured me drinks the whole night. This is why people hate you rich fuckers. You're one of us, too. Livia Gelita pointed out with a smile. You're supposed to be on my side. What the hell is this betrayal? After all we did Dash. Shut up. Waver cleared his throat, interrupting our talk. He rose to feet and pocketed his different vials before putting his cigar to his mouth again. I believe I may have found the culprit. Oh. Jerubu shouted. That fast? Gotta say I thought you were just some sleazy old dude. I'm not that old. Waver narrowed his eyes, and for a second I thought he was going to show his famous iron claw, but instead, the professor just sighed. He took a deep pull from his cigar and exhaled a small cloud of smoke. No one had a hand in this, at least none of us here. No, I believe it may be related to Lord Girion, and the angels presiding over this castle. What was Miss Hishiri's angelic name again? I believe it was Dash. I tuned the conversation out entirely at that. Differing from my rather direct approach, Waver arrived at the same conclusion through means of occult symbolism and connections. Funnily enough, both of us suspected the same culprit. The castle itself, well, at least, those were my thoughts until I actually lay eyes on the corpse. Such symbolism and hidden meanings were ultimately a means of communication with a thaumaturgical system, or rather, a means of influencing said communication by the beliefs steeped in centuries of occult beliefs. For someone like myself, who could perform this perfectly through understanding, there was no need for such dilution of what I considered to be a most incredible phenomenon. That belief was strange for magi, I knew, for a world so immersed in technicalities, spirituality, and those very hidden meanings. Hell, even the act of deciphering a spell was wrong because a spell was a mystery enacted. If deciphered so completely, it was no longer a mystery, right? Not in my case, because every fiber of my being fundamentally refused to accept that just because I could put in terms, it was no longer a mystery. For me, the very act of performing a spell, even one that caused a spark weaker than a matchstick, was the greatest mystery in itself. It wasn't magecraft. In my eyes, this incredible thing was magic. So yes, when Waver began to link it to spiritual meanings and whatnot, I decided to take my leave. There really was no need to dilute my understanding with such meaningless things. Thoughtlessly, I snapped my finger, gesturing for Livia Gelita to come along. The strong-headed woman unconsciously put a hand over elbow, and nodded demurely. It was an expression I'd never seen on her before, but it was hella cute anyway. Before we could actually leave though, Orlok called out again. This time, to me. And where do you think you're going? You are not excused yet. Serenely, the wheelchair-bound fossil with a sunken face antagonized me. Holy shit, I'd never heard more agitating words. I narrowed my eyes. I don't need you to excuse me. I'll stop you by force if I have to. I bloody well dare you to try, you old fuck. Behind him, Heine quietly closed the distance between them, a hand on his necktie pin. While I appreciated his friendship, I really couldn't understand why the guy was always so willing to help me out for no apparent reason. Pfluger cackled at the exchange. You going to take that, Orlok? Me personally, I wouldn't. I didn't know this dude personally, but it was rather clear at this point that he enjoyed causing trouble almost as much as I did. Jirubu too, but his was a more harmless kind where he didn't actually do anything meaningful, so he was like the dog that quit barking the second you stopped for the smoke it asked for itself. Oi, don't fan the flames. Jirubu chided with a closed eye, hands locked together. We all know he can't get it up dash, wait, I mean, we all know he can't get up. Well. I just thought it'd be an interesting clash. Orlok backed off with a huff, turning his head aside. Youngsters these days. Consider yourself lucky I'm more interested in hearing Lord Elmeloy. Oh my fucking god. As if she'd read my mind, Luviajlita grabbed me by the shoulder, holding me in place just before I could take off running at the geezer. She shook her head. Don't dropkick the elderly. My eyes widened. She hit the nail right on the head. How'd you know I was gonna do that? She gave a defeated smile as we slipped into the corridor. Rooms lined either side, fixed with plaques carrying various angel names. There were also the copious amounts of angels, but I'd noted that enough times that it was getting pretty annoying to even consider their presence. So, how you feeling? I asked when we were alone. She shyly averted her gaze, fine. You know, that was my first dash. Oh yeah, I know. Same. What dash, really? But then, so good dash, how? Why'd she look so happy about that? Wait, no, never mind, I understood. I was pretty happy too. I snorted. Internet. Ah, it was going to be so much fun teasing her about this whole thing. Well, at least until she got used to it and started quipping back like usual, which, knowing her like I did, would be pretty soon. Anyway, it was time to lock in. That corpse. Luviajlita became serious the second those words left my mouth. It wasn't Hishiria das Hino at all. She just groaned lightly. It's never simple with those policy people. Then, a slow smirk crossed her pale face. But it doesn't matter, you're ready to hijack this workshop, aren't you? I grinned at her. Unlike the rest, this wasn't even a quest or puzzle or some difficult task with me on her side. In fact, I'd even go so far as to call the sole matter of taking hold of the angels as a vacation. A rather fruitful vacation considering what had happened last night. Because, taking hold of the angels meant taking hold of this castle. A workshop working on magical energy, woven through spells and rituals. Luvia, won't it be more fun to swoop in and take it the second someone else is about to? My. How naughty. She laughed her rich girl laugh, with the back of her hand hovering over the edge of her soft lips. Oh ho ho. Hope you enjoyed. Chapter 33, Chapter. Ad. Waver's attention was drawn to those hushed words that left his shy apprentice's lips when they were alone in his room. Attempting to explain his theories regarding Miss Hishiri's death only ended with him gaining scrutiny instead, as someone trying to wash away their own sins with a false explanation of matters. Then, there was no choice left but to retreat to his quarters for the moment. He was weak, there were no two ways about that truth. Every single magus gathered at this forsaken castle in the middle of nowhere his sister had sent him to could kill him as easily as he drew breath. The title of Lord meant nothing. He sighed and took a reluctant puff from his cigar, glancing at his apprentice from the corner of his eye. Her black cloak fell away to reveal a cage, and within that cage, a cube with delicately carved eyes and a mouth. Ad. He looked like some kind of exotic puzzle, but the truth wasn't that simple. His jaw fell open and the most boisterous of words filled the room. Hi. What? Finally decided you need the help of someone as incredible as I am. Well, too bad. I ain't doin' it. Mem, Gray pulled on her hood, ducking her head. Why do you avoid Henry? Oh. That was a rather interesting question. Waver found himself paying more and more attention to the conversation. Ad was, in a way, similar to Rhaenys Trimo in that both mystic codes held a personality model. Admittedly, the former's was far more advanced. But, that was where the similarity began and that was where it ended. Waver shook his head to rid himself of that line of thought. He was getting sidetracked. Ad wasn't one to hold his words, not when he knew the person could be trusted, so, indeed, it was a curious thing that he chose to hide himself from Waver's newest headache. Gay, the box spat out with a rumble. That guy creeps me out a lot, you know. Those eyes, looking at everything like he's about to dash. It feels like he'll start dicing poor old me up the second he sees me. That gaze brings up some sour memories, ugh. That's how he looks at everything, you know. Waver had not known that a box could shiver. It did. That just feels like a cheap excuse. Gray whispered. Ha. How dare you discredit my feelings like that? I'll have you know, unlike you, I'm a proper person with thoughts and feely dash. No. Wait. Agia. As usual, the moment Ed got out of hand, Gray gripped the brass cage by its head and started shaking it roughly, smacking the mystic coat about his home. A thin smile split Waver's lips as he turned aside to stare out of the square-cut window beside his sofa, at the hauntingly lifeless Ashbourne garden. Truth be told, he found himself agreeing with the mystic code's observations. He might be right, Gray. Although, I doubt it's voluntary on his part. That particular student of his always wore those heavily tinted shades of his so almost no one knew of just how terrifying those hauntingly beautiful eyes could be when trained on someone. Gray raised her head. I'm sorry. I'm not very knowledgeable about these things. He couldn't blame her. It wasn't the sort of observation someone in her position would be able to make. But, very well, this was a teachable moment. Is that so? I'll be sure to add something on it to your homework. Okay. His apprentice deflated, shoulders slumping. You remember how flat works, right? How he was able to go through department after department and sponge up everything. Or rather, make his own teacher's formulae simply by seeing them in action. She fiddled with her cloak. Something like, if I say that's how it is, that's how it's gotta be, was it? As infuriating as it is, Waver groaned, wiping his face with a hand, that's precisely it. He's able to enact whatever mysteries he desires simply because he wants to. Then Henry is like that too. No, if anything, I would compare him to a surgeon. A miracle surgeon able to understand the structure of a body to such an intimate degree that he could replace a leg with an arm and still have it perform the intended function. Now, liken that body to a particular magecraft. That sounds scary. To a magus, it's the most horrifying thing. Because he can gain that understanding at a glance. Then, his mind lets him break it down to its baser components and rework it as needed. The newest permanent addition to his classroom had been a subject of massive intrigue for Waver from their very first interaction. It wouldn't be a lie if one were to say that he'd spent countless deciphering each aspect of his student's ability so he could better help him as a tutor. At the same time, it drove home just how lacking in talent he himself was, and he'd spent no small time getting depressed over that fact, but he'd never share that with anyone. Really, it was unfair. While Flat was held back by his overly whimsical nature, Henry didn't particularly share that trait. He threw himself in danger solely to improve as a magus. No doubt, in some time, there would be massive uproar in the clock tower because of his troublesome student. At that time, Waver intended to wash his hands of the matter entirely and say it had nothing to do with him. That's why. The Edelfelt princess will undoubtedly be the one to receive the inheritance. It's a shame I didn't get to him sooner. Waver sighed, a difficult expression on his face. What was he going to tell Rhaenys about this? No doubt his sister's wrath would be a monumental pain in the behind. Gray went silent and stared outside, clutching her arm. He doesn't seem all that smart to me. Waver couldn't help but let out a small laugh at that. Listen, as your classmate and friend, you have to help him if he needs it. Naturally, he'll do the same. We're. Gray tilted her neck, confusion in her dull eyes. Friends. I sat across from Heine, watching the noble eat a medium-rare steak with a knife and fork. His movements were nimble, with a graceful rhythm and a proper practiced technique. In contrast, I was just chomping on some fries while Luviagelita tried her best to look like she didn't want any in place of her fish fillet. Heine calmly met my gaze. Would you like some? For a moment, we both just stared at each other. You know, for a magus with such immaculate control over a magecraft with a rather basic mystery to the point where you made the church back off, this guy was way too nice and considerate. The ego that would come with being so strong was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he spent most of his time coddling Rosalind. You're a good guy, aren't you? I smiled. I don't believe so. Oh come on. How much? My elder brother is the best. Rosalind cheered with a big smile. She reminded me of Ellie a lot. Actually, I missed my sister now. You look like you're gonna ask for her hand in marrying dash. Jiribo was promptly silenced by an apple being lopped at his face at mock fuck you by yours truly. Unfortunately, the filthy shite just grabbed it out of the air just before it hit him. You know, in Greece, this would be a declaration of love. Unfortunately, I have to refuse your feelings cause I'm not a fag dash. I like women. I was about to answer, but then I realized I didn't need words. No, I simply picked up one of my fries and brought it near Luviagelita. Thoughtlessly, she bit down on it, only for her cheeks to redden a moment later as she covered her mouth with the tip of her fingers. Smug grin on my mug, I turned back to him. Jirubu ground his teeth and clenched his fists as Fluger patted his shoulder with a sympathetic gaze. Then, when Luviajlita cut up a piece of steak and brought it to my mouth with a heavy blush, he tried to jump over the table and physically assault me. He was unceremoniously held down by Fluger. Let me at him. You let me at him right now. Your springtime will surely come too, boy. I didn't know he did it, but a single tear rolled down Fluger's cheek and I knew for a fact it was voluntary. When? I'm so lonely. I thought priests were all the fashion dash. You know, you look like a homeless dude that solicits people for money, my dude. Jirubu hid his face in his hands, sobbing. Our little discourse was interrupted when Heine cleared his throat. The knight gracefully placed down his eating utensils and looked at me. I have something I must confess. I already proposed to Luvia here. What? He tilted his head, genuinely confused. Regardless, I must confess that I tried seizing this castle yesterday, last night, to be specific. My ears perked up at that. But, I was attacked by some manner of beast. It is shameful, but it managed to overpower me. I suspect it was the same creature responsible for Miss Hishiri's fate as well. Well, the last part just wasn't true since the corpse was a fake meant to throw us off. But, I put a hand to my chin, earnestly considering his words. Maybe some kind of security measure. Or, a test. Perhaps, I intend to find out. With that, I would like to excuse myself. He wiped his lips with a white napkin, rising to his feet. Jirubu, I have a request for you. He then turned his gaze to me, and those distant blue eyes held a meaning I could easily understand. I believe I don't need to even make that request of you, Henry. Of course not, you got it, sir. I chuckled, biting down on a fry. He smiled faintly and gave an approving nod. When they were gone, Luviajlita turned to me. What did he mean by those words? He's gonna go after that thing, whatever it was. I relaxed into my chair, and he wants me to look out for his sister if something goes wrong. He misunderstands my curiosity though. She hummed. Siskin. Gorilla. You're gorilla. Damn, I had no response for that. Considering her smug look, she knew I wouldn't have a response for that. Cheeky, are we? I don't know what you're talking about, good sir. I leaned on the long table, turning her way as my eyes passed the faintly defined muscles on her arms. She was from a long line of adventurers, so her fit and full body made a good bit of sense from genetics alone. However, there was no denying the work that had gone into making full use of those genetics. All magi were gym freaks. In that, they differed from the typical fantasy magicians who were almost always glass cannons. It had something to do with needing a body that could handle the stress of spellcasting. Unfortunately, those weren't the thoughts that came to my mind upon seeing the muscle. The first thought was, hot. The second was the realization that I didn't really have any. So, I decided to do something about just that. Luvia. She got flustered by the nickname. I think I'm gonna take up martial arts. Maybe wrestling. The second those words left my mouth, her embarrassment disappeared, gone with the wind or some shit. Instead, she grabbed my hand with a grip so tight I felt genuine strain. Bedroom. Now. I happily surrendered to my fate. What man wouldn't? I hope you enjoyed. Chapter 34, Chapter A/N. Before we begin, go check out Fate/Inhuman. No, put down that gun, it's not mine. I'm committed to this one. I was a beta reader and felt I had to plug it cause that shit deserve all the glaze. Actual peak. Go show my boy some love if you're looking for something fun to read. The mad lad posted like 50k words today. 3 months of work I think. Anyway, that's it. Enjoy the chapter. Sometimes, you just woke up in the middle of the night, feeling so terribly parched it felt like you were about to die. That was what happened to me that night. It was still dark out, and I could tell that we were nowhere near morning just by looking out the window from the bed, and the moon still high in a sky dotted with countless stars, some brighter than others. I slowly felt around near my pillow for my aviators, taking special care not to disturb the sleeping Luviajlita. This turned out to be quite the ordeal, considering her arm was wrapped around my neck, but I did manage it eventually. I don't even want to get up. The bed was soft as hell, and more importantly, her sleeping face was just adorable because of how harmless she looked. Still, I felt like I was going to die from dehydration, so I had to. Like a zombie, I shuffled over to the small wooden table lying under a window and picked up one of Luviajlita's wine bottles and shook my head. Even I knew the alcohol contents would end up doing the exact opposite. Ugh. With another sigh, I fixed my clothes, a simple black tee over some baggy trousers, and prepared myself for the journey to the dining hall. Unfortunately, fate's cruel sense of humor chose to rear its ugly head the second I reached for my mystic eye killers. My eyes caught movement in the garden beyond the window, then instantly parsed what I'd seen not a second later. Mon. It was a scene that didn't fit the world I'd grown accustomed to. No, it was as if I was suddenly some high fantasy novel stuck in a medieval era for one reason or the other. Outside, far beyond what any human possessed the right to see, a wounded knight in violet armor, coiling lance raised to his side, faced off against a massive beast with the form of a great wolf except it had 4 glowing eyes in place of one, and a beak and pincers instead of a jaw, with curved horns jutting from underneath its odd mouth. The knight barely kept the massive creature at bay, at times, almost clumsily missing his thrusts. Mrs. the Beast definitely took advantage of to slash away at him with sharp, sword-like claws. The knight was Heine, I instantly realized. I'd seen that armor before, but I didn't think it could be broken by something like that. Somehow, it was. Blood flowed from underneath his shattered chest plate, but he still stood tall and unbothered as usual. I could see the exchange clearly as the knight had no real effects on my cognitive function getting pushed back and already injured. He was definitely on the losing side there. Curious, I touched my cheek. Was that the beast he was talking about? Looks pretty ominous and strong. How exciting. My thirst disappeared, as did my drowsiness, my heart pumped and my fingers grew jittery. But excitement wasn't the full reason I was definitely going to interrupt the fight. Heine was too good a dude for me to let him die here. My decision was made. I decided to do a little bit of aura farming. Before I could go ahead with it though, Luviajlita stirred, rubbing her eyes with the back of one hand as she pushed herself up with the other. Hal. What happened? I got thirsty. I chuckled, then I noticed a fight to the death in the front yard. Being able to focus or shake of tiredness in an instant was an integral skill for any self-respecting magus. I imagined this was doubly true for the Edelfelt lineage and their unique proclivity for grave robbery adventure. So, it was no real surprise when she practically shot to her feet. Then, she got flustered and covered herself up with the bedsheet. Honestly, I considered calling her out over that, but I was too distracted by what was going on outside. Where? I jabbed a thumb in the general direction. I admit when you told me the body was a fake, I thought there was no attacker. She said, habitually crossing an arm under her breasts, holding the other over her eye with the tips of the thumb and the index finger pressed together. Oh, that's interesting. I narrowed my eyes at her casual display. So it's the mystery of magnification using tub dash. How many times do I have to tell you? Never mind. That's Heine Istari and dash, a familiar. Its appearance is rather close to that of a phantasmal, and considering it managed to harm him, I suppose it is of some ability. Then, its master means to seize the castle by force. While she mumbled magic jargon to herself, I cast a glance down her back. With her golden hair not done in those over-the-top ringlets, it was long enough that it fell below her big bu dash. Ehem, right, there was a man dying out there. This was clearly not the time. Do you intend to help him? She inquired with a curious tilt of her head. You really need to ask. You're aware he's our competition. Him being gone would be fairly advantageous should things come to blows. I could easily tell she didn't mean a single one of those words by the small smile playing on her lips. But, I don't believe that holds any meaning to you. Very well. This just so happens to be a part of the reason I've grown to adore you. Admittedly, all Heine had told me to do was look out for his sister, not for him. But nah, even if I was a big enough asshole to not care if he got hurt, I still owed him for helping me out. I grinned. Fuga. What? A bright red flame erupted in my palm, leaving a smoldering trail through the air as I waved my hand to the side. With a slow spin, I brought my hands together, and the flame grew stronger, latching to my skin. The room grew hotter and hotter, and even Luviajlita was forced to take a step back. You're going to burn down our bed. Shut up, babe, I'm aura farming right now. She went still at that, backing down with a startled whimper. A spell that capitalized upon the very basic but eternal and great mystery of a flame carrying the potential of ruin, the potential of a spark burning down a tower if left unchecked. Though I didn't need it because of my unique understanding of spell casting, it drew stability and power from the very clear visual image that word alone would conjure in the minds of many people bored like myself. I held out my hand, and the bright red flames leapt to the tip of my fingers. Grinning wider, I gripped and pulled it back with the other as though I were knocking an arrow. When I let it go, it shot through the night and the darkness shied away, hiding from the sudden light. Boom. The next moment, it struck between the beast and the knight with the explosive force of an artillery round, ripping into the ground. Startled birds of prey hiding in the few trees took the night skies as the earth shook and the very trees buckled under the sudden buildup of pressure that exploded outwards from the strike. Honestly, considering I made that from Flat's little fireworks from back then, I did not think it would go so well. Wait, no, I knew it would. It's me casting after all. That was hot. I know. It was a fire spell. It's supposed to be hot. Not that, you dash. With a laugh, I leapt out the window, already having reinforced my legs for the maximum agility and shot for the ensuing battle. By the time I reached them, they were just about to go at it again. The weird creature turned my way, and let out a deafening howl as I drop-kicked it in the face. Embarrassingly though, the darn thing didn't even budge. I just ended up face-planting in the dirt like an ass instead. But, maybe I'd startled it or something as it did jump away, giving me just enough time to lop another fire arrow right at its ugly mug. This time, I did do something. The sudden hit blew it screeching back into a thick, old tree that groaned under the sudden weight. Yo Hyena. Henry. The wounded knight questioned slowly. Yeah. I gave him my killer smile as he slowly stepped closer. His stone armor was shattered at the shoulder and the chest, and warm blood leaked freely from the cracks. There was also a pretty deep gash an inch beside his neck. In fact, I was positive he'd have lost his head if whatever blow did that was just the tiniest bit to the left. My spear was ineffective, so how? And that spell dash. Why did you think I was so confident about facing that priest, Mark or whatever? A moment passed in silence. I took that moment to dust off my clothes and stretch my arms. Our adversary took that time to screech impotently at me like it was going to do something. I just ignored it in favor of talking to Hyena. You were supposed to keep an eye on Rosalind. He said weakly. Yeah nah, I don't want to see the look on her face if you die. Those were the same words he gave me when he helped me out. He seemed to realize that fact too, considering the small chuckle that reverberated through his helm. Fair enough. Also, it's pretty stupid. Considering what you told me, what do you think happens to her when you die? That's why I made the request. He shook his head. It matters not. I believe you saved my life. Thank you. Now, let us end this. All right. When both of us turned to face it, the creature unceremoniously spun on its hind legs and ran the fuck away with a speed that far surpassed what either of us could manage at the moment. It fled into the dark night, easily leaping over the tall castle walls to disappear in the surrounding forests. Apparently, it had decided to cut its losses after getting blasted in the face with a fuck you spell. Man, what the foo dash? Hyena wordlessly met my gaze. Why the fuck is everything in this world so reasonable? That's an animal, you know. Why'd it run away? I wanted to test out some spells. I wanted to cry. Hope you enjoyed. Please feel free to share any thoughts, ideas, suggestions, or even criticism you might have. It's invaluable for the writing process. P.S. I'm having way too much fun writing this. Chapter 35, Chapter A/N, same deal. 500, extra chapter. The next morning couldn't have come sooner, for everyone else, that was. I slept like a baby, cuddling one of Luvia's thick thighs while everyone went about their own personal investigations into just what had transpired last night. This became evident when we all gathered for breakfast and Waver walked in with drooping shoulders, stifling a yawn with his hands, with old boy Orlok Caesarmund on his heel, pushed along by that quiet young boy who was yet to utter a single word still. I even caught Gray scrutinizing me with a cute furrowed brow. Naturally, I gave her a wink that made her duck and pull down her hood. I wonder what's up with her. I said idly. What's that? I can't hear you cause that explosion last night made me half deaf. Jirubu cleaned his ear with a pinky finger, leaning on the desk with his arm. I swear to dash. When I find whoever did that, I'm gonna, arg. I offered a sympathetic smile, as if I weren't the sole reason behind his annoyance. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. Thanks. The only one here who has a reputation for fire-based magecraft is, Pfluger stopped himself, shaking his head. It was good to know that the merc with a cool moniker wasn't a snitch. Also wait. I had a reputation. That was nice to know. I wondered what it was like. One of the dark-haired maids standing beside the empty head chair stepped forward. She politely bowed her head, eyes closed and hands over her stomach. Sir Hyena and Miss Rosalind expressed their apologies for not intending. He wishes to recuperate after last night's events. That checked out. The healing spell he used on me wasn't the typical fantasy sort, no, it just put the body's natural healing on super steroids to simulate growth. While it fixed any wound, it also caused a great degree of tiredness. If he used the same thing on himself, then verily it stood to reason that he was probably sleeping like a log right now. Who told that upstart runt to try one-upping everyone anyway? Orlok spat in a disinterested tone. I, however, wasn't about to let him disrespect my boy like that. Why are you so fragile that you have to react to everything like a 14-year-old? Insecure. Luviajlita coughed into her palm. Bag of bones. He opened his wrinkly mouth to respond, seeming all sinister, but Professor Waver cut in instead by, coughing. Why did everyone do that so much anyway? Was it a high society thing? He pushed away his half-finished bowl of cereal and wiped his lips with a thumb. I believe it's safe to assume whatever attacked Sir Heine was a familiar. The question then is whose was it? He eyed me, fishing for an explanation. Since you faced it. You must know, yes. I don't doubt your skill when it comes to identifying the source. I shrugged. Well, it wasn't anyone here. Jirubu let out a relieved sigh at my words, which was cause for some degree of curiosity. Why did it matter to him? No, it was as I suspected from the very start. There was something about this whole setup itself. I still refused to believe a magus would hand over his inheritance to anyone that could solve a silly little puzzle. I cast a sideways glance at the multitude of angels watching us eat. Actually, the wavelength was pretty much identical to the castle, rather, this workshop. Then it's as I thought. Waver put a hand under his chin, brows furrowed. As usual, the professor completely ignored everybody else in the room and got lost in his own conspiracies. I'd come to know, though, that he was almost never wrong with said conspiracies. After moments passed in awkward silence, Orlok chose to speak out. And what would that be? All right. Waver almost jumped but quickly collected himself. Yes, well, I think the beast might belong to the late Lord Ashbourne, bound to the land as some security measure. Considering the savagery, it was likely what attacked Miss Hishiri. It was not, but I kept that to myself. At the same time, however, I noticed an astronomically small budge from Orlok, of all people, like he hadn't been expecting that answer, even though it was literally the most obvious one at this point. Okay, yeah, he definitely knew something. Oh, this was going to be very interesting. Before anyone could think to stop me, I leapt onto the table and crouched down right in front of the old magus, too close for comfort considering his helper tried to pull him back. Unfortunately, a hand shot out and grabbed the wheelchair, holding it in place, my hand. Never thought I'd bully a paraplegic, but here we are. What is the meaning of this? His aged gaze met my excited one and I saw his magic circuits switch with his nerves. You know, now that I think about it, didn't he say Jirian was an old friend? That means he for sure knows what that thing is. Waver made no effort to stop me, and I knew the others didn't give enough of a fuck about the old, antagonistic cunt to even think about interfering, except maybe Pfluger who'd jump in if paid the right price. But if money was the motivation, my sugar mama would definitely ensure otherwise. Well, spill it then. The latent mana swirled, rushing into Orlok's aged form. I was pretty sure he was about to attack me, but then, abruptly, he sighed and closed his eyes. How passionate. He shook his head. It's true. That beast is indeed Ashbourne's. He made it from Irene, from his dead wife's remains. Wow. But again, what else could you really expect from a magus? That is surprising, I admit. Okay, that was a fucking lie. I eyed Waver incredulously. What? It's true. The professor pursed his lips, looking disappointed. Lord Ashbourne held great love for his late wife. It's not really a secret. She died in childbirth. Yes, her fierce protection of this place despite the invitation makes sense now. A familiar made from the body of someone like that would indeed have enough lingering sentiment to attack invaders, but not enough sentience to tell who happens to one. The son died as well. Orlok added, eyes downcast, shoulders trembling ever so slightly. Anyone wanna bet he used the sun as materials too? I'd take that bet. Waver sighed. You have to excuse me. I would like to be alone for a while. This has brought up some bad memories. Orlok mournfully looked at my hand and I thoughtlessly let go, watching their backs as his helper pushed him into the lobby. Same, I'm not good with these kinda atmospheres. Jirubu followed soon after, genuine discomfort writ all across his face. The only way to stop her is either to put her down or solve the matter of the inheritance. Or perhaps, there's some connection between the two. As I heard those words from the professor, I couldn't help but ask myself why stopping her was even a big deal. Luvia looked equally as confused about his declaration. Sure, the matter held some serious sentimental value to old Orlok, but it didn't really mean anything to the rest of us. I might sound like a dick here, but why should we care? You shouldn't. It's what a magus would do. Waver rose to his feet. Good luck, Henry. When next I saw Orlok, the old magus was dead. I walked beside Luvia, giving the stink eye to every angel we passed just cause I felt like it. She just watched me, a sort of defeated but amused smile etched across her face. Truly, what good had I done to deserve someone like this? Maybe I should join up with the church. I didn't think you liked men. Luviajlita replied idly, staring out a window in the corridor. Excuse me. Well, a young new initiate, an old teacher. Those rumors, surely you've encountered at least one. Those hypocrites are precisely the type where such rumors are founded in truth. I chuckled. The eternal war between the Church and the Mages Association was the funniest shit ever when it came to either of the two throwing needless shade at each other, since every single bit of insult made sense for either side. Even now, I could perfectly recall Pastor Mark's words about magi being mangy cunts stuck in the past, despite the statement being equally true for the Church as well. And what? Magi don't use children. It's forbidden. She tossed a lock of her hair. Yeah, I'm sure that stops people. I shook my head, scanning the Dark Souls-esque corridor cluttered with statues and depictions of angels, winged creatures, some beautiful, some horrifying. Suddenly, my eyes latched onto a particular bit of wall with a few statues less than everywhere else. My inner soul's lover awoke immediately. And as a man controlled by desire, was it really any surprise that I made like a chosen undead and headfirst rolled into the wall? It wasn't. What was a surprise was that the wall actually fucking gave way. It slid aside the second I made contact with it, revealing a dark, creepy passageway. Luvia stared at me dumbfounded. For once, I didn't blame her. Still planned on acting like I knew it was going to happen though. Aha. Also, black noise. I gave Luvia a thumbs up from the floor. The Edelfelt princess made no effort to hide herself, she actually just stepped over my chest with a slight blush. Okay, feeling kinky too, I see. Double noise. Shut up. Hope you enjoyed. Any feedback whatsoever is invaluable, so please feel free to say what's on your mind. Okay boys, check out Lord of Mysteries Hoyoverse. That's the name. Again, not mine, so put down those fucking guns. Chapter 36, Chapter A/N. Sorry for the late update, I kinda sorta passed out from the heat. Both of us chose to enter the dark, decrepit corridor without even having to look at each other for confirmation. Obviously, we didn't inform anyone else about our whereabouts either, since that was the smart thing to do, or rather, the thing anyone with a lick of common sense would do. Unfortunately, I was an adrenaline junkie and Luvia was basically Lara Croft when it came to exploring weird places. Such a thing as forethought was just not part of the dictionary when it came to our duo. My inner cautious Henry sobbed at my actions, but I locked him inside a closet and proceeded to forget that he ever existed. The air was musty, dust and cobwebs gathered on the dark, misshapen walls, and the wind hummed strangely the deeper we went. There was little else though, and considering the sort of things I'd encountered thus far, all this wasn't really cause for any alarm. What was that spell last night? Luvia inquired suddenly as we walked, her amber eyes seemingly gleaming in the dark. Never mind, they were actually glowing. It occurred to me once again that all magi were technically massive fucking nerds, or geeks for the more inclined. Just that their particularly niche subjects of obsession happened to be capable of influencing the world in a supernatural manner. To put more substance to this perception, most spent their time holed up in their workshops researching and forgot even basic human needs. At the same time, because their research gave them very real power outside some really niche discussion, they also had really big heads. The biggest heads even. Much of the nobility didn't consider anyone not a noble human to begin with. I eyed Luvia. That was what made her such an oddball. I didn't expect you to be stingy with it. She huffed. What? No, I'm not being stingy. It was a fire arrow. I'd think someone so esteemed would have working eyes and over 2 functioning brain cells. My apologies for overestimating you. I did a theatrical bow, flicking my wrist to the side as I ducked under her high kick. I saw it in a manga once. That's it. I swear. For a moment, she looked baffled, but then she just sighed. That is, about what I've come to expect. I was curious about which school such a spell was based upon. School. Thaumaturgical Foundation. None. The spell itself was the impromptu foundation. Before you blow a fuse, that's exactly what Flat does with his spells. Except the dickhead can just make spells out of nowhere cause he feels like it. In contrast, I had to obey many more rules. While my eyes allowed me to analyze the flow of mana at a subatomic level, process, and manipulate it with unparalleled efficiency, I couldn't just make things out of nowhere. No one could just will mana to do things. There was a certain process to everything. So, there needed to be a basis because of the unique methods in which mana was made to influence the world. The methods I identified as the languages of communication that were used to write the programs called spells. Of course, one could use words and letters in many different ways, in both programming and real-life communication, but knowing those letters came first. Where I could just straight up copy a spell, Flat could write a new spell that did the same thing. But, in his own way, he had more limits. He was limited by his perception and processing speed. I wasn't, not to his degree at least. He could read the flow of mana too, but not like I could. No one could do it like me. But, the comparison was unfair to both of us. Flat was the raw type of genius. I was a cheater. And a damn proud one. I'm him. A brand-ranked magus can do that too. Luviajlita deadpanned, not all that impressed. It's just highly inefficient, so no one chooses to. I nodded in agreement, raising a finger. In the words of the professor, it's like making a new computer every time you want to run a new program, except the computer just explodes every time you're done. Suddenly, her face soured. She really didn't like Waver for some godforsaken reason, even though he was a pretty great guy, in my experience, at least. But, Miss Luvia, the hate for Flat and the professor aside, don't you think I deserve some praise for being able to do it as someone who's practiced this stuff less than even gray? You said it's brand level stuff, didn't you? That's like the second highest rank. Yes. She sighed. You're very impressive. That doesn't seem very sincere. I've been seeing you do it for quite some time now. I didn't know why, but those words seemed to affect her a lot. She looked around uncomfortably, then brought her hands together like some blushing maiden. It's more of. Well, it's natural that I expect you to be impressive. So she says, completely ignoring that she was trembling when it first hit her. Can it? She averted her gaze. I chuckled, deciding to annoy her further. Coincidentally, what happens if I do fail? Not saying I would, but what then? Dramatically, I put my hand over my forehead. Would you abandon me? Saying I was nothing but a passing flare? Or a disappointing pet project? The Edelfelt princess steepled her fingers, avoiding my eyes with the barest hint of a smile. Then I would give you a hug, and assure you that you would do better next time, with my help. Ah, damn it. Now it was my turn to be speechless. And of course, take some heads as revenge too, or at least punch someone. Fortunately, circumstances chose to save me from being embarrassed when we abruptly came upon a room. It was nothing grand or particularly awe-inspiring, just a small room reminiscent of a prison cell, complete with a jail bar window cut into stone just above a rudimentary bed with bloody sheets. A small shelf stood near, lined with a couple of dusty tomes, a pentagram, some measurement tools and some. Are those torture tools? Seems like it. Luviajlita put a hand under chin, not really affected by the surroundings. I unceremoniously poked the prongs, then the spiked baton, the cuffs, the wrench. Either Gerion Ashbourne was one kinky son of a bitch or he was a professional torturer from medieval times. There was even a fucking stretching rack, chains and all, standing just beside the entrance. I lowered my aviators, and plopped down on the hard bed. No spells or nothing. But this place is the center point of this whole workshop. His own torture chambers. Wait, a sex dungeon. Luviajlita, did you know this was here and bring me dash? My voice wouldn't reach dash. Kia. It's his living chamber. Luviajlita ignored me. That was no fun. And I wouldn't need to bring you somewhere secret. Whoa. Wait, no, double whoa. Who the hell would live in a place like this? A magus. She whispered, tracing a finger along the dusty shelf. She stopped near a particularly thin red leather-bound book. This is it, his research journal. I was, honestly baffled. It made no sense to keep journals, and even less sense to keep them when engaging in activities like this room suggested. Surely, individuals obsessed with knowledge possessed a spell to retain memory or some such. It's an ego thing. Every magus believes himself chosen. Luviajlita explained before I could even ask, he would like for those who follow to know of his great accomplishments. Naturally, the same goes for myself as well. Yet, I would never do something a quarter as barbaric. I tremble with disgust at this savagery. With an annoyed click of her tongue, she tossed the journal over her shoulder, at me. I wondered what could possibly annoy her so much as I grabbed it out of the air and flipped through the pages. It didn't take long for me to understand where she was coming from. I told you something was shady here. I snorted, scanning the pages. Much to my disappointment, the angels really didn't have anything to do with the incident this time. He just made use of their innate mystery as holders of power to strengthen the effects of his workshop, that was it. Luviajlita's disgust came from something else entirely. Or rather, the fact that the whole tuner thing was a massive sham. There was no secret knowledge. The dude was just killing his customers, then tearing them up for materials to help with research and crest restoration for the select few way out of his league. Yes, it detailed how he used those materials for said restoration, but for a person like Luviajlita, who prided herself upon elegance and whatnot, it was just barbarism. No wonder she was so annoyed now. Then there was the bit about how he made the creature that attacked Heine from his wife's remains. TLDR, he was just as fucked up as any typical magus. Absolutely disgusting. Ah, why did I expect anything else? She kicked at the wall, and the stone trembled under the force, displacing dust and cobwebs. You may burn that, Henry. I tuned her out for a bit, flipping more pages, until I came across a page that listed recent visitors. Well now. Have a look here. Orlok is natural. Luviajlita narrowed her eyes. The two were rather close friends. It makes sense that he would visit to have his failing crest fixed. I shook my head. Not that. I trailed my finger down to a second familiar name. Looky here. I do not understand how that concerns us. Yeah, but it does tell you something about why someone like this would basically pass over his inheritance to the winner of a damn puzzle. The math doesn't math here. Look at that little side note. I implanted what I had of Glanid onto that person. Glanid's his dead son, right? Yes, I was still stuck on how fishy this whole thing sounded. She just tilted her head. Honestly, I got her confusion. He used his wife as materials, what stopped him from using his son? Well, it would tell a smarter person something. Unfortunately, neither of us are that smart, so let's just shove this on waiver. What would that talentless hack be able to do with a name? It doesn't matter. Suddenly, the howl of a beast cut her off. The grating noise bounced off the walls, possibly amplified by the workshop itself, and I couldn't help but cover my ears. When I looked up, I saw Giriant's wife barreling down the dark corridors, pincers clicking together as her claws scraped against the stone floor, leaving long gashes. This tight space really wasn't an ideal for a fight against something like that. Of course. I groaned. Luviajlita regathered herself in the blink of an eye. I take offense to being thought of as easy prey to be ambushed. She raised a hand to her chest, and her crest flared. With her other hand, she tossed a number of shimmering sapphires and rubies in the air. Call. Blue 3. Red 4. For your queen. That was probably her chant or whatever. It made zero sense to me. Still, a blinding light erupted from the precious stones, instantly pushing away the darkness, and flashbanging me in the process. I heard the beast howl again. When the light cleared, nothing had happened. Confusion flashed across her face as she tried again. For your queen. Again, nothing. She looked down at her hand, at her crest. And her eyes suddenly widened. It deactivated my crest. By then, the beast had crossed the distance between them. It lunged for her, and if it got through the diamond-like hardness of Hyena's armor, it was definitely getting through her flesh. Well sure. I moved before I could even think. Hope you enjoyed. Please, share any thoughts you might have on the chapter. Chapter 37, Chapter. Reinforcement. The Astari Living Stone. Gerdoa's Lightning Barrier. Even though I stacked those spells gathered from exceptional magi atop one another multiple times, the damn thing still managed to push me back. Its claws rasped along stone, lightning singed its sinewy flesh, and reinforcement allowed me to hold on as it dragged me into a wall. Fortunately, I managed to push Luviajlita out of the way quickly enough. This wasn't about to be one of those stupid totally avoidable rage moments. Any reasonable person would expect me to be annoyed with what had just occurred. I wasn't. No, far from it. Like before, that rush of adrenaline made me grin once Luvia's safety was assured, and when Ashbourne's beast bit into my shoulder, her pincers only found layered stone as hard as diamonds. Where Hyena only had one layer of stone covering him, I had around half a dozen, a lot thinner, but a lot tougher, more from my own blood and tissue. His was violet, mine was white. I imagined even someone as calm as he was would be shaken seeing his family's magecraft be improved in such a way by a complete outsider. But, he wasn't here, so it was fine. Henry. I told you I was him. I gave Luvia a thumbs up, even as the stupid creature impotently tried to grind away at my shoulder with her razor-like fangs. Reinforcing my arms, I grabbed her pincers with either hand and wrenched them, intent on tearing them right out. She caught onto what I was doing quickly enough and jumped back. That was a mistake. With my eyes, it was easy to calculate her possible trajectories, and it was easy to plant those same traps I was about to hit Jaruba with when we first met. As soon as she made contact with the dirty floor, it erupted in lightning that ran along her legs and scorched her fur and flesh. I didn't stop. No, a coiled stone spear formed in my hands as I jumped at her, feeling like I was in some comic book. With a heave, I threw it at her eye, or well, at least, I tried to. The beast was faster than I was, not mentally, or visually, just physically. She jumped to the wall, then to the roof and knocked her shoulder against me to push me aside before once again standing in the corridor, blocking our escape. Clearly, this thing had not encountered a Minecraft player before. Before I could pull a juggernaut and ram through the wall beside me though, it howled again. This time, I wasn't flashbanged so I could easily process just what that howl was. It wasn't some dumb animal's intimidation tactic. It was resonating with the whole workshop around us, amplifying and then. So that's why you're being so noisy. What is it? That scream, it's interfering with the war dash. It's disabling your magic crest. It was like a cheap, more brutish version of the first thing I learned to do. That was, after reading the flow of mana, I could insert a chaos factor that made the whole spell go haywire. She was just using a specific frequency to accomplish the same thing, just not at my level of expertise. In fact, I was rather confident I could directly hinder her interference. That's absurd. But I suppose it's well within the purview of one so intimately familiar with the workings of crests. It's really not that special, I murmured. Perhaps for you, but as before, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone other than a handful of brands capable of this kind of interference. Honestly, I couldn't tell if it was confidence or trust that she wasn't the least bit perturbed by the fact that she'd be grievously wounded if not for me. I opened my mouth to answer, but the foe we were completely ignoring like she wasn't even there got butthurt and lunged at me. I wondered where the confidence came from, then I realized that she probably thought I wouldn't be able to use spells either after that howl. Yeah. I don't even have a magic crest, lil bro. My taunt fell on deaf ears. She bit at me. I let her. She swallowed my hand. But then, abruptly, her golden eyes widened and she backed away. I was just left standing there with my hand on fire and a grin on my face. Man, why is everyone so reasonable? A second later, and I could have exploded her from the inside out, painting the walls with gore. The beast gave a confused bark as I flicked my wrist and stone swords erupted from the floor beneath her, impaling one of her legs. It howled madly, shaking free before, just disappearing. Oh my fucking go dash. Oh come off it. You'll get plenty chance to run wild elsewhere. Luvia huffed. Again, she was way too relaxed for someone that was an inch from getting a free body reconstruction surgery with the business end of claws that could tear through fucking diamonds. Be more princess-like. I complained, turning to look at her. Shouldn't you fall in my arms and thank me for saving your life? She just tossed her hair. I am a princess. Others should strive to be like myself even. Besides, I have no need for fear or alarm when you're there. That was an insane thing to say. I deflected the serious words with shitty humor. Seriously, people like me weren't good with this stuff. Princess from the depths of hell. So that would make you a prince then, yes. Lucifer perhaps, considering how your head is bigger than the rest of your body. Listen here, just 'cause you have nice TI. I took a deep breath. You sleep with a teddy bear. She went silent for a moment, then turned red. I told you that in confidence. My dear Luvia was a glass cannon. I chuckled, pocketing the late Geriant's research journal. When we left the boss the gloomy corridor, Luvia wandered off to find some wine or something while I asked a butler standing nearby to lead me to the professor. Oddly, he didn't take me to Waver's room or even the lobby or dining hall, instead he led me to a room I was confident belonged to Orlok Sisamund. Gray stood near the tall double doors, head ducked and hood pulled low like always, her fingers interlocked just below her waist. When she noticed me, she slightly jumped, and then hit her face again. Heya, Gray. Hello. She nervously averted her gaze, raising her hands to her chest. You know, I don't bite. No answer. Awkwardly, I scratched the back of my head, wondering what words to use. She was my classmate and fellow apprentice. I wanted to get along with her, but the girl clammed up every time anyone even neared her. Then there was the restraining order filed against Sven to think about. Maybe she was just really introverted. Well, unfortunately for her, I decisively lacked the shame to respect such a thing as personal boundaries. What even were they? Some kind of dish. We gotta hang after this is over. I know everybody in our class except you for some reason. Makes me feel like a shit friend. If she was the type of person to be excessively shy or considerate to the point of needless self-blame, I was the type of person to annoy such a person by befriending them till they gave into the Stockholm Syndrome and started enjoying it instead. Life was too short to spend clammed up and not let yourself have fun. I patted her shoulder with a big smile. She became even more startled, but then, much to my surprise, she gave a meek nod. I caught a brief flash of her ashen hair falling into the fur of her black cape, and confused green eyes, and her flushed cheeks. I wanted to say I was handsome enough to provoke such a reaction, but it was probably just her being embarrassed by the sudden familiarity. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you, she said softly. Inconvenience? Nah. Having some fun is never inconvenient. I live for thrill, unless it's flat. That guy's way too loud. Hey, all right. She nodded. And he is. But I don't think he means harm. Yeah, he doesn't. Still, my ears suffer in his presence. I like to think he's actually from a monkey circus and he just escaped one day. Her lips opened and closed like a fish. Before she could answer, the door opened and Waver stepped out, his perpetual frown still etched on his face. No wait, it was different this time. It was less being done with shit and more genuine annoyance. Ah, Professor. I was looking for you. I shoved the journal in his hands. Did I interrupt your date with Orlok? Waver simply sighed and stepped aside, letting me look into the room. Damn. Jerubu and Fluger have already left. Inside, the torn-apart remains of who I presume to be Orlok awaited us, messily scattered across his own living quarter. Blood stained the white marble floor, and the numerous angels stationed throughout the place. The young boy who'd been pushing his wheelchair lay by the still-burning fireplace, except half his face was just gone, the other stuck in a dead stare. As for old Orlok himself, he was just lying on the bed, a somber look on his face. It was just his torso though, the rest of his limbs were littered all over the bloody scene. Shit was brutal as hell. Goddamn, what the fuck happened here? That is what I would like to know as well. So far, our only lead is that familiar. I pinched the bridge of my nose. That's not it, Chief. That thing was fighting me. Waver cocked his head, visibly confused. I ignored him for the moment and lowered my shades. If the culprit had used some form of magecraft, then there was still time to find him simply by the residue. Hope you enjoyed. Feel free to comment anything about the chapter. Engagement keeps me motivated. Chapter 38, Chapter A/N, 500. Here we go, as promised. Waver immediately took to deciphering the contents of Gerion Ashbourne's journal as I stepped past him, the bloody mess that was Orlok. My first thoughts. This wasn't the work of that thing, no matter how similar it was made to look. It was too deliberate. Too nasty. Too desperate. My eyes wandered across the scene again. Anyone with a lick of common sense could tell this sort of damage was most definitely not the work of a wild animal. Holding my nose, I stepped up through the wet blood on the floor, over to the torso lying on the bed, over sheets stained red, and gave it a once-over. It was disgusting as fuck, but honestly, I wasn't all that bothered at this point. This type of stuff was natural for the world we were in. There were stab wounds on his torso that were the result of hard, rough love made to it with the business end of a dagger or a knife. His limbs had been messily sliced off, not torn off with claws or fangs or brute force. Then, there was the somber expression on his face. That wasn't the look of a man getting attacked by an animal. Hell, he looked sad and defeated, on the verge of tears even. Now, I was no detective, but you didn't have that kind of expression if the person attacking you was one you thought of as an enemy. Involuntarily, I glanced at Waver. They were getting close these past few days, yeah. I disregarded the thought immediately. The professor was always prickly, seemingly annoyed with everything, but he was a big sweetie underneath, a pineapple. There was no way in hell he would kill someone like this. Suddenly Waver spoke up. Lord Caesarmund confided in me over a bottle of whiskey last night. You have got to know how weird that sounds. It doesn't. You children these days always assume something has to be weird. Do I call you out for playing around with Flat and Svin? He calmly rebuked, pulling a cigar from his coat and lighting it with a match like some kind of noir detective from a 70s action flick. Well, where was I? Right. Apparently, he helped Lord Ashbourne perfect his methods. So they were often working late into the night. Locked up in a room together. All alone. Stop that. He furrowed his brows as I snorted. But, you're not that far off from the truth. It seems the Lady Ashbourne, Irene, and Lord Orlok were lovers or some such in the past. My eyes widened. I always thought the typical magi wasn't even capable of such a thing as love or care for another individual, and I was almost always right with that assumption too. Hearing about old flings among these obsessive and narcissistic lot came as a proper shock. The time spent here. Holding the journal in one hand, he inhaled deeply from his cigar, and blew out a small cloud of smoke. Well, it reignited those old passions. He well and truly loved that woman. The result was Glaned Ashbourne, the dead son. Gerion remained oblivious to this, and in his love for his son, chose to ignore that he was impotent. Is that the kind of info you should be sharing, Professor? I murmured in awe. This information was rather troubling to process. It doesn't matter. He just shrugged, tapping a finger against his cigar. Do you see what I'm getting at here? Lord Gerion Ashbourne was found dead. According to this journal, the last person to see him was Orlok. Wait a second. If Orlok was actually in love with the Lady Irene and fathered a son through adultery, then found out that Gerion used their remains for materials once they both died, holy shit. Orlok killed him. The professor only nodded before raising head to stare out at the setting sun. I had my suspicions after how he reacted to Ashbourne's beast, but now. A crime of passion, huh? I dumbly stared at the corpse of the old bag of bones. Something like this should have not been surprising in the least, but it was. The involved parties were all magi. In our world, something like this was terribly absurd. Gerion using his son and wife as materials. That was obvious, expected. Hell, according to his journal, it was the highest expression of love from him to not let his beloved go to waste. Orlok killing Gerion cause he loved the two and wasn't able to bear the desecration of the dead. Absolutely fucking bonkers. Never could have seen it coming. Professor. You're smart, huh? As it happens, I am one of the 12 lords. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's not the type of thing you're supposed to forget. Waver raised an empty hand, forgetting that this was not the classroom and he did not have his almighty judgment, the duster. Haha, getting senile now. He used projection to make one and lop it at my forehead. Motherfuck dash. With a long sigh, Waver composed himself again, fixing his jet black coat. Then, he put his cigar to his lips again and held up the journal. I instantly caught what he was trying to point out. In fact, it was the same name I pointed out to Luviajlita. Did you see this? Jirubu. Yes. Jirubu Takatu Sagan. He was implanted with Glanid's remains immediately after the boy's death. I scratched the back of my head. I knew he was involved here somehow, but I wasn't knowledgeable enough to figure out just what that meant. Waver noticed my confusion. Look. The integral word in use here is preservation. He says he preserved his son, not used, not to repair, but instead, with Jirubu. Preserved with Jirubu. Do I really have to spell it out for you? Think about it. This is a lineage focused on researching magic crests, and using those of others as material. Now think about the individuals here. I once again eyed the mangled corpse, or rather, the distinct lack of mana involved in murder. The murder of a brand-ranked magus. Edelfelt. Caesarmund. Istari. Elmeloy. I suppose it is a stroke of good fortune that my sister sent me here in her stead. This way our crest isn't in danger. I earnestly considered his words. Through his will, Jirian had gathered ancient, exceptional lineages here, and the only people invited were those that held their family's magic crests, and then invited someone like Jirubu from a nation the clock tower considered barbaric. Someone who had nothing going for him except for the fact that he was used to preserve Glanid Ashbourne. Suddenly, it clicked. That's not Jirubu, is it? Or rather, Jirubu's a vessel. This is some Sukuna type shit. We might just be caught up in a father readying a good inheritance for his beloved son. Man. Honestly, except for the fact that we were all technically scapegoats for his scheme, I kind of felt bad for Jirian. His beloved wife cheated, and the guy didn't even know the son he cherished to the point of setting this whole thing up for was one born cause his wife cheated on him with a fucking fossil of all things. I took one final look at Orlok, and found no sympathy for him in my heart. Both him and Jirian were fucked up people. Running a hand through my hair, I turned to leave. The way he died, it seems like a passionate revenge, doesn't it? Waver said quietly. It's unfortunate, and ironic. The son he murdered someone for might be the son that killed him. The insane nature of the situation aside, Waver was way too quick to put everything that happened together. It just made me respect him even more. Still planned on getting payback for the attempted cockblocking though. Truly a loss. Genuine regret and loss was writ across my professor's face. For such exceptional magi to be lost this way. Okay, never mind, he was just sad because he was a nerd that wanted to know what they did and now couldn't. I plan on confronting the person I think is to blame for this tonight, outside the castle. There is a decent chance that Beast will interrupt, and this castle works to its advantage. Duh. It was the familiar of this workshop's owner, no shit it was stronger inside than outside. How's that shoulder? I plopped down on the chair next to Heine as a maid delicately placed down my cup of milk tea, a bowl of sugar, and a small silver spoon before bowing and taking her leave. Pfluger sat across from him, and was too busy stuffing his face to even pay attention. The creepy shit angels staring at you all the time aside, the services were top-notch, and the cooks made the kind of food I'd ditch everything for if I was a poor brokey. But I wasn't, I owned a business valued in the billions. No, it wasn't important that Luvia could have easily skimped me out on said ownership if she so wanted. Okay, maybe it was. But she was mine and I was hers, so it didn't matter. My random train of thoughts was interrupted when Heine answered my question by putting a hand on his forearm and moving the shoulder at the joint. I have some faint pains but nothing truly serious. I thank you for your help, once again. No worries, you're my bro. Confusion flashed in the knight's eyes as he just so slightly tilted his head but then he just nodded. Very well, I shall think of you as a bro. As well. Nice. That thing attacked me and Luviajlita too by the way. I shared, sipping my tea. Managed to beat it back though. I was certain you could after that last confrontation. While I possess somewhat adequate defense, combating its speed proved to be troublesome. This was just how he talked, wasn't it? It felt so rich and noble and stuff. Even Luviajlita wasn't this bad when she was in her noble lady mode. No, I overestimate myself. My armor was clearly pierced. If you hadn't interfered, I would have surely died then and there. I stared past him, at the little blonde girl sitting on his other side. Don't say something like that in front of your little sister. She knows the truth of it. And she is grateful. He turned to look at her. Rosalind Destari gave me a shy nod. Thank you. For helping my brother. I must thank Jirubu too, for protecting her in the meantime. Say, was he with you like an hour ago? Rosalind shook her little head from side to side. No. Heine confirmed. Gay. That all but confirmed Waver's theory. Oh well. There was nothing to be done except confront him outright anymore. About that shoulder pain, Sir Knight, I have this bomb. Pfluger suddenly spoke up, wiping his face. Put it on at night and you'll be good to go dash. I perked up. Is it made from animal shit? No. Why would it be? Insects. Huh. How'd you know? I thought you clock tower magi were too uppity for this. Oh wait. He noticed the grin on my face. You're making fun of me, aren't you? I'll have you know insects and herbs have exceptional medicinal properties dash. Yeah. I think I'll stick to my tablets and syrups. The very same. Heine agreed with a small nod. The muscle maniac just huffed, have it your way. I was just trying to help. Hope you enjoyed. Please share any ideas or suggestions you might have. I'll even take thoughts. For those of you who are a bit confused by what they were discussing, it's intentional. It'll be made clear soon enough. Chapter 39, Chapter A/N. I wrote and posted 65k plus words this past month. Praise me. It was a quiet night. Moonlight faintly shimmered through dark clouds that masked the starry night sky I'd become used to in this castle in the middle of nowhere. A chill wind crept through the garden we were all gathered in, and the trees and flowers bobbed gently along its cool course. Waver had called all of the magi with the help of the servants, and everyone had no real reason to deny him, not when he declared that he'd discovered the castle's secret. Curiously, Heine and Pfluger arrived before even me and Luvia, with Jirubu being the last to join us. The death of Orlok Sisamund was, a numbingly uninspired affair. No one really cared. This was just how magi were. If anything, it was good fortune that a competitor was knocked out of the race. Admittedly, it was somewhat startling, but it was reassuring to know that there was someone even more surprised with everyone's casual disregard than I was. Gray. My fellow apprentice. The professor put his lit cigar to his lips and furrowed his brows. Be more respectful to the plant life, Henry. I cocked my head in confusion, then realized I'd stepped right in a patch of lilies, crushing a decent bit of them. Must have missed them. How? I shrugged. He gave me a look that said, I'll deal with you later, and turned back to face the rest of the magi. For someone who would die to literally any single one of the people there, he seemed pretty confident. Rather, I imagined he was putting up a strong front and had already begged Gray for help should it come to a fight, which it undoubtedly would. Before you begin, Lord Elmeloy too, Pfluger cleared his throat, holding up a hand. I want to withdraw from the running. May I ask why? He just laughed and scratched the back of his head. Well, I don't think I'm really suited to it, or I'd get killed, I think. No, I know. There it was again, that absurd degree of reason the people of this world operated within. I expected someone with his appearance to die fighting or underestimate everyone else, but nah, he was using his head. How unlucky. I wanted to at least see his magecraft. You guys are way too absurd for poor old me. Maybe I'd survive one exchange, but then the next I'm dead. And I know those two there. He pointed a thick finger at me, and Luviajlita standing beside me with a hand on her hips, they're definitely stronger than everyone here. It's almost absurd, you know. 'Cause all of us know for a fact they'll pair up. When he put it that way. Yeah, I wouldn't want to fight me as a magus either. Ugh, I get ya. Jirubu groaned, a hand on his forehead. How does a magus of the clock tower even know raven flight? Hell, how is he better at it than me? The kami can be really unfair. I wondered what would happen if I told him I pried the technique off him. I chuckled at the thought. I wasn't going to do that. If anything, I was grateful to him for granting me one of 5 things I needed to complete Project Gojo. Instantaneous movement. The mystery behind it was quite intriguing too, actually. It was essentially a recreation of the movement speed of the mythical Tengu, thank you, Reddit, winged creatures with long noses and beaks, capable of flight, wind control, and insanely quick movement. Raven flight capitalized on the legend of them being able to cover distances so rapidly it looked like teleportation, or maybe it even was actually teleportation for those creatures themselves. As a spell, a mystery reenacted, it allowed limited range movement at speed imperceptible for the naked eye. It really was a fine addition to my arsenal, which was why I hoped for the faintest chance that the professor was wrong. Don't worry about it, Glanid. You'll be as good as I am one day. I said calmly. I know. I'm still super jealous. Jirubu replied like it was natural, then his eyes widened as I sighed in disappointment. Who's Glaned? Don't tell me you don't recognize your own name. It was Waver who answered, blowing out dark smoke. That is you, yes. Glaned Ashbourne. I don't know what you're talking about. He answered hesitantly. Okay, that settled it. I pursed my lips. Was everything about his older brother and stuff a lie then? Ugh. He really had me going too. I even wanted to help him when he dumped that bit of backstory of it in me. But, oh well, well played. Don't hesitate like a high school girl. It's disgusting. I shook my head. Please wait, Heine cut in. He looked between the professor and the clearly conflicted Jerubu confusedly, a hand over his chest. What are you talking about? Allow me to explain then. That is indeed Jerubu, and I believe it really was Jerubu that we interacted with for the past few days. Waver said calmly, stuffing a hand in his pocket. But, he also has Glaned Ashbourne's self in him, according to this. With an insane level of aura, the professor tossed Lord Giriant's journal at Jerubu's feet. To put it in modern terms, the hardware is Jerubu. But there is a virus in the software. He tapped a finger against his head. That is to say, that body has two people in it. The real owner seems to be oblivious to the uninvited guest even. Lord Girian was truly quite the magus, to accomplish something like this. What he said, wait what? I stopped myself, and turned to look at the professor. I thought it was an impersonator. Waver nodded. That's what I thought too. Then I went over the entire matter once more. Wait, so that meant his little backstory was probably the truth and he was a victim in all this too. That also meant that this wasn't just a seasonal villain I could go all out against. Goddamn. That meant I needed to try to help him. To say I was frustrated would be accurate, but honestly, I was a bit relieved too. I'd never tell anybody that though. Maybe Luviajlita or my mom. If his son lives, Luviajlita narrowed her eyes, then what need was there to invite us? Are you sure this isn't some delusion you came up with to make up for your own inadequacies? This girl really needed to chill out with the shade she threw at Waver every so often. We are gifts. Excuse me. We are gifts. Waver repeated. He retrieved the invitation letter from his coat and held it up. Our magic crests, to be precise. They're Lord Giriant's inheritance for his son. The puzzle held no meaning from the very beginning. We were supposed to all die and be used as materials. Adra Castle. This workshop already has a master. How very magus-like. Quietly, I took off my aviators and flicked them at Waver. In the blink of an eye, the world became bare. I could even see minute creases in every single blade of grass under us, the bits and pieces in the air, the flow of mana in this workshop. Truly, living like this would get troublesome. How presumptuous. Luviajlita huffed, visibly annoyed with the revelation. But you did misstep, Glaned. Waver said with a sigh. Killing Orlok wasn't planned, was it? You confronted him, and you killed him to take revenge for your father. I pity that. This much, I knew already. The others still did not give a single shit about it though. Moments passed in silence, hostility flushed into the air like water from a broken dam as magic circuits were activated all around. It didn't need to be said that there was going to be a fight. I guess, if you've got it figured out to that extent. There isn't really any point in trying to convince anyone otherwise. Jerubu, or rather, Glaned let out the most corny cackle I'd ever heard in my 2 lives, the laugh of a proper seasonal villain. He even slicked back his hair. But so what? None of you are doing anything anyway. Come. Something massive jumped out from the shadows, as tall as a single-story building. It was his mother. No, that wasn't a joke. Ashbourne's beast was really his mother. I still laughed though. Lil Bro cried to his mommy. Luviajlita joined in. I would expect little more from a child that laughs like he's never been punched in the face. Shut up. Shut up. Both of you. Oh look, he's throwing a tantrum. The Edelfelt princess giggled, hiding her mouth behind her hand. What a shocker. I cackled. This was some Sukuna and Mojito level of rage baiting. He answered by tearing open his shirt, revealing a pulsing, veiny crest implanted just below Jerubu's shoulder. It seemed to hum and bulge out, as if it didn't suit the body it was in and was trying to jump out. Sing. His mother sang with the command, letting out that same deafening howl. How's that? None of you can use your crests anymore. Ha 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 ha. He struck out against Waver, glaring at the one who revealed him. I'll start with you. Waver, like an absolute aura farmer, calmly drew a matchbox and another cigar from his coat. Completely unfazed by the beast getting ready to charge him, he struck the match and lit his cigar. He then fixed his coat. As a teacher, it's rather troubling to have you underestimate my students to such a degree. Add. Sunder. Just as the beast lunged, Grey shot out from behind the professor, a massive scythe larger than her own small body in her hands. The two met midair, and sparks flew off when claws met steel. At the same time, thunder boomed. Lightning arched through the air and blew against the beast's side, disorienting it just enough that Grey was able to overpower and throw the animal back. How? What the hell is that? Glanid cried out like a bitch. I had mixed feelings about attacking a mother protecting her child, but I completely ignored those feelings and almost obsessively focused on that scythe in my fellow apprentice's hand. It was a mystic code, that was the first thing I noticed. It was sealing something, that was the second thing I noticed. Then came the fact that it was drawing power from said something, but I couldn't see just what it was hiding. But what I could tell was that scythe was absorbing mana. And, honestly, that was going to come in really handy in almost every situation. I closed and opened my palm, deciphering and recreating the process as a spell before Grey even dropped back down to the ground. I understand it now. I feel rather useless here. If the intention was to kill us all one by one, I'd say I deserve some revenge. Luviage crossed her arms under her chest, not the least bit bothered by the implications. She even smiled. Won't you do something about that, Henry? Of course, love. Even Heine gave me a nod, agreeing with her request. I would like that too. It is quite grating to be of no help whatsoever. The crest interference worked only and only because of the amplification workshop around us. That meant it was time to commandeer the game so my girl could beat his ass. Sweat formed on Glanid's as I raised my hand overhead, pressing my fingers together for a snap with a massive grin etched across my face. Evidently, I was not very good at hiding my excitement. You shouldn't be able to use magecraft. You shouldn't. Finally. Someone delusionally unreasonable. I've been waiting so long. A true fucking shame I can't beat you black and blue cause of that horny protag you're posseing. My body trembled, my drumming heart was the only thing I could hear. It didn't work. Sing again. You damn maniac. You can't use magecraft here. Above, the beast and Grey clashed again and again and again, sending sparks flying into the darkness of the night. Is that right? Maybe you're right. Oh, you're so right. Same deal, 500 hund, hand em over. You can find 7 chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. They're chonky as fuck, genuinely 20k words or some sure bro. They'd be 10 but I forgot to segment. Chapter 40, Chapter A/N, the words spread around by high about me hitting my wife is false slander. I just said it as a figure of speech when she interrupted our gaming session in voice chat. She even hit me for it. P.S. Still no 5 hund. Washed FRFR. Expectedly, there was a failsafe built into the workshop, designed to blow back in the face of anyone who dared to hijack it in spectacular fashion. Unfortunately, it wasn't designed to account for someone like me. It would be awe-inducing if it was. Dismantling the failsafe was elementary work, forcing the workshop heal was even easier. The moment I snapped my fingers, the world around us shifted, every single magus present noticed. It didn't matter. None of them gave any real reaction, already familiar with my unique set of skills, even Heine. Pfluger wasn't, but the nomadic magus was just a chill guy like that. He was just sitting on a wall watching the chaos ensue, spouting something about having already withdrawn for this exact reason. Glanid, however, was petrified. Grey tossed his mother to the ground right beside him, into a patch of well-kept lilies that were turned to mush under the creature's immense weight. This castle is now mine, I jabbed a thumb into my chest, still grinning. You gonna cry? The crest interference went poof, gone with the wind. Glanid looked around hastily, disbelief etched all over his face. I didn't blame him. But damn if it wasn't too much fun. When did you dash? How? So easily. Then, he just tore off his shirt like some kind of pervert, revealing Jarubu's muscled form. His eyes betrayed a distinct lack of reason. It doesn't matter. None of you here can beat us. I know even you don't have the destructive power. You're not wrong there. I admitted, scratching the back of my head. That thing was able to shrug off the Astari living stone, Waver murmured, a hand under his chin. It's disconcerting but you're right. I would compare Heine's weaponry to that of a heroic spirits, and while I admit that it would be on the lower end, no, the lowest end, it's still too impressive to ignore. For one, I had no idea what the hell a heroic spirit was. It did sound pretty cool though, and going by the rule of cool. Well, now that was a troubling bit of information. At the same time though, there was no way it was murdering all of us either. Not now that I'd stripped away the only advantage they had. A stalemate, then. That was boring. The beast howled again and rose to her feet. She encircled Glanid before standing behind protectively. She let out another deafening roar, as though she was daring us to try harming him while she was there. Honestly, I was a bit moved. My mother dash. Yes, my mother would have done the same. That short but tough as nails lady. Luviajlita was quick to answer the provocation. She tossed an ensemble of shimmering gemstones into the air that fell into a rudimentary 5-pointed star. Her magic crest flared unhindered. Concurrently, Highness' stone armor locked in place, his sea-colored eyes shone in the night as he raised his lance at the beast. I'll just retrieve the workshop from your cold dead corpse. You fucking upstart. Glanid cackled. And you missed something by the way dash. As I tilted my head in confusion, he raised a hand towards the night sky. Come to me. Protect your master. For a moment, nothing happened. Silence fell on the garden. Then, suddenly, the castle's doors flew open and... Oh my fucking god. They're still my familiars. I couldn't help but groan. Those creepy-ass stone angels came piling out of Adra Castle. They broke through the windows, climbed along the walls, tumbled from the roof, and came alive all around us in the garden. But, the familiars weren't those angels themselves, I'd have noticed if that were the case. No, instead, they were some kind of spirits that had taken to possessing those statues and using them as bodies. Be proud. You gave me the idea. These stupid statues have been soaking up everything that my father did to those idiots who thought they could have their crests fixed. All the pain and the mana. They're excellent vessels. Buddy, they're still stone. I said calmly as they encircled us. So what? Luviajlita changed the trajectory of her spell with an excited smile. For your queen. A fucking rainbow Kamehameha erupted from the precious stones she used for her spells, lighting up the night as it tore. No, it pretty much evaporated every single statue it came into contact with. And, also, why do you think your family's such a big deal for being able to tamper with magic crests anyway? I stepped up to my lady, gently grabbing her wrist. It's just a bunch of circuits with spells inscribed into them. It's a damn storage. Fixing what's wrong or whatever is easy as hell. No, improving the spells is also easy as long as you know the language. They're just formulae. Don't be absurd. No one can understand crests like dash. Watch. I connected my circuits to Luviajlita's. Henry, that's dangerous. I could tell she didn't really mean those words and I appreciated the trust. Narrowing my eyes, I began deciphering her spell in a more standard manner. The way magi tended to do it. For that, I recalled my professor's lessons. Her spell was one of jewel magecraft, brought to fruition by storing vast amounts of mana in gemstones, in this case, rubies. The mana would then be tinted or stained with the mystical properties of the jewel itself. In common mysticism, rubies were associated with the sun. In the Kabbalah, they were associated with Gevura. The fifth Sapphira. Judgment. Corresponding to fire and awe. But for this instance, fire was what mattered. Symbolically, fire could be life but it could also be ruin. In both, fire was power. So, her spell unleashed power, proportionate to the amount of mana she used for it. With that, she mixed sapphires, associated with the fourth Sapphira. Chesed. In this case, the meaning she used was ardor and passion. Passion was strength. Essentially, it put what the rubies did on steroids. Then there were the curses like Gander and whatnot woven into the gems themselves. The stored mana itself was a spell, variation of some curse. They were what gave the pure power a decent portion of its destructive capabilities. Rather, they served to enhance and augment. The bread and butter of the Edelfelt family was how they meshed the two different schools of gemcraft and cursecraft to enhance both to an insane level. Naturally, I didn't say this aloud. To parse her mechanism so completely would demystify and weaken her spell. All of this was bullshit jargon to a person like me who saw this mysticism as letters for a language used to influence the world, but as I'd realized before, this sort of mysticism and meaning was exactly what gave said languages power in the world of magecraft. What I did next was cut out excess, and simply refine what was already there while tacking on a little bit of extra flair. Essentially, a bit of necessary editing or polishing. The power of her spell increased sixfold. Her Kamehameha became a super Kamehameha, haha, and when I moved her hand around, it, in somewhat anticlimactic fashion, pretty much deleted every single one of those familiars he summoned. Good riddance. I'd had more than enough of angels. Does this make me the new Lord Ashbourne? I mean, I just improved the spell inside a crest. Glanid's eyes opened wide. He was too shocked to even speak. And unexpectedly, Luviajlita grabbed me by the collars and stared right into my eyes. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Ah, come on, you should be proud. You should even thank me for making your spell better. I'll settle for a kiss. She gave me one. She actually gave me one. In front of everyone. Well. I was a bit flustered now. Then I noticed the heavy blush on her face. Why are you embarrassed too? I could ask you the same. Then don't do it to begin with. Shut up. You asked for it. Waver just sucked on his cigar and blew out some smoke. I get the distinct feeling that if I did that, I would get my neck broken. You would. Lita shot him a glare. He sighed. How unfair. It's fine only because it's him. Don't get any ideas, you hack. Rubbing my nose to push down the embarrassment, I sauntered over to Heine with a hand in my pocket. If I remembered right, his magic crest was damaged during a rush transplant and draining his life force. I put a hand on the knight's shoulder. What is it, Henry? Since it was actively doing the draining, it was easy to track down the issue by following the trail. The rest of his crest held no meaning to me, as I already had his living stone. The issue was one you'd expect from any piece of mishandled hardware. The hasty transplant had damaged some circuits inside the crest, and they were just continuously draining his life force, like faulty electrical wires. I couldn't tamper with the circuits themselves just yet, but I could use the spell I'd made from Gray's side to redirect the current to other circuits instead, effectively cutting off the damaged area. Since the others worked properly, there was no excess drainage. There. Feel any different? Not particularly. Heine idly shook his head, firmly gripping his lance. Well, I fixed the issue with your crest. He gave no answer, just stared at me. I couldn't even tell what kind of expression he had because of the stone helm around his face. Then, he suddenly put a hand on my shoulder. If you speak truly, I am in your debt. I will not even ask how, and no one will learn of what you did. Please. If you have something that I can do dash. Nah. I waved my hand with a smile. You're my bro. He nodded reluctantly and said nothing else. Maybe he was startled. That was cool. I'd never seen him break his calm look before. You bastards. Stop ignoring me. Glanid finally returned to planet Earth and immediately started bitching. You're a seasonal villain, man, shut up. You only exist for character development. What are you even going to do at this point? Annoyed, he flickered next to me using Raven Flight. Heine pierced him through the shoulder before he could do anything and held him. I used Raven Flight to deliver a roundhouse kick directly to his chin, one that sent him crashing back into his mother. There was nothing to learn here anymore, and I'd had my fun. It was time to finish things up. Maybe you should just run away dash. Wait no. I need to help out that horny shonen MC. I remembered my decision regarding Jirubu, and yes, helping him here was well within my power. Glanid was only in control because of the implanted magic crest. He was like a magical parasite. Messing up just about anything magical was my whole shtick. What dash? I flickered next to him, and slammed him against the ground before jabbing a hand through the pulsing crest above his breast. Unceremoniously, I inserted copious amounts of my chaos letters into its make to send it haywire. The active crest started collapsing in on itself as he began screaming impotently into the night. No one really cared about the murderous fuck who wanted to use everyone as materials. How utterly surprising. Sit ashamed, Glanid. You were trivial. His mother tried to jump me, but Gray's scythe met her sharp fangs instead of my neck. I got smacked across the face by my fellow apprentice's leathery black cloak instead. With a chuckle, I dusted my hands. So, that just leaves you. I smiled at the raging beast struggling against Gray. You can find 7 chonky chaps ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Was this chapter any good? Please comment any thoughts, ideas, suggestions, or even complaints you might have. They're invaluable. Chapter 41, Chapter A/N, I feel sick as hell. How terribly cruel. The sentiment left Waver's lips as a hushed whisper, his hand clutched his stomach, and it took all he had in him to stop himself from trembling as he watched his students fight something in the realm of a phantasmal. As he watched the dark night light up in swirls of flame, kaleidoscopic explosions of mana. As he watched steel and stone meet fang and claw. He felt his student wrestle control of the very workshop they stood in from its master end. Well and truly, he was enamored. He was obsessed with these incredible miracles they could bring into the world. As their teacher, his chest swelled with pride and a smile threatened to break onto his face. Their talent, their ability, it was such that the delicate balance of the clock tower would easily be tipped if even one decided to pursue that end. Flat had continuously stolen the formulae of famed teachers, improved them, and then proceeded to forget them entirely. With the bare minimum effort, Henry could do the same, and actually recall his actions. Gray freely wielded the power of a proper heroic spirit, those incredible figures of a legend. Svin's bestial magecraft let him borrow the power of a legendary phantasmal species spoken of in legend. All incredible. All nearly impossible. And now, those heights that were unattainable for most magi, he watched teenagers reach out for them with his own 2 eyes, under his tutelage. Yes, as Lord Elmeloy too, the tutor of the Elmeloy classroom, he felt nothing but pride and joy at that. But, as Waver Velvet, being witness to this was, the cruelest of pranks, something even Rhaenys would hesitate to try. It poured cold water on those lingering hopes of one day achieving these miracles himself. He was not so inept as to not know his own limits. No, it was precisely because he knew them that his throat felt clammed, and a terrible pain welled up in his heart. He knew that no matter how hard he tried and kicked and screamed and struggled, it would be like screaming into a deep abyss. He would never be able to attain them himself. Talent was a pretentiously fickle thing, after all. It was a painful truth. One he accepted. One he still dreaded. Perhaps with one of them in his place, even that person would have. Ashbourne's beast made a mad lunge for him, claws held out. Waver knew they would tear him to shreds in a second. He still put his cigar to his lips. Don't make the same mistake your master did. My students aren't so unremarkable as to not care for their teacher. Those words rang true the next instant when Henry took a hold of the beast's face with both his hands, grinning. Then, Grey fell from the night like a comet wrapped in manna. Her foot struck on the beast's head, and through their combined efforts, his student smashed the lumbering creature against the earth, sending dirt and stones flying all over. The Astari family's knight charged the beast from the side, and dragged it through the much along the tip of his lance. He couldn't even hope to mimic a fraction of what they did in those few moments. But, well, for Lord Elmeloy too and for Waver Velvet, being a tutor to these exceptional people would have to be enough. Their success could never be his, not truly, but their respect for him brought an unwitting smile to his face. To think, someone who had attacked him when first they met was now protecting him so fiercely. It was a different kind of elation. He could not say he didn't like it. They were still headaches. That was never going to change with how they were. But, that was fine too. No, Waver Velvet just held the small wish that when one day they realized their remarkable potential, their hearts would hold some small gratitude for the unremarkable him too. Other than that, he was resolved to continue exploring the miracle that was magecraft. He couldn't create these miracles, but that didn't mean he didn't love them. Your students are a pretty scary bunch, Lord Elmeloy too. I want to apologize for any perceived offense in advance. Flugr, the nomadic spellcaster, mumbled beside him, thick arms crossed. Waver blew out smoke. Why is that? Well, I'm 100% that I'd get killed. Ah ha 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 ha. He threw back his head and laughed heartily. Look at what they're doing to that thing. I almost feel pity. Waver discreetly caught a glimpse of Henry slapping the massive creature across the face to no effect, then just eyeballing it. When it tried to bite at him, Luviage drop-kicked it in the side of the head and sent it reeling across the garden. That's just plain disrespectful. They're not really doing much though. Waver noted. He glanced at his wristwatch. Grey. It's time to use that if you would, please. Grey jumped back from the battle. She ducked her head and tilted her head confusedly, as if asking if he was sure. Her hands clutched the massive scythe in her hand. None of you possess the firepower to neutralize it without that. This time, she only nodded. The rest of you, retreat. Henry complied without a second thought, and so did the Edelfelt princess, but not before throwing some cheap insult his way. Hyena quietly followed suit. The Ashbourne beast simply watched them, perhaps apprehensive after the treatment they just gave it. Comin' right up, girly. Did that side just talk? Henry's question was promptly ignored. The world shifted once more. Mana swirled around Grey's lithe form as her hood fell back to reveal a face that Waver dreaded. A graceful beauty with dull green eyes and ashen hair. Grey. Rave. Crave. Deprave. Her scythe hummed with untold power as she began chanting to reveal the truth of Ad, the mystic code that was more of an annoyance than anything else most of the time. Waver pushed down the discomfort that welled in his heart, and simply watched his apprentice. Grey. The girl with a hateful face. A gravekeeper he found in a secluded place best forgotten. The product of generations of work done towards bringing back a certain person of legend being successful from a place of no note save for one thing. It held the grave of a great king. Engrave in me. A grave for you. The great king her family sought to bring back. The king who drew the sword from the stone. The king whose name was Arthur. Arthur Pendragon. With that knowledge in hand, Ad's truth was no real mystery. No, it was not that sword. But, anyone familiar with the legend knew of the mythical lance King Arthur wielded. Pseudo-personality suspended. Magical energy yield exceeds regulation. Second stage restraint rescinded. The seal that was Ad came undone. The mystery faded. And a certain spear began to take its place. Suddenly, in his awe, it struck Waver that he was forgetting something. His gaze fell on eyes reminiscent of an ethereal summer sky. And then, realization struck. He couldn't keep his voice in check, not if even a fraction of his realization was truth. He shouted. Henry. No matter what you do, you must not look at it with bare eyes. Confusion played across his student's face, but thankfully, he obeyed. He quickly threw on the sleek aviators that functioned as his mystic eye killers. Professor, you're such a bore dash. Are you confident that your mind, even if backed by your circuits, can handle seeing the truth of the divine? Henry only tilted his head, even more confused. But before Waver could explain, Gray's words made them all fall into silence. Sacred lance, removing restraints. A brilliant gold erupted from within her hand, and for a moment, it became impossible to tell if it was night or day. His eyes became blind. Rongo dash. Ashbourne's beast shot at Gray at impossible speed. But it was too late. She only whispered in response, her voice unreasonably soft. Miniad. That brilliant holy lance erupted from the young girl's hand. It tore through the beast. It did not stop. The great angel watching over Adra disappeared, and the lance ripped into the hillside beside the castle, taking everything with it and leaving nothing behind. Indeed, it was an impossible miracle, to wield the power of a heroic spirit, to wield a noble phantasm. Forevermore, Adra Castle was marked by the manifestation of that spear. I later learned that the reason my professor had shouted out that warning was really for my own good. If I had laid eyes on that divine spear right there and then, surely my eyes would have bled and my mind turned to mush from daring to analyze a godly phenomenon down to a subatomic level. Hope you enjoyed. Chapter 42, Chapter. Well, it turned out to be quite the ordeal, didn't it? It must have been a learning experience. I pondered in silence. Lord Valuoletta, Inorai, sat beside me on the bench. She was leaning back like some kind of delinquent with her arms splayed on the headrest, even behind my head, with her head thrown back. A stranger might even think she was actually interested in watching the moody London sky that always looked to be on the verge of crying this time of the year. It was several days after the rather odd incident at Adra Castle, and I'd spent the whole time hounding the professor for an explanation as to why he didn't let me have a look at that spear Gray was hiding. Her little box even started shouting rape when I took him in my hands for a proper analysis. Gray had no answer to give either other than a shy, "It's the lance of King Arthur," but even that explanation was rather lacking. Then there were the complaints from my sister, but since I was only gone all of half a week, I hadn't really missed anything. Well, aside from a little incident where Flat accidentally doused some of Svin's stuff in gasoline and then accidentally burnt half his room after Yvette just so happened to test out her new ruby mystic eye. Before I could ask for details regarding that, I was passed an invitation to a picnic with Lord Inorai Valuoletta Atrahome, and even I knew not to say no to that. That was where I now found myself, with one of the 12 lords beside me, refusing to say anything other than meaningless shit that was just a waste of time that could be spent doing something important, like bothering Gray for answers. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Inorai grabbed my sleeve before I could get up, a thin smile on her wrinkled face. Well, don't be in such a rush, it's such a beautiful day. Yeah, and I'd rather spend it with a beautiful person. She paused for a second, then let out an amused laugh. What? I spend at least half an hour staring at this beautiful face in the mirror every day. Surely, you're excited for our date a little bit, at least. Inorai was old, wrinkly, thin, silver-haired, old. Yeah, get a new mirror, better yet, get new eyes. The aged lord just laughed again. Settle down, boy. She reached into the sleeve of her green dress and pulled out a sealed envelope. Here, this is what I called you for. It's from the Department of Policy. Weren't those the guys that were notorious for murder? No need to be scared. I'm not scared. Let's go with that. Since we were sitting outside Mistel, the Department of General Fundamentals, the few passers-by were magi. They most certainly recognized this annoying person, and for that very fact, they steered well clear of us with heads ducked and gazes lowered. Now, I'm certain you're aware who rules that department. I narrowed my gaze, leaning back against the hardwood of the bench. Bartholomew. That's it, right. Indeed. She nodded. Bartholomew also leads the aristocrats, and is one of 3 great families presiding over the clock tower. Of the 3 great families, the Bartholomew were the aristocracy faction and the Valuoletta and Trambilio were the Democrats in favor of a meritocracy. What was amazing was that the power balance was slightly tipped in favor of the Bartholomew despite the fact that other 2 great families were aligned in direct conflict with them. I imagined their head was probably some broken magus. I don't get dash. She cut me off by raising her hand. I'm getting to that. You must have realized that the policy department was vying for Adra and its secrets, yes? I nodded. Hishiria Das Hino faked her own death to investigate the will without scrutiny, so she could steal the inheritance outright from under everyone's noses. Unfortunately, me hijacking the workshop completely put a dampener on that particular mission of hers. Even now, Adra Castle was technically mine. Well, of course those nobles cannot stomach the thought of being outdone by a commoner so terribly. Don't misunderstand, I find your actions quite incredible. I'm dying to know how you managed to convince that Edelfelt girl to relinquish the castle to you. Oh yeah. I scratched the back of my head. That happened too. Contrary to what this lord probably thought, Luvia Gelida's reasoning was rather clear-cut instead of being politically motivated. And that reasoning was that she didn't want the shitty place because she had dozens more superior to it. The research sucked too, so she dumped that as well. Crazy rich people. Still, I got a castle out of it, so I had no reason to complain. I never really expected her to make the fact public alongside my actions though. It was almost like she was trying to impress me, or show me off, maybe even both. Ooh, so it's like that. Ah, youth. How the fuck? I have been a lord far longer than the one who birthed you has drawn breath, my boy. Congratulations are in order, I suppose. For her as well. She was in quite the rut with her craft before you. It is a shame that the Edelfelts get you though, we could have used your circuits to rejuvenate some dying lineages. She prattled off like I wasn't even there, staring at the sky. Say, would you be interested in selling your sperm? I imagine it could fetch quite the hefty sum. I did a spit take, then deadpanned, no. Why? 'Cause it's fucking weird, why else? Even sperm banks were the weirdest concept to me. Fathering children I wasn't even going to know was certainly not on any of my bingo lists. If you change your mind, the option will be there. I won't. The old woman shrugged her shoulders and continued, anyway, the news made quite the ruckus, and bruised a fair number of egos. Something told me bruising egos in a family older than the literal AD calendar wasn't the best of ideas, but, hey, it was exactly the type of shit I'd do, so I didn't really care. So nobles, being nobles, explained away their incompetence by finding records that make you a clock tower student for a decade or so. Crazy. So I was studying here when I was 9. I didn't even know. I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought even as the realization set in that I was getting wrapped up in some political game for power without ever even coming into contact with the players. Just so. And, because they cannot be outdone by someone of a low rank. You are awarded the rank of cause, or rather, you have been at the rank of cause for a year now. It's still highly exceptional to reach cause in a decade however, so do expect some level of attention directed at you. I fiddled with the sealed envelope in my hand, twirling it between my fingers. That is the official recognition. Ah, documentation. One of the 12 lords personally came to give it to me. I questioned, narrowing my eyes. Heavens no. I merely came to rub in the fact that you owe me for this lest you conveniently forget again. There it was. You must be wondering how. Let us say, I greased the wheels a bit for this faux promotion in place of death and experimentation. The information regarding ability she was privy to was like the tip of an iceberg, and yet, that tip was still worth bringing over to her side for what it meant. Still, her words reminded me of my promise to Luvia Gelida. The promise she discarded, but the one I resolved myself to fulfill all the same. Prestige. Renown. Honor. A high position among these people who obsessively delved into the supernatural and made its mystery their own. Say, would I be able to get higher if I aligned myself with you? Oh. Perhaps you misunderstand. It is unheard of for a new Aegir to reach even cause, especially one that is the first of his lineage to join our ranks. It is a rank for members of families at least half a millennium old. Technically, I just straight up skipped the 2 ranks of frame and count to jump right to cause, a rank only 3 below the highest rank of grand. Not to say I didn't deserve it, I was literally him. Realistically though, I only attained the rank because the nobility just wanted a convenient excuse for being outdone by someone they wouldn't even spit on for fear of wasting said spit, not based on merit. All I needed was a grand-ranked magus to study to reach that level. Finding one wasn't going to be so easy though, and I doubted I could do my analysis without them noticing, seeing as they were fucking nation topplers. I like your ambition. And, if you truly deserve it, with a pleased smile on her wrinkled lips, Lord Valualetta pressed a hand against the green fabric covering her chest. Then, so be it, boy. You will find none more ready than us to support you. It is our earnest belief that those with talent should be at the top, not those with connections or prestigious blood. That was a crazy-ass thing to say after telling me my intentions were misplaced for someone with no old blood. And I wasn't so stupid as to think that she was just that based. No, clearly, even here, I knew for a fact that the only reason she was supporting me was so that she could further solidify her own position. However, there was nothing wrong with that, for now. To the end of growing as a magus, allow me to give you a bit of neat advice. You should lean into your affinity if you want to see faster results. No magi should need this advice, but I'm certain you forgot. Right, my affinity. Inurai gracefully rose to her feet and began floating away. Congratulations on achieving cause, Henry. I imagine your professor will be quite proud. She quickly disappeared, and the second she was gone, a chill crept up my spine. I genuinely trembled, and I had no idea why that was the case. Sweat formed on my brow, and my fingers grew jittery. Someone, or something was watching me. Whatever it was far beyond me as of now. Congratulations from me as well. It is rare that I am so thoroughly trounced. It felt as though the wind itself had whispered those words, but then Ishiri Adashino of all people came into sight. No, the creepy bitch was standing right behind me, and leaning forward to stare at me from the side with her head tilted unnaturally. Her hands were still resting over her stomach. Yet, I knew the sudden chill wasn't from her. I could rip her head off right now if I wanted to. And from the Lord of Policies as well. Lord of. Wait, what? Bartholomew. Her gaze trailed off to one of the Victorian-era buildings overlooking the park. I followed it and found no one. Her words came like the hiss of a poisonous snake, even though her face was unnaturally beautiful. Know that we are slightly impressed and interested. Yeah, that wasn't foreboding at all. I could only assume that I had caught the eye of some dangerous person. How dangerous, I possessed no way of knowing. Please share any thoughts, ideas, suggestions, or complaints you might have. They keep me motivated. Chapter 43, Chapter A/N, 500, I wants M. Gimme M. I've been posting regularly. It had been a couple of days since my promotion. I leaned on the seminar table, resting my chin in my palm as Flat screamed into my ear, like usual from one side, and Calls rigorously typed away at his laptop, only stopping to fix his thick glasses every once in a while. Svin was just snoring one row down. The rest of the class had filtered out the second waiver ended his lecture, but then most of them weren't permanent members of the El Meloy classroom even though they were enrolled at Norwich, Modern Magecraft Theory. That was apparently supposed to be something of great honor. So you fought like a ghost. That's cool. I want to see one too. Man, why does the professor never take me? Flat complained, sitting up on the desk. You probably saw some cool magecraft too, didn't you? Actually no, I glanced at him from the corner of my eyes. There was nothing noteworthy in that whole place except one or two spells. That was to say, Jirubu's stuff. I found myself wondering what became of him. His weird sense of humor aside, he really wasn't that bad a guy, and most definitely didn't deserve to have his body stolen or something like that. Flat let out an excited hum, his blue eyes shone. Show. Wordlessly, I flickered into a nearby seat for the blink of an eye and then back between Flat and Calls. I was probably going to regret that, but hey, flexing like this was about the coolest thing that came with knowing magecraft. A moment later, Flat did the same thing. Just not in a very controlled way. The idiot did move, but he just straight up launched himself across the classroom at a wall instead of a seat. The wood groaned and cracked under the sudden impact, then Flat plopped down to the ground, face first. Calls didn't even bother looking up, already used to his bullshit, like everyone else. Ow. He rubbed his bruised face. How do you even do that? I asked curiously, raising my aviators. Flat was not copying my spell, or any spell. No, he was doing something far more absurd. The sort of shit that would make a traditional magus kick the walls and pull out his hair from pure frustration. No wonder his parents kicked him out and wanted him dead. For a magus, this man's very existence was infuriating. His flippant outlook on life and idiocy didn't help either. I can sense the flow of mana, you know. Flat scratched the back of his head, looking up at me. Then I go mash and stuff and make a spell, like so. His words made no sense. But that was pretty much it. He was writing a new spell that mimicked the one he was basing it on every single time. The problem was, the idiot didn't recall the spells he made. So even the same spell used twice was made from scratch both times instead of just repeated. I also have trouble reading stuff sometimes, if it's too overwhelming or something, gives me a headache. He jumped up and started dusting his shirt. Like the one you use now. It used to be able to figure out your spells easily, but now it's just, ugh. It's too annoying and so fast. I hate thinking too much. That was interesting. It meant if a spell formation was too complicated for his clinically retarded brain or too fast in activation for his perception, then his reading would fail, or he'd recreate a spell in part and have it blow up in his face. I imagined that was what happened now, with Raven Flight. You hate thinking. I murmured thoughtlessly. What a surprise. Calls quickly turned to the side, hiding his face with a hand. I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from. I snickered shamelessly. Nah man, I agree. Our boy has a total of 2 brain cells and both of them think they're the third one. Oi. I'm not that stupid dash. Did you understand what I just said? Yeah. Brain cells. Those are in your brain, right? See. I know too. Close enough. Don't bully the mentally inhibited. Svin finally shuffled. The wolf boy rubbed his eyes and stretched his arms with a demure yawn. Go back to sleep, Lucian. I can't sleep when there's a bunch of apes monkeying around in the classroom. I cast a quiet glance at my skin for the second time since becoming a part of this world. Being a beast is corny, lil bro, get a grip. Don't make me dash. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes. He inhaled deeply and then suddenly loosened up. It doesn't matter. I'm above these insults. That was unexpectedly mature. Unfortunately, I was not the type to respect that sort of thing. I grinned. Mutt. Upstart. I'm at the same rank as you now. Dog. Wolf. He corrected, clenching one fist. I didn't respond this time. No, instead, I borrowed Call's laptop and searched up a certain song. Needless to say, I also raised the volume to the max, cut my life into pieces dash. I will hurt you. Svin snarled. Not with that candy floss hair. This is my last resort dash. Ahahaha. Flat keeled over laughing with his hands on his stomach. This is why no one likes you too. He put his head on his desk again and closed his eyes, finished with our faux back and forth. It was a routine thing at this point and he always lost the exchange, always. Well, congratulations, anyway. Svin sighed finally. It's annoying, but you deserve it. I chuckled. Thanks. Just when it seemed that silence would settle on the mostly vacant El Meloy classroom, the door was kicked open and the resident maniac walked in, dragging a small burlap sack behind her. It was Yvette. I steepled my fingers, inhaling deeply to ready myself for the coming onslaught of whatever weird shit she'd come up with today. Hell, I missed you a lot. She squealed and jumped like an excited child. Her one eye was closed, the other gemstone one was hidden behind a star-shaped eye patch, and I was pretty sure her pink Lolita dress had at least half a dozen more frills and ribbons than the last time I'd seen it. I even touched my stash. Crazy bitch. She looked around curiously before putting a hand to her mouth. What's this? That damn gorilla isn't around. She said she needed to tell her sister about something important. I said, back in Finland. She'll be back. Yvette made a big show of shaking her head from side to side, a finger on her forehead. How disappointing. Now, if it was me, I'd always be around you. Commando, so you can always, kuhum, that's a private discussion. My face paled. She winked. Doesn't matter. I can still be a concubine. Whatcha got there? I calmly tried to change the topic, to the out-of-place sack she was dragging along. Our classmates were straight up flabbergasted by the absolutely vile shit that she'd just spouted before with the biggest smile on her face. Marriage offers. Courtship offers. Adoption offers. From a lot of families. I've been gathering them for a few days now. She made a V sign against her one normal eye. You can thank me with a peck on the cheeks, or even the lips. She squealed by herself, squirming giddily. Weirdo. I was pretty sure she just straight up genuinely enjoyed acting crazy. But, those thoughts were secondary, the sack was way more intriguing. It was safe to assume that those were meant for me. And they definitely come following my most recent promotion as a magus with no link to any families. I imagined the actual top brass, namely the leadership of the Democrats and aristocrats, or rather, the ones in the know about the whole thing, were probably even more interested in taking me in than the others. Was this what it felt like to be an up-and-coming celebrity? My eyes landed on Yvette. Her faction still remained ever elusive though. I knew less about the neutral lords than I did about the two after my ass, that said a lot considering I knew all of Jack and shit about the latter. Yvette threw the sack on the floor. Neat, sealed letters with a variety of sigils spilled onto the wooden floor at the foot of the tilted lecture hall type classroom. Those are pretty annoying. Svin opened one eye. My mail is always stuffed. I shot the popular dickhead a glare. I was definitely way better looking than this guy. And honestly, this whole thing was pretty flattering, a big plus to my already titanic ego. That was where my feelings about the matter started and ended. I already had a family, one I was going to prioritize above all else. I wouldn't abandon my adorable sister for some noble schmucks. That said, I did want to at least read those. Gahaha. Yvette put her hands on her hips and leaned back to let out a villainous laugh. As a concubine, it is my duty to keep away the predators and the huskies. And the taxation department too. The taxation what dash? Her eye patch came free with a tug to reveal a ruby eye. The eye corresponding to fire. She gave out a hum. Die, you materialistic freaks. Fade into obscurity along with your useless attempts at taking advantage of my future husband. The letters, my hopes and dreams for a bigger ego, were set alight. Black smoke rose to the ceiling as the fire leapt about the papers, turning them to ash. Ha 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 ha. So how? Are you proud of me? Are you serious? Sven's eyes widened. Calls jumped, drawing everyone's attention. No one was expecting him to. He was usually pretty shy and introverted, too busy fiddling with his tech or some mystic code to pay attention. The classroom is made of wood. Of course the classroom is made of wood dash. Oh wait. The realization hit me. That's fire. Throw flat at it. That way he can serve some purpose dash. This isn't the time for jokes. Before any of us could make any attempt at taking care of matters, the doors of the living chamber attached to the classroom flung open and the professor walked out, hair disheveled, dark holes under his eyes. He stumbled out onto the podium, visibly confused. What's with all the shouting dash? That's a fire. Who? Who did this? With not a word exchanged, all of us pointed at Yvette. Waver took a step towards her. She took a step back. Wait. Wait. Professor. You wouldn't hurt someone as cute as Dash. Her words cut off when she was suddenly hit with Professor Waver's infamous iron claw and raised a foot off the ground by her forehead. She kicked her feet, trying to break free, but it was futile. I was just trying to help Hal. Waver's gaze shot my way. I offered a silent prayer for my classmate and flickered to the window before giving a small salute and jumping out. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Please feel free to comment any thoughts, ideas, suggestions, or complaints you might have. Your feedback is invaluable and a great motivator. You can find 7 chunky chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 44, Chapter. I quietly stared at the white ceiling of the apartment that had become my new home, hands crossed under my head and one leg folded up over the other. Weak sunlight filtered through the open blinds of the window opposite the bed along with the chill early winter air. The two combined were a rather pleasant sensation. There was no smell of frying oil, no hustle-bustle from early customers looking for a quick breakfast on their way to work and no blaring honks and cursing from the usual chafed Londoner. Honestly, I didn't miss all of that either. But no, being thankful for all of that was not the reason I'd been staring at the ceiling for well over an hour since I'd woken up. It was something else entirely. You see, after a heated discussion with the professor that went late into the afternoon yesterday, I'd finally managed to learn my affinity through a series of tests and tarot fortune-telling for some reason. It was something quite rare and the men had expectedly grilled me about keeping it under wraps. Sometimes, I doubted he placed any trust in my ability to keep my mouth shut. Then, I remembered just who I was and realized that he was completely right about the mistrust. That did not stop me from being grumpy about it anyway. My elemental affinity wasn't one of the natural 5 great elements of fire, wind, earth, air, or the Mages Association own entry, void. No, it was one of 2 elusive imaginary elements. Hollow. Now, as much as I wished that meant I could form a white demonic mask, start howling and firing off beams of pure destruction, it didn't. What it did allow, at least according to Waver, was interaction with a place called the imaginary numbers space. In theory, this place was supposed to be a void, an imaginary place that was technically not real yet surely existed, where everything and nothing was possible in tandem. It was the opposite of the real numbers space which was supposed to be our reality as we knew it. Admittedly, that was the extent of my knowledge about this particular subject, and it didn't really help me understand anything. But, the very words, imaginary numbers and unreal space did bring up a rather interesting thought. Licking my dry lips, I took my aviators in my hands and tilted them at a certain angle so as to create a reflection. A reflection of my eyes. A majestic blue sky that seemed fantastical, stuffed into 2 orbs. Yes, it did bring up some very interesting thoughts indeed, thoughts I was going to put some time into and bring into reality. If anyone could do it, it was me. I could do the necessary calculations in the back of my head as I went about my day. I was literally him after all. There were definitely going to be spectacular failures, but each failure would bring me infinitely closer to my newfound goal of employing this ability to interact with the imaginary number space towards, well, that was a secret. Snorting, I slid my aviators back on and threw myself up. My body groaned, not wanting to leave the comfort of the soft bed, but I wasn't going to give in. Or rather, there was a reason to get up. The second I pushed down my newfound obsession with magecraft, another train of thoughts came ramming into my mind at breakneck speeds. That was, man, I miss Luvia. Neither of us was very experienced, and I got the distinct feeling things were getting a little too passionate than they were supposed to, but, well, I didn't care. My feelings were real. Hers were too, I knew. I wanted to be with her, help her, get coddled by her and most importantly, to bother her over little things like usual. That was all that really mattered to me. With a huff, I rose to my feet and stumbled into the bathroom. After washing my face with the cold water and tying up my hair in a man bun that would make pre-Hitler era ghetto proud, I picked out a navy tracksuit that Luvia bought me the last time we were at Karnak and a white shirt. When I was finally done preparing for the day, I shuffled out into the living room. Did you get taller? My mother greeted me from the attached kitchen, a green apron tied around her waist and her dark hair done in a bun that put mine to shame. I hope so. A man could always be taller, well, up till a certain point. I didn't want to become a titan or something. If anything, I wanted another inch or two and that would be enough. With another groan, I plopped down at the square dining table and rested my chin on my palm. Did you quit that stupid job yet? Instead of the stubborn denial I would expect from a woman of her age, Louise Smith just gave me a thumbs up. Yesterday. The manager was pretty shaken. Oh, and he told me to give you his congratulations. She said idly, fiddling with the thermos. Are you really sure though? I sighed. I'm not having this discussion again, ma'am. There's no need for you to work anymore. The average weekly income in this day and age was something like £500 a week or something for a full-grown adult. I brought home double that. There really was no need. Even then, that was the extent of what I could bring home without her getting suspicious. She still thought Waver was a prestigious professor paying me. The truth was wholly different. The professor was even more broke than I was. The money came from odd jobs and my shares in Karnak, and now from the inherited businesses of the Ashbourne family. All right, big man. She laughed. I couldn't help but smile at that. The older woman was becoming a bit more livelier as time passed. For the kind of Spartan lifestyle she'd led to properly raise Henry and Ellie, she deserved all the comfort in the world. I could distinctly recall her listening to Henry drone about his day like an idiot kid while barely conscious from exhaustion. Yet, somehow, she still expressed interest instead of telling him to fuck off in favor of a nap. Yeah, she really did deserve it. Are you thinking about that girl again? What? No. Where'd that even come from? Well, you were smiling and all. She said confusedly as she walked out of the kitchen with about a dozen pancakes stacked on top of one another in a ceramic plate. It was 'cause I was happy you don't have to run yourself into the ground anymore. This time, she didn't answer. She just put a hand on my head and ruffled my hair, or at least tried to. My man bun was of immaculate structural design and withstood her onslaught like a true hero, with not even a single strand of hair bothered by her savagery. You don't need to think about that stuff. It's what any mother would do. Yeah, if only that were true. I could definitively name one mother that straight up ditched her own kid for not meeting expectations despite having a significantly easier life. Ugh. I pushed away the sour memories by unceremoniously biting into a pancake. Shit was bland. Here's the maple syrup. Your next words will be, how'd she know, right? How'd she know dash? What the fuck? Don't swear. She softly hand-chopped my shoulder. Also, I'm your mother, remember? What in the actual foo dash? How? There was. Was she some kind of psychic? Were those even a thing in this world? Before I could ask her, Ellie waddled and dressed in her banana-patterned pajamas. She mercilessly dragged her teddy bear along the floor with one hand, and used the other small one to rub her face as she yawned. Without a word, she stepped up to us, and began looking between me and the chair beside me, tiny brows furrowed. After about a minute of deliberation of some topic clearly too complicated for mere mortals, she just held up both of her hands. I was confused. Your lap. My mother laughed softly. I could only comply. When she settled on my lap, she opened her mouth. How? Bite. Oh. My heart was unable to handle the level of cuteness. In fact, I refused to believe there was a man out there who would not melt at this sight. If there was indeed such a man, he was one of the ops now, and it was going to be on sight. I spoiled my cute little sister as much as she wanted. And yet, as I fed her, a terribly distasteful realization hit me. The sort that killed my appetite and ruined my mood fully. The incident with Adra Castle had really run home just how detached magi were willing to be in their efforts towards their research and one-upping one another. Now that I was a new Ager who'd somehow managed the rank of cause, those nasty gazes were no doubt going to fall on me as well. As I continued to improve, they would increase, and become nastier and more predatory. At that point, it wouldn't be out of question that these people were going to want to target my family. No, it was definitely going to happen, beyond any doubt. It didn't matter that mystic eyes could be a spontaneous phenomenon, I pursed my lips, and fed Ellie another bite before glancing at my mother sipping her coffee. An application of the memory alteration spells the magi employed to cover up their tracks could make them forget my existence and dash. No, I didn't want to do that. Even if it was the most optimal option, I just didn't. The only option left then was to become untouchable. Someone so feared within the ranks of magi that they wouldn't dare to even think of doing something to my family. The decision was an unexpectedly easy one. If I could realize my plans for the imaginary number space, it'd be very well within my reach to do something like that. Until then, maybe it was safer to move them. Maybe Livia would. She was the only person trustworthy enough. Well, waiver was an option, but the guy was likely to snap a bone or something from a strong wind, so, yeah. You're using nicknames now. My mother broke my thoughts. How? Just be careful, okay? You know, if you're that worried, I started, holding a spoon to Ellie's lips. You should really meet Lita. Maybe I should dash. Both of us were distracted by Ellie gripping my shoulder with both hands as hard as she could, brows furrowed in some kind of anger. Hal is going to stay with me. I'm not giving him to anyone. Oh. What about when you grow up? My mother humored her, smiling amusedly. Then I take him with me. And he takes care of me. Oh. Ellie, I think you're going to give your brother a stroke. Hope you enjoyed. Please share any thoughts, ideas, suggestions, or criticism you might have about the story. You can find 7 chonky chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 45, Chapter. Somehow, still not at 500 LOL. Anyway, guys, with how regularly I've been posting, are we back? Oh come on, aren't we buddies? And you even skimped on my pay last time. I think you owe me for that if nothing else. I shamelessly harassed the unremarkable fellow sitting at the reception in the Department of Policy, the same one responsible for handing me an easy job that ended with me having to fight a literal demon. Of course, I didn't really blame him, but he didn't need to know that. I needed another field assignment to test out some theories, and practical experience was the best kind, especially for someone with eyes like myself. In a world where knowledge was power, I operated on shonen rules. That was, by attempting suicide via eldritch horror far beyond my level, I learnt and grew stronger. That wasn't. I didn't dash. How was I supposed to know you'd end up encountering something like that? He droned on, looking around nervously. In the first place, you're not even an enforcer or a mercenary. What a reasonable argument. Left with no other choice, I promptly threw around my rank like a proper Karen. You think it's smart to mess with a cause aligned with value A, creation, and Norwich, modern magecraft theory? No, it isn't. His shoulders slumped. He sighed. But, I don't know what to tell you. After last time, I feel the need to send a representative with you, but everyone is occupied at the moment. I opened my mouth to bother him further, but then, suddenly, a chill crept along my spine. I felt a cold breath hit my neck and immediately spun around to find Ishiri Adashino standing there. Her thin lips curved into a sliver of a smile as she tilted her head to stare at the boring receptionist. I can be the representative. Give him something challenging. He stared at her dumbfounded for a moment before bowing and nodding quickly. Why, yes, Miss Adashino. I narrowed my eyes, trying to work out her angle here. The easiest explanation was an attempt at winning favor. Yet, for these people hated by every magus, these apostates, it just didn't make sense. No, I quickly realized that she was trying to gather information. Towards what end, I didn't know. It couldn't possibly be something good though. You don't need to be so startled. She offered cordially. I have no intention of accompanying you. And she waved a hand at the empty hall, the long sleeves of her bright pink kimono dropping. Despite what their lack of affinity for us, every lord transfers here for a time, to learn our ways. Ironic, don't you think? I just nodded. Remain amiable, and you will have no trouble from policies. Unless, of course, you do something to threaten the sanctity we uphold. Sanctity my ass, they condoned literal child experimentation so long as it was kept under wraps. Getting along with these guys was a hard ask. I'll be sure not to mess with the egos you usually find on 9-year-olds. She just gave a soft giggle. A fake one. Then, she floated away, dragging her long kimono and even longer jet black hair behind her. I pulled my eyes away and took the papers the receptionist held out to me. There's something seriously wrong with that chick. She can probably hear that. He rubbed his shoulder uncomfortably, gaze wandering. The job was a fairly simple one. Some necromancer idiot had raised a dozen or so ghouls and then somehow gotten himself killed. His familiars, however, were tied to the land itself and didn't fade after he expired. So, they were a risk to the secrecy maintained by the Department of Policy. Unfortunately, the job ended at that. There was no over-the-top set of coincidences that ended with another eldritch horror appearing. I held my nose, annoyed by the dust filling the rundown corridor, and watched the rotting corpses shuffle down my way with undisguised disappointment. Considering last time, I'd been expecting a vampire or some shit to pop in this time. The idiotic familiars tripped over themselves, hit the walls and windows, and moaned incessantly. If that wasn't enough, I also had to bring along a companion, not of my own volition. Whoa. It's like we're in a real-life B-list horror movie. Flat shouted excitedly, jumping up and down. The problem is that it is a B-list horror movie. It should have been like The Grudge or The Conjuring, with forces beyond comprehension. This is a shitty zombie movie with an even shittier premise. Shitty or not, I love zombie movies. Don't talk about them. Isn't it really great to fight undead at the risk of infection? He chided, wiggling his finger. Then, the one titled Idiot Genius gasped, and put both his hands over his mouth in horror, as if some horrid truth had struck him out of nowhere. Don't tell me you don't watch Gian Mario Soap and Era's zombie cooking show every week. I was genuinely confused. Gene, what the what now? That sounds stupid. What? Who dare you, sir? For the love of Dash, stop screeching at every little thing. He even kills zombies with pans and stuff. I completely tuned him out from then on and turned my attention to the corpses shuffling our way at the incredible speed that almost bordered the pace of a paraplegic snail. Getting rid of them was as simple as dismantling the spell animating them, but a grin crossed my face. I'll have you help me with a little experiment. I could analyze and manipulate the flow of mana at a subatomic level at a glance, joining that with my affinity and designing an entirely new spell based on a rather simple interaction with the imaginary numbers space was something easily accomplished. The calculations and writing were done even faster. Using Flat's methods, the spell itself became the impromptu foundation. This was necessary since there was no thaumaturgical foundation I could use for them. The end result? A complete recreation of the original use for these eyes I possessed. I held up a hand, my eyes shimmering, a massive grin on my face. Cursed technique lapse dash. The same with Fuga, the stable image and belief needed for actualizing the spell at a potent knowledge came with the very name. Anyone familiar with these eyes of mine had the firmest of ideas as to what I was about to do. A spell that pulled unreal space, or rather, negative numbers, into the real world. When that happened, real space rushed to fill in the sudden irregularity. In simple words, the space was affected by a distortional pull. A pull so strong that blue. A flash of blue erupted from my hands. With it came a pull so strong that it ripped everything in the vicinity to shreds. Everything shifted and morphed and compressed as it was tugged at by an unnatural pull. In a mere instant, the corridor beyond us was torn to shreds along with everything inside it. No, it was as if that general direction was just gone. A mess of shredded wood and bone and flesh lay all around me. Admittedly, that was not according to plan. But it didn't matter. My experiment was a success. Controlled deployment needed more tries and modification to the original spell, but it was a success overall. I'd made a unique spell, available only to me. Each subsequent usage henceforth meant significant improvement after improvement. My very own curse technique. Since it employed the untouched realm of imaginary numbers, the depth of its mystery was unquestionable. I had no intentions of sharing the mechanisms or formulae either. This was mine and mine alone, at least in this world. And, with blue in hand, red was a matter of reverse engineering the spell. Coming up with precise variations, well, I didn't even need to think about how easy that was going to be. Whoa! Flat screamed again. He immediately tried to do the same, except he neither had the necessary affinity nor the understanding or precise manipulation. The idiot genius just wrote a new spell altogether, designed to mimic mine. Expectedly, his spell went haywire. You're not that guy, pal. I chuckled as a stray plank of wood flew through the air and knocked him against the face, throwing him to the ground. Ow wow. Well, it was impressive that he managed it so easily in the first place, I supposed. Honestly, the pay they gave me for that was chump change after cuts for property damage and destruction of research that was supposed to be confiscated by the department. I didn't really care though. My sugar mama took good care of me. Or at least tried to. I refused her money. Karnak was more than enough for several generations of my family to lead luxurious lives. In the afternoon, I somehow found myself sitting in a cafe overlooking the River Thames, sipping a cup of tea with strawberry shortcake as I thoughtlessly stared at the Great London Bridge and the passing Woolwich Ferry. Now that I have the means for blue and red, I should get to doing something about infinity. If memory served, the professor had told me there was a member of the church capable of making mobile bounded fields. Hopefully, it wasn't just an isolated phenomenon like my eyes and there was someone else with that particular skill set. I desperately needed his knowledge. With it, the number of people capable of harming me would become drastically lower. Contacting the Holy Church as a magus was going to be troublesome though. Maybe Heine knows someone. No, he definitely did. He was also the sort of person to help me willingly with this without asking for anything in return. He was my bro, after all. Wiping my face with a hand, I took a look around. There were only a few customers sitting outside the cafe, and all of them were couples. I felt a bit out of place. At the same time, I also felt the need to rub my own partner in their face for some odd reason. Where the hell was all of this even coming from? Hope you enjoyed. Please comment something. I'm doubting my skill as a writer, lol. Originally, I thought of making it harder for him to acquire blue. After much deliberation though, I realized that it really should be that easy for him with his intrinsic talent, his way of interacting with mystery, the 6 eyes and the hollow affinity. Especially the hollow affinity, considering other users have made straight-up pocket dimensions using it. This is not to say any other holder of the affinity should be able to accomplish the same thing with similar ease. No, it's because of his unique skill set that he can finally manipulate and interact with his affinity to make the spell. Not to mention the mana costs. He doesn't mention it because he has an insane amount of it. It's a cursed technique Blue made by using the concepts of the Nasuverse, so it's not exactly the original thing, but with the imaginary number space, it should be equally if not more potent. Lastly, I hope most of this explanation was unnecessary, as the story itself till now should easily have made it clear without me specifically listing it out. Chapter 46, Chapter. Setting a meeting up with a church representative really was as easy as sending a message to Heine, via mail, because Magi refused to even have phones for some awful reason. No, I knew that awful reason now. They were people who fundamentally chased the glory of magecraft in an age long ended, the Age of Gods. They resisted the passage of time with all they had, and fought against the weakening of mystery tooth and nail. So, they rejected the technology that heralded the end of mystery completely. It made sense to a degree. However, the truth was that man's technology had already surpassed them in most fields. A .50 cal round to the face spelled doom for almost any magi, no matter how accomplished. At this point, the best way to go was to capitulate upon the mystery within the things that even science couldn't completely explain at this point in time, like I was doing, but that would mean going forward when they wished to go backwards. The mere suggestion of abandoning their old glories was a complete heresy warranting a death sentence. The problem was that, at this rate, they were going to die out. Not that I care though, I shrugged to myself, gently nudging open the wooden double doors of the church Livia had dropped me off at before. The new Agers are probably going to figure something out. Calls was already attempting to mingle modern technology and magecraft, and honestly, I wished the nerd success. He deserved it with how hard-working he was. Hark! I did not bring an adult this time, but I'm no little child, so I expect safety. I announced myself to the empty pews and the kaleidoscopic Virgin Mary staring down at me from within the stained glass, casting playful shadows upon the expansive parish hall. Be forewarned, I will not be entering any basements. After several moments of silence, the answer came from a familiar voice. This time I brought my own child, so you need not worry. I would still like it if you came to my basement though. What? A certain monocled priest stepped out of the shadows under the Virgin Mary at the head of the hall. Much like last time we'd met, his form was hidden by a buttoned-up cassock that fell down to his boots, his graying hair was neatly combed towards the back, and he held some closed book in one hand. Father Mark. Mark. That shitty priest that tried to murder me, then ran away when he failed. Yet, I couldn't find it in me to hold a grudge. I like the guy, even. I see that ear hasn't healed. I grinned, noting the scar on his ear. He simply fixed his monocle. I see reality is yet to slap you across the face. Again, worry not, God almost always has interesting things in store for your coddled ilk. Greetings, heathen most hated, it annoys me to see you hale and hearty. I snorted. Good to see you too, buddy. He gave a simple nod. Then continued, of the request relayed to us by Heine. I imagine you have something to offer in exchange. I halted. I genuinely hadn't even put any thought to that part. How? Well, probably because I was too excited about creating the limitless curse technique. I still acted like I knew everything and tilted my head. You first. Can you tell me? Yes. He seemed to be deep in thought for a moment, a hand to his chin. There is one like that among our ranks. Or, there was. As you are a magus, sharing this information with you poses no threat to us. That's what my superiors decided anyway. Sancrade Fawn. Former executor for the Holy Church. I was unfamiliar with the name, but that was only natural. So, I listened, intently, while trying to work out their angle with this. There was no such thing as a free meal, not in this world. The thing was, I had no issue repaying a favor for a favor. That was how it worked. To think otherwise was terribly naive and entitled. Noting my silence, Mark explained. He was meant to be executed for being a psychotic murderer, but we know he faked his death and escaped to the United States. His activities are not actively tracked, but one of our associates spotted him in the city of New York not too long ago. Whoa. That was good, actually. Good old New York was my home too. A place where someone dressed as Spider-Man could stab a guy after fighting Batman and running from Santa and no one would bat a single eye. Now, for your payment dash. I had to ignore his words when the air suddenly shifted. Without thinking, I put a palm behind my head just in time to stop a swift kick from blowing it off. Even then, the force made my reinforced arm tremble under it. With a sigh, my grip around the assailant's leg tightened and I threw whoever had kicked me over my shoulder. It was a girl. No, a teenager. No older than 15, with wavy snow-like hair cascading down to her waist and a cute, if not a little dead inside, face. Her golden eyes seemed oddly disinterested. She was dressed in a nun's habit that again hid most of her body. She reoriented her small form midair with a sudden spin, and landed next to Mark on her 2 feet. Do you really not expect me to be ready for you to pull this kind of shit? Mark raised his hands in surrender. Not my idea, trust me. And, do you really blame me for trying? Not really. I'm glad you're so understanding. Why are you raising 2 fingers? What fingers? Air dash. What is that blue orb you have there, Henry, my friend? With narrowed eyes, I lowered the blue forming in my hand. Just as I did though, the unfamiliar girl made to attack again. Mark put a hand on her shoulder. He smiled faintly, then tightened his grip. Surprise flashed across her face. Control yourself now, Miss Karen. I'm not your caretaker, merely your escort for this assignment, and I am certainly not as nice as whomever has been mentoring you. He smiled wider and withdrew his hand. As for you, Henry, regarding the matter of payment. Karen, was it? I kept quiet, half curious, half surprised. Evidently, the both of them were not on the same page at all. Or, it was all a ploy to get me to lower my guard. And that just wasn't happening. Priests gave me the creeps long before I realized they actually were creeps in this world. It's a rather easy one. You will find Sancrade. You will kill him. If you die, there's one heathen less. If you win, we shall remember the help. Perhaps I might one day miss another killing blow. Yeah, Miss Dot. I huffed. For some reason, he still thought he was the one who spared me back then when I could have folded him like an omelette with his own spells. This was not part of the plan. Karen said abruptly, peering up at Mark with empty gold eyes. She jabbed a finger my way. We were supposed to lure him in with the promise and then kill him. How surprising. I chirped. Yes, truly shocking indeed. It wasn't like they'd attempted murder without provocation twice now. What a patient man I was, to not chug a blue their way and be done with it. Yes, well. Mark shrugged again. We were overpowered, regrettably. He physically beat the information out of me and then took you hostage as a guide towards Sancrade. Trust me. A man of the cloth wouldn't dare lie in the house of God. It will be a happy coincidence that he will kill him, and I will take the undeserved credit while denying that I did anything. Man, I loved this guy. This kind of rotten personality is exactly why you haven't been promoted in 2 decades. Where did you learn that? He fixed his monocle and gave an unapologetic smile. Besides, you're mistaken. It's because I accidentally killed some of Cardinal Laurenti's children when I infiltrated the IRA that time. What a hateful man, don't you agree? Anything done in the name of God can't possibly be wrong or grudge-worthy. And, he has like 100 or so other illegitimate bastards anyway. He genuinely said some of the craziest shit I'd ever heard. Wasn't a cardinal supposed to be one of the highest positions in the Holy Church? It was respect-worthy that he sired over 100 kids, but it was still insane to consider. You've broken the monkey's brain. Karen said blandly, eyes fixed on me. The bitch. Well, Henry. Good luck. And, I do apologize for shoving this undesirable upon you, there was no else as expendable. The others say she's useful, but I disagree. The girl's only use is as a radar for demons. Mark gave a bow. She's expendable. Karen put both hands on her pale cheeks, face still bland. Someone help, I'm being sold to a pervert, by a pervert. Who even let this person join the church? He behaves like someone belonging to a circus. Don't talk bad about your superiors. Ah, dear Lord. Forgive me for calling my superior an inept idiot, even though he is one. Don't say it twice. Mark grumbled, then turned my way. See. This is what happens when you let someone be raised by Frenchmen. God should just erase France already. I observed the exchange in a sort of stupefied silence, not expecting members of the church to be so free with their speech. Ah yes, because people who eat beans with bread definitely deserve to live. Karen shot back calmly. I had to speak up at that. She's not wrong there. Fair. But I'm an Irishman, so the English being wiped is of no consequence to me. In fact, I prefer it. Oi, I'm an Englishman. I suddenly remembered. Both of them gave me strange smiles. Cunts. Shaking my head, I turned to leave. Come on then. Chapter 47, Chapter A/N, 500 and I'll drop an extra chapter. Also, review. Anyone? Yeah, he made infinity in the latest chapter. Karen, or Karen Hortensia as she introduced herself, was a genuine menace to society, a public enemy, that became apparent within the first hour of getting acquainted with her. She, more than once, accidentally tripped me over, or bumped into some roadman and then pointed them my way. The crazy girl even picked up some homeless person's money when he wasn't looking after giving him £50. Even I would never do that. And it wasn't like she needed that money either, the chick was pretty loaded. No, she just did it for the love of the game. All while keeping up a gentle smile, a soft voice, and a kind gaze. It was like watching a Krishna that embraced the dark side. This is why fathers are important. I nodded to myself as we walked down a road dangerously close to the clock tower for someone in a nun's garb. Karen looked me up and down. Perhaps you're right, Mr. Kidnapper. But, I suppose that's one trait we both seem to share. What's that supposed to mean? Heh. Wait, you just called me fatherless. A servant of the Lord wouldn't dare be so rude. She put a hand over her chest. These sorts of truths are best kept close to the heart. She just shamelessly did it again. From her eyes, I could tell she knew I knew, and she simply did not care. I also knew that if I were to reply, she probably had 10 more rounds in the chamber to fight back with. Maybe. I acknowledged. You church folk keep a lot of these truths close to the heart, don't you? Particularly those about children. I don't know what you speak of. She denied easily. Are you sure a magus has any place to talk? What with how you treat your own children? Fair. In the society of magi, children were more one's property than anything, and no one held the right to question their treatment, no matter how harsh it was. That was why no one batted an eye when Flat's parents repeatedly tried to spawn camp him, or Svin's experimented on him to the point where the guy had trouble discerning his own humanity. So long as it was kept under wraps, magi were free to do what they wanted. But, in a way, that was true for most horrible acts in the world. Not worth any real thought as I was now. You only need to feed me once every 2 days, and I can sleep on the floor. Karen said suddenly, hands over her stomach. I would like it if you didn't subject me to any torture, but I think I can take whatever your deviant apostate mind comes up with. Who do you think I am? I was genuinely dumbfounded. That is what you were thinking about, right? About how you wanted to stuff something in my mouth dash. I looked around. We were getting a decent bit of scrutiny from passers-by, mostly because she refused to lower her volume. There was even a tall policeman discreetly stepping closer and closer with a hand over the baton strapped to his belt. People are starting to look at us. Not that I cared, but it was a convenient excuse. It didn't work. I'm sorry for speaking out of turn. Please don't hurt me. You listen here, Dash. The policeman put a hand on my shoulder and yanked me back. She smirked. Look at her. She's laughing. Sir. Stop resisting. Pursing my lips, I gently shoved him into a flower shop and threw Karen over my shoulder like a sack of potatoes before bolting off in a random direction. Somebody stop that man. He's a sex trafficker. I was a dash. What? Unlike the typical magi, I didn't know a single mental suggestion or memory alteration spell, and Mama Smith was definitely going to beat my ass if she had to bail me out of jail. So, I could only keep running, narrowly avoiding the pedestrians and then cars as we crossed a busy intersection that forced the policeman to slow down just enough for me to tack on a bit of reinforcement and escape. Mr. Sex Trafficker, will you sell me to your deviant friends? I wouldn't do that. Also, don't call me a sex trafficker, you demon. A demon is a bit too far. I am a member of the Holy Church. I can see why Mark was so ready to hand you off. Father Mark is an unusually lazy person, after all. I believe he's probably sleeping in that church, or eating pizza or something along those lines. I'm afraid I'm not that well acquainted with him. Then don't slander the guy. She quietly put a spoonful of her pastry in her mouth, eyeballing me as she chewed. I sat across from her, my head in my hands. Coincidentally, we were sitting outside the same cafe I'd helped out at Waver's request. I was supposed to deal with this girl for a good bit of the foreseeable future, for the whole hunt for Sancrade Fawn, and she'd already gotten me chased down by both roadmen and then the fucking police. Honestly, it was pretty exciting. I felt I could get along with her. He spent the whole of yesterday flirting with the staff at an arcade. He made me sit in the children's section. You are a child though, also, arcades have those. She averted her gaze. I'm 15, not a child. Says every 15-year-old ever. Next, you're gonna say, I'm not like the other 15-year-olds. I chuckled. He made me sit in the daycare for staff children. She went completely silent after that, eating in silence. Clearly, she enjoyed making people uncomfortable. What she didn't know, however, was that I enjoyed it even more than her. So, I stared at her with a small grin the whole time, making the situation as awkward as possible, for her. Unfortunately, it did absolutely nothing to her. She just sat there and ate, completely unfazed. Damn it. I punched my table. We'll get them next time. Who's we? Are you having hallucinations? This is why weak-minded people shouldn't interact with forces beyond their comprehension. She didn't even let me reply, wiping her mouth with a tissue before continuing. I don't think you want to stay around me for any longer than you have to, so let's talk about our mission now. Honestly, I wanted to win at least one verbal exchange, but I figured I had more than enough time for that, so I kept my silence. According to the information Father Mark shared, Sancrade is still in New York. We can confirm his location once we reach the city, so this is irrelevant. Sancrade Fawn is an executor specifically trained to tackle supernatural threats. Thanks to his unique barrier, magecraft is completely ineffective against him, so I suggest coming up with countermeasures beforehand. I leaned in, propping my chin up on my hand. Do you have anything for that? I'm only suitable for a fight against demons. So you're useless. She narrowed her eyes, uniquely disposed. Useless. I have a specific skill set dash. That sounds like cope. I got the distinct feeling I was going to end up paying for that somehow, later down the line. We do have competent connections in the city, and if you have a mystic code you prefer, you can take it with you. Oh yeah, people use those. Most accomplished magi had at least one, if not a good few mystic codes passed down through the family, or specifically designed to bolster the power of their craft. I was not most magi. You don't. She tilted her head. Nope. I'm just built different. There was no mystic code I'd encountered thus far that I wasn't able to replicate the mechanism of. This was because most mystic codes served a function similar to spells that were activated simply by supplying them with mana. Stealing those spells was an easily accomplished task. I even recreated and edited the mana absorption of Gray's mystic code, the moment I saw it. Noted. She nodded. It seems you are not as incompetent as I initially thought. Comparatively, you're even more useless than I initially thought. I mimicked her gentle smile. Dead weight. You kidnapped me. She smiled right back. Mr. Slave Trafficker. Somehow, it seemed the world had decided that day that it was going to do everything in its power to create trouble for me. The moment those words left her mouth, or rather, the moment she began speaking, one of my classmates exited the cafe. Gray. The ashen-haired girl stared at me with wide eyes, taken aback. Kidnapper. Slave trafficker. Henry. What's this about kidnappers now, Gray? Whoever she was with stepped out, and I realized it was that same blonde girl I'd often seen going into the professor's chambers. The one that always gave me those strange knowing smiles and was being followed around by that silvery maid with the bubbling hair. Oh. If it isn't the most recent stray my dearest elder brother picked up. She leaned aside, hands behind her back. And what's this? Fraternizing with our sworn enemy? If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were about to betray us. It appeared the two had been hanging out, but, well, the girl was a stranger to me. I recognized her face, but that was where my familiarity with her ended. That said, elder brother, and picked up. Wait, when you say elder brother, you don't mean Dash. Verily. She nodded with a big smile, blue eyes shimmering. I am Rhaenys Elmeloy Arcasort. Your professor is my beloved older brother. I have to say, you've troubled him quite a bit. He even has stomach pains because of you. That is, a bit unfair, Miss Rhaenys. Gray interrupted softly. I realized she was trying to defend me. Had I finally adopted my very own introvert? She was completely ignored. And such a pretty girl. My, are you two having a date? I wonder. Does the Edelfelt princess know about this? I bet I'd get to see something very interesting if I were to call her. Do it. Call her. Rhaenys completely ignored me too. Admittedly, it was a bit chafing that some stranger just walked up and threatened me. I could see it on her face though that was her entire purpose right from the start. She wanted me to throw a fit. Well, too bad. You look like someone who blames the world for their own incompetency. I whistled. She paused for a moment, then. While I'd like to stay and chat, Gray and I do have somewhere to be. It isn't quite my place to question this. But I'll be in touch, Henry. Rhaenys waved us goodbye, and the pair of girls quickly left. At least, that was what they wanted us to think. Both of them simply rounded a corner and, a few moments later, two small heads poked out from the side. Do they think they're hidden? Karen inquired confusedly. My ears caught the snap of a phone camera. Oh, she just took a picture. Now they have evidence if I disappear, so please think twice before you violate my purity. I rose to my feet. Come on, we're leaving. Was my information sufficient? Sure. But you did get one thing wrong though. Karen tilted her head, curious, and what would that be? About me not wanting to stay around you. I think we'd get along great with how vindictive you are. She was a genuine menace to society. I aspired to be a genuine menace to this entire world. There was no way I'd shirk a person like her. And, why is that? I grinned. 'Cause I'm the same. For some reason, at those words, Karen Hortensia showed genuine surprise instead of her feigned reactions up till now. Then, she shook her little head. I doubt it. Nah, it's true. She went quiet after that. Time to head for good old Murica. I wondered what secrets my second homeland held in this world. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 8 chonky chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Hop on the server. Chapter 48, chapter number 500 yet. Ah, and I even had the chapter ready. Wink. Wink. Traveling to a different nation after spending your whole life in your homeland was certainly an experience, terrible for some, incredible for others, but an experience nonetheless. There came culture shocks, the difference in architecture and local customs, the way people treated each other and the way they looked, and all those different things that served to build a society. And, even though I'd spent an entire life in the city of New York, I still left the airport to a city that was largely unfamiliar to me. But then again, I did spend a lot of time cooped up in my apartment or in other states chasing hobbies, so I supposed it made sense. Then, there was the little bit of uncertainty that came with being a magus in a new land. According to my professor, each land soaked up the beliefs and faiths of the people that made it home. This stabilized and empowered certain magics while weakening others. Maybe that was why it felt like I had stepped into a new world altogether when the city surrounded by water came into view. A direct consequence of how attuned I'd become to the workings of mana. Arriving here was easy. We caught a direct flight from London to NYC on the same day after I left a message for my mother with Flat. Well, I told her I was going to another city. Not another country, but I was going to be back soon enough so there was no need to worry her. It seems the Lord has freely blessed this land with bountiful harvests. Karen breathed out a plume of hot air, rubbing her arms as she observed the people passing by. Her eyes narrowed at a family of 4, a rather fat family of 4, maybe a bit too bountiful. Are you jealous? Karen glanced at me, then put a hand over her stomach. You still haven't fed me. What a cruel kidnapper. That's bullshit. We flew first class, you slept like a child through the night, and then you ate a whole chicken, somehow. Lying is a sin. She averted her gaze. Yeah, so stop doing it. There was a decided difference in the people here. For one, they were even less concerned about others than Londoners, and that was saying something. Then there was the fact these people dressed more freely compared to the trench coats and hats and whatever the gentlemen preferred. Even the women took to t-shirts and jeans and the likes instead of the long dresses and skirts you'd find back home. Still, the people looked similar enough. I didn't get why most of the clock tower looked down on the United States as a youngling nation that had no respect for those that paved the way or something superfluous like that. And while it was indeed true that this country had no magecraft to really call its own except for the dying Native American shamanism, they had more than enough to provide ample challenge through technology. That was the second thing I noticed. The latent mana here was sparser, maybe it was because we were in a city. In my opinion, it was more because of what this nation represented at this point in time. The march of men. The progress of science. A hub of technology built by gathering the brightest minds in the world. A burgeoning nation that had no time for faith in superstition or the immaterial. Suddenly, a man in a shabby coat brushed up against me, mumbling a quick apology before speeding away. I curiously tilted my head. He took your wallet. Karen informed, watching his back disappear into the crowd. I opened my closed hand to reveal leather wallet, a much dirtier but thicker one compared to mine. And I took his. Wait, he's coming back. He definitely noticed. Oi. What's the fucking idea? He made to grab me. I stepped back with a smile and thoughtlessly kneed him in the guts before pulling back again, this time spinning the wallet he'd pickpocketed atop my finger. No one batted a single eye towards the exchange except a few tourists. Thanks for bringing back my stuff, mate. Come on, Karen. Chuckling, I sauntered away. The city was cold. People wore thick jackets, blazers, and coats to cope with the chill setting in as winter began to creep in with the coming of October. The sun hid behind a sky painted white by puffy clouds, and a thick mist that made it hard to see rolled in from the bay. Neither of us were properly dressed. I only wore a charcoal mock neck over a pair of trousers, and Karen was in her habit. Admittedly, I was starting to feel the weather, even with the natural enhancement that came with possessing a vast number of magic circuits. Quickly, we stuffed ourselves into the back of a cab, partially to escape the cold, and partially to set about the task. Where to? The fat, middle-aged man spat out, scratching his gray stubble as he leaned over to look back, giving us a full view of his hairy armpits, EW. To a hotel that's livable. Gotcha. When he began driving, Karen turned to look at me with large golden eyes. You're being dangerously hasty with this job. I can't put into words how excited I am about this. I replied without meeting her gaze. So, yeah. In truth, it was getting harder and harder to hold myself back from just breaking out into another laughing fit or something along those lines. With a mobile bounded field in my hands, I could easily recreate a version of the limitless impregnable defense. It was something of a personal goal I had ever since coming here, and finally, I was southwest oh so close. So yes, I was being hasty and going into a situation with no prior recon, but that was how I went into every situation. That was what made life so terribly exciting. Why did you agree to his request? You were offered no reward in exchange. Karen continued, but, I suppose I expect too much reason from someone dash. Oh Lord, please forgive me for thinking this man is mentally challenged, even though he likely is. Snarky midget. Midge dash. What? Midget. I'm still growing, she defended. I'm not a midget. Sounds like something a midget would say. She let out a strange hum and turned away to look at the city passing us by. I took that time to lean back, arms crossed behind my head. Well, it's not really that big of a secret. Why do you think a magus would want to find someone like that? For a moment, Karen offered no response. I even thought she was genuinely upset with being called a midget. That was a mistake. She proceeded to prove me wrong by spouting some of the vilest shit talk I'd ever heard. For someone with such a detached yet elegant beauty, her personality was quite unsuitable and rotten. Far be it from me to understand the mind of a man that clearly made the doctor responsible for delivering him apologize to his parents for the heinous act. Truly, the Lord gave a great trial to the woman who birthed you. I shall pray for her well-being and eternally admire her tenacity for being able to deal with a man-child that puts dash. I wonder how she pushed that big head through. Oh Lord, forgive me for my unseemly thoughts. Such curiosity is unbecoming of me. Bruh. Even the driver stared at us through the rearview mirror with eyes as wide as saucers before breaking out into a sudden coughing fit. Damn. I went over her words in my head once again, damn. Chill. I'm sorry, damn. Why would you be sorry? The Lord rewards his servants for being kind to the impaired. It is not your fault Satan takes such a liking to you. You're being kind. Again, damn. But still, respect. You have to teach me how to do that. I had found another teacher on the level of Krishna. That was crazy. She offered a small smile. Seemingly satisfied with my words for some odd reason. As for your question, well. Do you expect to learn his spells? I don't think he'd be open to teaching a magus, even if excommunicated, he is still an executor. Noticing my silence, she kept speaking. Not that I intend to complain if you try, it is ideal to finish this assignment as quickly as possible. Now, it didn't escape my notice that she was most definitely with an agenda of her own. I'd already caught the eye of the Holy Church, and it would be strange if Karen wasn't meant to report back on everything she saw and heard. However, this was of no issue to me. I wanted all the smoke and attention anyone had to offer. I was about to be on that Gojo-type untouchable grin dset. I do hope you understand that I cannot help my kidnapper with any physical conflict. Yeah. I scratched the back of my head and finally looked out the window. All you need to do is find me the guy. At this point in time, it became evident that something was off. Instead of heading right into the cluster of high-rise skyscrapers that dominated the cityscape, our cabbie had elected to divert onto some road that led to one of the harbors, specifically on the eastern coast. Did you two plan this? Is there where you plan on acting out your vile fantasies? I ignored Karen's bullshit in favor of trying to figure out what was going on. Oh Lord, grant your servant strength. The cabbie brought the car to a halt in the middle of a suspiciously empty harbor, with not a soul in sight. Evidently, the place had been emptied out in something of a hurry considering the haphazardly open gates and still running machinery all around us. I rubbed my hands together, shivering. I don't think this is part of some tourist scam, yeah. Nah. Figured. I leaned forward, grinning. I thought just jumping that Sankray dude would make for a boring trip anyway. Thanks for mixing things up. He gave me a strange look, and left the car. Not a moment later, two men in suits took his place. They wore red silk scarves and striped fedoras giving the image of cliché, mobsters from romanticized mafia flicks. Wait a second. It couldn't be. One of them turned around, and put a small Smith & Wesson pistol against the head of his seat. He even had a thin, neatly cut mustache. He fixed me with an intimidating glare, or at least, that was what I imagined he thought it was. Whatcha doin' on our turf, pal? Ignoring that. The strangest thing was that both of the men had magic circuits. Are you serious right now? Magi mobsters. How'd you know I was a magus though? What? Did we scare ya already? This is genuinely amazing. I put a hand against my mouth with the biggest of grins. What? Karen only slightly tilted her head, not the least bit bothered by the situation. How may I be of service to you, gentlemen? Things had just gotten a lot more interesting. Hope you enjoyed. Please feel free to share any thoughts, ideas, or criticism you might have. You can find 7 chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 49, Chapter. Here's you extra chapter, as promised. So, where is he? Waver put his cigar to his mouth and took a long drag, eyeing the window. His hope of escaping the situation before him dwindled with each passing second, and right now, he was well and truly considering taking his chances with just jumping out. A strong wind slammed the window shut. Thunder rolled in dark, moody skies, and strong rain hammered against the poor glass, an inch away from just breaking through. Honestly, there was a distinct possibility a stray pebble would just so happen to shoot through considering his recent luck. If he did jump out, he'd definitely break a few bones and the cold really wasn't going to do any favors towards lessening the pain from the injuries. Still, maybe breaking a few bones was worth it if it meant he could escape. As those earnest thoughts passed through his mind, Waver's gaze followed his disciple's dark cloak as she knelt down near the fireplace tucked away near the other end of the room, pale hands held out for warmth. Are you really a lord? This place. The source of dread threw those insults casually and Waver trembled ever so slightly with each one. I don't think I'd let even a servant live here. Sure, there were books and plastic bags and snacks scattered all over the dusty carpet, and different game consoles lying in every nook and cranny, but this was his home. He liked it this way. He knew where everything was. He could reach everything easily. It was his system. It worked. He didn't really have the guts to voice those thoughts though. I'm quite certain you have a leak in a wall somewhere. I feel a draft. I'm certain this place violates several safety guidelines. I do apologize. I doubt anything we're able to present is enough for those bloated egos you Edelfelts tend to have. For thieves pardon adventurers, one would think humility to be a suitable trait. No, I might say it should be an expected quality seeing as they depend on the charity and grace of others to find places to rob pardon, explore. Naturally, he was not the one to say those words. No, it was his beloved little sister, Rhaenys Elmeloy Arcasord, the source of almost all his recent headaches. She sat beside him, delicate, gloved fingers wrapped around a small ceramic cup an inch away from her lips. The lips that were curved in a thin smile that the person sitting across from them definitely perceived as provocation. I'd heard the Elmeloy family has fallen on hard times recently. And besides, I find the humility you wish for to suit paupers more, no. Luviagelita Edelfelt tossed her golden hair with a huff, an arm crossed under her bosom. Those who only present a wealthy front should be the ones to humble themselves in the presence of one such as I. Say, will you ask me for a handout? I might even be kind enough to entertain the prospect right now. As expected of a princess, or, as expected of a noble that maneuvered the political landscape as easily as she breathed, Luviagelita went straight for Rhaenys' jugular in a way that left no room for response. Rhaenys seemed to notice it too by the way her grip tightened and her smile froze for a fraction of a second. The Elmeloy family's recent misfortune was no secret within the clock tower. Waver would even go so far as to say that they had become the butt of many crude jokes for it. Not that they could really do anything about them though. They were but a fraction, a skeleton of what they once were, stripped for all they were worth, and left only with a damaged crest that held little worth. Rhaenys took a sip of her tea. I appreciate the sentiment, Lady Edelfelt. Why I appreciate it so much that I'll even show you something interesting. She held up a hand, and the silvery-made Trimo standing behind them passed her one of those new smartphones. Waver's hair stood on end. Whatever she had, it was about to bring down a world of trouble for him. He felt it in his very bones. He watched her press a few buttons, and toss the phone at Luviagelita. He watched as the Edelfelt princess eyes widened at whatever was on it. For a moment, it seemed as though she was about to break the table between them, but then she just put a hand to her mouth, trying to stifle laughter. It was a reaction that Rhaenys, clearly, hadn't been expecting. It'd be a lie if he said he wasn't curious after that. His curiosity was answered a second later. Luviagelita held up her hand, turning the screen their way. It was an unsuspecting photo of Henry and some girl in a nun's habit at a cafe. Considering their relationship, it seemed Rhaenys expected her to be angered. Honestly, Waver expected the same. Luviagelita's temper was infamous. Then, she clicked a button and the photo changed. This time it was Henry flipping off the person behind the camera. You didn't notice, did you? Waver facepalmed. Why is that boy so unserious? If you think I don't trust him to be loyal, I have to say you're a rather shallow person, Rhaenys. Luviagelita did her rich girl laugh, hand held near her mouth. That said, I admit I am jealous that I didn't get to have that experience. In fact, that is what I was here for to begin with. Do you know where he is, Lord Elmeloy too? I'm unable to reach him for some reason. Probably in a hotel or something, don't you think? Luvijlita fired back immediately, cheap insults become beggars. We're not beggars. I never said that was meant for you. The Edelfelt laughed harder. No, she straight up cackled. Waver saw why they got along so well now. Well anyway, if he comes here, tell him to seek me out, would you? I have something important to discuss with him. You say that like you didn't seduce him just to bring the talent over to your side. Waver raised a brow at that. His sister liked to insult people. She liked to see them squirm. He knew this. But, she was stepping into some terribly dangerous territory with those words. Or is the Edelfelt head really so gullible as to fall in love like a maiden? To get charmed? It certainly wasn't to poach someone who reached the rank of cause in 2 months, right? Admittedly, such growth was unprecedented. At least, he'd never encountered someone that talented before, nor had any of his peers. Still, no matter the truth of their relationship, this really wasn't something Rhaenys possessed any right to discuss or even make comments about. He opened his mouth to stop her, but Luvijlita spoke before he did. And what's wrong with that? With me getting charmed? Damn. If you don't have anything for me, I'm going. She gathered herself immediately, retrieving the long black case she brought in with her, and stomped out of his humble apartment. Instead of exploding at them, she just left. When she was gone, Waver turned to reprimand the little demon sitting by him only to find her biting her thumb, lips pursed. Since when was she so fortified? No, ignoring that, those Democrats really got one over us. Her eyes suddenly locked onto him. What am I supposed to do with you, dearest elder brother? He's your apprentice and those Democrats pulled him out from right under your nose. Maybe a punishment's in order. Waver sighed. It was undeniably true. The Elmeloi were aligned with the aristocratic faction. Henry had apparently chosen to side with the democratic faction. It was an understandable decision on his part. That was where he stood to gain the most. Still. He inhaled deeply from his cigar and... I believe the happy-go-lucky image he's built up is misleading. Rhaenys, this I can say with complete certainty, Henry is absolutely not gullible like Flat. And for the Edelfelt, you'll have trouble believing me, but she prioritizes him over any political ties. I've seen it with my own eyes. That's absurd. Rhaenys denied, expectedly. Are you insinuating that someone like her, someone who embodies nobility, is just in love? That she'll risk all of that for him? Some commoner. I think it makes sense. Miss Luvijlita is a very passionate person. Somehow, they had missed Grey walking over to join Trimo in standing behind them. Rhaenys' lips curved into a mischievous smile at her intrusion, and Waver realized she had found a new target to torment. He only prayed Grey was strong enough to handle his sister, frustrated as she was. Don't think I don't remember you trying to defend him. Well. That was Grey looked around nervously, fiddling with her hands. I don't think Henry's a bad person either. Oh. Yes. I think you and him could be, friends. Maybe you should try talking My cute Grey is defending a boy. This has to be a nightmare Rhaenys squirmed, giggling. Instead of me, it should be my dearest elder brother. He's your student. How did he even get poached? Before he could even formulate a response, Trimo, the usually silent Mercury maid, spoke up. They probably messed with his brain and shit, yo. I hear they got that tech. What did Flat show her this time? Maybe he got abducted and probed, yo. Let's murder those fucking aliens to win him back. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 7 chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 50, Chapter A/N. If you haven't read Fate/Inhuman yet, go and do so. It's better than this. Give me your phone. Karen held out her hand. I stared at her, and then at the mobsters occupying the front seats. Stupefied, I even forgot about making sweet love to their ugly faces with my fists in this cramped cab. By the time the thought came back, a better idea had struck me. And why should I do that, Miss Karen? I leaned back into the moldy seat, arms crossed behind my head again. It's boring to watch idiots hit each other impotently. I apologize, I lost myself for a moment. Wordlessly, I fished my phone from my pants and flicked it her way before once again turning to the mobsters glaring at us. Magi mobsters were an intriguing thing. I wanted to know all I could before I sent them on their merry way. So then, gentlemen Whoa, this contact list is sad. She interrupted me again. 6 contacts. 3 are emergency services. 1 is your mother. 1 is your professor, and 1 is just, wifey. Wifey was Luvijlita, of course. Girl actually had me feeling some type of way. I'd even dialed down my New York-style swearing just for her, because she'd once said that it was beneath me. Those words were pretty inspiring. Her eyes widened slightly as genuine surprise flashed across her face at the realization. Someone is willing to love you except your mother. Ah, how merciful our Lord is, even sexual deviants like you have someone destined for them. At this point, I feel I probably should do some deviant things. Are you finally going to rape me? What in the actual fuck was wrong with this girl? Genuinely. Even the fucking mobsters were completely flabbergasted by the batshit insane words that left her mouth. They exchanged uneasy looks, shifting comfortably in the front seats. Suddenly, she put an arm around my neck and snapped a pic. This is going to be for my before and after. I steepled my hands and inhaled deeply, genuinely concerned. Why were these church folk like this? Then, I made the smart decision to push everything she did out of my mind to instead focus on the mafiosos that also looked genuinely concerned, pursed lips and all. I unrolled my sleeves and put a hand to my chin. You guys are magi, right? Yeah, so. Well, let me give you a lesson then. I cracked my neck, channeling my inner waver. You should be familiar with projection. That wasteful basic magecraft most magi refrain from using since the product is usually subpar and fades away. The one where you use a mental image to shape magical energy into the material composition of an object. One of them nodded confusedly. Well, those magi may be right. But damn if the spell doesn't let you have some fun. With a grin, I held a hand to my shoulder, and then another a bit farther, as if I was gripping the handle of something invisible. Projection start. OD and mana coursed through my circuits, mixing together and taking the shape of a certain cylindrical modern weapon. They brought guns to a fistfight. So, I brought a. Is that a fucking RPG? Yep. I popped, grinning further. You'll blow yourself up too. I didn't answer. This made them panic further. According to my studies, the average magi had no chance whatsoever of surviving even a gunshot to the head, a rocket to the face then. Yeah, I could understand their fear. But I wasn't the one who'd picked this fight. They were dirty mobsters anyway, weak people who hid behind violence and unfairly took from innocent, hard-working men just to feed their greed and egos. Wait. Wait. This is why I tell you to be smarter with your words. One of them started suddenly. He punched the guy who'd pulled a gun in the face before raising his hands in surrender. We're not here to fight, man. You guys contacted us. What? I tilted my head. These vermin are the Holy Church's contact. Karen explained casually, fingering my phone. The Scladio family based out of New York City. They're from the homeland, well, at least the leadership from what information was made available to me. The organization takes in everyone. And we exchange favors from time to time. They're spread out all across the country, even the government. I heard the boss has contacts in the Vatican. One of the mobsters shared, nodding. Actual New York mafiosos with magi among their ranks that had ties with the Catholic Church, ties deep enough that they were helping out with surveillance. It wasn't like they were low-level crooks either. No, these guys were supposed to be genuine Italian mafia. Man, this world was so awesome. Look, I don't know who you people are supposed to be, but one of the capos came down to see ya. I don't think it's a good idea to keep him waiting. We'll take ya, just put down the fucking RPG. You know, I blamed the whole misunderstanding on Karen, except that didn't seem to bother her at all. She even gave me a smug smile, only the barest hint, but then again, her face was bland as hell most of the time, so even that was something. The sadistic psycho definitely enjoyed it too. Before we go, can you do the line? What line? He narrowed his eyes. Oh come on man, you know the one with the offer. The black-haired mobster fixed his neat mustache and closed one eye before holding up a hand in that way, with the thumb, the index, and the ring fingers pressed together. He pulled his head back, then. I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse. His partner threw his hands up, groaning, you fucking butchered it. Let me try. I expected them to drive us to a manor, or at least an apartment. Instead, they drove around the port right into some warehouse yard with a water tower standing nearby. Amusingly enough, there were 2 snipers stationed on it. A few conspicuous-looking black sedans were parked off to the side and men in suits eyeballed us the whole way as we rolled up to the main doors. Meanwhile, I'd hit it off with the mobsters. I almost ended up giving up free facial reconstruction surgery via rocket to the forehead. They understood all the references, and were more than happy enough to entertain. They did keep quiet about their business though, and all I ended up learning was that the head provided finance and location for Magi research. Since that was all those obsessive nerds really wanted, they, in turn, served the organization as manpower. Also that they'd subsumed all other similar, mafia, organizations and become one large unit with its teeth sunk into every corner of the states. When the car stopped, I stepped out into the cold and took a deep breath before turning around and holding the door open for my partner. Karen was, still busy with my phone, for some reason, snapping pics left and right. It really felt like she was up to some hella devious shit again, but I was too engrossed with the magic mafia to even care. Do the other thing. Do the other thing. I pleaded with the driver. His partner pushed open one of the sliding steel doors of the warehouse. Just when I thought I was out, he held out his hands, then slowly pulled them back. They pulled me back in. I clapped like an excited child. What man wouldn't? This type of stuff was the dream. But, well, jokes aside, it was time to meet a capo. A couple 100 words shorter than usual, but it didn't feel right continuing it more. Hope you enjoyed. Please freely comment your thoughts, ideas, suggestions, or criticism. I thrive off engagement. Chapter 51, Chapter A/N. A lot of you may disagree with what he does in this chapter and call it stupid, but I've subtly established that very trait as one of the core tenets of his personality throughout the story till now. To be specific, the parts that come from Henry instead of William's psychotic ass, meshing to make him the person you read about. It's a hill I'll die on. Edit, I made some necessary edits that should help smoothen things out. No bounded fields. No traps. No hidden security. This capo person we were supposed to meet was either very confident or very naive. I was inclined towards the former. As an organization with magi among their ranks, I doubted he or she became a head without any strength to boast. That said, it really did warrant a certain level of caution that these people were aligned with the church instead of against it for that very fact. The Mages Association and the Holy Church had a very long, and a very bloody history. The only reason their never-ending conflict was slow right now was because they'd crippled each other during the last major confrontation some decades ago. How were these people freely enlisting and aiding magi then? I shook my head, pushing away those thoughts. If things turned sour, I was just going to resort to my usual answer to this society's such predicaments. That was, violence. Copious amounts of violence. Inside the empty warehouse, a single person awaited us. And, truly, the moment I laid eyes on him, I realized why there was no need for security. My hair stood on end. My breath hitched. My words caught in my throat. Every single part of my body screamed at me to rip out his throat and his heart, to kill that man right there and then, even though he had done nothing to me at all. A seemingly professional man in his 30s or some such, with blonde hair combed neatly to the back and detached yellow eyes framed by a set of round aviators. He wore a lined black suit, and his hands were tucked behind his back. But, what stood out was that face. That utterly detached look. That gaze that didn't recognize anyone as anything at all. It was worse than any magus I'd ever encountered, bar maybe that chilly feeling from the Lord of Policies, even though I hadn't actually seen that person. You are going to attack me. He spoke with an inhuman voice, distant and dry. Calmly, he brought a hand to his chest. Karen suddenly locked my hand in an iron grip and yanked it roughly, forcibly pulling me from my strange stupor. She gave me a glare, and a nod. I'll help. Well, if even the priest decided she wasn't going to be against what I was thinking about, then there really was something fucked up about him. Cautiously, I raised 2 fingers. I'd rather not for the memories executors bring up within me, but I will. He said, straightening his collar. Bastelet Cordelian. My boss wishes to remain amiable with the Holy Church. Do not force my hand. The confidence was insane, but honestly, yeah, I saw where it came from. I lowered my hand. Spit it out then, I guess. Where's our target? At 6 p.m. every day, he sits in the Manhattan Park, feeding pigeons and watching people. Without fail. I do not know what his intentions are, but he has killed over 24 people since moving here. He is yours, and we want him gone. Or I will do it myself. From the bottom of my heart, I wanted to punch myself in the fucking face for being afraid of him within a second of our meeting. But, I pushed down that sentiment, and the disgust that came with it too as I turned to leave. Our target awaited us. Sancrade Fawn. A serial mass murderer. A former executor sentenced to death for loving murder to a sickening degree. Honestly, the intel on him made me think he did his job as their hunting dog, and when they didn't need him anymore, the Holy Church abandoned him. Whatever the case was, he was just the kind of person I'd feel no remorse over. Bastelet didn't speak further. Instead, he wandered over to a side door with slow steps, hands behind his back. Abruptly, he punched through the sheet metal wall and ripped a person through. It was a trembling man in a beige trench coat, clutching a camera. A very cliché detective, judging by the smell of beer and the unkempt stubble. The man futilely struggled against his grip, punching and kicking as he was raised into the air by the skull. Apologies. Bastelet offered. The Department of Justice has been a growing nuisance as of late. I only came here to meet our leader and they've already. It doesn't concern you. As he spoke, the mafioso put more and more strength into his grip, and I saw the man's eyes bulge out of his skull. He fully intended to crush his head, I realized. That shit was about to explode like a watermelon. What the hell kind of menace was this man that the literal DOJ had someone tailing him? I have a daughter. Please. Perhaps you should have thought of that before following me. Honestly, I shouldn't have really cared. This sort of thing was very normal among magi. Yes, I really shouldn't have cared. But then, I'd never seen it happen before my very eyes. And it wasn't like I really cared for that idiot who took on a job way above his pay grade. Yet, I felt as if I'd lose something important to me if I just stood and watched it happen. I was supposed to meddle in the whole world's business, be a problem for everyone. Quietly watching, I made my decision. Karen. I glanced at my partner. Maybe she'd have something to stop me from the absolutely idiotic course of action I was about to take for a stranger. Instead, she looked at me with those dead eyes of hers and then nodded. That was enough. I proceeded to do the dumbest thing ever. Yo lil bro. I shouted suddenly, shoving down the alarms my instincts were raising. For each warning, I grinned further and further. What's with that corny-ass line? Perhaps you should have thought of that BEF4. The fuck are you? 10. Grown-ass man. Karen smiled. I didn't even know she could. Look at him. Grown-ass man, indeed. Dear Lord, please make this man grow the hell up. Basdilet tilted his head, face betraying no emotion whatsoever as I raised 2 fingers. Mana swirled, and the world shifted. Curse technique lapse, blue. Negative space spilled into the real world, space rushed to fill abnormality and all distorted following the massive blue orb I lopped his way. It ripped asunder the very earth, tore the very air, and even Basdilet had the intelligence to dash. The fucker remorselessly tossed his hostage at the blue orb instead. I dismissed the technique immediately and covered the distance between us via Raven flight, grabbing the man by his collar before tossing him aside. What is the meaning of this? I pocketed my Mystic Eye killers. Exactly what it looks like. Those lines went out of fashion 2 decades ago, along with your kind of villain. Get outta here. Basdilet narrowed his eyes and just blipped. One moment, he was standing 100 or so meters away from me. The next, his fist was inches from my face and rapidly covering even that meager distance. It wasn't that I couldn't see him coming, no, it was difficult to miss anything with these eyes of mine, and while they weren't as geared towards analyzing everything at the level they did the flow of mana, it was enough that I saw him coming. The issue was, despite that, my body was nowhere near fast enough to react to him. In the time it took me to move a centimeter, his fist was definitely about to connect. As I mentally prepared myself, he stopped. The sheer force from his movement kicked up a storm of dust and rapid air currents that almost blew out my eardrums. But, he did stop. He stopped and straightened his cuffs, fixing me with that same emotionless gaze he'd held since the very beginning. Killing you isn't worth the trouble. I grinned. Who said you'd be able to kill me? Confusion played across his eyes. As a kind and benevolent person, I answered him by gesturing downwards with my head, at the minuscule blue orb a hair's breadth away from his chest. The second it connected, it was gonna make the sort of hardcore love with his heart that even Redditors would be awestruck by. Blue functioned by distorting the very fabric of space. I sincerely doubted he was going to tank it point blank. How? Yes, how indeed. My body had no chance at keeping up with him. The same could not be said for my brain or the processing power it boasted when aided by my insane amount of magic circuits and my eyes. The mafioso backed off calmly, and spoke with a glare. You can keep him. I expect his memory of events to be altered. And, be certain, I will remember this. Yeah, I scratched the back of my head. I'll beat your ass again if you try to pull this type of shit in front of me. The people of this world really were a little too reasonable when it came to this stuff. I was genuinely expecting him to get pissy and die fighting or something along those lines. Instead, he decided to bide his time and get payback at a more ideal time. That said, I couldn't afford to murder him either solely for the fact that killing one of their leaders was going to actively make the Scladio hunt me down instead of just putting me on their naughty list. Well, I was pretty sure I'd just made enemies of the New York mob in record time. That too bad. Some of them were great guys. I've outdone my usual record this time if I do say so myself. That's not something you should be proud of. Karen deadpanned, crouched and, poking the unconscious detective in the back. Are you sure that was smart? Karen sat on the single bed, feet kicked up on the shitty side table that came with the shitty motel we'd found in Brooklyn. The only place close and disconnected enough for the purposes of our task in this city. Unlike the near-exorbitant Brooklyn I remembered as William, this part of the city was pretty cheap at this point in time and the people minded their own business a lot more. On top of that, it was the only place that didn't give me weird stares for being with the weird church girl and was willing to ignore the absolutely vile shit she randomly spouted as easily as she breathed. The silence came at a cost though. The small room was cluttered, There was barely any distance between the attached kitchen and the bathroom, with the bed also having a direct view of the latter, tucked under a cracked window with broken shutters. The dry wall was marked with blots and large stains from only God knew what, and the people in the room next to us were screaming at each other at the top of their lungs, something about child support or whatever. The window gave a glorious view of another even shabbier room in a hotel across the road littered with homeless people and crackheads. Ah, glorious New York. I love you. I took a deep breath, inhaling vehicle smoke and the nasty of stench things that were not to be named, hands held out to the sides. If you love this place, I dread to think what you make your family suffer through in place of a home. I put a hand to my chin. Huh. You're right. We should probably move out of Norwich. Again, was it really smart to antagonize the Scladio family for a stranger? She returned to her earlier question. They have influence. Influence that could be dangerous for you. If you really though about, was that really the case? My relationship with the church was mostly amiable, and the only thing that could be put in danger and actually be a problem was my family, which was safe in Norwich, at the heart of Magi society. Flat, of all people, lived right next door. Best believe nothing was going through him. Mobsters from a different country weren't doing shit except coming after me personally, and that was a situation I was glad to be in. Dear Karen, I'm not particularly known for being smart about how I approach established power dynamics. Her lips curved into a bare-bones smile. Really? I couldn't tell at all by the way you threw a tantrum. Why would you go so far for someone you didn't even bother asking for a name? Aren't you supposed to be a magus? This should have been nothing. I pulled my gaze away from two crackheads engaged in mortal combat to eyeball the priestess. Why had I done that anyway? It was of no advantage to myself, accomplished nothing, and made me an enemy of someone who genuinely scared me with mere presence. When someone scares me, I attack them. Are you a badger? I chuckled and gave her an honest answer. I admit I don't really know, just felt like it. I guess. I expected too much from a person that thinks crayons are edible. Don't act like you didn't help me with it. Never said that was a bad thing. She lowered her gaze. Like a true man, I did the manliest of things. I put both hands on my cheeks and squirmed. Oh. Are you touched by my heroism? Enthralled? Getting butterflies and falling in love like a maiden? Well, I apologize, I'm taken. She threw a pillow in my face. You did a stupid thing. Nothing about you is admirable. In fact, I truly pity the one who got stuck with you. I pray the Lord gives her strength. Why are you deflecting me with insults if it really doesn't matter? Ha. I pointed and laughed. Man, shut the fuck up, you gay bitch. I'm trying to get some sleep over air. Why did every place I went to have one of these people? Hope you enjoyed. Chapter 52, Chapter. Same deal. 500, fork, over. It dawned on me when we were sitting at a cafe across the road from Central Park that really, we either looked like a couple of nutjobs, or the most indiscreet duo ever to exist, maybe even both at the same time. Karen in her nun's habit, and me with my dark aviators, jeans, and turtleneck. Yeah, we 100% made for a scene pulled straight out some shonen manga, maybe JJK or Sakamoto Days or something. Specifically, those scenes where a new set of major antagonists or allies arrived in the city where the story was set. He is definitely going to notice us, the sassy priestess mumbled, putting the straw of her juice box against her lips. At least buy me a change of clothes. Why do I need to be the one to be buying things? You're loaded, spend your own money. What a shit stingy magus. Isn't it up to a kidnapper to provide basic living? She shot back shamelessly, and a wayward cop shot me a questioning glance, reaching for the pistol on his belt. Once again, I snuck a look at my skin. I pity anyone you do kidnap. I snapped my fingers and flicked her in the side of the head. If I was a kidnapper, I'd lock you up in a shitty room with a bucket. Shamelessly, Karen stole my pastry. That was what you wanted to do from the start, you deviant. Oh no, you're not supposed to say that kind of thing. Don't call me a kidnapper while stealing my food, you brat. What kind of upbringing does this to a person? My upbringing was fine. She tilted her head ever so slightly and I almost let out a sigh of relief. Lately, everyone I met had a messed up life in one way or the other, like Haina or Jirubu, or literally any of my classmates. Even Calls had told me about how he got caught up in a bloody power struggle after his sister abandoned the Forvej family to live a normal life. The nerd hadn't shown a single hint of that kind of backstory since we met, so it came as a huge surprise. Unless you count my caretaker or my absent father who shoved me on him. I really wonder why he hated someone as nice as me. Yeah, I really wonder why someone would hate you. Someone other than me, of course. A foul-mouthed girl like her was right up my alley. Jokes aside, with the continuous sexual jokes and whatnot, it stood to reason that people would wish to avoid her. She shrugged, sucking her straw. I don't know what you're talking about. He hated me for being born outside of wedlock. Like before, I still failed to understand why that justified treating a child like some slave. My face froze. In silence, I tapped a finger against the table between us and watched the snow-haired girl guzzle down my food. People did that a lot. I didn't really mind, but it was still strange. You know where he lives? I leaned in, the most innocent of smiles playing across my lips. I'll give him a good punch in the teeth if I'm ever in the neighborhood. No, a kick. Several kicks. Now, I was a very tolerant person who held little concern for what people wanted to do or what aspirations they had. But, people who treated children horribly really grinded my gears. My horrible experience with an abusive mother in this very city made me genuinely want to beat the ever-living shit out of someone doing even remotely the same thing. Henry was blessed with a good mother. Many others were not. It is not our place to judge. That is a right reserved solely for the Lord. Then for this once, I'll be the instrument of your Lord's will. I'm pretty sure even he'd be fine with me crushing the jaw of a child abuser. Karen shook her head from side to side. I joined the Sato Abbey later, so it's fine. They gave me a proper room and meals too. Though, the disciplining can be a bit severe at times. Still, I cannot complain. I rested my chin on my palm, narrowing my eyes. Does that disciplining have something to do with the scars on your body? Her eyes widened for a fraction of a second. So you noticed. I'd only caught a brief glance in the morning when she walked half-naked out of the bathroom in an attempt to seduce me for some godforsaken reason. In that situation, faced with a girl, while having a girl, I did the only reasonable thing and immediately exited our third-story apartment via open window, right onto some crackhead's mattress. Anyway, under her habit, Karen's whole body was usually wrapped in bandages upon bandages, bandages that hid a variety of scars. But no, you're wrong. This is the trial the Lord has ordained for myself. She explained. Calmly, she rolled up one of her sleeves and undid the badges hiding her scarred wrist. They appeared by themselves. They are stigmata. A sign of the Lord's blessing. They did look like barbs too. Honestly, this shit was kinda sad. So, now that you know who I am, do you pity me enough to adore me? I pursed my lips. No. Maybe if you didn't say that bit at the end. Well, I would have to question your principles and integrity if some sob story was enough to move you. She smiled thinly, clearly enjoying my stupefied expression as she finished up the last bit of my cake. Are you sure you're even a magus? Wait, so you made that up? Karen put a finger against her lips, mischief writ in her eyes. Who knows? Maybe I trust you enough, or maybe I'm trying to deceive you for my own mission. I bopped her on the head. Being so guarded doesn't look good on anyone. I don't know what you're talking about. My phone alarm buzzed. It was exactly 6 p.m. I blurred, melding the rapid movement of the Raven flight and the controlled application of Blue, the original wielder of the curse technique used to achieve an even faster speed, and appeared atop an apartment building overlooking Central Park. A brief glance at the park with my aviators lowered later, I was sitting right next to Karen again. Not here. So much for that info. Have you, in your infinite wisdom, considered that people can be late? She eyed me blandly, hands crossed over her knees. Shrugging, I watched the passers-by go about their regular lives with my head on my palm. I did not envy them. Boring routines, jobs, studies, responsibilities, bleg. I truly did not envy them. I'd sooner die than return to a world that looked a complete draw compared to the one I lived in now. Sure, there was safety and stability, but why was either important anyway? My obsession with magic and growing suicidal tendencies had landed me royalty as a significant other, spells, good friends I'd fight for, money and most of all, excitement. What more was there to ask for? Anyone who disagreed was a lesser man I wouldn't even humor. It's a nice day, isn't it? I cast a glance at the gradually darkening gray sky, and then turned to face the one who'd asked the question. A gray-haired man with an amiable smile, hands behind his back. He wore a simple black suit, and parted his bizarre hair down the middle. It was a weird haircut that'd be more suitable for a child than, well, someone that was clearly in their 30s. But hey, this was New York. He'd stepped up to us out of nowhere on this fine day. Maybe some salesman. Nah, I recognized him. SOSO, thunderstorms are more cinematic in my not-so-humble opinion. A light drizzle would do too. I noticed the Roman collar around his neck. I prefer sunny days myself. But well, yes, I see where you're coming from. Thunder does impeccably at hiding the delightful screams of suffering heathens from those that would intrude. Whoa. In the blink of an eye, a black key slipped out from his cuff and, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, he jammed it through Karen's neck. Or, at least, that was what I assumed he wanted to do. Instead, his blade struck my hand and easily glanced off the diamond-like stone under my skin I'd synthesized from my blood in that very same blink of the eye. I've always wanted to do that. I chirped giddily, one eye closed. That said, attacking the girl first. You priest folk are weird as ever. It elates me that you recognize me for what I am but. He smiled wider than I did, and leaned forward. Filthy subhuman trash with contaminated chink blood deserves a brutal death regardless of gender. Ah, she'd have looked so pretty choking slowly on her own mongoloid blood. Whoa. What was with these church people and saying the most insane shit ever at the drop of a hat? My father was Japanese, Mr. Sankrade Fawn. Karen pointed out calmly, not the least bit bothered. The racist piece of shit smiled further, somehow, stretching his mouth beyond what was biologically possible. Even worse. But really? Couldn't the church have left little old me alone? I wasn't bothering anyone in my little corner of this world, except the slave folk, but who cares about them anyway? That's gotta be racist. I coughed into my free palm. But, all that aside, my target had just walked up to me. This was, more than ideal. Perfect, even. I'd even thank him with a drink or two if he wasn't a genuine skinhead that would definitely try to make me join the clan or some shit. That said, this was just the slightest bit unideal too. I couldn't blast him in the face without risking public exposure of mystery. Are you a grand wizard? I couldn't help myself. He just kept smiling. Hope you enjoyed. Please leave a comment. Join the server if you want to discuss something, or hang. Chapter 53, Chapter. Oh right, I forgot to mention, but we crossed 100,000 words a while back. So, yay. As far as my knowledge went, most of the Holy Church's operations were carried out by the likes of exorcists, specialized in dealing with certain unnatural forces, demons, that plagued society via cleansing rituals and weaker spells that fell under the designation of baptism rites. These people were, of no real threat to someone like myself. They simply weren't equipped to deal with human combatants wielding the same power as them. In this case, there was another group of individuals, the executors. Of course these people were also armed with the same cleansing spells and whatnot, but their training extended a step above that, to deal with the heretic, the false, the pagan. The heretic being, naturally, we magi, who distorted the world to suit us as needed. Armed with anti-heresy armaments that, as I assumed, tampered with the process of spellcasting or even outright, nullified them. Once these people were sent out, surviving became a Heraclean ordeal, and whoever they were ordered to terminate was most certainly going to die. The clock tower, and by extension, the Mages Association did have a way of dealing with them. A counter-unit, the Enforcers, who among their various other duties, were no doubt Magi Society's way of showing that they indeed had the bigger dick in the supernatural world even in this department. That said, however, for a person like myself who'd been in this world for nothing but a couple of months, facing off against a renowned executor was unthinkable. An impossible task. But, that was the sort of thing that scratched all my itches. So, when Sankrade turned his full attention to me, I made no effort to hide my excitement. My heart drummed against my chest, the numerous magic circuits I possessed roared to life with a slow hum, and my eyes shimmered. He backed away. You're a little too excited, heretic. You're a little too relaxed for someone in punting distance. I smacked him across the face with my plate before flipping the table. My foot exploded through the thin wood a moment later, but he easily caught the kick and went so far as to tilt his head in genuine surprise. I wasn't expecting you to attack me in broad daylight, I admit. He said, leaning back just enough to avoid my second kick. Aren't you afraid of the Principal Enforcement Division? The Principal Enforcement Division. The Department of Policies. Hishiri Adeshino's lot. Ugh. In my professor's fashion, let me share a neat bit of information with you. I quickly pulled my leg back, narrowly avoiding the absolutely devious elbow he'd almost dropped on my shin. Memory alteration and weak mental compulsion are one of the basic spells taught in Mistal, as well as the most basic bounded fields. Weaving the three together is the easiest thing to do, for me at least. I wouldn't know about people that aren't me. The Department of General Fundamentals, Mistal, was a faculty lorded over by the Trambilio family. A department every student at the clock tower had to enroll at for a set bit of time. Naturally, I was a student of this department too, mostly in name though, since I only attended the lectures that actually showed spells instead of theory or history. I don't see dash. Wait, no, I do. He looked around curiously, only now noticing the people dumbly leaving the scene, and the people avoiding the scene entirely. The moment he confronted us, I erected a small yet potent bounded field around us with a flick of my wrist. The mystery to the spells was rather simple, a little too simple even, at least when it came to my version. Memory alteration capitalized upon the human mind's own ability to interpret extreme events as something else, something more digestible for an individual's psyche. Mental compulsion simply imitated the human gut instinct to avoid certain situations. Bounded fields were, well, bounded fields. I'd studied them to an insane degree in my crazed quest for the limitless technique. Wow, you're a rather bright young man, aren't you? Sodomy is frowned upon by the Lord. At least, if you wish to suck him off, do it in a place I can't see like the rest of your peers. Karen rattled off, still seated comfortably. All she'd done was pick up her cup and plate. Shut up, subhuman filth. Don't taint my opinion with your ugly words. Sancrade barked at her. Then, he tried to stab her in the mouth again. This time, his blade tore through the diamond-like stone under my skin and buried itself firmly in my hand. Didn't anyone ever tell you the same technique doesn't work twice? He ripped the blade free. It shone as he slashed at me, throat, ribs and gut. I met each blow with a fist or a palm, and ended the exchange with a fist to his throat, coated in blue, which he only narrowly avoided through sheer instinct. That made him jump back, visibly confused. Then, the crazy fucker licked my blood off his black key and smiled wider. You're going to use your little tricks then, are you? That's fine with me, I prefer it even. Your despair will make for a delightful end to my day. That sounded corny as hell. I raised 2 fingers. Who even says that shit anymore? Anyway, unlimited power. Mana swirled, bolts of lightning bounced off my fingertips. They shot at the executor with a thunderous clap. He held his black key aloft against his face, mumbled something under his breath and stabbed the blade into the concrete sidewalk. Like a lightning rod, the sword caught my spell. With a grin, he kicked at the blade's hilt and launched it right back at me. I easily absorbed the lightning. Thanks for giving the mana back. I snorted. You're welcome. He lunged, and cut at my neck. But I saw that coming. He knew that, and diverted his blade right through my shoulder at the last moment before he took off running, with me in tow. The fucker straight up juggernauted me right through a wall, several walls even, right through the cafe and then the office building behind it. When he finally stopped, my back hurt like a motherfucker, but he didn't seem to care as he propped me against an office wall, still grinning. The Lord dwells within me, the righteous Lord, the benevolent Lord. He was chanting, anyone could tell, even without eyes like mine. Mana rushed into the sword still pierced through me. When I went to remove it, he grabbed my arm with his free hand and slammed it against the wall at an unnatural angle, with strength greater than before. The furious Lord, the wrathful Lord, the vengeful Lord. Evidently, I was about to get my shit rocked. Nah. I narrowed my eyes, focusing on his spell. Harkey of sin and evil. His fire is surely intolerable for your corrupted flesh. Be fearful. Repent. If ignorance is thy path, then thine end is dash. You know, it was sort of ironic that a vile, mass-murdering, racist piece of shit was channeling the literal miracle of the divine word to fuck me up. Now, I wasn't really a saint, I admitted that. But surely, I was better than this thing. That was a dilemma for later. Right now, I knew that was a spell. A spell I'd already analyzed. A spell that was about to implode me with fire and sulfur. A spell that I was about to return to fucking sender. Unfortunately, the chance never came. Before he could finish, a crimson shroud wrapped itself around his mouth, interrupting the cast. With how confident you were about this, I was pretty sure you could easily take him. But then, I guess even this rotten person is someone trained by the church. Lord forgive me for leaving one so challenged alone. Karen held the shroud firmly by both ends and abruptly knelt on the floor, pulling the excommunicated executor's head along with her. I shrugged, I was about to blow him up. Had it all under control, trust. That was the truth, the full truth, and nothing but the truth. I finished up and reversed his spell before he even finished the chant. Hell, the second he did finish, his arm was going to blow up along with that sword of his. It really. Karen narrowed her eyes, it didn't look like that at all from where I was. It even looked like you were about to die. So you couldn't bear to see me hurt and decided to intervene. Oh my oh my. Again, I'll have to apologize dash. She kicked me in the knee. I can't restrain him for long. The Shroud of Magdalene isn't suitable for this dash. Sancrade proved her statement for her when he grabbed the shroud and slammed her against me. Or rather, I body blocked her. Man, I was really looking forward to seeing this yellow filth go splat against the wall like the insect she is. Yeah, you're starting to get on my nerves. I pursed my lips. And I take after my mother, how did you even know I was part Asian? Sancrade made an ugly face. I can smell it on you. I shivered. Karen shivered. A pervert. He's a pervert. Shaking my head to rid myself of the thoughts, I raised my fists again. To the layman, it must have really looked like Sancrade was just taking it easy and clowning on my narcissistic self. This was not the case at all. He knew now that nothing he'd already shown was going to pierce my defenses, and would have to step up his game. At the same time, I couldn't go all out either. 1. Because of the concealment of mystery, but most importantly, because I ran the risk of straight up deleting him before he ever showed me what I came here for. That was, the mobile defensive bounded fields he was known for. It became clear that my worries were for naught when Sancrade suddenly hung his head and his arms went limp. He shifted, tilting his head at an uncomfortable angle that made me almost retch before sticking out his tongue. Heretic, since you seem to care so much, I'm going to torture that girl in front of you after I break every single bone in your body. He licked his blood-stained black key, and proceeded to spout shit that made me blank for a second. I'll make you watch as I slowly bless her with my seed. Maybe her inferior womb will be of some use after all. Karen gripped my sleeve. He's just trying to provoke you. Oh. What makes you so sure I haven't done the same exact thing before? And one more thing. He pointed his blade at me. Your mystic eyes, they're what's letting you keep up with me, right? I'll be taking those. If you self-destruct them, I'm going to find your mother or your sister and I'm going to have them make me those. Yeah. Henry. Don't rush in. Curse technique reversal dash. Hope you enjoyed. Please leave a comment. Chapter 54, Chapter A/N, so foretold, as promised, I deliver. I honestly didn't get why Karen's usually dead face held traces of genuine worry after the provocations Sancrade had just spewed. Yeah, they were vile, and I was going to bash his face against the concrete until nothing except red mush remained of it, but it also wasn't like I was the sort of easily offended person to see red or lose control or some equally weird shit over a couple of words. So anyway, I started blastin'. Ahem. I mean. Curse technique reversal, red. If blue was a terrible attractive force that tugged on the very fabric of space to achieve destruction, then red was an equally terrible repulsive force that shoved out the very world to achieve complete and total annihilation. It was a technique that Gojo acquired after a decent bit of hardship and experimentation, but for me, in this world, perhaps because of the way mystery and spells were structured, it was as easy as reversing the code for blue. That said, just because it came easy didn't mean that it wasn't equally, if not more potent, than the real red, so I was forced to unleash a very finely controlled version lest I alert the whole city. A flash of red. The spell lashed out. A massive boom. Then, the world shattered. Office cubicles and desks flew and were torn to shreds, the floor was ripped out right from under Sancrade's feet. Shards of glass exploded out like shrapnel from a grenade. In a mere instant, the entire office floor was completely and utterly annihilated. Maybe the instincts honed over decades of hunting down people for the church came in clutch for him, or maybe his god decided to elongate his suffering, but Sancrade did tank my hit. Just before the flash hit him, he quickly mumbled a series of words and the very thing I was here for came spilling out of his almost reptilian form. 3 defensive barriers overlaid atop one another, the so-called multi-layered bounded field boasting the ultimate defense against all sorts of magics. And, it was true. One look, and I knew that every bit of what Mark had told me was true. It really was impossible to pierce this incredible defense using even the highest degree of conventional magecraft. Sancrade cackled. Surprised. Nope. I was waiting for this. The code was intricate, beautiful, and removed from the common bounded field in structure to an absurd degree. Where the latter were imposed upon a set area, these barriers were imposed upon himself. He was the anchor, and they fully cut him off from the world around him. Even without any modifications, it bore a fair to resemblance infinity. It was a surprise to be sure. A happy surprise. The third outermost layer imposed stillness upon all that entered, slowing and freezing them in space and time. At that point, such things as force, momentum, and destructive power became utterly irrelevant. That was why my technique didn't even scratch the executor where it had shredded everything. In fact, I realized my arsenal was hard countered by it. To rub it in my face, he even dusted off his shoulder. You can't do anything to me, heretic. Now, watch as I bring every single one of my claims to reality. In spite of all that, my grin remained unfazed. I began covering the distance with slow, deliberate steps. Definitely, the defense would need the highest class of magics to pierce, a class far beyond what I currently had access to. But, there was just one damning flaw. It was a product of magecraft. Magecraft was something I hard-countered. If I can see it, I can analyze it. So. I held out my hand, stepping closer. I understand it now. His eyes widened when I dismantled the barrier's imposed effects with that same easy stride. He stumbled back when I dismantled the second defensive layer. He even tried to turn and run like a reasonable person when I crossed the third just as easily. He'd realized that if either red or blue hit him without a barrier, he was beyond dead. I just phased through, hand held out. Come on. Let's shake hands. Sancrade stared at me, dumbfounded. I imagine it came as quite the shock when I casually disregarded his trump card. Even Gojo Satoru himself would be decently surprised if someone just entered infinity. Come on. It's just a handshake. Just like friends. We could forget this ever happened. You understand your situation now, don't you? I don't care about what you said, so, handshake. Come on. He knew I was going to murder him if he turned and ran. So, with almost childlike innocence, he reached out and took my hand in his. Sensually, I enclosed his fingers within mine. Now let me go. That was a huge mistake. I lied. He tried to wrench his hand free. I pulled harder and rammed my fist into his gut. Red exploded. His stomach burst. I didn't stop. I punched him again. Chest. Ribs. Gut. Repeat. Boom. 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 With reinforced arms, I threw him in the air and kicked him in the chest, launching him through the office. Wide-eyed, vomiting blood, Sancrade smashed against a wall. He slid down slowly. Painfully. Leaving a trail of blood and innards. Yet, he still moved. He threw his black key right at my face. I grinned. His own defensive barrier spilled out. No, it was my defensive barrier now. Not multi-layered like his, not with the concept or the structure he used. You see, I'd been experimenting with dividing distance within a bounded field in anticipation from the moment I was told that tampering distance was the easiest thing to do within one's bounded field. No, mine was a single layer. A single layer that, well, anyone could guess, right? I was definitely going to modify it further later, but for now, the joy of achieving this was near orgasmic. His blade halted midair, stopped by the now infinite distance between me and the rest of the world. The black key impotently clamored against the floor as I grinned further. Now, I promised I was gonna bash your skull against the concrete, didn't I? Or wait, I guess I never said it out loud. But, you get it, right? You've probably done this before too. I was overjoyed, in a state of complete bliss. Well and truly, tweaking. Infinity. Blue. Red. My set was finally complete. I wanted to jump and punch the air, kiss someone even. No. Wait. Just wait a second. How's it feel having the situation turn so suddenly? What were you going to do, Karen, again? This guy probably thought he'd gotten a bunch of easy marks or something to stake his psychotic sadism on. Well, too bad. No, I didn't feel bad in the slightest. I was doing all of humanity a favor here. Instantly covering the distance between us, I grabbed Sancrade by the hair and dragged him up before smashing a blue-coated fist into his face. I pulled my fist back and punched him again and again. Until he was a bloody mewling mess. Only then did I toss him into the air and hold up a finger. Cursed technique reversal, red. The psychotic trash disappeared from the world in a flash. When I turned to check on Karen, she had her hands over her heart. Your dash. Good job. But, you shouldn't get so mad, for someone like me. Again, I wasn't mad at all. I just shrugged, stretching my arms. Whatever floated her boat, I guessed. Now that the job here was done, there really was no meaning in sticking around. I was starting to miss my family and Luvia, even my classmates. Besides, I'd had enough of this deranged place already. I needed to tinker with this infinity, overlap it with my imaginary numbers affinity. Man, we really blew this place to shit, huh? I glanced at the ruined offices all around us, a hand in my pocket. Hishiri's going to give me a headache. It's 2003. This is America. They're just going to blame those people from the Middle East if your bounded field worked. The government might even want to reward you. I snorted. She really just said the craziest shit. Unfortunately, it was indeed true. That was definitely what was going to happen. But I've decided. She poked a finger into my chest. Decided what? She poked me harder. I'm going to dash. Hope you enjoyed. Please freely share your thoughts, ideas, suggestions, or even criticism. I value it all. Chapter 55, Chapter. I realized on the flight back that recreating infinity in its true form was completely impossible for me, as I was. After all, my mind, as enhanced as it was by my eyes and vast magic circuits, couldn't possibly continue to divide a finite space into a truly infinite number of sequences. Mine was a copy based on principle, it wasn't a technique embedded into a part of my brain. However, there was a way around this problem, using my affinity. The imaginary number space was fundamentally a place detached from the normal operations of space and time, where nothing and everything existed at the same time. Whatever was within it wasn't truly affected by things like distance or passage of time. In that case, all I had to do was overlay the separated near-infinite spaces within my mobile bounded field with the imaginary numbers space. A place where a meter might as well be infinite, or not a meter at all. It was a cut-off piece of space, since that was simply how the higher-level bounded fields worked, and there was no issue of the real world trying to compensate by rushing in. Then, whatever entered the field, was not simply not a part of real space anymore, a meter was a kilometer for it, or directions were reversed. All in all, some impossible effect would be tacked on. This achieved something closer, or better, in my biased opinion at least. The mystery of the magecraft was an unbroached part of reality, and thus, the spell was far more potent than anything most magi had to offer, even with its imperfections. That said, maintaining it was as massive a headache as coming up with it was. The code was messy, since it was a new language all on its own, bound to no thaumaturgical system, and the spell foundation had nothing to stabilize it either except for itself. It was costly on my mana reserves, even with the subatomic level manipulation afforded by my eyes, and my mental facilities too. I was pretty sure another magus would need a proper grand ritual to enact it. But, damn if I wasn't proud of myself. It made me feel like a real wizard, coming up with this aneurysm-inducing spell. No doubt if I tried explaining it to someone, they'd look at me like I was insane and proceed to disregard me entirely. But, that mattered little. The hollow affinity was wonderful, and I was a bloody genius for utilizing it in this way. I was forced to snap back to reality when the librarian smacked a thick tome right down in front of me. The thin woman in a business-only white shirt and skirt gave me a withering stare, and brought a dainty finger to her pursed lips before stabbing a finger through the air, at a no-talking sign hammered into the side of one of the tall shelves lining the side. But I wasn't talking. You were laughing. Are you on some drugs or something? My dear, we're magi, even crackheads look tame in comparison. Just don't talk. Weirded out, she quickly left. I shrugged. Denying that bit about ourselves was just straight-up delusional. Magi were, before all else, psychotically obsessive geeks. No drug could ever induce the sort of shit they pulled on a regular. Case in point, I recently came across a magus that wanted to discuss the effects of sacrificing virgins versus non-virgins. That was 20 minutes ago. I had that conversation at the library entrance. Made me forget how weirded out I was by Karen's declaration after I finished off Sancrade. The girl said, leaving you unchecked will put the world in danger. You are a trial from the Lord. I only hope I can meet his expectations. That made no sense. Yes, I knew already that I was a blight upon this planet, seeing as my sole motivation for getting stronger was becoming a huge pain in its ass, but still. What expectations? And why was SHE the one who was supposed to meet them? Even weirder still was the fact that her usually dead face had a deep blush on it the whole time. She just left afterwards, something about needing to gather her things. Church folk are crazy. I shook my head and pushed away the thought. I had better things to do. Namely, the very thing I rushed out of America for. My girl was back in town. No power on earth was going to stop me. Even now, I was waiting for her in this depressing place even though I loathed books and studying. She didn't make me wait long. When I turned my head to annoy the librarian, I spotted a familiar mess of golden hair tied into a few drills with navy ribbons that fell down to shapely hip stash. What? She was mine. I had the right to perv. As was typical of her, Luviage-Lita Edelfelt wore a cobalt dress with a slit ending just above the knee that showed off just enough of her full, pale thighs. Ah, those glorious thighs. The sleeveless dress pushed up her breasts just enough and the pale skin left above was veiled under a dark mesh that joined the black choker fitted with a thumb-sized ruby around her neck. She spotted me at the same time too, it seemed. Her amber eyes lit up. But, with the dignity of high nobility, Luvia walked up slowly, not as slow as usual though, just enough that no one would be able to tell her excitement. Unfortunately, my eyes missed little. When she was close enough, Luvia just wrapped her arms around my face, while standing. That gave me a small glimpse of heaven, so I had no reason to mind. Ah. Somehow, that hug felt a lot more intimate than something like a kiss. Ah, you missed me too. Why yes. What's so wrong about that? Nothing. I was getting a little queasy too. Take me with you next time or something. I already decided to do just that. Humph. It appeared the Edelfelt princess still hadn't gotten used to things. Admittedly, I was the same. Being apart just made it all the more evident. How was your trip? I cleaned my ear. Killed a grand wizard. Made a couple of new spells. The usual. Everywhere I go shit spirals. Well, not that I mind. A grand wizard? She questioned with a cute little tilt of her head. Not that. KKK. I don't think he was actually a part of them, but I wouldn't be surprised either. Oh and yeah, I made enemies of the Italian mafia too, so that's cool. Of course you did. Instead of rebuking me, Luvia just smiled dryly and took a seat next to me before resting her head on my shoulder. Girl made me feel some type of way. I smiled softly. So, how was your trip, any fun? I was just clearing up a territory dispute with a magus from the Middle East. Some people. He just easily laid claim to one of my mountains. I gave him a good punch. You want I go break his legs? I already did. She whispered, sighing. Damn, nice. I gave her a thumbs up. That said, while I was there. Suddenly, she became serious, the gentle, relaxed sort of face she faded away, replaced by a look I easily recognized, the look of someone from high society. I did some research into mystic eyes. Their ranks. No, that is a lie. The research was my real reason for going to Finland. I'm kind of speechless that you care that much. Luviajlita retrieved a small pouch from her dress and spilled the contents onto the table in front of us. Gems so small it was like someone poured out blue sand. She stuck a finger between them and wrote a rune. A small barrier formed around us, with the sole purpose of keeping the sound inside. Soundproofing was a commonly observed act in this day and age, so a lot of magi had their own ways of accomplishing it. Shaking my head, I focused on her words. Mystic eyes. A spontaneously occurring supernatural power contained within the eyes, capable of affecting the world at large without need for rituals or study, you know, the base of all magecraft. Consequently, they were a rigorously studied subject within the clock tower. That was the extent of my knowledge. Not because I was lazy, but because that was all that was available. Hal, listen to me. Mystic eyes below the class of gold are of no trouble or consequence, but anything that is indeed on that level or beyond enacts mysteries long lost to us. That explained the absolutely insane stuff I was pulling from day one, stuff that only grew even crazier the more I got accustomed to my eyes. The jewel rank has been observed rarely in our history. At that point, the Mages Association calls it their property, irrespective of the owner's wishes. They will give someone like that a sealing designation without a second thought the moment they find out, and dispatch the full forces available to bring them in. She explained, staring right into my aviators. Concern was writ all over her face, and she was clenching her fists. Faced with that, I couldn't find the will to crack a shitty joke to lighten up the atmosphere a little. Sighing, I listened intently. I don't need to tell you what happens when the eyes are a rank above even that, right? If the jewel rank had them mobilizing the enforcers, then, yeah. There was no need for any further explanation. You freely read and augment the flow of mana, finer than any magus I have ever known. Better than I. You even learnt to augment crests at a glance. I suspect your eyes are indeed among one of the two classes. I took a deep breath. Do you want me to hide them then? Indeed, that was the most reasonable option. The safest option. It was a secret I already kept close to my heart. Only 3 people knew about these eyes of mine. Yet, if hiding them became an absolute necessity, then I was the sort of person to declare their existence to the world just for the hell of it. At that question, Luviajlita showed a sort of bafflement. What puppies displayed when you surprised them with a treat instead of a scolding? She tilted her head. I know you. In fact, that sort of thing is precisely why I dash. Do I have to say it in front of so many people? I mean, not that I mind dash. I wanted to point out that no one could hear us right now. But I was too busy looking away to hide my own smile. Anyway. She coughed, remembering what was important. No, Hal. Become exceptional. Not for me, but to make sure that no one can make use of you. I held her by the chin and kissed her. What? There was no helping it, trust me. That was the only proper response to what she'd just said. The Eidfeld princess became a tomato. It was odd because we'd already, done the C of the ABCs. But it was cute, so all was good. That was the plan from the start. I said, grinning, but a big part of it will be for you too, and for my family. In this world rife with struggle and horror, there was no choice except to become stronger and stronger, to maintain my way of life. If said life was lost in that endeavor, then it was just skill issue on my part and nothing else. Luvia smiled. And now, for your payment for Adra. It was my turn to be confused. You already gave me that castle. She tossed her hair, please. That unsightly place is no payment for what you did to my crest. If you insist otherwise, let it be a gift to the one I'll dash. She blushed hard again. To the one you'll what? It doesn't matter right now. We're too young. But wait, if you want dash. She was somehow working herself up, further and further, with no input from me at all. I just watched her trip over herself with a smile. Unfortunately, the moment was ruined when I felt our barrier get breached. When I saw who did it, my annoyance faded away. It was Coles. He was sweating hard, leaning on his knees, clothes dripping from the rain outside. I craned my neck, confused. Did you run a marathon or something, mate? It's the professor. He needs your help. Well. Luvia. I rose to my feet. Let's go on another date after I'm done helping out my useless teacher. I miss those glorious thighs. Okay. Steam rose from her red ears. Was she still stuttering over herself? William achieving infinity through true fate level mind-fucking logic. Hope you enjoyed. Please comment your thoughts, ideas, suggestions, or even criticism. Chapter 56, Chapter. After all the men had done for me with nothing in exchange, the professor was my ride or die. Unlike Inurai, or almost every other magi I'd met thus far, Waver Elmeloi too possessed no ulterior motives at all when he first came to me. That demanded respect. So, when he respectfully asked me to help him out, hesitation was the farthest thing from my mind. I immediately traveled to the location he gave me, not through any public transit or car, but instead, through the high-speed movement afforded to me by utilizing blue in a way to delete the distance between myself and a point within eyeshot. The truth was, England was a pitifully small island. It barely took me a couple of minutes to go from the cobbled streets of London to a rather sizable privately owned plot of land in the Boonies, the Lake District near Windermere. The plot was barely developed, and nature had clearly been left to its own devices judging by the dense thickets sprawled all over. 2 leaning towers with extreme points jutted from somewhere, built in the ornate and gaudy fashion that was typical of the noble magi. Each tower had 4 levels, and from where I was, they kind of looked like a massive sundial. Makes me want to mess with whoever owns this. I stood in the air about a mile above, lips pursed, aviators pocketed and eyes locked onto a massive lake. But the professor will probably chew me out. The land was soaked in all sorts of magics, and the pilfered remains of a bounded field someone had only recently destroyed. Dark clouds rolled in the skies above, and thunder roared amongst flashes of lightning. A terribly fantastical spectacle. A clearly engineered spectacle. This shit's a spell. Or, was ritual the right word? The two kind of blended in for me. The weather itself was a product of a spell, a still active spell. A still active spell that. Suddenly, the thunder roared again. A massive amount of lightning struck the earth, ripping the ground open. Instead of stopping, it kept striking that very same place, again and again, even though the target was an empty piece of land. At least, that was what the owner of the land wanted people to think. The very soil was connecting the foundations of the spells defending those towers. The attacker knew this, and targeted it specifically, so as to disrupt their operation and consequently, render them null. What had the professor gotten himself stuck in now? Clearly, the level of magecraft being thrown around was well beyond his level. And yes, this was still magecraft. A phenomenon that closely resembled cloud seeding in a way, just a lot more controlled. One of those rain-making rituals prominent in nearly every ancient culture. Consequently, it was being held up by multiple people scattered all over the place. I counted 32. No matter how many times I observed this sort of thing in action, I always got terribly excited. I put a hand to my chin and narrowed my eyes, scanning the perimeter. A ton of people fighting an old dude over yonder. Some weirdo gloating on that hill. And there he is. A moment later, I was standing next to Gray. The girl let out a startled yelp and jumped away like a cat. Then, she let out a small sigh before ducking her head. Henry. You startled me. I patted her shoulder with a grin. That was the plan. She pulled down her hood as I turned to face the small gathering of people. Thankfully, there were no new faces. Just the professor, his mean little sister Rhaenys, and good old Gray. If the professor was even slightly surprised, I wasn't able to figure it out. He just eyed me as if it were the most expected thing in the world. Thank you, Henry. I nodded, and he continued. I don't know how else to put it. A bunch of troublesome things have happened one after the other and Rhaenys is caught up in them. Rhaenys put a foot on the ground and crossed her arms. It isn't my fault that Lord Valuoletta is such an unreasonable person. So, that troublesome woman was here too. Like I said last time, the kind of person to blame the world for their incompetence. I cackled, jabbing a thumb her way. Didn't know you'd prove me right yourself. Rhaenys opened her mouth to retort, but Waver put a hand in front of her first. We don't have the time for this. Henry. This is Lord Byron Iselma's domain. The Twin Towers of Iselma. I cast a glance at the towers rising in the distance. And they're under attack by an unknown force. Since Rhaenys is under scrutiny for murdering one of their princesses, we can't afford to move lightly. Murdering a dash, what now? He caught on to my confusion instantly. I'll explain it all in detail later. For now, helping Lord Byron is to our advantage. Unfortunately, I'm not up to the challenge, so I'll have to beg for your help. I know, as a teacher, it's shame for Dash. I had to stop him at that point. Even if he refrained from explaining, I'd have done what he wanted without a second thought. Besides, this wasn't even a favor. I loved getting caught up in these types of situations. Mate, don't throw around such heavy words. If kicking in a couple teeth is all you want, I'm happily your guy. I took a deep breath of the ionized air all around us. I gotta take care of those guys fighting that old dude, right? You know where he is. Duh, I scouted the whole place out. That's unexpected. Rhaenys mumbled quietly. Before I could respond in kind, Grey shook her head. Not very, Miss Rhaenys. Violence and mockery is where he excels. I'm glad you know me so well, Grey. Before I left, the professor put a hand on my shoulder. There is a grand-ranked magus present here. I can't say what she'll do, but if you encounter her, don't provoke her. Just run. Well, that just made things a whole lot better. He's not going to run, is he? Waver rubbed his temple with a sigh as he watched Henry depart. That was just the sort of person his student was. No, instead, now that he'd told him, there was a decent chance he would willingly seek out that dreadful monster masquerading as a party guest to this event. Really, all this was horrible for his stomach. Grey shook her head from side to side. It's not very likely. For a simple social gathering hosted by the Iselma family, this had turned out to be quite the ordeal, not very different from the incident at the Aedra castle. In hindsight, he really should have guessed that the unveiling of the Iselma family's twin princesses wouldn't go so smoothly and warned Rhaenys accordingly. Now, one of the two princesses lay dead, brutally pieced up in her own room, and Rhaenys was the one blamed for the murder. It was easy to tell that this was a framed job, but that kind of thing mattered very little in their world. The Iselma family was a part of Value aligned with the Democrats. The Elmeloi were Norwich, aligned with the aristocracy. Regardless of the truth, now that the murder had occurred, it was ideal to throw them under the bus to gain the upper hand in the political war unfolding in the clock tower. And it would most certainly work if left unchecked. The twin princesses were the main Iselma's subject of obsessive research, and were only produced once with every generation. The objective was to create an ascendant beauty and then, by some principle, use it to ascend to that realm themselves. A party, then a murder, and now we're the culprits. Rhaenys let out a sigh. I should have just stayed home. On top of that, Iselma is being attacked too. You really should have. Waver agreed. But now that it's come to this, we have no choice except to face it head-on. This whole thing reeked of foul play, especially the ensuing attack. Lord Valuoletta herself was in attendance, and yet, when one of her people was under attack, she chose to sit aside and let it happen with not a hint of reluctance. The old lord was aligned with the attackers. Maybe she's the one crippling them. He muttered, eyes narrowed as lightning flashed across the skies. It wasn't so out of the ordinary for the great families to cripple their subordinates if they became exceptional to the point of threatening an established hierarchy. It was to keep their underlings on a leash, so to say. That might actually be the case. Rhaenys stared at him with wide eyes. If we go by what I saw, then the Iselma came a little too close to the realm there after this time. No, maybe they reached it. It's annoying, but even I couldn't do anything after bearing witness to the Princess of Gold. By looking at beautiful things, people become more beautiful as well. If that's how they're approaching it, then they're too close for comfort. It was something like. I was about to forget I existed. Grey murmured, nodding. An ascendant beauty beyond the realm of what the human mind could comprehend, that was their desire. Then, by adhering to the principle of acquiring beauty by interacting with it, as Rhaenys said, the rest were meant to reach that same realm as well, then keep going until they reached what all magi desired. The root. Forgetting that for a moment, dearest brother. Rhaenys gave him a withering glare that brought his stomach pains right back. Why did you call him of all people here? You know he's aligned with them, right? Waver shook his head. That is what everyone assumes. I reiterate that it's quite possibly not the case at all. Regardless, with him here, even if that Grand decides to become our enemy, it'll be too troublesome for her to continue to be so. Have you gone mad from the stress, dearest brother? That woman reached Grand by 20, but her lineage was definitely impressive and had a part to play. My student which you are putting down reached cause from nothing over the course of a few months. If nothing else, I'm confident he'll put a halt to everything long enough for me to clear your name. Hope you enjoyed. Please comment your thoughts, ideas, and suggestions for the story. I thrive on them. Edit. Waver's perspective elucidates on the background of the situation a bit, but more details will come as Henry himself navigates it. Chapter 57. Sorry about yesterday, I was a little under the weather. As I made my way through the forest at an, admittedly, casual pace for the current state of conflict, I began to notice irregularities. The way the trees swayed, the dry branches that seemed to coil and dance just out of sight, even the shadows that were at times too long or too orderly for a place like this. It was unnatural, not in the way that there was something out of place, unnatural in that everything was a little too in place, too meticulous in arrangement. Byron Iselma. Iselma. Wait, I remember. It's Byron Valuoletta Iselma. He's one of Inner Eye's people. A lord from the Value. The Department of Creation. With that realization, it clicked. Those people prided themselves artists, focusing on that which could move the hearts of the masses at any given time, valuing that which stood the test of time. Subjects like beauty and whatnot. It was only natural for one among them to be needlessly meticulous and perfectionist, with even his own home. To an outsider like myself, pursuing art so vehemently seemed a little strange for magi. But the study had its roots in sound logic. In this day and age, no, in any day and age, belief and faith were the greatest stabilizing factor in regards to mystery. To be able to manipulate that was certainly a worthwhile pursuit for people like them. Ah well. I was only really concerned with getting to see whatever magecraft that Lord possessed. It didn't take long to find my target. Byron Valuoletta I Selma. He stood regally in a small clearing within the forest, both hands resting atop a dark wooden cane. His age had to be up there, definitely, but that only added to his grace. His dark hair was neatly combed to the back, and the sides were white from age. His pencil mustache was peppered with strands of gray too. And, yeah, with a red suit that seemed to scream noble and old money, I had to admit he looked pretty cool even if his clothes were marked with burns. He regarded his assailants calmly, even though there had to be at least 24 men there. They were raincoats, suited for the weather, and gas masks for some odd reason. Still, I couldn't say anything. Compared to my hand-sewn wool sweater and jeans, those guys looked awesome too. But, my sweater was made by my mother. So they could suck on that. They were magi, their mothers probably never even gave them the time of day. Humph, so, you're the one that entered my territory? Lord Byron glanced at me from the corner of his eyes. I admit, I thought Lord Valuoletta was intent on leaving me with these insolent dogs. He recognized me. Well, it wasn't that unreasonable. I was getting a reputation because of the cause promotion, and if he was aligned with the Democrats, he was definitely aware of me. It was still kind of creepy to realize though. I tilted my head. You noticed me. I notice all within my land. Your aid is welcome. Surprisingly, those men in raincoats said nothing as I stepped up to him. They just watched, exchanging glances I couldn't understand because of the masks. I'm not here on Inarai's behalf though. The professor sent me. Professor. The Lord Elmeloy. Lord Elmeloy too. I corrected, stretching my arms. Dunno why but he gets pressed about that. So yeah, you understand you owe him a favor if I can beat them right. Even if it is you, with these numbers. He said, hesitant. I understood what he meant. In this day and age, where a gunshot was fatal for most magi, numbers were indeed an issue. I'd always thought that was because magi pursued mystery as an educational field rather than anything else. But, very well. That girl is a murderer but I will owe your teacher what he demands if we can triumph. One of the masked men put a hand to his ear, then pointed a finger at me. There was a heavy accent to his voice, not European no, Middle Eastern. Don't interfere. You're not a part of this, and our Lord has made an arrangement with your master. My, what? You talked to the professor? No, the Lord of Value. Your true master. Be a good dog, and back off. I watched him, shocked by the sheer audacity you'd need to call someone another person's dog. It was truly awe-inspiring. The egos on some of these folks were almost as inflated as mine was. They did a much worse job at keeping them in check though. Grinning, I took a step forward. Not one more step. I took one more step. Fine, then it's on you now. We're going through him. They moved as a single unit, chaining together a spell. You know, I'd test out Limitless on you but, nah. You're just not worth the mana. Suddenly, the air reeked of ozone. Then, a loud crackle. A blast of thunder. Enough force to tear a reinforcement apart and then take everything behind him too. Unfortunately, lightning manipulation was one of my fortes, and about the oldest magecraft in my arsenal. I swiped my hand and caught their lightning through the air. It faded into smoke against my palm, which I then proceeded to wipe away on my sweater. That was it. I tilted my head before giving Byron a look. This is what you were losing to. Shame on you. He averted his gaze. My magecraft isn't geared towards dash. That sounds like cope. The masked men attacked again, so I wasn't able to continue grilling the older men. You gave me one so, that was your only warning. It made me happy when they ignored that warning instead of being reasonable as I'd come to expect from the foes I faced in this world. They did the cliché thing and attacked me again, with a stronger variation of the same spell. Come on, Byron. We're done here. I flicked my wrist and tossed it right back. Without looking at what became of them, I turned around to leave. The dark clouds overhead roared, and thunder came barreling down from angry skies. It was faster than my body could react, of course, but not faster than my mind. Infinity came spilling out. The lightning phased out of existence the second it neared me. The flash was mildly annoying though. I faced them with a pleased smile. Hey now, good job. That was actually an inconvenience. But, if that's all the passion you can muster, I'm afraid you're going to leave a lot of girls disappointed. To my surprise, the same people were not the ones to greet me. No, they were lying on the ground, dead or passed out, no idea really. Instead, a young man stepped out of the shadows cast by the forest. Unlike the blondes I'd encountered thus far in life, this one wasn't as nice. He was a lot zestier. Golden hair tied in a pony, brown skin, a white shirt with 3 buttons left to give a few of his chiseled chest, suit pants. Wow. He was the whole starter pack. I thought those folk were a lot more secretive in this day and age. I wasn't one to judge. He was even twirling what looked to be a pair of balls. Okay, they weren't balls, but a small pot. A mystic code. I see why she warned me of you, he said, stepping over his men. Being a mere cuz doesn't do you justice. Oh. What's this? A fan. I squirmed. Kia. Do you want a selfie? An autograph? Since you're my first, I'll always remember you. But wait, I don't even know your name. Byron's features became grim. He spoke with a clenched fist, Atram Galiasta. Indeed, it is I, Atram Galiasta. That sounded stupid. His name was stupid. With a name that's stupid, I can see why you take issue with the world. But first, talk with your parents. They deserve the brunt of it. There is nothing wrong with my name. A bolt of lightning shot from the ball's pot in his hand. Lightning that impotently struck my infinity before disappearing. He closed his eyes, and let out a small cough. It's a cultural difference. Let us leave it at that. That's the sort of cultural difference that'd make me never step out of my room. His brow twitched. Byron spoke before he could. Are you here for revenge? Something as paltry is beneath me. No, I came to retrieve what is due, what you stole from right out under me. That relic, hand it over, or I will destroy you completely. Your lord has already abandoned you. I let the 2 former lovers argue, soaking the context from their conversation. Obviously, they knew each other. Byron had acquired some relic that Atram was close to getting. Where from? Well, that became clear the next second. I outbid you fairly. Do not throw a childish tantrum, although I do not expect any better from your upstart house. So, an auction then. Right, I recalled that magi used to have auctions for things of value like the normal folk, just that the items exchanged within them were definitely of magical significance, items like talismans, remnants of heroes, generally things that had a great degree of mystery to them. Trigger happy as they were, it also stood to reason that they would attack each other over those same items. That is why I come to take it in accordance with the principles of my family. He raised his left hand with a sickening grin. Take what you want, through force. I held up a hand too, but more like a student in a classroom. What if someone does that to you? They are free to, if they can. I will simply take it back after licking my wounds. The next moment, he got launched through the trees courtesy of a Spartan kick to the chest from yours truly. I even stole his balls, his pot, and held it up to my eyes, lowering my aviators ever so slightly. After all, this wasn't the kind of place to be casually flaunting my eyes after what Luviajlita told me. I parsed the mechanism instantly. It was a simply straightforward one. A little too straightforward, in my opinion. Say, Byron. I stared at the visibly surprised Magus. How old is this family? He recollected himself with a start, not very old at all. Their rise is only recent. However, their wealth comes from oil, so they have few competitors in that regard. That explained it. After all, the pot just held the mystery of a redundant and failed method of electricity storage in a bygone age. That transformed any magical energy passed through it into electricity. The most basic mechanism I'd ever come across in my life. The only interesting thing about it was that he'd attuned it to react finely to his own mana, allowing a greater manipulation of the produced lightning. That said, the make was fairly recent. The mystery that made it function was a poor imitation of a battery's workings mixed with a lightning rod's. It was exciting to study for me, but there was nothing to write home about. He really thinks he's hot shit with this toddler magecraft. I looked at the sky. His ritual for weather controlling had already begun falling apart now that the men who were maintaining it lay incapacitated at my feet. That ritual too needed a total of 32 people to maintain. I stole it, and modified it to work only through me. Then, I hijacked the active ritual entirely. Mostly because it made for a cool background to my flexing. Alright, you can head back, Byron. I'll clean things up and then we'll have a nice talk. I'll have the servants prepare a room. A milkshake and some pancakes too, please. The older Magus nodded and left. I heard his cane thudding against the forest floor long after he disappeared into the shadows. Soon after, with timing that was awfully convenient, Atram shuffled out of the forest, clutching his guts as he leaned against a tree, breathing ragged. You. Hand it back or else dash. I tossed it at his feet. There you go. But, you're not doing shit. I can see that. He scowled, but I am not so idiotic as to not account for your abilities. Well, you're certainly proving otherwise right now. As I said, Lord Valuoletta has endorsed this. Let's talk to her. His minions before, and now him. Why was everyone of the thought that I even cared about what that old bag of bones wanted? It wasn't as if I'd really aligned myself with her. I merely considered the merits of doing such a thing. But well, clock tower politics may have misconstrued the proximity for that. Or maybe people assumed that it was just the most reasonable thing for a new Ager like myself to do. Unfortunately, reasonable was a word that just wasn't in my dictionary most of the time. I'd rather just beat your ass. What does that get you? What have I done to you? In fact, you are the one who has stained my dignity. A stain I have no intention of forgiving. Though he said that, he showed no intentions of actually doing something about it. But, we can settle that later. What I am here for takes precedence. I narrowed my eyes. And what would that be? Now that violence is no longer an option, I must resort to diplomacy with you. As an equal. You have overpowered me. And that is the reward you deserve for such a grand feat. Really going in with the pride thing there. I snorted. He ignored me, and continued. I desire the leaf that fell on Siegfried the Dragonslayer when he bathed in the blood of Fafnir. That is what Byron outbid me for. I want my relic back. Why? For the Holy Grail War. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 7 chonky chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 58, Chapter A/N, deals still on, 500. The Holy Grail War. A concept I was somewhat familiar with, even with my barely surface-level knowledge when about this world. A war between heroes of legend, summoned into the present at the behest of 7 magi to fight and bleed. The victor's reward, a wish from a supposedly omnipotent wish-granting device called the Holy Grail. That was the sort of reward that spurred the servants, legendary tyrants, kings, gods, monsters, and slaughterers, into action. The sort of the reward that made them wage the kind of war the world had long forgotten about. Sounded cool as hell. I definitely wanted to participate. But, the familiarity I held with this world now made an omnipotent wish-granting device sound like a load of bull. No level of mystery could accomplish that in this day and age. That was the simple truth. I wasn't expecting much aside from some new spells to tinker with when I came to help the professor, but it was more than worth it now. I wanted a servant of my own. A couple, ideally. Maybe some famous wizard, or a dictator. Atram, despite his new amiable conduct, wasn't all that open to sharing any information with me either. He just gave me a nasty scowl and spit on the ground, clearly intent on just leading the way to the twin towers of the Iselma family. That ritual should have faded by now. He muttered, glancing at the sky. There's nothing to maintain it anymore. A rain-making ritual that let him, now me, control one of nature's fiercest elements. Maybe it's just natural rain now. I whistled, eyes averted like a man that totally wasn't responsible for it. He stared at me idly. You can feel the mana in the air. Oh yeah, there was that. I just shrugged. Can't help you there, man. It's your ritual. You were just about to say mine, weren't you? I whistled harder. Dunno. Why must you clock tower magi be so infuriating? He grumbled with clenched fists and picked up the pace, stomping through the fresh mud. Lightning struck 2 steps ahead of him. He let out a yelp and jumped back in a way that certainly did not suit a noble from a well-established family. Ha, I was merely startled. He stopped and stared at me again. Hey man, I never said you just screamed like a little girl. I did not dash. I smiled like an idiot. To confront me, meant to acknowledge that it indeed happened. He grumbled before giving up the matter entirely. Ah, no fun. He got fed up sooner than expected. And, because he couldn't do something about it, the rest of the walk was silent. When we left the forest, the twin towers came into view in their complete glory. 2 massive towers, one of ivory, one of gold, leaning towards each other in parallel but not quite touching as they pointed at distant skies. Even the outer walls were ornately patterned with precious metals made to look like closed flowers at the floor, and thorny stalks up above. First Adra, now this. They really do like to look special. HMHM, I totally support it. This is nothing. Atram huffed, you should see one of mine. Even the double doors leading in were needlessly tall, as though they were specifically designed to make you feel small and insignificant when entering. The main lobby was laid with sparkling white tiles, gold chandeliers hung from the maroon ceiling and puppets played soft classic music all along the balconies. I wondered what Luvia Gelida's mansions and castles looked like, since she'd been insistent that the Iselma family was nowhere near the Edelfelts when it came to wealth. She probably ate from golden plates. Wait, no, she was the type to eat a hamburger over a fine meal. She was just such a fine woman. If I somehow fumbled that, I was positive future me would find a way to mail me a nuke or something. Or, would it be his fault since? I shook my head, pushing away the intrusive thoughts. The concerned parties awaited us at the bottom of the grand stairway leading into the tower. Inurai Valualeta Atrahome, dressed in a long green dress like usual, just with the addition of a folding fan. The professor with Grey attached to him like usual. His weirdo sister, Rhaenys. Finally, Byron Valualeta Iselma, the lord of this land. There were also a couple of people I was unfamiliar with. A terribly beautiful fair-skinned woman in a sleeveless, purple flower dress with silver hair that flowed down to her back. Her eyes were hidden behind a thin see-through gown laden with flowers, but even from what I could see, she was insanely beautiful. The sort of beauty that was almost unsettling, and creeped me out to the point where I wasn't even able to look at her for long. A silver-haired maid stood behind her, eyes lowered respectfully. The woman raised her head curiously, and offered a polite nod. "This is my daughter, the Princess of Silver, Estella." Byron introduced her to me after glaring at Atram for a fraction of a second. It was her sister that Lady Rhaenys is accused of murdering. Atop that, we also found her with the corpse of Regina, my other daughter's maid. The last person to see them together. Like I said, I stand to gain nothing from. Rhaenys quickly piped down. But, it was too late. Oh. A family aligned with the Bartholomew stands to gain nothing from crippling us. Byron shot back calmly. I'm afraid no one here is so easily misled, lady. I put a hand to my chin and pursed my lips. Professor, this is a fantastic world, you know. Get caught up in a conflict with some legend where you almost end up dying. Why is it always murder mysteries? The professor put his already lit cigar to his mouth. I would like to know that as well. But, the evidence raised against Rhaenys is only circumstantial, backed only by convenient conjecture from biased viewpoints. First and foremost, I don't think my sister has the ability for something like this. Rhaenys gave him an indignant stare but otherwise kept shut, knowing not to speak out. Inurai nodded in greeting, I nodded back. Then, the old magus smiled mischievously. She definitely had something to do with the whole situation and she was making sure I knew that. It feels like I'm in some mystery flick. Quite exciting, if I do say. As always, her words were amiable and gentle, and yet, everyone was on guard against her. She was one of the 12 lords. A proper one, unlike my professor. Someone who ruled a place like the clock tower couldn't possibly be just a nice old lady. Stop playing around. I want my relic back. Buddy. I put a hand on his shoulder. Shut up, you can throw your tantrum after we're done here. He grumbled again. I'm gonna fold you like an omelette. After a moment of awkward silence, he spoke through grit teeth, clenched fists, and all that. I will remember this. I turned back to the gathered people with a clap. Now, before anything else, I really want to meet that Grand. At that, all of them showed varying levels of confusion, almost as if they'd forgotten that said Grand was even among them to begin with, or were only now noticing their absence. Even the professor seemed genuinely troubled by the realization. Grand. A magus sitting above even Brand, the rank which the 12 lords were at. I imagined that came with a lot of privileges. They were supposed to be the apex of all magi in any era, and I sincerely doubted such things as rules even applied to them. I wanted to meet such a person from the bottom of my heart. A person who had attained those heights I sought myself through magecraft. Such a programmer would surely have the most perfect code. And, a code that wasn't shitty was always worthwhile. Oh, an admirer of mine. This is rare. A curious whisper from beside my ear. When I turned, I found a pale woman standing a couple steps away from me, with red hair tied in a simple pony and equally red eyes framed by a pair of round glasses like my own. She wore a small white dress that barely even reached her knees and was unzipped, giving ample view of her cleavage. She smiled gracefully with a tilt of her head. Oh. You're an interesting one. Mystic eyes. Powerful ones. And those glasses. The next second, my aviators were in her hands. This is one of my designs. Oh. She opened them up and stared through, right at Inurai. This is the kid you bought them for. I didn't know what she'd done, but it was troubling to even move or breathe. I looked around haphazardly, and my gaze landed on a script inscribed on my arm. Manaz. A rune. A rune that let her manipulate my body. Unlike more elaborate magecrafts, runes were tied to their meanings and effects. This made them a lot more rigid, but also a lot more devastating depending on the caster's interpretation. and the interpretation of a grand was cause for some concern. Oh well. I flushed it with chaos, and the rune faded away. This made the Grand Magus raise a brow. I took the time to skin her, as infinity formed around me. Despite her station, now that I'd laid eyes on her and activated my defenses, pulling something like that again wasn't going to be easy. With my affinity for the imaginary numbers, creating near-infinite pockets within the barrier was rudimentary, and functionally the same as dividing the space due to the lack of spacetime in the imaginary number space. Atop that, each time I used infinity, the next cast became easier, more efficient. You deciphered it. Not just that, you even flooded it at the seams. That level of control deserves recognition. She tossed my Mystic Eye killers back at me and put a hand against her hips. Instead of putting them back on, I pocketed them. That's an impressive barrier. Reminds me of one of my classmates. She wrote the same rune in the air. This time, it did nothing. You know, maybe Karen was right to call me a honey badger. I grinned. So, are you gonna keep yapping or actually do something? Cause for a grand, you're behaving an awful lot like some that got abandoned by daddy and now blames the world for it. Her smile widened considerably. Oof, hit the nail on the head there, boy. Inurai giggled into her palm. Don't giggle like a high schooler, teacher. It looks creepy. The grand frowned before turning back to me. You're provoking me. To what end? Oh my fucking god, she was acting like she didn't just clown on me and completely disregard my personal space to sate her own curiosity. Who the hell pulled someone's glasses off, and froze their whole bodily function, and not expect to get punched in the fucking mouth for it by even the kindest person? And, I was the farthest thing from being the kindest person, I was the pettiest bitch to live and breathe, so help me God. Yeah, I often did the same, but I never even pretended that the other person wasn't justified in kicking my shit in for it, or at least trying to. Very well, a fight was my ideal learning environment, where I was able to force the other person to pull out all the stops, then steal those very stops from right under them. I put on a nasty grin, and jabbed a finger through the air. No, you did that yourself when you worked up the courage to step outside your room with a face not even your father could bring himself to love. What else? You got outdone by your kid sibling. Inurai's face dropped just a bit at that. A sudden chill descended upon the lobby, as if I'd just said something that warranted an immediate death sentence. Tuko, he doesn't know dash. At that point, the Grand removed her own glasses, and tossed them aside. Simmer down, upstart. There's some things that you just don't say, and I'm going to kill you for saying them. The now-named Grand, Tuko, cracked her knuckles. These politicians might tolerate you, but I don't gain or lose anything from it. So, yeah, blame yourself. I'm going to enjoy this. A lot. Thanks for giving me an excuse. I realized then that this was exactly what she wanted right from the start. She was instigating. For the exact same reasons, she wanted to study me. Inurai snapped. Tuko Aozaki, as your teacher, I am telling you to let it go. No, I don't think I will. Atram, as egotistic as he was, hastily left my side, joining the professor and Byron even though he'd been in conflict with them not a few moments ago. Then, Henry, apologize if you want to live. Nah. I'd win. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 7 girthy chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 59, Chapter. As promised. Also, give your boy some proper reviews, been a hot minute since I got any reviews. We crossed 100k words a good while back. Tot. Magi were insane. That was a truth known to all, from those who'd just begun dabbling in magecraft, to those who came from the oldest of lineages and ruled their world. There was no morality to be found, no argument to be made, they were all people who had abandoned everything towards the relentless pursuit of mysticism, of that distant desire they all shared. Yet, there were limits. There had to be limits. Insanity wasn't meant to be a metaphor for lack of reasoning, or lack of thought. If they lacked those, then they were no different from beasts, or the commoners they looked down upon. A magus was to pick their conflicts, create favorable circumstances, have backup plans and then backup plans for those backup plans, force favors, be underhanded, and avoid violence entirely. They were noble scholars, not brutes. However, it was also true that those who reached greatness were entirely removed from even that notion. True madmen. People whose minds couldn't be rationalized, even by those standards to which all magi held themselves. Waver felt then that those sentiments had never rung louder for him than they did now. As he watched a newcomer challenge a grand with not a hint of fear where even the 12 lords failed. Tuko Aozaki. A grand. Not just any grand, but one that had been stuck with the ceiling designation since before he even joined the clock tower. A veritable death sentence, so to say. She slaughtered her pursuers, the highest caliber of magi, for decades. A monstrous woman who'd become a grand at a mere 20 years old by reviving a dead system of magecraft from the Age of Gods and then deciphered a set of primordial runes held only by the god King Odin of the Nords, then the Witch of Dunscaith. Words that commanded the very world. I know I don't get to say this, being a magus. Rhaenys murmured, eyes wide in an unusual display of emotion for the head of the Elmaloi. Yet, none could hold that against her. But, against a grand. Has he lost all reason? Waver glanced at her before holding a hand against his chin. This was the kind of enemy even Flat would turn and flee from at the drop of a hat. He'd always thought Henry was a lot smarter than that idiot. No, he definitely was. He thinks he can win. As his teacher, Waver was unable to decide whether he was supposed to cry or laugh at the absurdity of the realization. Grey took a step forward, a hand pressed against her dark cape. She intended to join the battle. Waver put a hand on her shoulder, holding her back. When she looked back at him, confusion and questions writ all over her face, he could only shake his head. But Professor. We need to dash. Trust your classmate. Quite the faith, Lord Elmaloi too. Inorai said suddenly, a thin smile crossing her wrinkled lips. I suppose that is why your students adore you so much. He stared at her from the corner of his eye. And what about you, my lady? Will you not intervene? I thought the Trambilio faction was open to taking him in. Inorai gave a soft shrug. I tried as best I could. You heard them too. Besides, this will be a good chance to tell whether that is a worthwhile endeavor. Waver repressed a scowl. So that was her angle. As expected then. By letting the two battle, she meant to gauge where her investment stood. If he died or was gravely injured, she'd just shrug again and decide it was a waste. If he managed to accomplish something, then the complete undivided attention of the 12 lords would fall on him. Something like a ceiling designation wouldn't be out of the question under some baseless reasoning. Then, she'd swoop in and offer an easy way out, indebting him completely, or perhaps, enslaving was a better term for what awaited him. Truly, as expected of one of the 12 lords of the clock tower. They're starting. Byron tapped his cane against the tiled floor. Until now, the two exceptional magi had just been staring at one another. No, that wasn't right. There was something around Henry. For confirmation, he called upon one with far superior senses. Do you see it, Grey? His apprentice nodded thoughtfully. There's something around him, Professor. But I can't tell what it is. Suddenly, Rhaenys clutched her eyes. The usual blue replaced by a burning crimson. She let out a pained moan, and buckled. Her mystic eyes are reacting. Waver noted as Grey moved to help his sister. Some high-level magecraft. A bounded field. That's not. Oddly, Tuko Aozaki fished a cigarette from her coat and lit it with a snap of her fingers before putting it to her lips. She took a long drag, and then pointed the cigarette at Henry. No, she wrote something in the air with the smoke. A moment passed. Nothing happened. Henry grinned. You just tried to stop my heart, didn't you? Too bad. You're versed in Elder Futhark. The Grand questioned curiously. Elder Futhark. The oldest runic script. A long-dead form of rune magecraft. Tuko Aozaki was the one to uncover and then revive it. The discovery was a massive contribution to her achievement of Grand. A practitioner better versed than her was impossible to find in the modern era. Wrong. But I gotta say, I was expecting better. This code is primitive and limited. You're basically stringing together meanings dash. His student committed the greatest of taboos. He began dismantling his opponent's magecraft. Still, I'll be taking it for myself. Changing function through associated meaning is pretty interesting. Tuko smiled softly, then, she whispered two words, Ensas Kariunios. Ensas, power, God. Kariunios, of thunder. The latter part of the spell was Greek and normally, conflicting with runes. Yet, it was exactly like a Grand to seamlessly blend two different systems together to create a spell. A massive stream of lightning, far more intense than anything Atrum had put out, erupted from the air around her. Henry swiped a hand through the air, still grinning. ISA. A surge of magical energy. The lightning stopped in place, as if some invisible force had suddenly gripped it. That's the rune you just combined with manas for the spell to stop my heart. Yep. You read the flow of my mana when casting. And you're not even using the thaumaturgical foundation to cast. Tuko matched his excitement, looking ready to jump like a child. It became clear that her prior annoyance was nothing but a facade. The spell is the foundation. It's supposed to be inefficient, but you're wasting even less mana than I do. Simply incredible. You natural monsters are always on a different level. Waver wanted to run into a wall, head first. Both of them failed to notice the excitement with which Inorai was observing their exchange. The way she was gripping her folding fan, or the way she was leaning ever so unnoticeably. With her words of affirmation, Tuko was building Henry a coffin, plank by plank. Then how about this? She wrote a number of runes with her cigarette. Runes that multiplied upon themselves until the very air around them was filled to the brim, ready to choke any that dared intrude. The Grand snapped her fingers and the world exploded in light. When it cleared, nothing remained of the lobby except charred, smoking earth. The walls shook under the force, the chandeliers broke loose and fell, the puppets stumbled and lost their rhythm. It was only by Inarai's quick thinking that they were saved from becoming collateral damage. A wall of sand, only 1 grain thick, protected them. Once its job was done, the sand easily floated back into a small purse tied at Inarai's waist. It had not extended to Henry. Yet, he still stood there. Untouched. Unharmed. That was supposed to easily break through a bounded field. At that, the conflict picked up. Henry appeared behind her and kicked her in the side of the head, far faster than anyone was able to keep up, even the Grand. She moved to counter him, writing something in the air, but he grabbed her hand before she finished and smashed a knee into the forearm, snapping it out of place at an unnatural angle. He's faster than her. The realization settled in quickly. How? That's not reinforcement, is it? You're enhancing your movement with the same spell you're using to coat your blows. Tuko noticed, seemingly unfazed by the harm he'd inflicted upon her body. It's like, What an interesting use of the I'm a dash. Smartly, Henry shoved her palm against her mouth and swiped her leg from under her with a foot to slam her against the earth with enough force to make the ground tremble. Then, he stood over her and just watched. The Grand coughed, but her expression remained unchanged, unbothered. It's a secret, is it? All right, it's safe with me. Henry responded by holding out 2 fingers against her heart. Slowly, a small red orb began to form. The world shifted unnaturally around it, as if everything was desperately trying to avoid coming into contact with whatever it was. A deep dread began seeping into Waver's heart at the very sight. What was that spell? What is that? Rhaenys clutched her eyes. My eyes. Feel like they're about to burst. Inarai answered for him, I can't tell. I can't tell at all. Yet, I know it's dangerous. I don't think I might be able to resist it. The easy admission from a member of the 12 Lords was a damning statement. Do something, woman. This is making me feel like a fucking bully. Henry shouted at the smiling Grand under him. The orb floating just above his fingertips riled and began to snap, releasing crimson flashes. You're a Grand. Mess me up. Well. Tuko Aozaki simply smiled. I'm sorry, kid. I can't really do much with this body. If you want to see something actually interesting, you'll have to kill me. What the fuck does that even mean? You deciphered the runes. And you dismantled my first spell before it even finished. You thought I couldn't tell. So yes, I lose. It's still annoying. Leaves a terrible taste in my mouth. That's about it though. You learn to live with things as you get older. I'll be sure to tear you to pieces next time. It's a promise. Waver realized that there was something wrong with her head. There was something equally wrong with Henry's head too. This was a disappointment then. Henry casually fished his aviators out of his pockets. Then, he just as easily lifted his hand to the side and the orb shot forth at a blinding speed. It decimated everything in its trajectory. The force that followed then shattered everything in the general direction. Mirrors exploded. The concrete buckled and crumpled in on itself. The lobby became unrecognizable. A great gust of wind threatened to lift them off their feet and smash them against the walls. Again, Inarai protected them. The one responsible just let out a sigh and walked their way. Waver almost stepped back, afraid of those eyes. His student's growth was unprecedented. The destruction he so casually unleashed reminded him of that war he participated in nearly a decade ago. The perpetrators then had been heroic spirits born of legend. This was supposed to be a magus. Tuko Aozaki sat up with a satisfied smile, and put a cigarette to her red lips, taking a deep breath. You have a pretty interesting student, Lord Elmeloy too. I didn't think I'd lose to anyone at this point, even with this body. Come now, Tuko. You could have done a lot more. Inarai chided with a pout that did not suit a woman of her advanced age. It wouldn't have mattered. No, that damn brat definitely planned on stealing everything I have if I kept going. She stared at Henry's back. Isn't that right? I also wanted to kick the shit out of you. How inconsiderate. You should be nicer to a lady. You're over 40. Aren't you ashamed to call yourself a lady, you hag? The Grand Magus pursed her lips, inhaling deeply, I'll beat the shit out of you. Waver disregarded their casual smack talk in favor of eyeing his student. Whatever the situation, Henry had just triumphed over a grand by the latter's own admission. That didn't necessarily make him a grand candidate, since the clock tower was a place of learning above all else, but it did at least put him at the same level when it came to martial prowess. As if that weren't enough, Tuko had easily revealed in passing comment that he excelled at spell analysis. He hoped that Inurai realized that fact as well, and refrained from scheming against his student. But that was a pipe dream. They needed to have a long talk once the matter of Raina's accusation was settled. Did he just beat a grand? Raina said, her words slow from disbelief. Waver facepalmed. In front of so many people, no less. Why must he be like this? Why does this boy love showing off so much? If I can't flex, making these spells wasn't worth it. Henry snickered, only to be met by withering glares from both of them. Apparently, he just didn't care who found out about what new Ager with no backing could accomplish. The most shocked of them all, namely Atram and Byron, were still reeling, unable to speak. Hope you enjoyed. If you're curious about why she couldn't beat him and admitted her loss, it's got something to do with how she keeps saying, this body, and tells him to kill her for something actually worth fighting. It'll be made very clear in the upcoming chapters, so think of it as a bit of a mystery. It was also because she's just very smart. The chapter should have made it evident, but she realized he was far better than her at spell analysis and was stealing her life's work. As already established, it just isn't worth it to lose that by continuing a fight she essentially started to study him. The more guarded magecraft is kept, the better. Also, I just really wanted to write a hard and fast battle between two geniuses that actually use their heads. One of them does, at least. If you take any issue, please be sure to comment. Comment your thoughts and ideas. Just comment, I'm on my knees. You can find swarthy chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. Dap me up on the server too. Chapter 60, Chapter. Mine was a bitter triumph. Yes, it was an inevitable victory. In the first place, as long as the enemy was a practitioner of magecraft, that was to say, they used mana to fight, it was impossible to achieve total victory against me. My disposition allowed me to dismantle any spell midcast, steal, improve, and then lop it right back at the caster in less than a fraction of a second. I freely admitted it was straining for my brain to process all that information, but it was not impossible. Yet, my victory against Tuko was hollow. It was evident that the fight had ended on her terms, and not on mine. She'd analyzed myself thoroughly, and decided to win a battle of will instead of a conflict that would have ended with me stealing every single one of her runes. In surrendering, she easily deprived me of both satisfaction and growth. Then, as if that annoyed her, she went a step further. The Grand aired out my skills in front of an audience. While the incident at Adra had been salvageable, because all parties involved were trustworthy or easily silenced, the audience this time held both Inurai of the 12 Lords, and Byron Iselma, along with his household. Tuko Aozaki knew what she'd done. There was no doubt. That grated on my nerves fiercely. She knew she was losing, so she messed up my victory, and then as revenge for having to lose and me stealing a couple of her runes, painted a target on my back that was going to get me bent over a table by the clock tower sooner rather than later. What a rotten person, just like me. I shook my head, stepping up to join my professor and his little posse, consisting of an indignant Rhaenys and a confused Grey. Professor, was that all you wanted from me? Waver suddenly shivered and I realized I'd interrupted one of his thought sessions, the sort that made him forget about everything else. He was probably trying to decipher the function of my magecraft. No, that was definitely what he was doing. He just couldn't help himself. Yes. He cleared his throat. Thank you. Well, if you have somewhere to go, you can leave. Nah, your sister's still in danger, right? Define danger. Rhaenys narrowed her eyes. She reminded me of my temporary partner, except Karen was always on demon time with her words. This one just looked like a petulant child. Yes. Waver spoke over her, eyeing the Democratic Lords. He opened his mouth to say something, but seemed to decide against it and simmer down with a clenched fist. Then I'll stay. I had a sister too. So, I understood his frustration at her being accused of murder. If my little Ellie ever faced such a situation, I doubted I'd be able to hold back from murdering all involved people. And, as long as I'm here, they're not going to even touch your sister so you can play detective in peace, Professor. What makes you so confident? Inurai cut in, a curious smile playing across her lips. That you'll be fine if all of us decided to. I shouldn't have to say it, right? I'll be fine. After all, you're all weak. Nice, that one was on my bingo list. I offered a silent thanks for the opportunity she provided. Maybe bring a dozen, no, at least 100, if you want to do something. My, how confident. Well, I've new matters to attend to. So I think I'll take my leave. The Lord of Creation easily floated away, not the least bit bothered by my proclamation. Toko shrugged and followed right after the old woman. When they were gone, the professor addressed me again, a slight tremble to his form. Thank you, Henry. I couldn't help but smile. This person was quick to put up a strong front, but beneath it all, he was just a big softy. Stubborn, annoying, and extremely curious to the point of being disrespectful, but a big softy nonetheless. It's nothing. You've helped me a lot more. That was the truth. Are you going to kiss now? Raina said, a noticeable lilt to her words. I don't judge. Gray let out a startled yelp and started looking between us, red-faced. Don't say such careless things, Rainis. Leaving them, I approached the still-frozen Byron. The poor man was still reeling, somehow. To ease tension, I slung an arm over his shoulder, throwing my weight against him. Yo Byron, old buddy, old pal. You can host me, can't you? I mean, you wouldn't say no to me at this point, right? It was inconceivable for him to disregard a request from someone who toppled a grand-ranked magi in front of his very eyes, no matter how bloated his ego was. The older magus trembled, lowering his gaze. What? I mean, yes, of course. The Iselma welcome you with open arms. I then turned to Atram. What about you, my friend? Are we going to have problems? Much to my surprise, he was the farthest thing from docile. The Middle Eastern magus scowled before stomping his foot on the ground. I've lost interest in this matter. I'll find something else. And you better watch your step. Even a grand is not infallible. I responded to his threat with a smile so innocent it was sickening. So, is barking a lot like a family secret passed down through generations? He growled. Whoa, looks like it is. His expression tightened considerably. For a moment, I thought he'd even attack me, but I was disappointed. He simply left. We'll see how you behave when a dragon comes knocking. I've decided. If I can't have a dragon slayer, I will have a dragon instead. I hope you succeed. Thanks, Dash. No, I didn't mean that. I cackled like a madman, finger pointed and all. Indignant, Atram stomped away. With a gesture from Byron, the maid standing behind the silver-haired princess stepped forward and gave a polite bow. If you would follow me, please. Rainis raised a brow at that, however her reason eluded me up until we actually started walking. At that point, the princess, Estella, joined us. In typical noble fashion, she held out a hand towards me. I knew she wanted me to escort her and I refused to comply. After several awkward moments of silence, Estella retracted her hand. She tried to follow me but tripped on the first stair. At that point, I had to do something. I grabbed her hand and broke her fall before the fall broke her face. It was hilarious seeing someone dressed so pompously just trip. Forgive me. I was a bit overwhelmed. As she offered her apologies, I caught a glimpse of her white eyes. Clouded, white eyes. She was blind. I made fun of a blind person. Damn. Is it bad that I don't regret laughing? No. She said softly, slowly. If anything, thank you. This girl had some serious issues if she was thanking someone for effectively bullying her. I wasn't particularly in the mood for unraveling that particular mystery though, so I chose to investigate the mystery affecting my teacher instead. Can I ask about the murder? I inquired as we walked. The maid leading us trembled. I was sure I wasn't getting any information out of them until Estella gave a small nod. Karina. You may speak. I think it is unwise to withhold the circumstances from. But my lady Dash. The maid began to protest, turning around, to be faced with my innocent smile. I wanted to say she got charmed and decided to spill the beans, but it was probably from the nod Estella gave her. The Lady Diadra was found dead in her room. The last person to speak to her was Lady Rainis. And Lady Rainis was found at the scene of the murder as well. Yeah. That didn't look good at all. They were rival factions. And, if the princesses were an issue, it wasn't out of the question that, being magi, drastic measures would be taken to bring them down. Magi were a terribly jealous lot after all. Then, the only person who could explain what had occurred was also found dead. My sister, Regina. Her breath hitched at that, and yet, something felt unnatural. She was. It was like she was acting, doing it by force instead of actual emotion. Again, Lady Rainis was with her. Something like, getting rid of the witnesses, is it? It is not our intention, Estella interceded on the maid's behalf, tightening her trembling grip around my arm. I fear there is no other. Please, forgive Karina. Her sister and mine had been together since childhood, the same as us. We grew up together, the loss does not come lightly. Really, murder mysteries were my professor's field of expertise. I just found them to be boring. Yet, now that I knew, I had to butt in. Otherwise, it would be most unlike myself. You know what, never mind the room. Show me the murder scene. I'm sure you have it preserved. They both tensed at that, only for a tenth of a moment, as I was sure they too were trained to hide their emotions. But that was enough for me to notice. Something was really fishy here. I intended to find out. I should have expected that you'd end up heading here. I can say the same for you. Don't be coy, you're as curious as I am. I stared down the professor. Expectedly, he'd also been at the scene of the first murder, and showed no surprise when I waltzed into the room. It looked like he was learning. Surprisingly though, even Gray reacted naturally, as if my eventual arrival was an established fact. I won't deny that. The professor broke our little staring contest by putting a cigar to his mouth. I thought I might glean something others missed. This incident is fishy as fuck. I finished. Yes. Exactly. And his gaze trailed off, particularly at the two Iselma servants watching our every move. Estella and her maid had excused themselves after bringing me here, saying something about how either of them was unable to stomach the sight. This doesn't inspire much confidence. The two servants were men this time. My Obricius and Clenels. A timid young man with a pudgy face in a white blazer and blue linen short pants. His bright blonde hair was cut in a shaggy bowl, and he averted his gaze every time he noticed someone staring at him. Apparently, he was the family doctor, and also childhood friend to the princesses. The other one was weird. Islo Sibunin. The only one that seemed genuinely grief-struck. Apparently, he was the seamster responsible for making the princesses' dresses. He had his dark hair up in innumerable braids that were dyed magenta at the tips and held together by beads of various colors from the rainbow. Since the guy was wearing a skirt over the dark suit, I assumed he was one of those people, but then he vehemently denied it, saying his dressing was a fashion statement. So I just assumed he was one of those people, but still inside the closet. Both of them were remarkably pale, like most magi tended to be. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the time to bother them or find out anything else. There were more pressing matters to attend to. Take a look. Do you see something? Like say, the corpse of the Princess of Gold. Estella's older sister. Perfectly preserved, she sat upright on her bed, hands folded gracefully atop one another. Her golden hair was covered by a veil, and she too wore a dress mirroring her sister's. However, she was considerably more beautiful, in an entirely different league even. It didn't matter though since she was dead now. Yet, there was a puddle of blood dirtying the bedsheets and it was clear once I took off my glasses that one touch and her body would fall apart. It had been pieced up, cleanly, and then stacked over perfectly right after. Why is she prettier? It's something like the... You wouldn't know. The professor put a hand to his chin, because of the difference, she stands out even more when placed alongside her sister. Beauty enhanced by association. Like how a beautiful woman stands out even more if placed in a crowd of other beautiful women that don't quite measure up. Humming, I took a step closer to the body. Mayo blocked me off. The shy blonde gave me a fierce glare. The kind of glare you'd see from the protagonist of a rom-com that hid their feelings until it was too late and then spiraled. Don't you disgrace her? Haven't you people done enough? The most infuriating kind of protagonist. The kind I had no patience for after the copious amounts of media I consumed. Simmer down, pipsqueak. You didn't say shit while she was alive and now she's dead. I bet if she lived, you'd have gotten NTR'd or something. I pushed him out of the way, into Islo's arms, and carefully knelt down next to the corpse, raising my aviators. Well now, that's really interesting. This corpse is preserved artificially. You bastard dash, Mayo tried to lunge at me, but Islo firmly held him in place. Mayo, calm down. Even if you want to, there's nothing you can do. Let them do their investigation. The professor ignored the two Iselma servants. What do you see, Henry? Before that, when did they say she was murdered? Gray answered. Last night. I was with Miss Reynis when we found her. Yeah, someone did overwrite the original preservation spell. Tried to hide it. I glanced at the curious professor. Chief, this lady's been dead for over half a week now. And these wounds. They're not what killed her either. Even if you ignore that, the one who preserved her corpse is, well, let me just say it's interesting as hell. Hey Mayo, is this why you were trying to stop me? I don't know what you're talking about. Every single magus had a unique wavelength for their mana. This was clearly reflected in whatever spell or mystery they enacted. And the wavelength of whoever preserved her was one that I was familiar with because I had seen them in action before. Out with it. I know you can tell who did it. Well, it's faint. Someone did an expert job at hiding. But the one who made this lady look like she was only recently murdered is Dash. Hope you enjoyed. Please share your thoughts, ideas, and suggestions for the story. I love comments. You can find 7 girthy chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 61, Chapter A/N, y'all break the 500 way too easily. I'm sorry, my boys, but it's 700 now. The professor moved a finger to his lips and gave a barely noticeable shake of his head before I finished. He wandered over to the doorway before tapping his finger against the frame several times. He repeated the same with the windows, and even the fireplace nestled in a corner. He then politely asked Mayo and Islo to leave. As this is a matter considering a member of my family, I request some privacy as one of the 12 lords. Mayo's pale face reddened. And the one your sister killed is Dash. Islo quickly covered his mouth with a hand, and dragged the struggling boy away. That may or may not have been a direct consequence of me threatening violence by putting a finger against my neck while the professor was talking. All right, proceed. I crossed my arms, observing his handiwork. For how great you are at teaching them, your own spells suck. He'd set up a rudimentary soundproof bounded field, but the spell was so terribly made that it was already falling apart. Hasn't anyone taught you not to point out other people's shortcomings so bluntly? The professor pinched the bridge of his nose with a sigh. My mom did say something about that a while back. But, you have to call things out as you see them. People don't grow if you coddle them all the time. And, no one would get pissed off if I was nice about it. The professor was, wholly unamused. He held a hand towards the corpse. Oh yeah, right. The caster is Dash. Mayo tried to barge in but Gray held the door shut. The little guy held no chance of overcoming her when it came to physical power. It's Byron. Her father. I pursed my lips. It's crazy to think, but then I remember he's a magus. Maybe he's covering for someone else. The professor put a hand to his chin and immediately fell into deep thought like usual. Fortunately for my sanity, there was a person in the room that was a lot more expressive and didn't just decide to run through the possibilities within their own head. That's horrible. Gray murmured. Her own father. They're magus. Don't tell me your family wasn't messed up either. My fellow disciple went quiet at that, ducking her head. After a pregnant pause, she nodded weakly. My parents were the same. I was hit, often. It changed after this. No, it's nothing. Why was everyone and their mother so keen on abusing children in this world? I'd come across less people with normal parents than I had those whose families or caretakers regularly abused them for the smallest reasons. I put a hand on her shoulder, smiling innocently. As your boy, let me give them a good kick in the teeth someday. That's not Dash. I don't Dash. Confusion crossed her face. What does your boy mean? Homie. Pal. Buddy. Friend. Those words feel a bit too sappy though. She lowered her head. Okay. Unfortunately, the professor spoke up before I could tease her further. There is no perpetrator. This isn't a murder at all. How so, Mr. Sherlock? I chirped, truly curious about his theory. In the first place, it isn't so uncommon for the children of magi to collapse under the pressure and rigorous training. They are considered the property of their parents. Gray, she came to you and Raina seeking asylum for her younger sister, Estella, right? Or well, whoever it was acting in her place since she was dead before you even arrived at the unveiling. Yes. She wanted Miss Rainis to hide her sister. So, she died days before under the training from her father and then was cut up to make it look like a murder. Rainis was just a convenient scapegoat to turn the loss into a more favorable outcome. Whoa. That was an extremely contrived scheme, but I expected nothing less from a magus. It was completely psychotic, for one to piece up his own daughter and use her as a card to win political favors, but it was the most obvious course of action for a magus from the Department of Creation. The real issue, for me, was that these were the people I intended to align myself with. The so-called democratic faction. Altruism wasn't even the issue here, it was that if he could do this to his own daughter, there was a definite chance they'd just as easily do the same or worse to me and mine given the chance. Yeah, magi really weren't trustworthy at all. Most of them, at least. I needed to seriously rethink things. Gray tilted her head. But, we saw her at the party. It was definitely her. That's what confuses me too. Since the event was already announced, he had to present both princesses, yet one was already dead. I held up a hand at that since the answer was an easy one. Illusion magic. That's gotta be it. Waver furrowed his brow, even more thoughtful. In that moment, the professor really did look like a detective in the middle of an investigation, just moments away from having a eureka moment. Something on that level. It shouldn't be accomplishable by. How about a grand? I offered calmly. Miss Tuco. Ah. He fisted his palm. I see. That's how it is. All right, let's go confront her immediately. I held up my hand again. What about the second murder? The dead maid, Regina, was it? There was no such easy explanation for her murder. Perhaps Byron was indeed the one to kill that girl, to keep things under wraps. Or maybe it was someone else. I had no way to know when I hadn't even seen the body. After Adra, and how you identified the corpse, I researched modern autopsy since it seemed like the sort of thing that would be convenient. No, you were just being a nerd. The professor narrowed his eyes, unamused. Anyway, I did get the chance to observe that body in detail. The definitely murder took place last night. It was a crime of passion rather than anything methodical too. Too hasty. Too brutal. She was killed through suffocation. Someone choked her to death. Strangely, there were no signs of struggle. It may have been an acquaintance. Yeah, I had no clue. Noting my oblivious face, the professor continued. There were also signs of surgery, and she was deaf, not naturally, or it would be difficult to tell. Her eardrums were surgically rendered ineffective. Just like the princess of gold we met. Gray said in a hushed whisper, more from disbelief than anything else. When both of us looked at her, the ashen-haired girl shrank under the attention. I mean, she told us she was deaf, so I thought dash. One sister was blind. One was deaf. Wait a second. I quickly stepped back over to the preserved corpse and raised my aviators briefly. Same thing here. Induced deafness. Byron. If he could do it to one sister, then Estella's blindness was also a product of I see. It's not so common for magi to seal away one of the 5 senses to enhance the rest. Considering that one sister was designed to highlight the other, it's not so unreasonable for him to do something like this. I regretted saving Lord Byron Valuoletta I Selma from Atrum Galliasta's wrath. But, that aside, it was good that I had been brought here. It allowed me to see firsthand the kind of people I was thinking of signing up with. I wondered if that kind of respect was really worth it. Or well, maybe I was the one at fault for not growing accustomed to typical modus operandi of nearly all magi, and yet, people like Luviage Leda and the professor existed. I knew for a fact that none of the El Malloy classroom were like this either. It was just these old splodgy cunts. Henry. This is his home. His family. As frustrating as it is, we have no right to do anything. He was right, I knew. So, I made a compromise. If the blind one asks me for help, I'm not saying no. I wasn't the picture of virtue, no, I was a massive asshole. But, it was impossible to be faced with someone asking for help I could easily provide and do nothing. I aimed to be the strongest, doing what I wanted to was only natural. That'll have to be enough then. Let's go. I suspect I've figured out what happened. There was no denying my curiosity, so I followed. Ah, yeah. I don't remember anything. Tuko Aozaki answered with an easy shrug, leaning on the table between us. The fiery-haired Grand made no effort to hide her amusement, and even went so far as to steeple her hands like some old secretive villain. Yes, they hired me. But, I don't recall what for. Maybe wiping my memory was part of the agreement. It does seem like the kind of thing they'd do. We were in one of the numerous dining halls in the Tower of the Sun, and the woman had been enjoying some well-done steak with red wine when all of us dropped in to interrogate her. She even blew a kiss my way. What about the surgery? I know you've already investigated the body. Waver took a seat across from her, seemingly not the slightest bit intimidated by the fact that this woman could probably murder 100 of him in the blink of an eye. Your skill with flesh crafting and puppetry is well known, so you could easily tell dash. Losing is a nasty feeling, so I wanted to be done with this place quickly. She slowly put her fork in her mouth. Definitely my handiwork with that maid. I guess, now that you think about it, she did resemble the Princess of Gold a lot there, right? Or, at least, the corpse of the princess. This woman was so unserious it was inspiring. She knew no one could do anything to her and thus did not give a single fuck about the consequences of her actions, saying and doing whatever she wanted. Even now, she was technically betraying her client. No, in fact, she just casually gave away the whole bloody game. Even someone as late as me could easily tell that she was hired to replicate the features of the deceased Princess of Gold in the dead maid so as to save face. She definitely succeeded too, judging by the mass confusion among the attendees of the social event. Oh hey, that means they wanted me to, well, you don't need me to say it, right? She gracefully cut up her steak. Ah, I wonder who killed that maid girl, then. I mean, was there really any need to? Maybe it was Rhaenys, ignorantly intending to cripple a rival family dash. It wasn't her. No, that girl probably intended on agreeing to their request for asylum with the El Malloy. She didn't really seem like the kind of person to help someone out of kindness, especially not in such a politically sensitive case, but Gray's fervent nods made me rethink that. I don't get why we need to prove anything else here. It's not our business. Rhaenys is already absolved if we confront Byron. I cut in with a wave of my hand. If you want to get to the bottom of it all, I'm all for it, but there'd be no real point. The professor hummed thoughtfully. Maybe you're right. Even so, I think I've worked out who killed the maid too. What the fuck? How? Was he near or albeit or something? There were no clues whatsoever for that murder. But then again, it wasn't as though I was paying any real attention to the whole ordeal. My mind was too busy tinkering with blue, red, and infinity on the side to note anything other than what was right in front of me. He turned to leave, patting my shoulder as he walked by. That, Henry, is why I'm your teacher. Damn his aura farming ass. His coat even fluttered behind him. I think he just styled on you. Tuco whistled. Yeah, he did. The guy's way too cool. I followed my professor like a proper side character. Gray, tell Rhaenys to gather everyone in the lobby. Yes. Professor. Henry, I'll need you to protect me, just in case. You got it. I needed to do something insane lest this man delegate me to being a side character in my own show. Hope you enjoyed. Please, leave a comment. You can find 7 chonky chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 62, Chapter. Oh, so close to 700. Unlike Adra, where there was no one to supersede the authority of the Lord of Norwich, the people involved this time were wholly different. The Lord of the Land denied his request, as did the Lord of Value, in Ori, claiming they simply weren't in the mood to argue this late into the day. The professor had no choice but to back down in the face of such a vehement denial, and when I offered to gather all of them by force, he denied my help, telling me it was stupid to put myself in more danger than I already had. I complied. Now, I sat beside Rhaenys in the dining hall, poking my burger boredly. A day here meant a day away from my family and my pursuit of greater magecraft. Tuco Aozaki wasn't the least bit interested in fighting me again, and no one else really had anything I wanted. The Iselma were a family dedicated to designing beautiful people. Since I was already one fabulous bitch, their magecraft was wholly redundant. I sighed and rested my hand in my palm as I idly stabbed my fries with a fork. The leader of the El Meloi raised a curious brow. Are you a toddler? I don't think you get to call anyone a child when you look like someone they'd find in an Epstein video, or, is it R. Kelly right now? Both work. What's that even supposed to mean? I'm not very in touch with whatever is popular among the lower class. She wanted a reaction, it was plain as day. Just like me, she antagonized people for the love of the game and nothing else. Unfortunately, she looked an 11-year-old trying to play at being an adult, so most of her insults just didn't quite register. Crazy. I'm richer than you are. I sipped my tea like that one Ronaldo video. Livia Gelata's wealth isn't yours, you know. I do know, ya angry midget. I'm talking about my shares in Karnak worth what? A couple $100 million. Oh, that. She tilted her head to the side, hoisting a wine glass that one of the servants standing around rushed to fill. I curiously watched the fine red liquid trickle into the glass from an expensive-looking bottle. I've heard of that. A woman won them for you, right? That does remind me. How does it feel to have a girl protecting you from the big bad world? I'm quite curious about the experience. Now that she said it. Livia had been a filter of sorts. With her continuous presence, long before I ever even recognized her for it, she was persistently driving off any never-do-wells by presenting herself as a wall. In a way, she was declaring that antagonizing me would be antagonizing her, something not even the highest of lords were capable of easily doing. I raised a brow at Rhaenys. Judging by the thin smirk spreading across her pale lips, she possibly took my silence to be defeat. Unfortunately, I was a shameless bitch on top of being a fabulous one. I grinned. Her confidence faltered. It's extremely hot. I want her to hold me in a Princess Carrie. Are you jealous? She shivered and covered her non-existent chest with her arm. Clearly, she'd underestimated my freak. A mistake many tended to make. What are you even trying to hide? A literal plane could take off that flat a surface. You're a very handsome lad. I know. But I'm sorry, I'll have to reject your feelings. I'm not interested in children. I'm not going to win this, am I? Her shoulders slumped with a sigh. Let's talk about something more serious then. The El Meloi are aligned with the Bartholomei, and judging by how it took you less than 5 minutes to rush to my brother's aid. What do you think about joining us instead? The teasing, rather, downright rude tone simply evaporated. In its place, was the face of a girl who took control of an ancient faction of magi while being a child. Credit where credit was due, that was pretty impressive. In response, I discarded my snark too. She was Waver's sister, just because of that, I held no ill will for her at all. I opened my burger up and carefully began removing the lettuce. What do I get in exchange? What is the Edelfelt princess giving you? Nothing at all. I expertly tossed the lettuce on her plate. She gave it a dry look, before turning to face me again. Well, she has been flaunting me from what I hear. I appreciate the rep. Then dash. The aristocrats, your faction, raised my rank and made a whole fake background just to make sure they weren't outdone by a newcomer. The Democrats want to do more. Those people will dash. Wiping my fingers on a napkin, I snapped my fingers. Instantly, a bound field cut us off from the rest of the people in the hall, namely the servants, and the member of the Iselma family sitting across from both of us in silence. The Princess of Silver. Make me a tool. No shit. These are magi. Still, I need to make them believe I'm on their side so they don't do anything rash. That was to say, so they didn't turn their ugly eyes towards my family any more than they already had. They were under observation, definitely, but so long as I was technically aligned with one of the three factions, touching them would interfere with the delicate balance that stopped the clock tower from undergoing a civil war. Before Rhaenys answered, I snapped my fingers again. The bounded field providing us with secrecy dissipated. Interestingly, she stopped herself the second she noticed, and held her mouth shut. She brought her wine to her lips with narrowed eyes. Wait, aren't you underaged? She just shrugged. Right, we were English. You're not as stupid as you look. I snorted. It wasn't even worth responding to that. So, to do something about my boredom, I directed my full, undivided, attention towards the blind girl quietly sitting across the table with her hands in her lap. The weird thing was, she wasn't even eating anything, just there. Say Estella. She raised her head with a start. Yes, sir. Sir? Wow. Was it 'cause of the thing with Tuco? I exchanged glances with Rhaenys. What's the deal with that Mayo guy? He was getting pressed dash. I mean, he was screaming at us for no reason. Her lips parted, but no words came out. She looked to one side, then the other, realizing her maid wasn't there with us, before finally relenting. Mayo is the family pharmacist. How illuminating. I feel like I've known the guy my whole life. Are you sure it's safe? Sharing this much with a stranger? She ducked her head with tinted cheeks. No, I mean. He grew up with us. I think, no, I know. He loved my sister, Diadra, since we were children. I hope you can forgive any outbursts. He is grieving. That was exactly what I'd accused him of. It was almost hilarious. Let me guess, she didn't reciprocate those feelings. Slowly, she shook her head. But Regina loved him. And, she's dead too now. That was some cliché-ass dash. Wait, no, besides that, there was something about the way she told it. There was definitely something more to the story they kept feeding me about the dead maid, and she definitely knew what it was. Rhaenys pursed her lips. I'm sorry for your loss. I looked down at my still open burger, lying there like a surgery patient whose doctor forgot he existed for half an hour. Knowing people, that definitely happened at some point too. Then, I noticed something in it. Something that wasn't supposed to be there in my meal. Mayo's a pharmacist. That means he deals in medicine and tablets and that sort of stuff. She gave a confused nod, watching as I jammed a finger into my meat and pulled out a small white tablet, the size of half of my nail. I held it up for her to see. I dash. This has to be one of the stupidest, least thought-out attempts on my life I've ever seen. Reeks of desperation. But, what can you expect from someone who was born into a world of magic and chose bloody medicine, not even healing spells? Don't even try to tell me it's not poison either, since last I checked, burgers don't come with literal tablets inside them. Surprise flashed across Rhaenys' features, but she gathered herself quickly. A murder attempt, along with 2 other actual ones. Do you think he got upset over a rejection and murdered our dear princess? No. Mayo wouldn't dash. No, that was her father. Rhaenys only sighed, already briefed on the situation by her older brother. You don't have any tact at all, do you? Estella, however, stared at me wide-eyed. Don't play stupid, you knew. I pointed a fork at her. My sister collapsed. Mayo is just. He must have done this in grief, yes dash. Don't misunderstand. I'm not angry at all. I smiled politely. No, I'm happy even. I thought it'd be boring. Rhaenys. What is it, Henry? The El Meloy princess smiled sweeter than I, having read my intentions perfectly. Someone from the Iselma family just made an attempt at my life. As Lord of El Meloy, you're my witness. As an independent party, I'm entitled to revenge. Yeah, since I'm such a kind person, I'll only take 1 tower. That was the way of the jujitsu sorcerer. Unnecessary property damage. However, I wasn't Sukuna. The second tower was reserved for guests, and the Iselma used puppets in place of servants. Since there were no guests other than us, the other tower was vacant of life right now since everyone was currently occupying rooms in the main family tower. I think that's fair. Wait. Oh, one what? I held a hand out to the side. Amidst crimson flashes, an impossible force took shape against my palm. The air swirled and then it shot forth. The next instant, the wall beside was torn to shreds. Outside, a massive chunk of the tower adjacent to us was just gone. The earth trembled, the steel beams buckled and the concrete began to crumple under the sudden weight. The golden tower groaned and moaned, then, unable to support itself, began collapsing in on itself. With a terribly loud boom, the upper floors toppled into the yard, and some fell into the lower floors. A storm of dust and smoke rose from the fresh ruins. I brought a hand to my chin as the smell of nature mingled with the precious aromas that previously dominated the dining hall. A bit unrestrained but nice. Really nice. These people were magi. The master of the land was one that had no qualms about murdering his own flesh and blood then cutting her up. Needless to say, I didn't regret my actions in the slightest. It was time for it was time for the consequences of trying to murder me. The Princess of Silver only watched, hands held against her stomach. Past her initial surprise, she made no effort whatsoever to stop me, almost like she wanted that to happen. From the corner of my eye, I saw the girl bow her head. Her silver hair fell all around her. Please. Forgive Mayo. I beg of you. He doesn't understand his actions. This. She seemed to believe my actions were only natural. Did you love him too? I was truly surprised. Not like Regina, but he is my childhood friend. I care for him. I sighed, stepping past her to make my way towards an auspicious-looking chair. One of those grandiose ones with the curved back and the intricate carvings. Easily, I plopped down on it. Eagerly, I awaited the music. Unexpectedly, the first person to arrive was Tuko Aozaki. The fiery-haired Gran chewed on her cigarette and observed the damage. This is the sort of thing I might do depending on the circumstances. I have to ask. What brought it on? Poison. Stupidest murder attempt ever. Yes, that would do it. It's more insulting that someone tries it than anything else. She found a chair and made herself comfortable. Rhaenys was still rooted in her spot, beads of sweat on her forehead. Seeing her, I couldn't help myself. Imagine if I were the type to get pissed off by insults. Mechanically, her head turned my way, then back at the ruined remains of a grand tower. Then, like a true politician, she said, "It appears I've made a rather severe and continuous lapse in judgment. Hope you enjoyed. Please don't forget to comment your thoughts, ideas, and grievances, if any. You can find 7 massive chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 63, Chapter A/N. Imagine my surprise when I opened WN and realized we'd crossed 700. You actual mad lads. Mystery. The foundation of our world. Birth by belief, birth by age and birth by nature. Stabilized by those same aspects of man's world as well. Mystery gave the Magus the ability to enact those phenomena that granted them superiority over the common men, and it was also what gave the older Magus families their ironclad superiority over any new men and women that joined their world. By the simple virtue of being an older mystery, a phenomenon could dominate or nullify a younger one. It was why the idea of the clock tower being a meritocracy was inherently flawed, because by the very laws of nature, merit would almost certainly lie with those of venerated blood. I refused to, even for a second, believe that none of those lords responsible for the democratic movement knew or realized this simple fact. So, in the end, it was a baser endeavor. They just wanted more power for themselves, like most people, like those people they often looked down on. That seemingly unshakable part of nature was blown away by an easy breeze the second I came into this world. This they knew too now. So, when eyes widened and breaths hitched, when words got caught in throats and came out as nothing but gasps, I wasn't really surprised. I enjoyed it terribly instead. It feeded directly into my fantasies. Fantasies I had no intention of reeling in. First came Byron. Mayo and Islo at his tail. Then, the professor and Inorai. Quietly, I watched them gather, exchange uneasy glances, then look between me and the terrible damage. Sadly, I wasn't experienced enough with facial expressions to know what these politicians were thinking. In the end, it was the owner of the Twin Towers that ended up unable to keep quiet. Just what happened here? However, his gaze went to Tuko instead. She simply shrugged. Even with recent developments, we are still business partners from time to time. I wouldn't do anything like this here. Yes, well then, who dash? Inorai's folding fan clacked shut as she held up an arm to silence him. There is another Magus here, isn't there? Someone who's proven himself capable of this, much to my surprise. I only have one question. I have more. This is simply preposterous. Who's going to pay for all of this? Beyond that, why? Reasonable. I imagined that these hunks of metal weren't so cheap to construct, not to mention the clearly expensive furniture and all that. Atop that, there was most certainly a workshop in there somewhere. Seeing as those were often the lifeblood of any research, losing one must have been rather infuriating. Yes. I'm curious too. Waver cut through, a cigar held an inch from his mouth. Why, Henry? I think this is the first time I've had so many lords questioning me like this. It's pretty exciting. What happens if I refuse to explain myself? I crossed one leg over the other and leaned forward. Then, nothing. The professor sighed. This is the way of our world. The Department of Policy does not interfere with grievances or squabbles between magi so long as the principles are upheld. Their principles primarily concerned concealment of magecraft. Here, in the middle of literally nowhere, there was virtually no chance of any breach happening unless forced. But even so, I'd like to ask as your teacher, you're not the kind of boy to do this kind of thing for no reason. Amen. He always had to rain on my parade. I'd planned on harassing everyone a bit more before presenting my case. All right. I narrowed my eyes at the timid boy standing beside Byron. His pharmacist tried to kill me. Mayo's eyes widened. He stumbled back, visibly startled. I didn't do anything, Dash. That is a horrible look for someone who didn't do anything. Raina smirked, raising the same tablet I'd fished out of my burger. I remember, earlier at the party, you told me poison was easily within your purview. I imagine if we analyze this a bit further, we'll get to the truth. To his credit, Byron showed genuine surprise at that. He turned to the family pharmacist with a fierce glare that made the boy shrink back even further. Unfortunately, keeping his household in check was also his job. Henry. The aged lord shook his head. I know an apology will not matter. Instead, I will not seek any reparations and let this matter be entirely. We will also withdraw the charges against Lady Rhaenys. A logical proposition. Well, no, not really. He was looking at it through the lens of someone used to everything being political. I wasn't. In the first place, the accusations were false. On top of that, I helped him against his enemies. As a reward, his subordinate just poisoned me for no reason. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Reparations. Lil bro, you're lucky a second plane didn't hit the other tower. No, actually, you know what? I held 2 fingers out his way. This time, all of them recognized what was coming when a small dark orb formed against the tips, distorting the very air around it amongst flashes of red and bursts of wind. No, wait. Allow me to rephrase. He held his hands up in surrender, waving them haphazardly. Apparently, he'd never been in a similar situation before in his life. My deepest apologies. The Iselma family will pay you for the affront. We will even pay Miss Rhaenys for any perceived insults. Magi were most detached and unresponsive to most threats, however, their lineage and its continuation was the most important thing to them. I was seemingly moments away from wiping said lineage off the face of the earth. Faced with that, he panicked. Rhaenys smirked wider. What about reparations for the emotional damage? What? Yes, it's quite traumatic for a child to be accused of murder. In America, I could sue you for all you're worth. The little girl wiped a non-existent tear from her eye, a hand over her heart. I imagine you'll pay for that. And for my beloved elder brother's time as well. Byron's face tightened. Then he looked at me again, and the orb. A moment later, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Hey, hold on, are you serious? Tuco interjected just before he put words to his defeat. The murder mystery isn't even solved yet. Who just admits defeat like that? There was simply no other choice to be made. That was the main issue when faced with an overwhelmingly stronger opponent. Even when the conditions for defeat were unfair, there was no reasonable option other than folding and living to fight another day, for Magi at least. At least in this case, though, the faults lied wholly with the Iselma family instead. Still, even I admitted this was a rather boring and unsatisfactory end to the murder mystery. There really should have been a big final battle. I waved my hand, dissipating the spell. One last thing, why poison me? Byron fixed Mayo with an intense glare. Explain yourself, boy. Because. I'd. Waver chose that moment to steal my spotlight, the damned aura farmer. I hoped he stubbed his bloody toe and both sides of his pillow were warm forever for the shit he pulled then. He scoffed, and blew out smoke. Because you'd get found out. Mayo stuttered over himself. Because he'd find out you killed the maid. Or was it because we'd find out that the Princess of Gold presented at the event was a fraud? Unfortunately, there was no gasping audience awaiting his accusations. Mostly because the people in attendance were the toughest crowd ever. Half knew the truth before he said it, the other half simply did not care or already knew it. Lord Elmeloy. You dash. It took me a bit to figure out why a grand would be here, but I believe I have it. As someone closely attuned to the dead person, you hired Tuko Aozaki to give her face and appearance to the dead maid. Then, to use her illusions to present the princess just for the duration of the gathering. Regina. That is the name of the princess of gold you presented at the event. Yet, what came of that surgery was beyond even your expectations, wasn't it? I wasn't much surprised by the revelation, because I knew it. Hell, he'd discussed it with me beforehand. Something that far exceeded what you produced. No, the very ideal that your family has pursued since its inception. That was what Miss Tuko managed to create. Good job, me, I guess. Tuko whistled, shamelessly patting herself on the back. But, she doesn't remember it. Because you had Mayo make something to remove her memories of the event. I trust that was written in the contract you agreed upon, because I doubt it's something that she'd miss otherwise. Thoroughly, while smoking his cigar, the professor dismantled the entire case. Something no other person in the room could do. It was truly inspiring. My professor was, after all, probably the weakest magus ever. Yet, even if I weren't here to force it out, he'd have accomplished a victory regardless. He didn't need me to figure out what happened. He was just that smart. Miss Tuko went a step beyond with her illusions, didn't she? The incense at the party. Rhaenys whispered. The smoke from the incense was what you used for the illusions. There's one thing I have to ask you, Miss Tuko. What did you use as the fuel to create an illusion so powerful? The grand-ranked magus closed her eyes and thought. Well, if things are indeed like you say they are, then I probably used that leaf they gave me as payment for the job. The leaf. Waver repeated, confused. The leaf. The fucking leaf. Siegfried's leaf. The one Atrum was attacking them for. A relic of legend, soaked in ancient mystery from the age of the gods. She used it for a simple illusion spell. Damn. That was amazing. I excitedly looked over to the Grand. I needed to get her autograph later. That leaf. Byron seemed crestfallen, more shocked than he'd been when faced with eradication. The poor man was in disbelief. Probably over the fact that someone would so flippantly waste a relic of that magnitude. For an illusion. Well, it created something interesting, so. Tuko shrugged her hands, I'm satisfied. Hell yeah. I love you, lady. I cackled like a madman, hands held out and all. But then, who murdered Regina? The professor whipped around and jabbed a finger through the air, right at Mayo. It was you, wasn't it? You damned idiot. I dash. That girl asked you for help saving her sister and the Princess of Silver. Yet, you were so obsessed with that beauty that you murdered her for thinking of escape. All because it meant you wouldn't have a chance of witnessing it again. You're a liar. Mayo shouted at the professor, lashing out at the air. You're just trying to dash. Don't you remember? She didn't even resist. Because despite your shitty nature, she loved you. If you asked, she'd probably have killed herself for you. You pathetic monster. For your obsession with worldly beauty, you killed. You're a stain on our world. I whistled. Silence descended on the hall, disturbed only by the faint rumble of thunder and the wind howling through the destroyed wall. I shivered to think of what awaited me if I ever made an enemy of the professor. The sort of vile dismantling that he'd throw at me. As exciting as it was to consider, though, there was no chance of it actually happening. I refused to betray him, no matter what. And Mayo grit his teeth. And what's so wrong with that? She wanted to run. Abandon all we achieved. Your Honor, this man has clearly lost his calm, rip his balls of dash. I mean, arrest him. I rose to my feet, grinning. Finally, a fight. Actually. What kind of fight was a herbalist going to put up? Just when I started losing heart, Mayo glared at me. You. Do you think I'm stupid enough to put a tablet that obvious in your food? I nodded. I'm not. The medicine was in your food. If you don't want to die, kill everyone here. Whoa. Now that was more my stride. He just made a critical mistake though, just one teensy mistake. Or, maybe he was just blind. I jabbed a thumb at the long table I'd been sitting at. To be specific, at my plate. Buddy. I never ate my food. Rhaenys snorted. I cackled. Even the silent Grey stifled an abrupt giggle before averting her gaze, ashamed. Well. She did. Tuko. I poisoned the memory medicine you ingested. If you don't do as I say, I'll stop your heart. All gazes fell on the Grand, awaiting her next move with bated breaths. Slowly, Tuko stood up, leaning on the table before her for support. Slowly, she cranked her neck. All right, fine. That was just great. Infinity formed around me as I locked gazes with a grand, and I noticed something. There was barely veiled mischief in those crimson eyes. Hope you enjoyed. Please comment your thoughts, ideas, and suggestions for the story. You can find 7 chunky chapters ahead at patre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 64, Chapter A/N, I bear good news. As of the latest written and posted chapter, the servant summoning arc has officially begun. For the longest time, the grand-ranked magus that I'd come to admire simply stared at me. None uttered a word, none dared move. For all intents and purposes, someone should have attacked Mayo, but it was only fair that no one wanted to risk having Tuko Aozaki turned their way by the herbalist, no matter how absurd it all sounded. In the first place, something like a poison or whatever should have been nothing for a person of her standing. It didn't take a genius to glean that. No, she definitely had her own reasons for listening to him. I was curious, but I was shamelessly looking forward to fighting her again too. My heart drummed in my chest. My fingers trembled as I raised them. Yes, I felt fear, beyond a doubt. Tuko Aozaki was undoubtedly someone far beyond the likes of Inurai, Basdilit Cordelian, or Sancrade Fawn. But, that strange fear of fighting someone decisively beyond me was what I lived for. It was what I loved this life for. It meant learning all that much more if I came out of it. That's a good look. Not something I'd expect from a magus, but good. It makes me look forward to this. Tuko smiled thinly. Sawalo. Manas. Isa. Nodis. Jera. Uras. And Suz. I tilted my head. The runes you used last time. From Elder Futhark, was it? Rune Magecraft. A system closest to my own unique spellcrafting and spellcasting, that made spells by stringing together characters known as runes, where I saw the whole of Magecraft and all its systems as characters from different languages. Apparently, it was a lost art that she rediscovered and propagated throughout the Mages Association. She nodded and held up one finger. You analyzed them already, good. As a reward, one more, of 3 from an older time. Mine are replications, but I imagine it will be sufficiently entertaining. Huh. Then I guess I'll show you something interesting too. The clash so far was nothing more than an amiable discussion. That discussion ended when Tuko breathed out a small cloud of smoke and began writing in it with the lit tip of her cigarette. In the blink of an eye, she finished. When she did, the very world around us healed. The air became numbingly chill and froze as I watched. Haphazard branches of frost burst forth. Fuga. They never even reached my barriers. With that word, the cold she'd imposed disappeared and a great flash of heat made the entire hall into a furnace. The elements clashed without rhyme or rhythm. Tuko smiled gleefully when I shot out of the flames, leaning back just in time to avoid a kick that would have ripped her head off. She rode again, this time thunder erupted from the air, from right within the narrow distance left between us. The thunder roared. Then it was gone. When the light cleared, the grand was gone entirely. The floor imploded under my feet, and Tuko was already standing below, a hand on her side. Her crimson eyes glowed a fierce blue. Your defense has a glaring flaw, Hal. It only stops tampers with the space between us. What about something that begins within you? Her eyes grew brighter, and for a moment, I blanked. My vision disappeared entirely. For a second, my barrier faltered, more because I was surprised than anything else. I'd never encountered something like this before in my life. That was enough. She struck before I ever even touched the ground, delivering a haymaker straight from the very depths of hell itself into my guts from the side. She spun, and kicked the same place in that same motion. I was thrown against the wall. Then, of course, expectedly, the runes she'd inscribed on my body exploded too. The activation was too fast for me to interfere with, and it was all I could do to mold infinity to form within my own body to isolate the damage before I imploded too. As a result, much of the flesh under my ribs was torn to shreds. But that was where the damage ended. Honestly, it looked a lot nastier than it actually was. I barely even felt it. Nah, that shit hurt like a bitch. Tuko never moved after hitting me. She was holding her cigarette to her lips and even nodded her head in something that felt like a compliment. That was smart. That was bloody nasty. I clutched my bleeding guts. Feeling the warm blood seep into my hand, I grinned wider. But damn if it wasn't cool. Mystic eyes. I made sure to avoid her gaze, but that meant I was forced to look at her feet instead. That stung my pride a little. Mental compulsion with a bit of my own tinkering, but you already know that, right? Yeah. That was the issue with mystic eyes of that particular nature. They influence the world by sight alone. Looking at them meant getting caught by them, regardless of distance and whatever obstacle came in between. The solution to that issue was a pretty simple one. I fished my aviators out of my pockets and pushed them on. Sight action-based mystic eyes stopped working the moment the other person put on a pair of mystic eye killers, no matter how strong. In my case, however, that came at a cost. Judging by the manic grin that split her face, she knew that too. Now my eyes don't work on you, but you can't analyze or dismantle my spells anymore. I met her expression with an equally manic one. It looks like I've been had. She was just as good as I was at analyzing magecraft, but not better. No one could be better. Except her expertise wasn't a byproduct of her eyes. However, just because I couldn't see mana anymore, did not mean I lost my fine control over it, or all the spells in my arsenal. I rested my head back against the wall, a hand over my knee, and stared right into her eyes. What are you going to do now? Run. Surrender. Nah. I'd win. She clapped her hands twice, nodding. How exciting. You'll go far in the clock tower, I promise. No, I'll be sure to spread news of this myself. It seems amusing enough. I snorted at that. You're not doing this cause of his threat at all, are you? Tuko tilted her head with an amused smirk. I've been found out, it seems. No, some death threat from a pathetic runt means nothing to me. Poison. Utterly boring. But, it did let me get the score even so. Ha. What an amazing woman. She deserved something interesting indeed. Oh, let's start again then. She wrote something in the air, a foreign letter. One I had no hope of understanding with my eyes bound. But, if I took off the binds, she'd pierce through infinity once again, so there was no choice. What I did know, however, was that the words she spoke were not related at all to that one rune repeated again and again. Agni Jvalana Agni Vaisvanara. The world was painted by a great fire. A great storm of flame. It danced and coiled and prickled shyly. Then, abruptly, that immense red-hot fire leapt for me. It melted away the floor. It melted away the walls and the windows. It burnt the very air and spilled into the forest outside. There, it tore through the trees and the grass and melted the wet soil. When finally it settled, the serene forest outside the remaining tower burned brightly. A proper hellscape. It was incredible to witness. I was sure that if there was indeed a hell, then it surely looked something like that. Amidst it all, Tuko Aozaki stood easily as ever, smoking her cigarette. She definitely used fire just to one-up my use of fuga. So, was that supposed to do something to me? I grinned. Untouched. My defense had parted the sea of flames easily. Not really. But we know this is my victory, Henry. It really isn't. I mean, you can't even touch me anymore even though I know you really want to. I mean, I'm just so fabulous. I wasn't risking being caught by her eyes again, and I definitely had the firepower to do her in. But, for this display, let me show you something interesting. Tuko raised a curious brow. She watched as I brought my hands together. One open as if it were reaching out for something, the other clutching it like a gentle lover. Curse technique lapse, blue. A blue orb formed behind me, shimmering in the night. Shifting and coiling, it pulled and clawed at the world around it. Curse technique reversal, red. A crimson orb formed behind me, a mere inch away from the blue one. It roared and snapped, driving everything away in a rage. What I was about to do was impossible, yet as simple as pushing the two together and mixing them into the one. Gently, the distance closed. The orbs began to fizzle and groan with the world. Then, the process went haywire. My control slipped and the spells began erratically fizzling in and out of existence. Something bad was about to happen if I didn't stop. Unfortunately, I had no intentions of stopping whatsoever. That was, at least, until Tuko suddenly threw up her hands. Wait, all right, I give up. This is your victory too. You're going to kill yourself and everyone else here if you release whatever that is. With a shrug, I let the individual spells go. You're messed up in the head, kid. She sighed, tapping a foot against the floor. I think this is the first time I've lost with the other person threatening to commit suicide, so, I suppose this is sufficient. Go ahead, gloat. I pursed my lips and stepped up to her. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out a notepad and a pen, holding them both out to her. What's this supposed to be? Autograph, please. And your number 2. Is this how people hit on each other nowadays? No, I already have someone, so I'll have to reject that flirt even if you're a mil-dash. Air. I just think it'd be cool to have you as a friend. She stared at me for a good few seconds, possibly awestruck by my handsome face in such close proximity. Then, she sighed again, and rudely pulled my offerings from my hands. Here. I looked between her and what she'd written several times before turning around and unceremoniously tossing the notepad outside, into the burning forest. Heh. Why, you little dash. She never got to enact her revenge for that stunt, as the rest of the people in the tower's tower, filtered into the destroyed room the moment she raised her hands to choke me out. Inurai inspected the damage with quiet disconcern. She narrowed her eyes at me, but not much else before abruptly turning around leaving. I see the issue has resolved itself. I have more pressing matters to attend to now, so, toodles. Lord Byron fell to his knees in despair. The old guy was probably losing it from all the property damage and all the money it would take to fix it. But hey, he deserved every single bit of the suffering headed his way and then some for what he did to his own daughter. The other daughter, Estella, stood quietly by her father's side, along with a grinning Mayo. Then there was only the professor and his little posse. He looked like he wanted to run into a wall, head first, instead of dealing with his sister, or even any of his disciples at the moment. I've lost yet again, it would seem. Tuko-eyed Mayo. And even if you do kill me, I'll take you with me, or you could turn yourself in. Surely, that is the better option for a pathetic idiot like you. Miss Tuko Byron started, but she cut him off by raising her hand. I'm not upset. This kind of thing is exactly what I've come to expect. She glanced my way. Besides, it's been a rather interesting experience. I've discovered a new field to study, even. What were the chances she was going to fuck me over later? Rhaenys interrupted them. Wait, hold on. If he turns himself in, the Iselma themselves become the ones to decide his punishment. You might as well be letting him off scot-free. Though, she said that. There really was nothing else to do. When Mayo inevitably surrendered, he was arrested by the Iselma family servants since the damages were restrained to their property. Personally, it was a distasteful conclusion to the incident, but, beyond a doubt, the El Meloy gained much politically and possibly even the Princess of Silver as a hostage. However, that information was never made available to me. I just bothered the professor about it till he gave up and confessed. Instead, I left the Iselma Towers with a hefty sum as payment for their offense against me, and a good few runes for me to tinker with just for the love of the game, even though I'd cause a terrible amount of damage just for the hell of it. But, the greatest and worst outcome of that little incident was the sudden reputation that came with clashing with the Grand, not once, but twice, and coming out on top no less. It made things a lot more interesting at the Clock Tower, to say the least. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 7 swarthy chapters at piatre0n.com/bleep. Chapter 65, Chapter. Weeks passed. I returned to my lessons at Norwich and neared the end of my studies at Mistel under the Trambilio family. More so because the lecturers finally got fed up with me stealing and improving their formulae for basic fundamental magecraft. When they realized their offers for apprenticeship and adoption were hitting a wall instead of actually doing something, they threw a hissy fit and graduated at me, which was just a politically safe way of telling me to fuck off. Other than that, nothing of any real note happened. I doted on my sister and my mother, went on a little unhealthy number of dates with Luviajlita that often ended in exercise of some kind, and spent some time exploring London with my classmates. I even managed to get Gray to accompany me to a new cake shop that opened on Slur. The usual, so to say. Yet, beyond a doubt, life at the Clock Tower had changed. For better or for worse, I still had no idea even now. The grand truth continued to elude me, and I wasn't particularly interested in actively pursuing it either. Politics were so terribly boring unless I was putting someone in their place. My clash with Tuko, however, was undeniable. I had, for all intents and purposes, made a grand backoff through a clash of mystery. That earned attention, whether that attention was given willingly or ripped by force. It started with hushed whispers and wayward glances among the student body. Then, their gazes no longer met mine. Even the other Norwich students subtly avoided me. On more than one occasion, I saw my fellow students and magi changing directions the moment they realized their path would lead them near me. Other times, it was conversations that stopped the second my presence became apparent. Honestly, as William, I was more than used to this sort of ostracization by my peers. Their loss, that was my sole reaction. Still, the fact that Svin and Flat, or the other permanent students of the El Meloy classroom remained unchanged made me happier than it should have. Then, there was Yvette, who made a proper show of gathering every letter from noble houses in my mail and burning it in a massive pile twice every week. Once, I managed to read them before she found them, and her actions became almost adorable. Among those letters were offers. Marriage offers. Adoption offers. Research grant offers. Sponsorships. Offers that came with carefully veiled but stupidly audacious threats of political sabotage or outright assassination and grievous bodily harm. The Bartholomew aristocrats offered adoption and marriage. The Trambilio Democrats offered elevation and sponsorships. Both made their threats. Somehow, I'd falsely hoped just how spiteful and petty a person I was. The moment threats came into the equation, any chance of an offer being accepted were tossed out the window and shot in the bloody corpse. They failed to realize that they were the ones being honored by me, not I by them. The most annoying change came in the form of an offer from policies, but I'd made a point of leaving these thoughts at the door when I came home. So, with a sigh, I emptied my mind and sipped my tea, propped up on a hearty sun lounger in the yard. Yes, yard. After some begging and rigorous argument, I managed to convince my mother to move into a small, separate, suburban home a block away from Norwich. I told her I took a loan through work, even though the money came from my pockets. A neat, little 2-story house laid with brown bricks, complete with a slanted roof and barred windows. It had 3 bedrooms on the upper floor, a neat little dining room and kitchen on the first and a walled backyard. Sort of like Harry Potter's childhood home. For me, it was nothing. For my mother, who'd spent most of her adult life going from shitty rental to shitty rental with 2 kids to look after, it was the sort of thing that made her break down crying. I'd never be able to forget that sight. I definitely didn't cry a little, not at all. You know, you spoil her too much. I looked at the adorable child sleeping on my lap, head resting against my chest. She deserves everything. My mother sat down beside me, right on the raised patio. She smiled, and I noticed that her wrinkles were fewer than last time. Don't come crying when she starts getting distant in a few years. That won't happen. I eyed her suspiciously. Coincidentally, what happens when she gets a boyfriend? The answer came faster than she was expecting by how she suddenly shivered. Murder. No, total annihilation. I sipped my tea. There's no one worthy. She fixed me with a chiding gaze. Just murder, then. Henry Smith. Okay, I cripple them permanently. She didn't answer. 2 bones. 1. Background check. Suddenly, Mama Smith giggled. She held her forehead and kept giggling. I don't get what's so funny. I'm totally serious here. Murder. Murder, it is. With a huff, I sipped my tea again. She was underestimating my resolve, damn it. I was definitely going to traumatize whoever even laid eyes on my little sister. If not, then I had to give up the right to call myself a proper older brother. Watching her wipe away tears, I earnestly considered telling her the truth. But that thought was gone as soon as it came. I'd long made my decision in that regard. Even knowing the truth was dangerous in this fantastic place. There was no need for that conversation. So ma'am, how's life? My mother raised a brow. That's new. I thought you'd forgotten all about me over that girl. We see each other every day. That was what I wanted to say, yet, right now, I knew better. You really should meet her. Anyway. No luck, huh? For some blasted reason, my mother was terribly apprehensive about Livia. She avoided meeting her, and all my efforts at making her do so ended in failure for one reason or the other. Her being an actual noble seemed to put my mother off. I sighed, and listened. I've been getting back into painting now that, well, I have more time. Don't look at me like that. I was pretty good back in the day. There's just something about painting. It's like making a new world on the canvas. That sounds pretty cool. It is. Ellie's been helping me. Though I'm afraid she usually just ends up spilling everything or taking a stumble. But, that's lovely too. I have all the time in the world. You deserve it. I nodded, sipping my tea. Mama Smith laughed and shook her head. All right, it's time for you to head out. Give me my daughter back. No, she's my baby sister first. Though I said that, I carefully handed the sleeping child over. I fixed my blazer, and checked my pants for my wallet, keys, and phone before bidding them farewell. Well, only my mother, Ellie, was still fast asleep. When I left the front door, I briefly lowered my aviators. With our proximity to Norwich and the clock tower, it wasn't strange at all that some of the other houses belonged to practitioners of magic. As such, my bounded field went unnoticed among a litany of others. It worked on the same principle as my infinity, along with an alarm system, a self-mending bounded field like most of the higher class ones. The only issue came with supplying it with mana, but Rhaenys helped me acquire a cheap mana battery that needed me to refill it almost daily but worked well enough for my purposes. The second anyone even tried anything, I would be alerted and be on their ass like that one Spider-Man and Shocker scene. All good. Somehow, winter had already arrived. When it was raining cold water that came straight from Satan's nether regions, the chill winds were there to remind you what time of year it was. I took to wearing 2 layers of clothes, a cotton sweater and a blazer on top of my shirt, but even then, the air seeped into my bones and felt like someone was dragging a sharp knife across my beautiful skin. Breathing out a cloud of air, I wrapped my beige muffler around my neck and put on my gloves as I stepped down the porch. Outside, a black sedan awaited me. I raised a curious brow. That was a first. OD began coursing through my body. Wait. How? Stop. Stop. It's a me. Mario. No, Yvette. Your concub dash. She ducked under a handful of snow. Ice cube play needs to be done in a safe environment. Seriously, I'll freeze my pretty boobs off if you do this. You don't want that, do you? What pretty boobs? Where? I snorted as I made my way over to her. I think you're safe. She made a show of shaking her head from side to side. How mean? How mean? Or. She winked slyly, maybe you want to help me massage them for growth. Oh, 100%. But, I'm taken. Sorry, not sorry. Gay. She leaned on the car's hood, the freezing hood. I keep telling you someone from her family shouldn't have any issues with concubines. Why do you hate me so? HM. That was an interesting thought. So, what do you want so early? Nothing, I just wanted to drive you. Recently, I feel you've been giving me the cold shoulder. I mean, we haven't even gone on one date since the time we almost died to a demon. She sniffled exaggeratedly. Her crocodile tears failed against my deep-seated shamelessness. Once she noticed, she resorted to her feminine wiles. I'll forgive you for a kiss. Unfortunately, the lunatic goth Lolita had none. I entered the front seat, and after a sigh, she finally got into drive. That was when she chose to say something actually important. You know, you haven't asked me about my lord once. I cast a glance her way. That was true. Where the other two factions tried both the carrot and the stick to get me to join after finally recognizing that my talent matched my ego, the neutral faction made no effort to contact me whatsoever. I was yet to meet even a single representative, other than Yvette of course, who freely admitted to being a spy under no pressure or interrogation. I narrowed my eyes, trying to recall the name of the leader of the neutral faction, Meluisti, right? Correct. Carmaglyph Meluisti de Luc. Lord of Kistur and Astia. Not one but two departments. Neither Lord Trambilio or Lord Bartholomew directly held two. Maybe this neutral lord deserved some respect after all. Who was I kidding? Of course he did. He was one of the 12 lords. Kistur is mineralogy. Astia is archaeology. Kistur used to belong to the Elmeloi. I think Reyna still holds a grudge. Yvette hummed with the radio, bobbing her head up and down and side to side as she drove like bloody Harley Quinn. But don't misunderstand. I think you realize fealties to the 12 lords aren't as defining as we like to think they are. That much was true. At the Iselma Towers, Inarai's objective was to cripple her own subordinates. An objective I'd unwittingly completed for her by destroying their workshops and their land. That had set them back a couple of generations according to my professor. Yet, there was no grudge to be held. Against someone like me, they simply could not afford one. Anyway. Forget that boring stuff. When are we attempting double suicide next? You have to take me. As your lover, it's my right. I sighed. Maybe I should have just walked. Hope you enjoyed. You can find 7 chonky chapters ahead at piatre0n.com/bleep. There'll be 10 by next Sunday. Need 2 more, fr.